of a horn coming from. Wu Yingxiu felt a surge of strength in her body, her fatigue lightening significantly, and the fear and despair in her heart vanished completely. She quickly got up from the ground and looked around. The sound of the horn continued to blare. Everyone at the first sub-base was still fighting fiercely. Like Wu Yingxiu, everyone's eyes burned with fierce determination. The tall and strong individual effortlessly lifted a giant rock as tall as a person and slammed it down into the most densely packed area of zombies. A cold and silent young man wielding a stone knife weaved through the horde, fighting bravely, and with each strike, zombie heads rolled. The new man was a madman. The more wounds he sustained, the braver he became. He was currently roaring as he charged at the zombies, tearing one in half with just his hands. There was also the muscular young man who loved to flex his chest muscles. He was lifted by the tall one and thrown directly out of their territory. Not only did he come to no harm, but he also dashed to the side of the horde, successfully drawing away a large number of charging zombies, relieving the pressure on their defenses. Additionally, those civilians with similar backgrounds as her were holding their positions in their watchtowers. Yingxiu, are you alright? Li Kai-shui from the adjacent watchtower shot down a runner climbing the wall and asked Wu Yingxiu. I'm fine, Wu Yingxiu nodded in response. Then hurry over here and help me with the crossbow. Those mutated chargers are getting close, Li Kai-shui said with a furrowed brow, a serious expression on her face, before quickly turning to shoot an arrow at an approaching runner. Hearing Li Kai-shui's warning, Wu Yingxiu glanced into the distance. The chargers were now less than 200 meters from the wall. Due to the obstruction of trees, their violent charges couldn't be effectively executed against such tough special zombies. The power of bows and arrows was quite limited. They needed to use a more powerful crossbow. Without hesitation, Wu Yingxiu jumped down from her watchtower and picked up the longbow that had fallen to the ground. She shot down a few runners that had leaped over the wall, then sprinted toward Li Kai-shui's watchtower. Soon, she reached the watchtower and quickly climbed up. Li Kai-shui glanced at Wu Yingxiu's bloodied hands and immediately decided. You handle the shooting, and I'll reload the ammunition. Wu Yingxiu knew her sister was taking on the heavier task to take care of her. She felt a bit touched, but didn't say anything, just nodded and quickly went to the crossbow. Roar! The nearest charging creature let out a roar, turned its body, and raised its strong right arm as it began to charge forward. The ground trembled with each of its steps. All right. Li Kai-shui finished loading the arrows and immediately patted Wu Yingxiu on the shoulder. Wu Yingxiu took a deep breath, focused her mind, and started adjusting the angle of the crossbow, aiming the arrow at the charging creature. Die! With a fierce look, she pulled the trigger. The arrow shot out instantly, flying nearly 100 meters and accurately hitting the charging creature. The creature's strong right arm was pierced by the arrow. Its robust body was propelled by the force of the arrow, causing its forward momentum to falter abruptly. It let out a painful wail, lost its balance, staggered a few steps sideways, and then crashed to the ground. This arrow did not hit the creature's vital point, but it rendered it unable to fight, which was sufficient to accomplish its mission. Well done, Li Kai-shui simply praised Wu Yingxiu. However, as soon as she finished speaking, a loud crash was heard. A wooden wall to the west was smashed through by the charging creature. That wall had already lost a considerable amount of armor value from previous assaults, and now it was shattered into pieces by the creature's charge. Furthermore, the subsequent second wall was also shaking precariously, having lost a significant amount of armor value from the impact. Everyone calculate. Jin Jian, who was waiting not far away, lowered his raised hand. He had intended to lead a repair team to fix the wooden wall, but hadn't had the chance to give the order when the second wall was also smashed through by an elbow strike from the creature. At this point, the first sub-base had finally been breached by the horde. Meanwhile, at the main base, Qin Yang clenched his fists nervously. This is too difficult. We even boosted the civilians with skills, yet we still couldn't hold the wall. Seeing the horde's overwhelming assault just now, he had decisively activated the Guardian of the Homeland skill attached to the sense of belonging. Suddenly, the sound of horns echoed, spreading outward above the territory. The Guardian of the Homeland skill only affects civilians with a level 1 or higher sense of belonging to the territory. It is not limited by distance. As long as civilians are within the territory, including sub-bases, they can receive the effect. In an instant, all civilians within the 3 bases who had a level 1 or higher sense of belonging became invigorated. Their eyes burned with fighting spirit, and the fatigue from continuous battles was alleviated, making them feel energetic again. The level 1 Guardian of the Homeland could increase a civilian's attack power and armor by 10 points each. This raised the combat effectiveness of civilians, who already had an attack power exceeding 20 points, to a new level. At the main base, civilians on the watchtower, who originally needed 5 or 6 arrows to take down a charging creature, now only required 2 or 3 arrows to accomplish the same task. The main base was well-equipped and already faced less defensive pressure, with the bonus from the Guardian status. The approaching zombies couldn't get close to the walls and were shot in the head from a distance. Through the split screen on the territory interface, Qin Yang noticed that the crisis at Base 1 had somewhat eased. However, as the bombers began their assault, the walls, lacking in defense, were soon breached. Fortunately, the melee group led by Ding Dali responded in time, engaging in close combat to temporarily block the gap with their bodies. Jin Jian, responsible for repairing the walls, was also busy, quickly leading several civilians carrying materials to start rebuilding new walls to fill the breach. Jin Jian's stamina had significantly improved, allowing him to build a wall over 10 meters long without any issue, especially since he was just filling a gap. In less than half a minute, he erected a new wall at extraordinary speed, successfully sealing the breach. The bomber that had broken in was already dispatched by Ding Dali with a spear to the head. The crisis was finally resolved, but it was only temporary. As the Shriekers with their long necks approached the territory, a new wave of zombie attacks was already brewing. Chapter 79. The change scene strikes back. The movement speed of the Shriekers wasn't fast, only slightly quicker than that of the regular zombies. They held a higher status among the horde and were always surrounded by groups of zombies. Upon reaching a position less than 100 meters from the wooden walls, the Shriekers stretched their necks and emitted sharp, piercing cries. Within a 100-meter radius, all zombies that heard this sound became enraged. Their murky yellow eyes turned blood red, and their expressions twisted into madness. They let out strange howls, running wildly with significantly increased speed. As they approached the wooden walls of Base 1, the leading runner crashed into the wall. The subsequent runners followed suit, charging at the wall like wild beasts. The wooden wall could not withstand the pressure and began to tilt backward, crashing into the second wall. The archers concentrated their fire to take down the long-necked zombies first. Qin Yang issued combat orders to the civilians at the 3 bases through the fish monster's head. The main base was still the first to counter the Shriekers' assault. Ma Yuan had shifted his fire to this special type of zombie as soon as they entered his range. About 20 Shriekers, before they could even let out a cry, were silenced by the arrows fired by Ma Yuan. At Base 2, the oil painting wall played a crucial role in defense, with hundreds of runners meeting their end there. It wasn't until the bombers made a desperate charge that a gap was finally created in the oil painting wall. However, between the oil painting wall and the secondary wooden wall, over 40 armed oil painting soldiers were stationed. Their coordinated firepower effectively blocked the invading zombies and even pushed some back from the oil painting wall. Base 2 did not need to worry too much. The major issue remains with Base 1. After the rampaging runner knocked down a wall, zombies surged in like a flood through the breach. Qin Yang quickly used the Lord's panel to plan a new wall construction a little further back from the gap. After receiving the order, Jin Jian rushed over with a big hammer to start building. In the blink of an eye, he erected a new row of walls. This temporary barrier blocked the zombies from entering the territory, halting the fierce onslaught of the horde. Meanwhile, Ding Dali and the melee team seized the opportunity to clean up the stragglers. Although Base 1 managed to withstand this wave of attacks quite difficultly, the sound of horns above the territory began to fade. The duration of the Home Guardians was coming to an end. The flames of determination in the eyes of the civilians gradually extinguished, and their heightened emotions returned to calm. Even more unsettling was the sound of shrieks from outside the territory, echoing once again. Qin Yang angrily slammed his hand on the table. The table had 5 health points left. Damn it. Did you think you were the only ones who could sing? We have people here too. In the live stream. The comments were filled with concern and doubts about Qin Yang. They couldn't hold out anymore. The walls had been breached twice already. Yes, they should just retreat. Why put on a brave front? It's making me anxious just watching. Wow, that guy with the hammer is really something. He has saved them twice. That guy with the hammer seems to have a building cheat. He can construct anything in less than a second. But relying on building walls to remedy the situation is useless. Building materials will eventually run out. Without completely eliminating the zombies, the fundamental problem won't be solved. I see at least 200 zombies outside, and those long-necked zombies are howling again. However, have you noticed that the civilians in this base seem to be neither dying nor mutating? What is going on? I remember that person was severely injured just moments ago. How are they now bouncing around full of energy? Hey, did you see the person in that little wooden house? They seem to have a healing cheat. No matter how serious the injury, they can recover. Wow, that's a relief. As long as these civilians don't die, they will eventually be able to clear out the zombies. Look, a girl has climbed onto a platform in the center of the territory. What does she want to do? The comments flooded in with. On the platform at the center of Base 1 stood a girl with a delicate appearance and a quiet demeanor. She struck a dance pose and closed her eyes. Then she gently snapped her fingers, and a melodious and cheerful background music began to play, causing her body to sway to the rhythm. The comments in the live stream became even more bewildered, with the screen filled with, "Why is she suddenly starting a performance?" The tone switched too quickly. Meow meow meow. They are fighting desperately against the zombies here, struggling to defend their home. Is it really appropriate to sing and dance now? This girl may not be as cute as my friend Kaiwei, nor as enchanting as an Fu. But her looks and temperament are certainly noteworthy. I love it. Where did that voice come from? How can she have her own sound effects? Wow. This melody sounds so familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. Is this a warning of chaotic vibes ahead? The prelude ends. Lu Yingyun also opens her eyes at the right moment, a smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. She starts to sway her arms, constantly making a gesture of opening and closing her arms. Then her waist twists along, her legs spread in a horse stance, bending and straightening as she performs a rather chaotic dance. At the same time, she begins to hum along with the melody. Two tigers love to dance. Hey, little bunny, be good and pull the radish. I follow the little duck to learn to walk. Childhood is the most beautiful gift. The live chat instantly erupts with comments. Oh, the source of all evil. So toxic. Oh no, I just got hit by this sudden chaos. These young people have no sense of honor. Come on, deceive me. Come on, sneak attack. This must be something Qin Yang taught her. He truly has a dark sense of humor. Haha. Even the chaotic culture of my little site is starting to invade another world. Some viewers began to ponder. Is singing this girl's special ability? She's a girl with her own BGM. Look at those civilians. They seem to be acting strangely. In the live broadcast, Lu Yingyun's singing continues. Baby, the stars guide you. Oh, baby, the moon blesses you. Oh. In base 1, all the civilians who heard Lu Yingyun's voice gradually lit up with a rich golden glow. They either let out pleasant cries, visibly changed in form, or had bleeding wounds instantly healed. Each person randomly received extremely powerful enhancement effects. Some got an attack power of 1,000, some a stamina of 10,000, some increased their attack speed to the limit, and some gained overwhelming strength. Chapter 80. Terrifying score gains in another world. At the main base command center, seeing Lu Yingyun singing and dancing at base 1, Qin Yang covered his face, feeling so embarrassed that he could dig a 3-room apartment into the ground with his feet. Goosebumps all over. He originally just wanted to treat this girl as a music player to pass the boring life in this other world. Luckily, no one saw this scene, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. At base 1, apart from the civilians he summoned and recruited, there were only zombies. So no one could possibly know he was indulging in chaos. With the buffs from the supporting girl Lu Yingyun in place, the situation was immediately reversed. Ding Dali received a boost in movement speed, suddenly accelerating and charging into the horde of zombies like a whirlwind. Wherever he went, the zombies were sent flying as if pushed by a bulldozer. Li Shan, who had been pinned down by dozens of zombies, was fortunate enough to receive a strength enhancement. He appeared as if he were a legendary monkey emerging from stone, single-handedly shouldering the weight of dozens of zombies. Then, with a shake of his body, he sent all the zombies pressing down on him tumbling away. Peng Shun gained an attack power of 1,000, and his talent ability happened to be a hundredfold critical strike. From then on, every attack he landed on the zombies shattered them into pieces. It wasn't just the melee team members, those responsible for ranged shooting, like Li Kaishui and Wu Yingxiu, also received tremendous state boosts. Some achieved extreme shooting speeds, and their bows and arrows seemed to transform into a Gatling gun, firing continuously and taking down a large number of zombies in an instant. Others experienced enhanced shooting accuracy, able to hit every shot, even with their eyes closed. The zombies fell in swathes, like wheat being cut down. In the live broadcast room, the comments were filled with disbelief. He actually managed to hold the line like this. How is that even possible? The song clearly provided buffs to others, and these buffs were impressively powerful. It was absurd, with such strong abilities. Why wait until the last moment to use them? The performance of the young lady was indeed captivating. Unfortunately, this live stream didn't have a one-click support feature. Otherwise, I would definitely be back next time. Dogemoji. The duration of the children's song was only 3.5 minutes. As Lu Yingyun began to wrap up, the zombie tied at base 1 had been mostly cleared. Ding Dali and the melee team members surged forward, taking advantage of the archer's cover to counterattack outside their territory. The remaining few shriekers, not lacking in intelligence, showed a horrifying expression on their ugly faces upon seeing the humans charge in. They turned to flee. But due to their insufficient speed, Ding Dali, who had received an acceleration buff, quickly caught up to them. He grabbed the slender neck of a shrieker and slammed it to the ground, then repeatedly smashed his fist, as big as a sandbag, into the shrieker's forehead, all the while cursing, "Scream, scream, scream. I'll make you scream." He resembled a talentless streamer trying to show off their singing skills in the live stream, only to be urgently stopped by irritated viewers. With the loss of the shrieker's sound boost, the remaining runners immediately weakened. Their bloodshot eyes, once filled with rage, returned to a murky yellow, and their soaring speed and frenzied state vanished in an instant. At this moment, the zombie tide had lost its strength and could no longer pose a threat to base 1. If only I had taught the young lady to sing King of Love songs earlier. Inside the main base, Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief and removed the glowing fish monster skull from his head. Lu Yinyun's singing buff could only last for the duration of one song. Thus, extending the song's length meant extending the buff's duration. Initially, Qin Yang found Lu Yinyun's battle song rather dull, as monotonous as a monk chanting scriptures. Fortunately, after the Hundredfold enhancement, this talent could modify the song at will. Any song could have the same effect as the battle song. Moreover, the Lord can set melody sound effects through the Lord panel. Qin Yang, out of personal preference and a bit of mischievous fun, taught the girl a certain quirky children's song. The reason he didn't let her activate the BGM earlier was due to the song's short duration. If the buff were added right at the start of the zombie wave, the civilians might not last long enough to see the screamer appear. Now that they had waited for the screamer to trigger the regular zombies into a frenzy before activating it, the effect was outstanding. And base 1 managed to hold its ground successfully. Although all 3 bases remained intact, civilian casualties were still inevitable. Qin Yang checked and found that base 1 had the highest casualty numbers, with 3 civilians dead and 2 injured, while the rest were treated by the healer, Jihong. The main base had 0 casualties, while base 3 had 1 civilian dead and over 10 injured. Fortunately, the casualties were mostly just basic civilians. Qin Yang's main force remained unharmed. He sighed, realizing that the development of the subbases was still insufficient. While expanding subbases could increase the daily number of summoned civilians and provide more gold and other benefits, it would also slow down overall progress. Therefore, it was prudent to wait until a base was fully developed before opening a subbase. Otherwise, when faced with a large-scale zombie wave, it would inevitably lead to a shortage of manpower and inadequate defense measures, putting civilians in a precarious situation. Earlier, Qin Yang had also left an escape route for the civilians in base 1. The zombie wave primarily attacked from the west and south, while the northern wave was drawn to the main base. If the civilians couldn't hold on, they could retreat north and escape safely. However, in pursuit of more points, Qin Yang admitted he had been a bit greedy. Now let us see how many points this wave of zombies has earned me. Qin Yang rubbed his hands excitedly and opened the points panel to take a look. Current points, 28, 208. Wow, this score is simply outrageous. If converted into level 2 lottery draws, that would mean 282 consecutive draws. Qin Yang had anticipated that his score from this zombie wave would be high, as risk accompanies reward. With 3 bases facing the zombie wave simultaneously, they endured 3 times the danger and pressure, so the points earned were also 3 times the usual. He thought each base would earn around 5,000 points at most, but didn't he expect each one to accumulate nearly 10,000 points. As the civilians continued to finish up by clearing out zombies caught in traps or not fully dead, the points were still on the rise. Qin Yang estimated that the final points could possibly exceed 29,000. How terrifying. Chapter 81. Rewards and punishments of the second round. The command center would soon level up to LV3. He believed that the lottery would also upgrade at that time. The points earned can be saved up for later use. Qin Yang thought about this for a moment and then closed the points panel. Next, he checked on the cleanup work at the 3 bases, and everything was normal. Once the zombies were completely eliminated, they would dissolve into black sludge. Therefore, it was easy to tell whether the cleanup was completed. By around 3 in the afternoon, there were no zombies left outside the 3 bases. The total points Qin Yang earned remained at 29,805. Logically, this wave of zombies should be completely over now. However, to prevent a surprise comeback from the zombies, Qin Yang prudently assigned civilians with higher stamina to guard the watchtowers and closely monitor the situation outside. As for the other civilians, they were restricted to resting within the camp, ready to resume combat at any time. In the real world, as contestants from various countries were gradually eliminated, the sub-channels in the alternate reality live broadcast were also continuously decreasing. Initially, there were over 80 sub-channels, but now it had dropped to 32. The second wave of zombies had brutally eliminated contestants from more than 50 countries up to this point. In the live broadcast from Xia country, the number of viewers was gradually increasing. In addition to local viewers, many foreign refugees had also mixed in. Oh my gosh, our fairy tale country is doomed. Can Xia country open immigration? I'm from a country known for cigars, and I want to apply to join Xia country. I've heard zombies can appear anywhere. And soon even the president might have nowhere to hide. Oh my, just thinking about it is so despairing. After the first wave of zombies ended, the punishment led to the complete downfall of the entire continent of Africa. What will happen with the punishment for the second wave? Is there still hope for our chicken wrap country? Thanks to contestant Qin Yang from Xia country. Otherwise, our romantic country would have faced a zombie invasion after this wave. Besides the sobbing, there were also some countries with surviving contestants gloating over the situation, openly inviting elites from various nations, showing their ugly faces. Haha. Our cosmetic surgery country welcomes elites from all nations to join. Our contestants are the strongest among all participants. Joining us is definitely the right choice. Our Foot Basin country welcomes elites from all walks of life. The Taiha ethnicity has always been the strongest in the world. The country known for its flags has always welcomed elites from all fields. If you are not a researcher and have no research achievements, that's okay. Just sponsor our government with over 1 million currency units, and you can also qualify for asylum in our country. The Xia country audience expressed their disgust towards these foreign forces openly recruiting people and shared various opinions. Those who are not of our kind must have different intentions. The country must not loosen immigration policies. Many people are just trying to sneak into Xia country to cause trouble. But can we just let those disaster victims fend for themselves? I think we could learn from foreign practices and absorb some elite individuals from disaster-stricken countries first. This is too cruel. Do ordinary people not deserve to seek refuge and live? The second wave of zombies began in the early hours of the 17th and continued until the last zombie in the territory of the surviving contestants was eliminated. The audience stayed up all night waiting for the results. Of course, some were celebrating while others were worried. Those contestants from countries that successfully defended against the zombie wave were eagerly anticipating the distribution of rewards, while audiences from countries with eliminated contestants were in a state of panic, urging their governments to come up with solutions. By the time the live stream displayed the rewards and penalties notification, it was already 7 a.m. on the 18th. This round of the zombie wave is over. Starting to calculate rewards and penalties. As this banner popped up in the live stream, the audience was invigorated. The zombie wave had finally ended. After a whole day of waiting, the slowest contestant was from a certain country, who barely held on until this morning, only to have their command center overrun by zombies. It was tragic. Now only 29 contestants from the otherworldly players remained. Most territories looked quite devastated. The contestants from a neighboring country had lost many of their clones. And another contestant also suffered significant losses. The best situation seemed to be in the territory of Qinyang. At this moment, a fireworks effect rose again in the center of the screen. Bang! The fireworks burst, creating a beautiful scene. Following that, a new banner announcement appeared. Congratulations to the contestant from the Summer Nation for successfully resisting the zombie wave. The Doomsday Tower defense game has rewarded the contestant from the Summer Nation with 10 rapid-effect cancer cell inhibitors. After the rewards were distributed, the barrage of comments immediately fell silent. 2 seconds later, the comments went into a frenzy. Cancer cell inhibitors? This round's reward is medicine? Could it be that this inhibitor is a special drug for treating cancer? Wow, incredible. This second round directly rewarded a cancer treatment drug. However, only 10 units were awarded, which seemed rather insignificant, right? Are you foolish? Don't you see the key point of this round's reward? As long as there is a finished drug, the scientists in the medical field can reverse engineer the formula and mass produce it. Oh my gosh. If that's the case, wouldn't our country be able to completely conquer cancer? Although it's not entirely clear yet, based on the names of these drugs and the magical nature of this otherworldly live stream, it undoubtedly seems to be a special drug for treating cancer. My goodness. The value of this reward is probably many times higher than the oil fields from the first round. Qinyang, in this other world, has indirectly saved countless cancer patients. Truly a remarkable achievement. Everyone, please flood the screen with praises for Qinyang. After the rewards were issued, it was time to announce the penalties for the eliminated countries. All eliminated contestants, including those eliminated in the first round, will randomly have 500 runners and 200 chargers appear in their respective countries. As this banner appeared, it stirred quite a commotion in the Summer Nation's live stream. Runners are those fast zombies, right? This is dangerous. Who can withstand such zombies? Not only that, but there are also those explosive attackers. Dealing with such zombies would require at least a whole squad, right? What's even more deadly is that these zombies appear randomly, making it impossible to prepare in advance. Life is tough for the people of that nation, but fortunately, Qinyang managed to hold the defense. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, I truly feel incredibly fortunate, proud, and honored to be a native of this country. Chapter 82. Highest honor recipient of the romantic nation in the suburbs of Changhu City, a villa area in the country. Qinyang's parents received several formally dressed personnel from a special national department in the villa's large living room. Mr. Qin, your decision is undoubtedly the most correct one. You are a great and selfless person, and I express the highest respect on behalf of the nation. The leading staff member stood up from his seat and respectfully bowed to Qin Zhengwo, who was sitting across from him. You're too kind. I merely made this decision on behalf of Xiaoyang. Qin Zhengwo quickly waved his hand. He and his wife, Wang Yiping, both wore awkward expressions, nervously unsure of where to place their hands. If this agent truly works, it could help countless unfortunate individuals. This is a tremendous contribution to the nation and the people. And I believe Xiaoyang will understand my intentions. This morning, the couple who had been following the live broadcast from their country learned that their son had received another award. when the 10 special cancer cell inhibitors appeared quite abruptly on the coffee table in the villa's main living room. They felt immense pride in their son, but also began to consider how to handle these 10 vials. However, they only pondered for less than 10 seconds before receiving a call from the special department of the nation. After confirming the authenticity of the agents with Qin Jiangwo, they quickly rushed to the villa area in Changhu City. Of course, the nation would not take Qin Yang's rewards without compensation. The personnel in charge of the matter presented a contract to Qin Jiangwo. Similar to the previous oil field, the nation will be responsible for research and development, promotion, and all related matters, taking 10 of the total shares, while you will receive 90. What do you think, Mr. Qin? Qin Jiangwo naturally had no objections. The previously rewarded oil field was already progressing steadily under the nation's management. Although it had not yet generated actual profits, he received detailed progress reports daily from dedicated personnel. He had complete trust in the nation. Let us proceed as you suggested. Qin Jiangwo pushed the exquisite small wooden box containing the 10 vials toward the staff member and instructed, please have the researchers test the formula as soon as possible. Mass produce it and put it into use to save more critically ill patients. The staff member solemnly accepted the small wooden box, nodded at Qin Jiangwo, and said, you are truly kind. Rest assured, I will convey your message properly. In the diplomatic department of the country, a diplomat received an envoy from the romantic nation. The government of a certain country has unanimously decided in a meeting to award a medal of the highest honor, the Grand Crusader Medal, to the contestant Qin Yang from another country, in recognition of his outstanding contributions to our nation. As the envoy spoke, he took out a beautifully crafted medal in green and white from an exquisite box. They indeed should express something, after all. Qin Yang not only chose not to eliminate contestants from our nation, but also helped protect our territory, preventing our country from suffering penalties in reality and avoiding the danger of annihilation. This Grand Crusader Medal symbolizes the highest honor of our nation and is only awarded to those who have made significant contributions. Qin Yang is also the first person from his country to receive this honor, marking a historic achievement. Originally, a ceremony was to be held, with our leader personally presenting the medal to Qin Yang, but considering that he is currently in another world and the international situation is quite severe, this medal can only be handed over to his family by me. May I have a chance to meet Qin Yang's family? The diplomat from his country smiled and replied, I'm sorry, but I cannot accommodate that. As you know, the international situation is quite severe, and during this special time, we must provide the highest level of protection for Qin Yang's family. If you can accept this, we will handle the delivery of the medal. The implication was clear. If your nation cannot accept this, then please take the medal back. Such a meaningless item is unlikely to be cherished by Qin Yang. Well, we did consider this situation. The envoy did not insist and handed the medal over to the ambassador from his country. May the friendship between our nations last forever. The response from the ambassador was equally formal. Our nation is willing to work hand in hand with all countries filled with goodwill and friendship. But if any country intends to harm our interests, we will not back down. Meanwhile, in another world, Qin Yang, now a recipient of the Grand Crusader Medal, was getting out of bed under the care of an Ifu. He was dressed in a new outfit personally tailored by a master seamstress. The style resembled traditional attire, featuring long sleeves and a wide hem, which, combined with Qin Yang's good looks, made him appear exceptionally refined and elegant. My lord looks really good in this outfit, an Ifu remarked. Unlike another person who was usually innocent and shy, an Ifu was naturally charming, and after receiving a hundredfold enhancement, her allure was simply captivating. After helping Qin Yang get ready, she lightly touched her red lips and teasingly said, it's making me drool just looking at you. Qin Yang playfully pinched her slender waist, causing her to giggle. Daring to tease my lord like this, you'll face consequences tonight. I'm so scared. An Ifu pretended to be frightened, but there was no hint of fear in her charming eyes. Instead, they contained a certain allure and suggestion. Welcome, my lord, to come and punish me. This flirtatious scene was naturally noticed by the audience lurking in the live broadcast room. Suddenly, the comments in the entire live stream became chaotic. Is this it? First thing in the morning, I have to watch this. Damn it. Is there any hope for single dogs? If you have the guts, broadcast something inappropriate. Anyway, no one can ban this live room. Although Qin Yang, you have protected our nation and brought us considerable honor, your fickleness really disappoints me. So, I've decided to unfollow you for an hour. Bah. Scumbag. You're not satisfied with having Kaiwei and are now going after a new woman. I'm so angry. Such a good catch has been taken by that pig Qin Yang. When will this otherworldly game open for the second batch of players? I'm not looking to play. I just want to send some local specialties to classmate Qin Yang. Chapter 83. Searching for Orvanes. LV3 Command Center today. The 8 new civilians were summoned by Qin Yang. He checked their profiles and was fortunate to find that 5 of them had gifted abilities. However, 4 of these abilities were duplicates, similar to some existing abilities in the territory, including combat and production types. Only one civilian, named Zhuijing, had a rather unique gifted ability. Gifted ability, or vein perception, perceive the distribution of or veins within a 1-kilometer radius. Legendary or vein perception, perceive the distribution of or veins within a 100 kilometers radius. Qin Yang recalled that he had previously won a smelting facility in a lottery, which was meant for melting ores and producing metal materials. However, it had been idle due to a lack of raw materials. With this gifted ability, finding various raw materials shouldn't be too difficult, right? Coincidentally, Zhuijing was one of the civilians summoned from the main base. So Qin Yang immediately had him use his gifted ability. After receiving the order, Zhuijing quickly crouched down and pressed his palm against the ground. A few seconds later, he stood up and reported, "My lord, there are a total of 23 collection points within a 100 kilometers radius." What? 23? There are actually that many. This result truly surprised Qin Yang. But then he thought of a situation. With Zhuijing's gifted ability amplified 100-fold, the detection range reached an entire 100 kilometers. If this 100 kilometers refers to the radius of a circle, then from Zhuijing's center, it would equal a straight line distance of 200 kilometers. That's an enormous range. Qin Yang estimated that the diameter of the entire Nora Basin would exceed 200 kilometers. Plus, given the unique setting of this other world, having so many collection points seems plausible. He then inquired about the detailed situation of these 23 collection points. The nearest collection point to the main base is located about 2 kilometers to the east, where there is a coal collection site. Zhuijing provided a detailed introduction to 5 collection points relatively close to the 3 major bases of Qin Yang, which include 2 coal collection points, 1 copper collection point, and 2 iron collection points. The closest one is indeed 2 kilometers east of the main base. Qin Yang furrowed his brows, feeling puzzled. That direction was previously explored by 2 individuals, and their exploration distance was more than 2 kilometers. So why didn't they discover the coal collection point? Could it be that such collection points can only be found by professionals? With this question in mind, Qin Yang instructed Zhuijing to head east of the territory to search for the coal collection point. And he also asked Ma Yuan to lead a few archers for protection. The sheep brought back from the other base had been carefully bred by Zheng Cheng over the past few days and had rapidly completed their breeding and growth process. The number of sheep in the territory had now reached over 20. And the wool harvested from them was continuously transformed into fabric after processing by the textile master Lin Li. By the afternoon of the 18th day, the total fabric storage in the territory finally surpassed 500 units. They had finally gathered all the materials needed to upgrade to a level 3 command center. Qin Yang let out a cheer and quickly chose to upgrade the command center. Instantly, the large wooden house that he had lived in for more than half a month transformed into an ethereal construction state. A prompt appeared beside it. 47 hours, 59 minutes, 58 seconds until this upgrade is completed. Upgrading to level 3 would take a full 2 days, which was double the time required for upgrading to level 2. Fortunately, Qin Yang had Yu Ding, a civilian who could accelerate the upgrade of any building. He immediately arranged for Yu Ding to occupy the upgrading command center to provide a boost to the building's upgrade. In less than a second, the ethereal state of the command center was lifted, and a uniquely designed stone villa appeared in the original location in the blink of an eye. Command center upgrade successful. Armor value, 200. Storage capacity, 100. Daily summon of civilians, 1. Daily gold income, 50. New building unlocked, machinery factory. New technology unlocked, steam boiler. Level 3 points lottery unlocked. Points mall interface unlocked. The wooden house had transformed into a stone villa. Qin Yang took a moment to assess the significantly changed command center. The new villa was exquisitely designed, built entirely of stone, with a rectangular shape and sharp white walls. The height of the stone villa reached over 10 meters and was structured across 3 floors. Upon entering the villa, Qin Yang noticed that the internal space had also noticeably improved compared to before. His living conditions in this other world had once again elevated, which made him reflect on his initial days when he was still living in a leather tent, trembling in fear of the zombies near the command center. Unexpectedly, in just half a month, the environment has changed repeatedly, and basic security guarantees no longer require Qin Yang's concern. The LV-3 command center is spacious and sturdy, with an armor value as high as 270 points, making it the most defensively powerful building in the entire territory. Now, even if it encounters a charger for a frontal assault, it won't be able to break through the thick walls of the command center for a while. Qin Yang looked again at the various enhancements brought by upgrading the command center. In addition to an increase in the number of civilians summoned daily, the daily gold income has also risen. Starting from the LV-2 command center, the importance of gold has begun to stand out. The training programs in the training ground and the technological research in the workshop both consume a significant amount of gold. After spending 1,000 gold to upgrade the command center, Qinyang now has less than 200 gold left. Once the training ground and workshop are upgraded, a large amount of gold will be consumed again. Therefore, daily gold income is very beneficial for Qinyang. When upgrading to the LV2 command center, 3 buildings were unlocked. But this time only one mechanical factory was unlocked. Qinyang checked the new building on the construction page. Mechanical Factory LV1, a factory that supports the research and production of large steam machinery. Construction cost, 100 wood, 100 stone, 200 steel, 100 copper ingots. Construction time, 24 hours. Well, it seems I've jumped straight from the primitive era to the steam age in terms of technology. After all, human power is limited and cannot be compared to the strength of machinery. Although this principle may not necessarily apply within Qinyang's territory. If this building can produce some mechanical devices and weapons to enhance territorial defense, the benefits for Qinyang would be significant. However, after looking at the materials required to build the mechanical factory, he felt that the difficulty of constructing this building was still quite high. In the past, just collecting the steel and copper ingots would have been very challenging. Copper ingots should be obtainable through smelting. The more difficult one is steel. This building material is likely a composite material, requiring various raw materials for semi-processing, similar to fabric. However, regardless of which of these 2 building materials is involved, the production premise cannot bypass the smelting facility. I really am lucky. I drew the smelting facility a long time ago. Now, with Zhuijing, the human mining radar, my efforts will be doubled, and I believe it won't be long before I can gather the materials needed to construct this factory. In addition to the mechanical factory, this upgrade of the command center also directly rewarded a steam boiler technology. Steam boiler increases the production efficiency of certain buildings and equipment by adding steam boilers, significantly reducing the physical consumption of civilians. This technology effectively accelerates the industrialization pace of the territory. For buildings like the ore mining facility, after adding a steam boiler, the heavy ores might not require human labor for transportation. A large boat manufactured by Gong was fitted with a steam boiler, transforming it from a manually rowed vessel into a steam-powered ship. In summary, steam boiler technology can be applied to various aspects of the territory. Next, Qinyang focused on the LV 3 points lottery. The points required for each lottery draw had indeed increased significantly. For the LV 3 points lottery, one draw required 1,000 points. With the points Qinyang currently had, he could draw nearly 30 times. Oh, there was a new points mall added this time. He noticed that the last reward for upgrading the command center was included. Additionally, a subpage for the points mall appeared next to the points lottery. Let us see what items are sold in this mall. Chapter 84. Upgrade Skills. New active effects. The points mall interface only had 3 options. 1. Upgrade your civilian leader's active effect once for 5,000 points. 2. Unlock a new active effect for your civilian leader's skill for 10,000 points. 3. Purchase a promotion key for 1,000 points. It turns out that the abilities obtained from the lottery can still be enhanced. Among the 3 options for sale, the first 2 were related to Qinyang's civilian leader skills. Upgrading the active effect once might increase the daily limit of civilians that can be influenced. Currently, the main issue troubling Qinyang was the low efficiency of the civilian leader's active effect. He had a dozen civilians ready for influence, and if he could only influence 1 per day, it would take him at least half a month to complete. This time frame was too long. There were too many uncertainties in this other world, and no one knew what kind of peril the next wave of undead would bring. The sooner he could recruit civilians, the more beneficial it would be for Qinyang. Moreover, if he happened to recruit more civilians in between, the number of people waiting to be influenced would only continue to grow, making it impossible to clear them all. Therefore, upon seeing this option, Qinyang already had the intention to purchase it. Option 2 could add a new active effect for the civilian leader. However, this new active effect was unknown and filled with uncertainty. Qinyang considered the point costs of the 2 options. Additionally, option 2 required 10,000 points for a single purchase, and he currently had just under 30,000 points in total. Rather than spend a third of his points on a gamble, it would be better to upgrade the existing active effect first. As for the third option, what was this promotion key? Qinyang recalled that when he eliminated a contestant from the Southern Monkey Kingdom, he gained not only points, but also a promotion key. This item was literally described as being used to upgrade the command center. Right. He had just upgraded to an LV3 command center and was still unclear about what conditions needed to be met for further upgrades. Qinyang closed the mall interface and checked the main interface. LV3 command center. Next upgrade. 1,000 wood, 1,000 stone, 1,000 gold, 500 steel, 500 copper ingots. 13 promotion keys. Indeed, the next upgrade will require the use of the promotion key. However, the ways to obtain the promotion key are not limited to purchases from the store, It can also be acquired by defeating other players in this alternate world. Therefore, Qin Yang is not in a hurry to spend points on purchases. For now, let's upgrade the active effect of the commoner leader. Qin Yang then paid 5,000 points and selected option 1. In a flash of light, he received a prompt for the active effect upgrade. He immediately checked the commoner leader skill. Active effect 3. Designate a recruited commoner to enhance their talent ability by 100-fold. Can be used 5 times a day? Great. The daily usage frequency has indeed increased from 1 time to 5 times. With this, the 10 or so recruited commoners with talents can probably all be upgraded in just 3 days, significantly improving efficiency. Qin Yang immediately called over 5 commoners from base 2 to the command center entrance. Then he used the active effect on them in bulk. 5 beams of golden light simultaneously struck the 5 commoners. After a brief few seconds, the golden light dissipated, and Qin Yang had gained 5 commoners with a 100-fold enhancement of their talent abilities. After sending the 5 newly enhanced commoners, who were in an extreme state of excitement. Back to work, Qin Yang opened the points store interface again. He wondered if the active effect could be upgraded again. That way, all commoners could be upgraded in just 2 days. But when he saw the purchase price for option 1, his expression immediately soured. Upgrade your commoner leader's active effect once for 10,000 points. Damn, the price doubled after just 1 purchase. Qin Yang still had over 23,000 points left, so he could afford another purchase. However, after upgrading once, the active ability was already sufficient, and spending another 10,000 points for an upgrade seemed a bit unwise. After much consideration, Qin Yang ultimately decided to forego further upgrading of the active effect. Should he take a gamble on the new active effect? Qin Yang stroked his chin. The more he hesitated, the more he felt the urge to purchase option 2. The new active effect should also be related to the skill. Since this skill starts with a 100-fold enhancement for commoners, the new active effect shouldn't be particularly bad, right? With this thought in mind, Qin Yang clicked to purchase option 2. In a flash of light, he received a prompt saying he had obtained a new active effect. He quickly opened the skill description to check. Active effect 4. Cohesion of the people. Designate up to 3 commoners, link them together, and allow them to share their respective talent abilities. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 12 hours. At the moment he saw this special effect description, Qin Yang couldn't help but exclaim, wow, this active effect is simply amazing. Previously, Qin Yang had thought that if he could combine commoners with different talent abilities, the resulting synergy would definitely not be as simple as just adding them up. He didn't expect that so soon, his idea could be realized. Without further ado, just by linking Ding Dali, Li Shan, and Wang Teng together, 3 incredibly powerful individuals could be created instantly. If Yang Fei and Jin Jian were bound together, it would lead to limitless stamina. Although the duration is only 10 minutes, that time is enough to accomplish many things. Qin Yang felt that spending 10,000 points was truly worth it. With over 13,000 points remaining, he thought about upgrading the active effect once more. Qin Yang chose option 1. Immediately, 2 choices popped up before him. Enhance active effect 3 or enhance active effect 4. Without hesitation, he chose option 4. Another 10,000 points were spent, and Qin Yang received a notification of upgrading to active effect 4. He checked his skills again. Active effect 4. People's cohesion. Designate up to 7 civilians to link them together, allowing them to share their respective talent abilities. Duration, 20 minutes. Cooldown, 8 hours. Amazing. This ability has been significantly enhanced, aside from the duration and cooldown time. The increased number of linkable individuals means that the shared talent abilities will be greater, and each individual's strength will also increase. After these major expenditures, Qin Yang was left with just over 3,000 points. He decided to use it all for a lottery draw. Do you wish to spend 3,000 points for 3 LV3 lottery draws? Yes. After confirming, 3 rewards immediately appeared before Qin Yang. Chapter 85, Blacksmith Shop. Talent sharing. You have drawn the blueprint for the blacksmith shop. You have drawn 150 gold coins. You have drawn 30 units of steel. The increase in lottery level improves both the probability of winning and the value of the prizes. Blueprints that were difficult to obtain at level 1 are almost easy to draw at level 3. Additionally, the material rewards have become more modern, including composite materials like steel. Qin Yang used the blueprint for the blacksmith shop. He then checked the description of the building. Its main function is to produce metal tools. With this building, Qin Yang's territory officially transitioned from the Stone Age to the Iron Age. However, due to a lack of materials, Qin Yang planned to wait until his territory could continuously obtain iron ore, copper ore, and other raw materials before constructing this building. About an hour later, Zhuo Jing and others returned from their mining expedition to the main base. Zhuo Jing reported, "My lord, there is indeed a medium-sized coal mine to the east of the main base, with a rich supply of coal and a small amount of iron ore. Good job, Qin Yang said, immediately calling over Claude, the deputy in charge of infrastructure, and instructing him to build a mining collection site at that coal mine, while also constructing a wooden suspension bridge over the river to the east. Now that the main base's strength was soaring, expanding to the east was imperative. Building a wooden suspension bridge can facilitate civilian passage on one hand, and on the other hand, it allows for the bridge to be raised at any moment in the event of a zombie wave, blocking the undead from crossing and attacking the base. Survival Day, Day 18. Please note, the third wave of zombies will break out on Day 24, after the second wave of zombies. Players from another world gained another 7 days of respite. Qin Yang also began planning how to strengthen the 3 bases as much as possible before the next wave arrived. Once the command center reaches LV3, other buildings can also be upgraded to the 3rd level. He looked at the crucial upgrade for the walls. The LV2 thick wooden walls could continue to be upgraded to LV3 stone walls. According to the description, a stone wall measures 6 meters in length, 6 meters in height, and 3 meters in width, with an armor value increased to 200 points, which is 4 times that of the previous thick wooden walls. A row of stone walls is equivalent to 4 rows of thick wooden walls. Additionally, watchtowers can be built on top of the stone walls, and large defensive weapons like ballistae and catapults can be directly placed on the walls. However, the materials needed to construct stone walls have also significantly increased, requiring 50 units of stone to build one wall. Qin Yang estimated that after further expanding the main base, the total area would increase to about 10,000 square meters. The shape would still be an irregular square structure, with both length and width around 100 meters. This means that to build a row of stone walls in one direction alone, 800 units of stone would be needed. If completed in full, it would require 200 units of stone, which is quite a daunting material consumption. However, this is not a significant problem for Qin Yang. Currently, he has 2 civilians with mining talents in his territory, and these 2 civilians can gather 1,000 units of stone daily. If nothing else is done, the collection of wall-building materials can be completed in just 3 days. The stone production cannot be increased simply due to the civilians' physical limitations, as they need to rest after working for a while. By linking the skill of the miner with these 2 mining civilians and connecting 4 other civilians without talents, he would have a total of 7 miners with unlimited stamina. With this collection efficiency, they could likely complete the work in less than 2 hours. The speed of building the stone walls is not a concern for Qin Yang either. With the 2 infrastructure experts, Jin Jian and Claude, upgrading the main base's walls would likely take less than half a day. Besides upgrading the walls, he also needs to send more people out to explore. Currently, apart from Zhuijing's or vein perception, Qin Yang has no other remote exploration technology. To explore the surrounding area of his territory, he can only rely on the feet of the civilians. By using the talents of Yang Fei, Qi Yuan, and Wang Teng as a base, he can link 7 civilians. This way, all 7 can share the benefits of unlimited stamina and the effect of rapid invisibility, which lasts for 20 minutes, though brief. The exploration efficiency would be infinitely higher than sending Qi Yuan out alone. In the Western Forest, the Night Demon Cave is ready for exploration. To celebrate the victory against the undead tide, Qin Yang specially organized a grand celebration on the evening of the 18th. This event not only provided the common people with a moment of relaxation, but also enhanced their sense of belonging to the territory. After leaving the necessary guards at each sub-base, the remaining civilians gathered at the main base. As night fell, the small square of the main base was brightly lit and filled with civilians from the 3 bases. 10 long tables were neatly arranged, laden with delicious dishes that filled the air with enticing aromas, allowing the civilians to enjoy the feast freely. In the center of the square, a huge bonfire was lit, adding a lively atmosphere to the celebration. On a makeshift stage, a civilian named Lu Yinyun performed an impressive song and dance show. As the esteemed lord, Qin Yang sat alone in a position in front of the command center, accompanied by 2 beautiful women, Qin Kaiwei and Enai Fu. The atmosphere of the celebration gradually became more lively, with new and old civilians mingling together. Many people, having eaten and drunk to their fill, began dancing around the bonfire. Hosting such an event indeed helped enhance the sense of belonging. Moreover, the loyalty of some civilians increased significantly. He noticed that the loyalty of the newly incorporated civilians from the Romantic Nation had risen from below 50 to the majority, now above 70. Major events like the Undead Tide were the most effective in boosting the loyalty and sense of belonging among the civilians. When the civilians fought side by side to successfully fend off the Undead Tide, their bond as compatriots deepened, adding a layer of camaraderie to their relationships. This strengthened their connections with one another and deepened their recognition of the territory. Currently, aside from the newly summoned civilians over the past 3 days, the sense of belonging of the other civilians had risen to level 2. As the celebration progressed into its later stages, Three pairs of civilian couples approached Qin Yang hand in hand. Among them was Wu Yingxiu, who had survived at the first subbase. "Oh, you want me to be your officiant?" Qin Yang immediately became interested and straightened his posture. He thought about how the Level 1 workshop had earned a technical reward for free love, finally coming in handy. With the male and female civilians starting to date, it wouldn't be long before they would consider starting families. However, he found the idea of increasing the population through childbirth unreliable, mainly due to the lengthy gestation and growth periods. He wondered if there were any talents like Zheng Cheng's that could accelerate growth. "Of course I can." Qin Yang smiled and nodded, agreeing to officiate for the three pairs of civilians. He then received a notification that Wu Yingxiu and others had a sense of belonging at 50. The 6 civilians looked at Qin Yang with gratitude in their eyes. They then embraced tightly, and before the celebration was even over, hurried back to their homes to celebrate their love. Cough cough. It seemed like it wasn't too late either. Qin Yang cast a suggestive glance at both Tan Kaiwei and N Fu. The former shyly lowered her head, fidgeting with the hem of her clothes. The latter shot a bold and provocative look at Qin Yang, her tongue teasingly gliding over her slightly parted lips. Good, good, good. She has guts to take the initiative and provoke. I will soon show you what cruelty means. He immediately stood up and led the 2 young women into the stone villa. Chapter 86. The Rising Stone Wall, Day 19 in the Other World. Qin Yang woke up at 5:30 a.m. The cooldown time for the active effect of People-S cohesion is 8 hours. This means it can be used a maximum of 3 times in one day. Therefore, the timing of its use must be carefully planned. Qin Yang planned to use it for the first time around 6 a.m., then the second time around 2 p.m., and the third time around 10 p.m. The construction of the stone wall was prioritized in the 7-day plan. Thus, the first task this morning was to gather enough stone materials from the northern slope. He had already selected 7 commoners with shared talent abilities. First, the 2 commoners with mining talents were essential, as they ensured collection efficiency. Then, Yang Fei was also indispensable. Otherwise, the commoners would struggle to maintain their physical stamina during the intense labor. The remaining 4 commoners were more flexible, as they were only responsible for exerting effort. Upon arriving at the northern slope, Qin Yang noticed that due to continuous mining, a third of the mountain had already been excavated. Resources at such collection points are not infinite. Based on the mining progress at the northern slope, it was estimated that in some time, the slope could be completely mined through, at which point the stone supply at the collection point would be exhausted. However, the remaining stone here was definitely sufficient for the current stone wall construction. Qin Yang raised his hand, and as the skill activated, a beam of light burst forth from his palm. The moment the light appeared, it seemed to have a consciousness of its own, swiftly darting toward Yang Fei, who stood beside him. Instantly, the light entered Yang Fei's body, illuminating him. Then, a split of light continued to extend like a chain to the next commoner. After repeating this 7 times, all 7 commoners present were linked together by the light. Once this step was completed, the commoners immediately felt a change within themselves. Their faces filled with astonishment. What is happening? I feel like my body is brimming with energy. I seem to have gained a better understanding and experience of how to collect ores. This is incredible. Is this what they call extraordinary power? The effect of People-S cohesion lasts only 20 minutes. So without delay, Qin Yang hurriedly sent the 7 commoners into the mining area to start working. The commoners confidently stepped into the mine, their pickaxes flying up and down in their hands with astonishing speed. This was due to one commoner's mining acceleration talent taking effect. In the blink of an eye, a large pile of stone materials had miraculously formed in the once empty collection area. Stones, 770. This is another civilian's talent for extra 100 mining yield taking effect. It took less than 15 minutes. Qin Yang watched as the northern mining point was emptied at a visibly rapid pace. This small hill, just over 10 meters high, was flattened by these 7 civilians. The collection work had to be ended early. Qin Yang harvested nearly 1 million units of stone in total. Looking at the pile of stones filling the entire northern area of his territory, Qin Yang felt that the extra 100 yield talent was simply outrageous and completely unreasonable. With so much stone, I could probably build a great wall in another world. In the reality world, in a live stream room. Wow. What is up with these 7 people? Why are they mining so fast? A whole mountain has been completely dug out. Seeing this scene, a viewer cursed and exited the live stream. Doesn't anyone think this situation is unreasonable? How could such a small mountain yield so many stones? Don't ask. Just assume it's cheating. What a fuss. Clearly a newcomer. Such operations are basic skills in Qin Yang's territory. Transporting 1 million units of stone is quite troublesome, and storing it is even more challenging. Fortunately, since it's stone, leaving it outside for a while shouldn't be a big issue. If it were wood or similar resources, direct exposure to the elements could quickly lead to rotting and pests. He originally planned to build just a stone wall. Now, with the excess stone, Qin Yang decided to build 3 stone walls right away. Triple defenses will surely provide more security when the next wave of zombies arrives. However, this would only consume less than 10,000 units of stone, not even reaching 1% of the total. Even if he built 3 stone walls for the other 2 sub-bases, it would only barely consume around 30,000 units of stone. Building walls is the most stone-consuming project among territory constructions. Besides, other building upgrades also require stone, but not much at all. Does he really want to build a Great Wall? This idea is just a thought. Right now, Qin Yang hasn't even explored the surrounding areas of his territory. So he has no idea where to start building. It seems that next time he needs to gather resources, he can't be so aggressive. Otherwise, wasting manpower is minor. But wasting the gathered resources would be a real shame. By around 2 p.m., Qin Yang finally awaited the cooldown of the active skill effect. The next task was to accelerate the construction of the walls. This time, the targets to link were Jin Jian and Yang Fei. Although Claude's talent also pertains to construction, he can only grant others construction speed boosts for single projects, making him unsuitable for linking. After linking the 7 civilians, they transformed into whirlwinds, starting to circle around the existing reinforced wooden walls, operating at high speed. Tall and thick stone walls were rapidly constructed, forming a straight line horizontally, with stone gates reserved for entry and exit in between. In less than 2 minutes, the walls to the south of the main base were completely replaced with LV3 stone walls. Then, the civilians built 2 more walls outside the newly constructed ones, with a gap of about 3 meters between each wall. Standing on the 3rd floor of the command center, Qin Yang watched as the stone walls rose from the ground, gradually taking on the appearance of an ancient city wall. Once the other buildings within the territory were upgraded as well, this base would look like a small fortress. After similarly constructing 3 stone walls to the west of the main base was largely protected by the stone walls. The safety of the civilians residing in the main base was significantly enhanced. Chapter 87, Monster Perception, Coal, and Steel while transforming the territory's walls. Qin Yang also summoned the civilians for the day. Currently, only the command center of the main base had been upgraded to LV3, and the number of civilians summoned daily by Qin Yang had increased to 9. Among the 9, 4 civilians possessed special abilities. Fan Rui had the ability Insight, increases experience gain speed by 20 during technological research, and Inspiration Burst, gains experience every second during technological research. Tian Ling had the ability Monster Perception, detects monsters within a kilometer, and Master-level Monster Perception, detects monsters within 100 kilometers. The other 2 individuals had abilities that increased gathering speed in the wild and expanded the types of aquatic products that could be caught in rivers. The workshop had only been occupied by Yangshi until now. With a 100-fold enhancement effect, each time he completed a research task, he could gain an additional 1,000 experience points. This effect was initially very powerful, but as the level of the workshop continued to rise, the experience required for each level increased significantly, causing Yangshi's efficiency to noticeably decline. The newly summoned Fan Rui, while having experience-gaining abilities, was still less effective than Yangshi. Ordinary civilians conducting technical research in the workshop could only earn 10 experience points every 12 hours while consuming 20 stamina points. Although Fan Rui gained experience every second, his stamina could not sustain him for long. If Fan Rui, Yang Fei, and Yangshi formed a team and added 4 more individuals to work together in the workshop, their efficiency would be astonishing. Thinking back, Yang Fei truly was a versatile asset. No matter how he was combined, he was indispensable. Qin Yang felt fortunate to have recruited him. However, the current level 2 workshop had already completed 10 research tasks. To continue research, it was necessary to upgrade the workshop. Upgrading to an LV3 workshop required new building materials such as steel and copper. Therefore, Qin Yang needed to accelerate the collection of resources and the progress of metal smelting before that. Among the civilians summoned this time, there was also one worth Qin Yang's attention, Tian Ling. The girl's talent is similar to the perceptive ability related to mineral veins, and after a 100-fold enhancement, her sensing range can almost cover the entire Nora Basin. Having survived in this other world for more than half a month, Qin Yang has gained considerable insight into the hostile forces he faces. The primary adversaries consist of zombies, zombie hordes, and other players from different realms, similar to himself. Monsters are regarded as a secondary threat since he has only encountered 2 types, due to their low appearance rate. Compared to zombies, individual monsters possess significantly greater strength. Correspondingly, the points rewarded upon defeating them are also higher. Additionally, the territory's recipe for the ultimate feast requires meat from 3 different types of monsters at level 2 or above. But so far, Qin Yang has only collected 1 type of bear monster meat, primarily because monsters are hard to come by. With this person's talent, he can actively hunt monsters. Qin Yang immediately asked Tian Ling to use her talent ability. The girl closed her eyes, and her invisible mental energy spread outward. A few seconds later, She reopened her eyes, showing signs of fatigue. Qin Yang noticed that her stamina had dropped by 2/3 in an instant. Active talent abilities consume a lot of stamina when used. Tianling said with a serious expression, "My lord, I sensed a considerable number of monsters." The sensing range of 100 kilometers covers most of the Nora Basin. She had almost detected all the monsters within the basin. Qin Yang replied, "Let's not worry about those that are too far away. Just tell me about the monsters closest to our territory." Tianling nodded and reported the monsters within a 20-kilometer radius. The nearest monsters to the main base are located about 10 kilometers to the east. And there are also some in the western woods. There are additional monsters about 15 kilometers southeast. And a large number of fish monsters in the river were also detected by Tianling's talent. Great. Once the construction tasks in the main base are mostly completed, we can send people to hunt these monsters. After finishing the construction of the walls, Qin Yang built a smelting facility in the area east of the main base. Across the river, the main part of this building is a tall smelting furnace. By putting in metal ores and using wood as fuel, corresponding metal ingots can be melted. However, since the smelting furnace is made of stone, it cannot withstand excessively high temperatures. Additionally, choosing wood as fuel does not provide enough heat. Therefore, melting metals has a high probability of failure, is inefficient, and wastes raw materials. To increase the success rate, the smelting facility needs to be upgraded first. However, a level 2 smelting facility requires steel as a composite material. Fortunately, I have a commoner with a talent related to smelting ores, which not only accelerates the process but also provides additional smelting benefits. Regardless of the type of production talent, as long as it offers extra benefits, the effects become terrifying after a hundredfold enhancement. Therefore, Qin Yang is somewhat concerned about efficiency. What he finds difficult to accept is the waste of raw materials caused by smelting failures. Thus, he decided to upgrade the smelting facility first. The production list of the smelting area reveals the formula for producing steel: 5 units of iron ingots, 2 units of coal, and 2 units of steel. Producing iron ingots also requires coal. Regardless of the situation, collecting coal first is the right move. The stone collection point on the north slope has been exhausted. The 2 miners with mining talent, along with a dozen other non-talented civilians, have been freed up. Qin Yang then arranged for 1 talented miner to take 10 non-talented civilians to the coal collection point to the east. The remaining civilians were tasked with collecting iron ore. According to Zhuo Jing's introduction, the nearest iron ore collection point to the main base is approximately 5 kilometers southeast of the territory. Before sending people to collect, it would be wise to clear the roads first to enhance the efficiency of raw material transportation. Currently, the primary mode of transport within Qin Yang's territory relies on livestock, such as oxen and horses, to pull carts. Although this is a significant improvement over previous human-powered carts, it is still inadequate relative to the current collection efficiency. Qin Yang stroked his chin in thought. As they have already advanced to the steam engine era, it is time to consider the use of trains as a mode of transportation. In the afternoon, the main base completed the construction of triple stone walls, iron ore collection sites, coal collection sites, and 2 stone slab roads leading to the collection sites. After dispatching the civilians responsible for mining to the collection points, it wasn't long before the first batch of minerals was transported back to the main base by cart. The smelting work immediately commenced. Sheng Liangpeng, who has smelting talent, finally produced 3 units of iron ingots after 2 consecutive failures, and successfully created 100 units of iron ingots out of nothing thanks to his talent. Qin Yang quickly ordered him to stop the production of iron ingots and instead use the newly acquired iron ingots to produce steel. After several more failures, the prompt, Steel 101, finally appeared before Qin Yang's eyes. The requirement for upgrading the workshop to LV3 in terms of steel was met. Now they just needed 50 units of copper ingots. Metal ore collection points usually have associated minerals, so there is a certain probability of obtaining associated minerals with each collection. When Qin Yang opened up that iron ore collection point, there was copper ore present as well. After the first wave of collection, he successfully harvested around 50 units of copper ore. He then had Sheng Liangpeng stop steel production and switch to producing copper ingots. By this time, it was already dark, and the civilians working in other positions were gradually finishing their work and heading home for dinner, while the smelting facility remained bustling with activity. The towering smelting boiler had not stopped operating, and the smoke generated from burning coal was being expelled into the dark blue sky through the tall chimney. Finally, Sheng Liangpeng completed another production run. Copper ingot 103. Great, the materials for upgrading the workshop have been gathered. Just arrange for Yu Ding to upgrade this building immediately. The importance of the main base surpasses that of the other 2 bases. After the command center reaches level 3, the construction and upgrade tasks for the main base are prioritized by Qin Yang. Originally, Jin Jian and Yu Ding, who were assigned to the first sub-base, were called back to the main base. Yu Ding quickly moved into the workshop that was starting the upgrade process. The upgrade speed accelerated instantly. And in the blink of an eye, a larger and taller building replaced the Level 2 workshop, standing in the northern area of the territory. The Level 3 workshop occupies a larger area and has one more floor than before. The number of rooms on each floor has also doubled, with more research equipment inside. The maximum occupancy increased from 30 to 50 people. At the same time, the technology research interface was updated. Qin Yang glanced at it. Just for the Level 1 technology research, a total of 10,000 experience points is required. The difficulty of obtaining technology rewards is becoming increasingly high. Even if ordinary players fully occupy the Level 3 workshop, it would take 20-40 hours to complete the first level upgrade. The 20-minute shared talent ability for civilians. Will it be enough to claim all the workshop rewards? Qin Yang is looking forward to the skill usage around 10 p.m. that night. To the west of the second subbase, crossing the dense circular forest, there is a small town built relying on the woods. This place is called Raccoon Town, belonging to a certain kingdom. It is the westernmost small town in the basin, due to its proximity to the western gap of the mountain range. Raccoon Town was one of the first places in the basin to be covered by the virus. The townspeople have all turned into flesh-eating zombies. And in the central area of the town, a powerful special zombie known as a licker has mutated. Their bodies are devoid of skin, exposing crimson tendons and blood vessels, lacking eyes, relying on hearing and the sense of blood and flesh to capture prey. With sharp teeth filling their mouths and a tongue that can extend up to 10 meters, they have sharp claws on their limbs, crawling close to the ground, moving in a manner similar to lizards, and they are very fast. In the central square of Raccoon Town, in the alleys, the hurried figures of these special zombies can be seen everywhere. Suddenly, a licker that was gnawing on a human corpse abruptly raised its head, retracting its long tongue back into its mouth. It sensed the smell of fresh blood and flesh. After locking onto the direction, the licker abandoned the remains in front of it and quickly crawled toward that direction. Damn it, Leon, you attracted a licker. On the second floor of a building, a woman complained to the man who had just entered the room. Have all the supplies been delivered? Yes, Leon nodded, looking serious. He glanced out the window at the licker that was following him and said to the woman, we need to leave here quickly. The two climbed up a nearby ladder to the attic of the house. Then they slipped out through a gap in the attic, crouching as they walked along the roof ridge. After crossing this section, they descended the stairs on the side of the house and found themselves in a narrow alley. Stay here, I'll check over there, Leon said, tapping the shoulder of the girl beside him, signaling her to be quiet. He then pressed against the wall and made his way toward the alley's entrance. What they didn't notice was that a shadow had quietly climbed to just under 3 meters above the girl's head. Just as Leon reached the alley's mouth, the shadow above the girl moved swiftly. A long tongue shot down from above, wrapping around the girl's neck. She stiffened suddenly, a flicker of panic in her eyes, wanting to cry out, but it was already too late. In the next moment, she was yanked off the ground by the tongue, which tightened quickly around her neck. The girl felt as if her windpipe was about to be crushed. She reached out toward Leon not far away, her feet flailing in the air. Fortunately, she was not yet doomed. After checking the situation at the alley's entrance, Leon turned back to signal the girl to leave. At that moment, the creature had only lifted her about a meter off the ground. Jill, Leon called out softly, rushing over. His speed was remarkable, and his agility was unlike that of an ordinary person. As he ran, he pulled out a short dagger that had been tucked into his pocket. Then, with a powerful leap, he pushed off from the wall beside him, gaining enough height. With a swift motion, the dagger was thrust deep into the creature's head. The pulling force of the tongue instantly vanished, and a foul black liquid sprayed out. Jill, bound by the tongue, fell from the air along with the creature's corpse. She quickly broke free and began to cough uncontrollably. Are you okay? Leon asked as he reached Jill's side, helping her up. I almost died, Jill coughed, rubbing her neck where dark bruises had formed, looking somewhat weak. The corpse will attract more of those creatures. We need to leave quickly. Can you still walk? Leon scanned the area, trying to spot any lurking creatures. I was injured in the neck, not my legs, Jill replied hoarsely. The two then hurried toward a nearby building. After skillfully navigating through several structures, they finally emerged from the perilous Raccoon Town. Continuing for about 2 kilometers, they saw a brightly lit camp ahead. Jill sighed in relief. Slowing her pace, she gazed at the distant camp, her expression somewhat complicated. We should head back. It could get late, and we might be discovered, Leon urged. And the two bent down, taking advantage of the night's cover to quickly make their way toward the camp. Chapter 89. Brainwashing. Leon and Jill were not natives of the Nora Basin. They came from a world beyond the Kia Mountains. The outside world had long since fallen apart, with zombies and monsters devouring humanity's last refuge. The sanctuary where Leon and Jill were stationed sent a group of 5 into the Nora Basin, a place hailed as the Island of Purity by survivors, in search of humanity's last hope for survival. They had entered the Nora Basin through a secret tunnel a month ago. Soon, they discovered that zombies and the virus had already infiltrated the area, but fortunately, The extent of the invasion was not severe, and the natural environment remained largely intact. The sky was blue, dotted with fluffy white clouds. The ground was covered in green grass, trees were lush, and the rivers flowed with clear water. All of this filled Leon and the others with a longing for a new beginning, just as they were preparing to return to the outside world to share this good news with other survivors. They were shocked to find that the secret tunnel leading to the outside world had been sealed off by a mysterious force. They were trapped in the Nora Basin, unable to return. With no other option, Leon and his companions had to stay in the Nora Basin, exploring the area while searching for a way to break through the blockade. During one exploration, Leon and Jill encountered some strange human survivors in Raccoon Town. They spoke a language Leon couldn't understand and worked together to hunt the zombies in the town. However, these individuals were not particularly strong. Leon felt he could take on 3 or 4 of them easily. Nevertheless, despite their weakness, they showed remarkable bravery against the zombies, often engaging in reckless and self-sacrificial actions that Leon viewed as akin to suicide. After observing these survivors for 2 days, Leon discovered that their settlement was located just a few kilometers south of Raccoon Town. The leader of this settlement was a short, stout man with a parted hairstyle, who appeared quite ordinary. Yet, the survivors held their leader in high regard. Even a simple wave or greeting from him could bring them to tears and leave their legs trembling with excitement. Just as Leon and the others were contemplating whether to make contact with this survivor settlement, a war among survivors erupted unexpectedly. A man, or possibly a woman, as Leon still couldn't determine the gender, with white hair and an eccentric appearance attacked the stout man's settlement. This individual possessed extraordinary powers, able to transform into a ferocious bear, a cunning snake, and a swift falcon. This spectacle greatly shocked Leon and his companions. Was there truly such mystical power in the world? Could this person be a higher-level virus-evolved being? Despite the stout man's followers being very united and selflessly protecting their leader, they were quickly overwhelmed. The flamboyant individual captured the stout man, laughing maniacally, with a triumphant expression on their face. They spoke in the same language, and Leon vaguely heard something like ah, si, ba, si, me, da, pi, chio, su. Before long, the flamboyant individual cruelly snapped the stout man's neck. The remaining subordinates of the short and stout man, upon witnessing the scene, were filled with despair and fury, struggling to rise in an attempt to perish together with the alluring man. However, the alluring man merely sneered and raised his hand, making a grabbing motion towards the corpse of the short and stout man. A flash of blue light passed, and it seemed that the alluring man had absorbed some energy from the corpse. In the next moment, the expressions of those who initially sought revenge transformed from rage and distortion to confusion, then back to their former admiration. They not only abandoned their thoughts of dying alongside their foe, but also rushed forward to surround the alluring man, grasping his hands, tears of excitement welling in their eyes, their legs weak with emotion. Their attitude was no different from how they would treat their recently deceased leader. Leon and Jill felt that this alluring man was quite sinister, and fearing discovery, they dared not remain in place. However, what they feared came to pass. The alluring man seemed to possess some special sensing ability and quickly noticed them. He immediately transformed into a falcon and swiftly flew over, blocking their path. The alluring man pointed at Leon and Jill, speaking in a language they could not understand. After a couple of sentences, realizing that Leon and Jill were utterly confused, he spat in annoyance and then opened his arms wide. An inexplicable, intense feeling immediately enveloped the two. The man, who should have made them feel vigilant and on guard, suddenly appeared grand, radiant, and towering. It was as if he had transformed into the savior of this world, prompting Leon and Jill to instinctively want to follow him, even if it meant risking everything. Under the influence of this brainwashing technique, they unhesitatingly joined the alluring man's faction. Fortunately, this state of brainwashing was only temporary. Every 12 hours, Leon and Jill would regain a clearer state of consciousness. However, as they underwent this brainwashing more frequently, even when they were awake, they began to increasingly identify with the alluring man, feeling more and more like indispensable members of his faction. Moreover, the brainwashing altered their perceptions without erasing their memories. They still remembered their mission for coming here and the 3 companions waiting for news in the tunnel. Therefore, every few days, when their brainwashing state wore off late at night, Leon and Jill would secretly slip out of the camp to deliver supplies and information to their companions in the tunnel. Tonight was no different. The only distinction was that Leon had been forced to kill a scavenger on the way back. Why aren't you two behaving and staying in your rooms to sleep? What are you doing out here at this hour? As the two slipped into the wooden door of the camp, a chilling voice echoed from above. A falcon perched proudly on the wooden frame, its sharp gaze fixed on Leon and Jill. Oh no, we've been caught. Just as Jill was about to lie, he found himself unwilling to utter the words as they formed on his lips. Come on, speak honestly. Don't lie to me. The falcon's wings flapped twice and instantly transformed back into the charming figure of a man. He opened his arms towards Gil and Leon, the familiar brainwashing power once again influencing the two. They immediately lost any intention to lie and recounted the truth in detail. Around 10 p.m., Qin Yang used his talent ability to share with 7 civilians, including Yang Shi, Yang Fei, and Fan Rui. The 7 people quickly entered the LV3 workshop to start working. Soon, prompts began popping up in front of Qin Yang. Technical Research Experience 10, additional 1,000 experience points. Technical Research Experience 10, additional 1,000 experience points. Technical Research Experience 10, additional 1,000 experience points. Technical Research Upgrade. You have received a technical reward. Technical Research Upgrade. You have received a technical reward. With the shared talent abilities of the 7, he could gain 7,070 research experience every second. In just 2 seconds, the first upgrade of the technical research was completed. Then, upgrades occurred every few seconds, continuously progressing. In less than 5 minutes, all 10 technical research tasks in the LV3 workshop were completed. The speed was truly satisfying. He promptly began to claim these 10 technical rewards. Technical reward obtained. Recipe for whale meat stew. Technical reward obtained. Improved steam engine. Technical reward obtained. Factory production. Technical reward obtained. Military gunpowder formula. Technical reward obtained. Military firearm research. Technical reward obtained. Military ammunition research. Technical reward obtained. Pipeline construction. Technical reward obtained. High furnace smelting. Technical reward obtained. Military iron thorns. Technical reward obtained. Production line. Wow. These 10 technical research rewards have directly equipped me with all the necessary technology for gun manufacturing. The gunpowder formula is fundamental for making bullets. With this foundation, subsequent ammunition research technology can emerge. However, the role of the gunpowder formula may not be limited to this. Qin Yang speculated that if he were to develop cannon production technology in the future, ammunition research might also need to be based on the gunpowder formula. The ammunition research technology enables civilians to master bullet production. Without the corresponding machinery, bullets must be produced manually by civilians. However, with the game's setting correction function, there is no need to worry about various quality issues with manually produced bullets. The biggest problem might still be the severe low production capacity. The firearm research technology allows civilians to master firearm manufacturing skills. However, due to the main base's technology development having instances of leapfrogging, productivity and technological levels are actually severely mismatched. Manufacturing a gun requires the integration of multiple components, and before the civilians can assemble the guns, they must first gather the parts. Producing these components is time-consuming, labor-intensive, and material-heavy, so this production efficiency is unlikely to improve. Qin Yang estimated that it would be quite good if he could initially equip top marksmen like Ma Yuan and Gu Zhong with firearms. However, this time the technological research and development also granted him 2 rewards for increasing production efficiency: factory production and assembly line. The latter likely emerged based on the former. The relationship between the two is similar to that of ammunition research and gunpowder formula. Factory production enabled Qin Yang to construct factories as a new type of building. Currently, activities like cashmere weaving and tool manufacturing in his territory do not require specific locations. The workshop of Master Craftsman Gung Gong is located in his backyard. Textile Master Lin Li and Master Tailor Xue Ning also work from home. Although this setup does not hinder their production efficiency, such family workshop-style production seems a bit small-scale. Moreover, it is inconvenient for transportation and storage. With the establishment of factories, production can be specialized according to type, such as textile factories, lumber mills, stone processing plants, and parts factories. Once civilians move into the factories, their production speed can be increased by 20. As for the assembly line technology, it primarily arises from the factory system. It can enhance factory production speed by 50, which is quite powerful. Other technological rewards include a territory recipe for whale meat stew, which can permanently enhance the consumer's mental strength and physical stamina, up to a maximum of 7 consumptions. However, it requires meat from level 3 monsters, the giant horned whale, and eggs from level 3 monsters, the 4-winged dragon. The improved steam engine enhances the efficiency of steam boilers. The blast furnace smelting improves the production equipment of the smelting yard, thereby enhancing production efficiency and reducing the probability of smelting failures. Pipeline construction installs metal pipes in the territory's buildings for convenient water supply and wastewater drainage. The trap of iron thorns operates similarly to ground spike traps. When laid on the path of enemies, they can effectively slow down the enemies and cause damage. On the 20th day in this other world, after getting up, Qin Yang followed his routine of summoning new civilians. The command centers of the 2 subbases were also upgraded yesterday. adding 2 more civilian summoning slots for him. Now, his daily civilian summoning number has reached 11. The newly summoned civilians consisted of 4 females and 7 males, with 5 of them possessing special abilities. Qin Yang reviewed the profiles of these 5 individuals. Among them, 3 had talents related to logging, farming, and animal husbandry, overlapping with existing talents in the territory. The remaining 2 had more unusual abilities. One young woman named Gu Xin had the talent of a gardener, which, after a hundredfold enhancement, allowed any planting aimed at beautifying the environment to experience rapid growth. The other, a young man named Huang Hua, had the ability of breath holding, allowing him to hold his breath underwater for 2 minutes. This ability seemed just as absurd as the previous one related to suspension. With the default hundredfold enhancement, his breath-holding time increased by an additional 200 minutes. In other words, this guy could hold his breath underwater for over 3 hours. This is insane. Spending that much time in water would surely ruin his skin. Qin Yang shook his head, genuinely feeling that it was quite absurd. With the belief that everyone has their own value, he felt that this oddball would eventually prove useful. It was already the 20th day, and in 4 days, the next wave of corpses would arrive. According to the plan, Qin Yang intended to explore the long-neglected Night Demon Cave. Everyone should be cautious. If they encounter any danger below, remember to retreat in time. By the stone wall on the west side of the main base, Qin Yang reviewed the 7 civilians who would embark on the expedition to the Night Demon Cave. Among them, there had to be Yang Fei, who provided unlimited stamina as logistical support. Additionally, Li Shan was essential for defense. In terms of close combat, Ding Dali and Peng Shan, who had a talent for critical strikes, were present. Once their talents were shared, it was likely that no monster could withstand a single punch. If there was, then it would take 2 punches. Furthermore, a ranged shooter had to be arranged, so Qin Yang sent the most capable Ma Yuan along. Lastly, they had to include Zhu Qingye, who was responsible for opening doors, and Qi Yuan, a suitable scout for the front line. This configuration took all aspects into consideration. If necessary, they could activate talent sharing and use Qi Yuan's invisibility to escape. Qin Yang nodded slightly and distributed 4 fish monster eyeballs to the 7 civilians. He let these inexperienced civilians handle the dangerous tasks while he monitored the situation through the fish monster's head at the command center. After some time of cutting down trees, part of the forest on the west side of the territory had been stripped bare. Qin Yang had also sent someone to keep an eye on the Night Demon Cave. The massive rocks still blocked the entrance, and after a few rainfalls, a lot of moss had grown on it. It was unclear whether there was any movement inside. However, no one had moved the rock from the outside to enter the cave. The 7-member team quickly arrived at the Night Demon Cave. Ding Dali moved forward to shift the massive rock aside. Inside the dark cave, there was no unusual situation, only a foul odor wafting out. Once the smell dissipated somewhat, Qi Yuan took the lead and entered the cave for inspection. Through the fish monster's eyeball that Qi Yuan carried, Qin Yang also observed the conditions inside the cave. He saw about 10 charred bodies lying near the cave entrance. Their death poses were twisted, looking quite gruesome. I remember having burned all the night demons inside this cave. If the iron door of the cave had not been opened, then the path leading in from the entrance should be safe. Sure enough, Qi Yuan smoothly progressed to the deepest part of the cave. The iron door remained tightly shut, with some scorch marks visible on its surface. Seeing that there was no danger, Qi Yuan signaled towards the cave entrance. A few minutes later, the rest of the group entered the cave and arrived in front of the iron door. It's up to you now. Ding Dali patted Zhu Qingye's shoulder. The latter nodded, took a deep breath, and began to focus on examining the iron door in front of him. It was unclear whether Zhu Qingye's lockpicking talent was too effective, but the process went unusually smoothly. In less than 10 seconds, the iron door emitted a creaking sound and slowly opened before everyone. Chapter 91. Underground laboratory. Looking through the opened iron door, it was pitch dark inside. The exploration team lit torches at the entrance, allowing Qiyuan to enter first for a reconnaissance. Once inside, Qin Yang used the fish creature's eye to observe the situation within. It was a room approximately 50 to 60 square meters in size, housing a massive machine resembling a turbine. The turbine stood 3 meters tall and had a diameter of at least 6 meters. It was positioned close to the iron door, occupying about 2/3 of the room. At the bottom left side of the turbine, dozens of thick cables were connected, with the other ends linked to several iron box-like structures hanging on the left wall. On the right side, 2 metal pipes of different diameters connected the turbine to a funnel-shaped device built right next to it. This place looked like some sort of factory. Qin Yang couldn't comprehend the structure and function of the machinery, so he instructed Qiyuan to continue exploring further. Qiyuan navigated around the giant turbine without encountering any dangers. Directly opposite the iron door was another locked iron door with a small room beside it. This small room had no door, and upon entering, Qiyuan discovered an operations platform. At the same time, a prompt appeared before Qin Yang. Your civilian has discovered an energy workshop. Would you like to occupy it? Another functional building? Without hesitation, Qin Yang chose to occupy it. You have occupied an energy workshop. Energy workshop. Deploy 15 civilians. Daily fuel consumption can be wood, coal, oil, etc. Generates 1,050 units of energy. This should be an alternative power plant, right? This world has actually developed electric technology. When he occupied the sheep village earlier, he hadn't discovered any technology related to electricity. Coupled with the information from the 5 members of the sheep village and the burly man Xiongchang, he had thought that the technological level of this world was still quite primitive. Yet, it turned out that the technology tree had advanced significantly, already branching into electrical technology. However, his territory had just entered the steam engine era, and even with the supply of electricity, there were no corresponding devices to utilize it. Qin Yang felt quite frustrated, akin to having learned to cook but not knowing how to eat. Speaking of which, this power station being built underground must be for providing energy to some facilities, right? Continuing forward might reveal more discoveries. Just as he was thinking this, Qiyuan had already arrived at the other iron door in the room. This door was also locked. After confirming the area, Qin Yang quickly notified the other members of the exploration team to enter the room using the fish creature's eye. Once Zhu Qingya opened the iron door, a long, dark corridor appeared ahead. Qiyuan pressed on. After about 2 minutes, the path opened up into a vast space. In this space, there are about 10 metallic rectangular prisms arranged vertically, each connected to numerous metal pipes at the bottom. The temperature in this space is also significantly lower than outside. What is this? Each one looks like a coffin, which is quite unsettling. As Qi Yuan approached the metallic prism, Qin Yang noticed a transparent circular hole on it. Looking through the hole, he was startled to see a half-human, half-wolf creature lying inside, a night demon. At this point, everything became clear. The night demons in the cave must have escaped from this place. And this underground facility was built to produce them. Who could have constructed this? Did they intend to use these creatures to conquer the Nora Basin? Qi Yuan wandered around this night demon factory, but did not encounter any enemies. However, there were some human skeletons on the ground, already decayed. After death, zombies turn into a puddle of mud, so the presence of intact corpses indicates that they had not been infected while alive. Qi Yuan examined the skeletons, but found nothing useful. This place did not resemble the earlier energy workshop, which could be occupied by players. After passing through these metallic coffins that produced night demons, he came across another iron door ahead. This iron door was unlocked and larger than the previous two. It opened in the middle, creating a gap wide enough for one person to pass through. After calling over everyone who remained in the energy workshop, Qin Yang instructed Qi Yuan to continue exploring. Qi Yuan slipped through the gap in the iron door and entered a pitch-black corridor. In this corridor, he also saw some skeletons. It appeared that everyone here had died, though the cause was unknown. After walking for about half a minute, he reached a crossroads. Qi Yuan initially turned left, but after walking a short distance, the terrain began to rise. Soon, the path became impassable due to a severe collapse, with debris completely blocking the way. Qi Yuan had no choice but to turn back to the crossroads and chose to go straight this time. Another half-minute passed, and he found a small laboratory ahead. It was filled with various research equipment, including bottles containing liquids of different colors and jars with animal corpses submerged in them. Upon entering, a prompt appeared before Qin Yang once again. Your civilians have discovered an unoccupied virus research lab. Do you want to occupy it? Qin Yang chose to occupy it. You have occupied a virus research lab. Virus research lab, special building. After stationing 15 elite civilians, you can research and produce special virus modification reagents. The lab requires an energy supply to operate. Elite civilians? Is this an upgraded version of regular civilians? How can one obtain such civilians? The previous energy workshop was specifically meant to supply power to this research lab. However, this virus research lab was not something Qin Yang could operate at the moment, as none of the necessary conditions were met. However, it doesn't matter. Regardless of whether it's useful here or not, let's occupy it first. There's no loss involved. When the conditions are ripe, we can send people in immediately. After all, this place isn't far from his main base. After leaving the laboratory, Qi Yuan returned to the crossroads and proceeded in the last direction. The passage here was relatively long. He walked for about 3 minutes before encountering a half-open iron gate. Upon passing through the gate, he found himself in a place that resembled a platform. The platform wasn't large, and there was a mechanical device resembling a train engine parked at the edge. In front of the platform was a dark cave, with tracks laid on the ground. The tracks extended into the darkness, and it was unclear where they led. Chapter 92. The Stabber. Since there were tracks laid out, it suggested that this virus laboratory needed rail transport to deliver supplies. It might also be used to transport the manufactured night demons elsewhere. Another possibility was that the destination was quite far away. If it was too distant, it was unlikely that they would discover anything significant today. Qin Yang decided to send Wang Tung next time, allowing him to share talents with Qi Yuan and Yang Fei. This way, they should be able to fully explore this underground tunnel in just a few minutes. Just as he was about to call off the exploration team for the day, Qin Yang suddenly noticed Qi Yuan's body tensing up. He lowered his voice and said, "My lord, look, it seems like something is approaching from ahead." Following Qi Yuan's draw, Qin Yang looked over. The light was too dim and visibility was poor. He could only vaguely see a humanoid silhouette slowly moving toward them. It was walking slowly. Was it a zombie? Having just seen the human corpses in the laboratory, Qin Yang found it very strange. They didn't appear to have died at the hands of zombies, but each body exhibited signs of broken bones. Qin Yang initially speculated that these people were either killed by living beings or had perished at the hands of monsters. Now, seeing the silhouette approaching from the darkness, he felt that it was very likely the culprit. As the silhouette drew closer, it quickly entered the range of the torchlight, revealing its form completely to Qin Yang's view. The figure resembled a human, with a dry, elongated body and skin as pale as paper. Its eyes glowed with a murky yellow light, which alone indicated its identity. Its mouth was torn, with cracks extending to the roots of its ears, and a tube-like mutated organ hung from its mouth, about 10 centimeters long, continuously stretching and contracting. It seemed to sense the scent of blood and flesh here. Moving directly toward Qi Yuan, walking in a manner indistinguishable from an ordinary person. When it was less than 2 meters from Qi Yuan, the zombie stopped, and a hint of confusion appeared in its murky yellow eyes. It was clearly puzzled as to why it couldn't detect Qi Yuan, wondering why its senses had failed. "Let me see what you are." Qin Yang stared at the strange zombie for a few seconds, and basic information about it appeared before him. Puncturer, special zombie. A special zombie, huh? They're all walking points. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. Since the second wave of the zombie tide, his rate of gaining points had significantly decreased. The zombies around the 3 bases had long been wiped out. He hadn't had the chance to start hunting monsters yet. Now, he could only rely on Zhang Qilin's occasional meager earnings from outings to sustain himself. He decided to let Li Shan come over to test its strength. If even Li Shan couldn't handle it, there would be no chance. He'd directly activate talent sharing and let Ding Dali give it a 100-fold critical hit. A few minutes later, Li Shan came down, shaking his well-defined chest muscles. After just a brief encounter with the puncturer, he charged forward without hesitation. The confused puncturer finally locked onto its target, quickly opening its large mouth, and a long, tube-like appendage retracted into its oral cavity. Once it had retracted enough, the puncturer lunged forward, and the appendage shot out rapidly, spraying a vague object from within. The object moved at an incredible speed. As soon as it was expelled, Li Shan, who was more than 10 meters away, felt a sudden jolt to his shoulder. Although the impact was heavy, it didn't injure him. Thud. The object that hit Li Shan's shoulder fell to the ground, and he bent down to pick it up. What is this? A spike? In his hand was a dark, slimy spike. No wonder it's called the puncturer. Its ability is to spit spikes at range. Qin Yang had a rough understanding of his opponent's strength. Since it couldn't break through Li Shan's defenses, it was time for it to go down. With a command, Ma Yuan charged out, howling, and unleashed a triple shot with his bow. The puncturer had no way to evade and was directly shot in the head by the 3 arrows. Puncturer killed, 40 points. Not bad. Qin Yang immediately felt excited. It was like a long-awaited blessing, and he couldn't miss out on such a good points opportunity. He quickly instructed the exploration team to continue forward and see if there were more puncturers in the tunnel. Jin Jingmin was a contestant from a certain nation known for cosmetic surgery. Before crossing into this other world, he had been a trainee in an idle training camp for 2.5 years. After arriving in the new world, he won a special skill called replication through a lottery. The effect of this skill was quite simple. It allowed him to copy the skills of other players for his own use, with a maximum of 5 copied skills existing simultaneously. At first, Jin Jingmin focused on developing himself cautiously while exploring the surrounding area. His starting point was near a small town in this other world. Surrounding this town were a total of 7 other players like him. For Jin Jingmin, this was an incredibly fortunate start. His replication skill had no restrictions on use. Soon, he had copied 4 quite useful skills: Rebirth, Beast Form, Speed Adjustment, and Tomb Guardian. Rebirth, as the name suggests, allows Jin Jingmin to revive and return to the command center after death, and it can be used once a day. The Beast Form enables Jin Jingmin to transform freely into a python, a hawk, or a giant bear, gaining impressive combat abilities. Speed Adjustment is a time manipulation skill that allows him to control the pace of various activities, similar to adjusting the playback speed of a movie. For instance, if he uses double speed on a lumbering civilian, that civilian's woodcutting speed will double. The Tomb Guardian is a skill that Jin Jingmin copied from a contestant from a certain country, allowing him to sacrifice a civilian to summon or enhance the Tomb Guardian. Since all of Jin Jingmin's skills are copies, he can only use the most basic version of their effects. For example, with the Speed Adjustment ability, he can only fast forward or rewind at double speed. After acquiring skills from other contestants, Jin Jungmin immediately set out on his conquest, continuously using his copied skills to eliminate the original skill holders. He occupied the command centers of these defeated opponents, plundering their resources and civilians. As a result, Jin Jungmin developed rapidly, and the strength of his territory grew exponentially. After defeating the contestants from the neighboring country, he copied a skill called Loyal Shackles. This skill is extremely powerful, temporarily brainwashing all civilians with loyalty below 70, both allies and enemies, making them either temporarily loyal to Jin Jungmin or temporarily drop their hostility towards him, even after the effect wears off. This skill subtly increases the civilians' fondness for Jin Jungmin, boosting their loyalty slightly. By now, Jin Jungmin had gathered 5 copied skills and cleared out the opponents in the area, successfully emerging victorious. That night, after choosing a female civilian to serve him, Jin Jungmin suddenly received a kill notification. Your civilian killed a licker, points 30. The ordinary civilians in Jin Jungmin's territory had low combat power and were primarily responsible for production. The defense of the territory was managed by the tomb guardians he summoned. Jin Jungmin was aware of the lickers, a type of mutated zombie, which gathered in the central area of the town, possessing speed and combat strength that ordinary civilians could not withstand. Even Jin Jungmin himself could only escape by transforming into a hawk when faced with a group of lickers. What was going on? Jin Jungmin squinted and opened the civilian interface to investigate. Soon, he noticed 2 individuals, Leon the Seeker and Jill the Escapist, as their names were quite unusual. Jin Jungmin quickly recalled their origins. They were 2 civilians he had recruited using the Loyal Shackle skill during his earlier conquest of the neighboring contestants. At that time, he had been too busy attacking the next contestant to pay attention to their details. When the next wave of zombies arrived, these civilians would be sacrificed to summon the tomb guardians. For him, there was no need to understand them further. Now, after reviewing the information on the 2 individuals, Jin Jungmin realized they were not ordinary people. Their profiles had a special tag labeled Virus Evolver, which indicated that they possessed combat abilities beyond those of regular civilians. It was clear that something was amiss with these 2. Instead of resting at home in the middle of the night, they went to Raccoon Town to hunt down the lickers. Jin Jungmin sensed the unusual nature of their actions and decided to personally stake out at the camp entrance to catch them. This led to the moment when he caught Leon and Jill sneaking back into the territory. Chapter 93. Encounter, Skill Failure. After learning everything from Leon and Jill, Jin Jungmin set off early the next morning with the 2 of them to Raccoon Town. He had been to Raccoon Town before, but had been helpless against the large groups of lickers that occupied the town center. He considered that taking ordinary civilians there would be tantamount to sending them to their deaths, and bringing tomb guards would likely attract the lickers. Jin Jungmin thought it would be better to infiltrate Raccoon Town alone to explore. He was quite confident in his abilities. With the ability to transform into 3 beast forms and the assistance of speed adjustment, even if he encountered a strong charger, he could handle it easily. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a sewer inside Raccoon Town. Descending from there, Jin Jungmin immediately spotted the companion that Leon and Jill had mentioned. He used the loyalty shackles to forcibly recruit the 3 individuals and then led them deeper into the tunnel for exploration. Not long after, a stinger appeared ahead. Jin Jungmin took action immediately, transforming into a hunting falcon to dodge the stinger's attack while successfully getting close to the target. Then he transformed into a powerful giant bear and swatted the stinger to the ground, crushing its skull. After easily dispatching a stinger, Jin Jungmin reverted to his human form. The 5 civilians who witnessed this immediately rushed forward, expressing their astonishment. Oh my, that was a cunning stinger. This type of zombie can't be dealt with by just one person. Truly worthy of being a lord, so powerful. Is transforming into a beast also an ability gained from the virus evolution? These comments pleased Jin Jungmin immensely. Before crossing over, he had longed for attention from others and even spent a lot of money on cosmetic surgery and enrolled in an idol training camp. However, due to limited talent, he spent 2.5 years in the training camp, participated in various shows, yet still failed to accumulate many fans, with a mediocre market response. As an idol, Jin Jungmin was undoubtedly quite unsuccessful. But after arriving in this other world and becoming a player lord, he discovered that every move he made was under the watchful eyes of the civilians he led. Whenever he killed a zombie, the civilians would look at him with admiration and shower him with compliments. This was a treatment he had never experienced in the real world, and it thrilled him immensely. Especially after obtaining the skill loyalty shackles, this situation reached its peak. With just one skill, any civilian would admire him. Every word and action of his could move civilians to tears and make them kneel in worship. It was as if the skill was tailor-made for him. And he cherished it, frequently using it to instill loyalty in the civilians. Now, after enjoying himself, he put even more effort into exploring the tunnel. Ahead, 2 more creatures appeared, yet he effortlessly dealt with them. The 5 civilians following him couldn't help but express their admiration. The Lord is simply superhuman. How can I train to reach his level? Following the Lord feels incredibly safe. We should inform others to join the Lord's forces. While relishing the compliments from his subordinates, he internally shouted with delight, "Keep praising me, don't stop." Thus, advancing little by little in the tunnel amidst their praise. About an hour later, he had lost count of how many creatures he had defeated. He was quite pleased with the actions that earned him both praise and points, making it hard to stop. Just then, a faint light from a torch appeared ahead. Zombies wouldn't use torches. Could it be the natives from another world? He wasn't completely oblivious and quickly grasped the situation. However, his side was also carrying torches. Since he could see them, it meant they could see him as well. Therefore, there was no need to hide. He decided to approach them directly. Creature defeated, 40 points gained. Creature defeated, 40 points gained. Creature defeated, 40 points gained. Meanwhile, at the command center, Qin Yang was receiving constant notifications of points gained. It felt great. He had casually accumulated over 2,000 points. The 7-member exploration team had been clearing out creatures from the depths of the tunnel for about an hour now. The tunnel was long, showing no signs of an end. The number of creatures encountered was also increasing. At first, they only faced 1 or 2 stragglers, but now they were encountering groups of 3 or 4. However, the configuration of the 7-member team was reasonable, with both tank and damage dealers, and both melee and ranged capabilities. So even though the number of creatures was increasing, they faced no difficulty in handling them. Qin Yang thought they would continue this way, racking up thousands of points and reaching the end of the tunnel. But just then, he received a warning from Qiyuan, who was scouting ahead. "My lord, it seems like there are people up ahead." "People? What is going on? Could they be natives from another world?" Qin Yang switched perspectives to view through Qiyuan's eyes. He saw a few flickering lights from torches a few hundred meters ahead. Clearly, someone was walking while holding a torch. If they were natives from another world, they could recruit them to bolster their numbers. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yang immediately instructed Qi Yuan, "Go take a look first." Qi Yuan received the order and continued moving forward. The distance between the two sides continued to shorten. Soon, Qi Yuan saw 6 people on the opposite side holding torches. Since there was no hostility from Qi Yuan, the people across did not trigger the ignore effect and also saw Qi Yuan approaching. Qin Yang, who had been paying attention to this side, immediately noticed something unusual. The person leading the group looked quite strange. The clothing they wore was clearly not from this world. Additionally, the person had dyed white hair, earrings, and seemed to have makeup on, giving off a rather effeminate vibe that made it hard to tell whether they were male or female at first glance. However, Qin Yang recognized the style immediately, as it resembled that of popular idols from the real world. This person is a player from another world. Just as he reached this conclusion, he noticed that the player raised their hand towards Qi Yuan and spoke something in a language he assumed was from a certain country. Then, their hand began to glow. A prompt immediately popped up for Qin Yang. Player Jin Jingmin has used loyalty shackles on your civilian Qi Yuan. Your civilian leader skill grants civilians an eternal loyalty effect. The loyalty shackles are ineffective. Chapter 94. Disappearing out of thin air. Is this it? Loyalty shackles? What is that? The name suggests it has something to do with civilian loyalty? Qin Yang was a bit stunned when he received the prompt, but he quickly reacted. It sounded like the player was speaking the language of that particular nation. Indeed, this was a player from that country, including this instance. Qin Yang had encountered players 3 times, each from different countries. Was this game selecting participants from all over the world? Having dealt with players from other regions previously, Qin Yang had gained some experience in handling these foreign players. The plan was to attack first. He would see what capabilities the opponent had before deciding whether to kill them or take them as slaves like he did with the previous player. There was no need to entertain the idea of friendly interaction. The risk was too high, and it wasn't necessary. From his personal perspective, Qin Yang had a negative impression of that country, which often plagiarized the history of his own, and this extended to the players from there as well. He issued a command to Qi Yuan through the fish monster's skull to retreat and regroup with others. Qi Yuan's innate ability kept him in an absolutely safe state. As long as there was hostility from the opponent, he would automatically be ignored. You have used loyalty shackles on player Qin Yang's civilian. The target possesses a higher level related ability. The loyalty shackles are ineffective. On the other side, Jin Jingmin was far more shocked than Qin Yang. The loyalty shackles, which had always worked, had failed this time. What happened? Why was this the case? Looking at the prompt that appeared before him, he quickly clarified the situation. The person in front of him was a civilian loyal to other players' factions. He possessed an effect similar to that of a loyalty restraint. And this effect was even more advanced, suppressing the loyalty restraint. Qin Yang? Upon seeing this name, Jin Jingmin's mind raced. This name sounded somewhat like a surname from a certain neighboring country. The surname Qin was quite rare in the region he was from, making it almost negligible. This surname could essentially be considered exclusive to that neighboring country. It seemed he had encountered a player from there. Since he couldn't recruit him, you might as well kill him right here. Jin Jingmin's double-folded eyes narrowed slightly, a cold glint of murderous intent flashing in his gaze. However, just as he was about to take action, he found that the target right in front of him had vanished. Strange. Wasn't he just here? Jin Jingmin looked around in confusion, searching for the target, but he couldn't find any trace of him. He quickly walked towards Qi Yuan but brushed past him without even noticing this seemingly ordinary young man. He disappeared right under my nose. In the real world. In the live broadcast room of that region. After repeated comparisons among numerous viewers from that neighboring country, it was finally confirmed that Qin Yang civilian was currently in the same map environment as the contestants from the other region. Consequently, a large wave of viewers from that neighboring country flooded into the live broadcast room. The screen was filled with comments in their language, occasionally mixed with a few comments from the other region. Can this really happen? Is this a deliberate arrangement by the game? The live broadcast effect was maximized. They eagerly awaited Qin Yang to dominate the contestants from the other region. It might be difficult, as the contestants from that region were quite strong. They had already eliminated players from 6 other nations, so Qin Yang couldn't be careless. Oh dear, are the viewers from that neighboring country like locusts? Why are you everywhere? Viewers from that neighboring country, please get out of our live broadcast room. You are not welcome here. Oh, look at that. Useless contestants from that region. You're not far from elimination. It's bad luck for you to encounter our contestant. Jin Jingmin is the strongest player in the world. He will definitely eliminate your players. So just wait to be overrun. After receiving instructions from Qin Yang, Ding Dali, and others quickly caught up from behind. Jin Jingmin immediately noticed these civilian players from the neighboring country approaching. Just in time, a few more to kill. He aimed to weaken the strength of the players from that country as much as possible, making it easier to deal with him later. Jin Jingmin also noticed that 5 of his own civilians had followed. With an audience present, it was time to showcase some real skills. He confidently approached the opposing side, activating his beast form partially as he walked, transforming his arms into 2 robust bear claws. This scene caught Qin Yang's attention. Oh, quite confident, are we? You're looking to stir things up with me? Qin Yang scoffed, casually activating his civilian's talent-sharing ability. In an instant, light flowed through the tunnel, and Ding Dali and the 7 others were linked together by the light. 7 people simultaneously emitted golden light from their eyes, their bodies shining brilliantly, resembling celestial beings descending to earth. Jin Jingmin halted, his confident expression instantly frozen, followed by a frown. The 7 transformed civilians before him created a strong sense of pressure visually. This triggered a strong warning of danger in his heart, causing him to instinctively step back. Weren't you confident just now? Come on, keep going. Qin Yang noticed Jin Jingmin's shocked expression and couldn't help but smirk. However, this dazzling golden effect resembling divine beings only lasted for a second. In the blink of an eye, he realized that the 7 civilians had vanished without a trace. Disappeared again. Jin Jingmin's eyes widened in disbelief. His reaction was quick. He immediately raised his hand and swept it across the air in front of him. This activated a skill that doubled the speed adjustment, slowing down everything in a certain area ahead by 2 times. From Qin Yang's perspective, the movements of Ding Dali and the other 6 civilians immediately became sluggish, as if they were stuck in quicksand, struggling to move. Quite a few tricks. Could it be that they possessed some lordly treasures? This sudden situation made Qin Yang even more determined to eliminate the contestants from that country here. If they were eliminated, there might be lordly treasures to gain. I hope this skill works. Jin Jingmin took a deep breath, calming his flustered emotions. With the trump card of resurrection, he wasn't worried about his safety at all. Therefore, he didn't want to escape this opportunity. That would be an act of cowardice. Let me expose your illusions. He was very sure that those people were still nearby. They had just temporarily erased their traces using some special means. As long as he got closer, this illusion might fail. He suddenly accelerated and charged forward, transforming into a falcon mid-flight. With a sharp cry, the falcon aggressively darted ahead. But in the next second, it crashed into an invisible wall, bursting into a cloud of flesh mid-air. In the main command center, Qin Yang, who was ready to enjoy the show with a fish monster head, immediately frowned. Is that it? In the live broadcast room of that country, the comments fell into a brief silence. Qi Yuan's ability only worked on targets with hostile intentions. Therefore, the viewers in front of the screen clearly saw how he was smashed to pieces. He didn't hit an invisible wall. Instead, he collided face-first with a slap from Ding Dali. That slap contained a 300-fold power increase and a 100-fold critical damage. The damage directly exploded, turning Jin Jingmin into a cloud of blood mist. The spectators from the neighboring country burst into laughter. Oh, he was smashed into dust. How ridiculous. How high must the attack power of that slap be? This is hilarious. This contestant from that country really overestimated himself. He originally wanted to demonstrate how to perform Huasha, but unexpectedly things went wrong. The audience from a certain country was sending unbelievable comments. How is this possible? Contestant Jin Jungmin was taken out in just one encounter? He clearly has so many abilities. What is going on with these people? Why did he suddenly transform into a Super Saiyan? Even Super Saiyans are coming out. This game is filled with unfairness. What to do? If Jin Jungmin is eliminated, our country will have to face the consequences of the game and be invaded by zombies? It's over. Everything is over. Our country is going to perish. At that moment, the scene suddenly shifted to the territory of contestant Jin Jungmin. In front of the command center, a ball of electric light appeared. The ball expanded and then quickly shrank, finally spitting out a naked person. This person was none other than the recently deceased Jin Jungmin. His rebirth skill activated automatically, saving his life. However, everything he carried, including his clothes and the civilians controlled by the loyalty shackles, either dropped or became ineffective at the moment of death. In the live broadcast room, the audience from his country was filled with relief. Jin Jungmin was not eliminated. Great. He still has a trump card. He didn't die? Our country was not eliminated. We don't have to face punishment. Long live. Long live our country. Jin Jungmin, good job. Don't be discouraged. Regroup and take down the contestants from the other country. Meanwhile, the spectators from the other country were still mocking. Oh, he didn't die? This guy really has a strong life force. He can't even withstand a slap. With this level of strength, he won't last long. He didn't die now, but he will eventually. So the contestant from that country is a guy? Oh, I see a golden mushroom. Where? Where's the golden mushroom? That's clearly a toothpick, right? Toothpick? Is that the one you have to endure because it's so big? In another world, in front of the command center, just after being reborn, Jin Jungmin was weakly kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. His face was filled with panic and lingering fear after a narrow escape. Did I just get killed? He had no idea what had happened. The last feeling before his death was hitting an incredibly hard wall of air, and then he fell into endless darkness. When his vision finally returned, he found himself in front of the command center of his territory. Did that group kill me? How could this happen? Why with my power? Was I unable to even resist? His feelings were extremely complex at that moment. After more than half a month of continuous victories, Jin Jungmin had become blindly confident in his abilities. Now, suddenly facing a heavy blow, being taken out without even having a chance to fight back severely undermined his confidence. He felt exceptionally frustrated and confused, as if he was seeing the version of himself before his journey, who, despite numerous efforts, had still struggled to gain popularity and fans. It can't be. I'm clearly so strong. How could I be eliminated so easily? There must be something wrong. Jin Jungmin didn't want to admit defeat. After calming down, he reviewed the situation at that time. Right. Although he wasn't clear about what had happened, there were others who knew. The 5 civilians he had recruited were right there, weren't they? Thinking of these 5 civilians, he immediately realized. After his death, he could respawn at the command center. But those 5 civilians couldn't be instantly transported back to the base. They had been left in the tunnel below. Moreover, due to his death, the effect of the loyalty shackles on these 5 individuals was also lifted. Jin Jungmin quickly checked the status of these 5 civilians. Lion the Seeker, loyalty, 5. Jill the Escaper, loyalty, 3. The other 3 newly recruited civilians had all betrayed him and left his territory. In the underground tunnel, after Jin Jungmin was defeated by Ding Dali, the loyalty shackles controlling Lion and the others were immediately lifted. I've recovered? Lion felt an unprecedented clarity in his mind. In fact, while under the control of the loyalty shackles, he was somewhat aware of his surroundings. Now that the control was lifted, he immediately noticed it. Lion rubbed his temples, feeling a lingering fear. Controlling people's minds is truly a terrifying ability. At the same time, his loyalty to Jin Jungmin plummeted, and he even felt disgust and hatred towards him. After all, nobody likes the feeling of being manipulated and turned into someone else's puppet. What just happened? Why did I admire someone I just met so much? Yes, when he greeted me earlier, I was so excited I nearly cried. Was that brainwashing? Were we all briefly brainwashed by that person? The 3 companions who had just accepted the loyalty shackles instantly broke free from Jin Jungmin's control, their temporary loyalty dropping to 0. They all felt quite incredulous. At this moment, the non-hostile Lion noticed the shining figures of Ding Dali and the others. Why are they glowing? What is going on? Lion instinctively took a step back, hand on the dagger at his chest, looking at Ding Dali and the others with caution. Oh my, why are they glowing? Is this a special ability brought on by viral evolution? These people just took down that ambiguous character. They shouldn't be hostile, right? Lion's companions were also frightened and retreated, marveling at the glowing effects on Ding Dali and the others. At the main base command center, what is going on? Why is there no elimination prompt? Qin Yang was puzzled. He was certain that Ding Dali had just killed the player from the Cosmetic Nation. With such a heavy slap, it had turned into a mist of blood. The player must be dead beyond any doubt. Previously, when killing the player from the Southern Monkey Nation, the elimination prompt had appeared immediately. Could it be that Jin Jungmin didn't die? Did he possess some ability or treasure that allowed him to escape death? Qin Yang rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table, his brow furrowed. This player from the Cosmetic Nation clearly couldn't survive even one round in the hands of the civilians who had activated their talent-sharing state. However, it must be said that he is the strongest individual player from another realm that Qin Yang has encountered. If the weeds are not completely uprooted, they can still pose a threat. Since he appears to be nearby, it indicates that his territory is not far away. Perhaps the end of this tunnel leads to his domain. At this moment, Qin Yang noticed the 5 henchmen of Jin Zhengmin nearby. Right, by asking these individuals, he could quickly learn the location of that person's territory. He then ordered Ding Dali to halt the tunnel exploration and bring these 5 back to the main base. Chapter 96. This territory is special. These people came from the front, and reaching this point means they have eliminated the dangers along the way. Qin Yang's purpose for exploring the tunnel was to kill zombies and earn points. Now that all the zombies in this tunnel have been eliminated, there is no need for further exploration. The 5 henchmen did not resist. Although there was a language barrier, they could see that the 7 people on the opposite side were armed. Considering that their leader was killed in one blow by the other side, they immediately raised their hands in surrender. After returning to the main base, Qin Yang did not rush to question these individuals. Following the usual practice, he first took them to eat and then gave them a tour of the main base to let them experience the abundance and beauty of the place. Once Lion and others were brought to Qin Yang's main base, they were instantly attracted by the scale of this human camp. Is this another territorial force? Why have so many similar territories suddenly emerged in the Nora Basin? Lion had entered the Nora Basin from the outside a month ago. During his exploration at that time, there were only zombies and deserted towns and villages, with no human territories in sight. It was only about half a month ago that these highly similar human territories began to sprout like mushrooms after rain. Spending a week in Jin Jingmin's territory allowed Lion to fully understand the wonders of these human territories. He also realized that these human territories were mostly in a hostile relationship, often engaging in life and death struggles when they met. This territory has developed quite well. With more exposure to human territories, Lion gained some understanding of their scale and development. Comparing Jin Jingmin's territory with Qin Yang's, he felt there was a significant gap between the two. Firstly, the triple-layered, tall, and sturdy stone walls of this territory directly overshadowed the 2 low wooden walls of Jin Jingmin's territory. Stone walls are not rare. During the early days of the disaster, surviving humans had invested considerable manpower to build such walls, even constructing them taller and thicker here. However, such stone walls ultimately could not withstand a single charge from high-level monsters. What intrigued Lion was the layout of the stone walls here. The 3 layers of walls were arranged with only a 12-meter gap between them, which seemed like a self-deceptive construction method. Since high-level monsters can easily destroy a stone wall, they can also easily destroy 3. In Lion's view, the only purpose of such a layout of stone walls is to delay high-level monsters for a few minutes. Nevertheless, just from the extravagant and capricious arrangement of these stone walls, along with the countless ballistae and catapults set up on them, it is enough to indicate that the development level of this territory is far beyond that of other regions. Then there is the living environment here. The surroundings are arguably the best Lion has seen since the disaster occurred. The cobblestone streets crisscross, and the stone houses, all upgraded to LV3, stand in neat rows, interspersed with blooming flowers and lush greenery, the masterpiece of gardening skills. At first glance, this place does not resemble a fortress for humans defending against zombies, but rather a beautiful paradise. Not only is the environment pleasant, but the common people here, in terms of both material conditions and mental outlook, are incomparable to the pale and exhausted civilians of other territories. They wear clean and brand new clothes, which come in a variety of styles. They use appropriate tools and enter and exit some production facilities equipped with steam boilers. Instead of showing weariness from work or confusion about life, their faces are full of energy and joy. The people here seem to be living quite well. Guile approached and whispered to Lion. Although they are busy, they don't seem to be annoyed at all. Yes, this place is different from all the human territories we've seen before. Lion nodded in agreement. As they continued walking and observing, they were soon led to a place that resembled a cafeteria. The lady in charge of cooking warmly said something. Even though Lion and the others couldn't understand, it was easy to tell she was welcoming them. Then the lady gestured for Lion and the others to take a seat, and immediately brought out some shimmering food and placed it in front of everyone. All eyes were instantly drawn to the food. They were puzzled by the magical phenomenon of the food glowing. Is this edible? It looks exquisite, like a work of art. It smells so good. But why does the food glow? I've never seen anything like it. Forget it. I'm so hungry I can't hold back any longer. Except for Lion and Guile, who lived in a territory with regular food supplies, the other 3 had been living in dark tunnels, experiencing a feast or famine lifestyle. Now, with delicious food in front of them, they naturally lost all restraint and began to grab the food to eat. The first person to taste the delicacy froze in place. a look of intense surprise on their face. This is so delicious. Saying this, the person, as if afraid that their companions would snatch their food away, gobbled it down eagerly. Seeing this, the others skeptically took a bite of the food in front of them. Instantly, everyone seemed to reach a state of bliss. Wow, so delicious. I've never eaten anything this good. My goodness, this is not something that can exist in this world. What should I do if I can't enjoy such delicacies in the future? After the meal, Leon and the others were taken to an empty stone house to rest. They toured this stone house, which was no different from other residences. It had 2 floors, each about 40 square meters, divided into front and back rooms, with stairs installed in the middle. The front room was a reception area, furnished with exquisite furniture that felt very comfortable to sit on. After Jill completed her tour, she returned, incredulously stating, "This place is so well equipped and convenient. You can cook here, and the water supply is connected through pipes. You just need to turn on a switch to get water." The technological development in this world isn't particularly backward, but it hasn't advanced that far either. When the zombie virus first broke out, people on this continent were still riding horses and using cold weapons for combat. Over the several decades of disaster, technology experienced a significant boom. However, most of the technology developed during this period was aimed at eliminating zombies and monsters, with very few civilian technologies like running water emerging. Even if such inventions were made, they were of little use, as human towns had largely fallen. Only a few small human settlements remained, and they often had to migrate, so such amenities were not needed. Therefore, Jill was very surprised by the faucet and running water. "I found that I quite like it here. Living with access to water at any time should be very pleasant." After resting in this room for 2 hours, someone finally came to take them away. Walking along the streets of the territory, Leon and the others saw many civilians gathered around a roadside stall, each holding a cup and enjoying whatever they were drinking with satisfied expressions. The stall was managed by a robust middle-aged man with slicked-back hair, skillfully preparing tea while humming a tune. When he saw passers-by, he would shout out, "Hey," to get their attention. Then he would scold the civilian in a language Leon couldn't understand, which phonetically sounded like, "3-something, do it soft. Have tea first. Doing so much is useless, the boss won't treat you well." The civilian then stopped, accepted a cup of tea handed over by the strong man, and happily took a sip. Chapter 97. Don't want to join? Then be done with it. Leon and the others were also handed a cup by the strong man. Having had a previous experience with glowing delicacies, they were somewhat mentally prepared. But as the liquid slid down their throats through the slender tube, a fragrant sweetness instantly filled their mouths. They felt completely refreshed. "Is this water I've never had before?" Jill's eyes widened in delight, her expression fully conveying her love for the liquid in the cup. "After drinking this, I feel great, and I'm much more energized." A companion next to her nodded in agreement, looking surprised. "What should I do? I found that I really like this place. No, not just like, I like it a lot." Jill finished the drink in her cup, her face still reflecting a sense of lingering enjoyment. Compared to the seemingly heavenly life in this territory, her existence outside felt as terrible as hell. It was one thing to go hungry due to the scarcity of food, but she couldn't even sleep well at night, always on guard against the nocturnal monsters and zombies. With no hope in sight, many times Jill struggled to understand the meaning of human perseverance. It wasn't until she arrived in this territory and experienced the environment and lifestyle here that she felt a glimmer of hope and began to yearn for the future. Jill's words seemed to be a lament, but they were more like a test. Her 4 companions fell into silence upon hearing her, seemingly in disagreement with her thoughts. Yet the longing expressions on their faces betrayed them. Finally, it was Leon who broke the silence. He patted Jill on the shoulder and said, "Jill, we came here with a mission, and Chris and the others are still waiting for our news. We can't selfishly abandon them to enjoy ourselves here." "Okay, I understand your point," Jill replied with a shrug, "but the road back to the outside world is already blocked. Even if we wanted to return, we can't." "Maybe the Lord here has some way," one of her companions suggested. "Have you tried discussing this with the Lords?" This question hit the nail on the head. Leon and Jill had indeed not done that. In fact, they had never had the opportunity to sit down with these lords as equals to discuss matters. Joining the territory of Jin Jungmin was due to the influence of special abilities. Each time they saw Jin Jungmin, they were filled with admiration and excitement, even forgetting the mission that brought them here, let alone asking about the blocked pathways. "Perhaps it's worth a try," Leon thought as he accepted his companion's suggestion. After walking for a while, they were brought to a 3-story stone villa at the center of the territory. Jill looked at the imposing stone house and couldn't help but exclaim, "This building really is magnificent." In the outside world, such structures are typically where important figures reside. And that was before the catastrophe. After the disaster, for survivors like them, having a complete ruin to live in would be a luxury. The LV-3 Command Center could be considered the most luxurious building in the main base. Although it was named a command center, it was essentially the Lord's private residence. The Lord could freely adjust the interior layout and add furnishings, but changes to the exterior of the house were not allowed. Qin Yang met Leon and the others on the terrace of the second floor of the stone villa, where he could overlook the entire main base. Without wasting time, he got straight to the point and asked, "Are you willing to join my territory?" Leon and the others were confused, unable to understand Qin Yang's words. "I forgot that you can't understand me. Fortunately, I was prepared." Qin Yang snapped his fingers and instructed Wang Teng beside him. Wang Teng immediately disappeared from the spot. 2 seconds later, he reappeared, informing Qin Yang that the order had been conveyed. This scene left Leon and the others stunned. What just happened? That long-legged guy suddenly vanished for 2 seconds? Before they could figure out what was going on, a fair-haired, blue-eyed female civilian arrived on the second floor of the command center. The young woman greeted Qin Yang in a romantic language. I need you to be the translator." This female civilian, recruited from a romantic country, possessed a talent for languages. With a hundredfold enhancement, she could master a new language very quickly, often only needing to hear the other party speak 2 sentences to engage in basic communication. Since capturing Leon and the others back to the main base, Qin Yang had assigned the translator to accompany the escort team. During this time, the translator had overheard Leon and the others' conversations. Now, she was already proficient in their language. "My lord inquires whether you would like to join his territory." Upon hearing this, Jill's eyes lit up. What surprised her even more wasn't just that this woman spoke their language, but also that the Lord had directly and accurately raised the very issue Jill most desired. As if he had already known her thoughts. Just as she was about to agree, she noticed Leon subtly shaking his head beside her, indicating that they should inform the Lord, "We don't know much about this place, so we don't want to make such a hasty decision." Leon's response was quite diplomatic. He didn't outright refuse, but instead stated their lack of understanding of the area. Following this, it was likely that the other party would take his words into account and suggest giving them more time to consider. "Don't understand? Oh, you don't want to betray the players from your original country, right?" "Understood." Qin Yang frowned and immediately ordered Wang Teng beside him. "Have them taken down and executed." "Understood." Wang Teng cupped his fists and then disappeared again to carry out the order. Within 2 minutes, just as Leon and the others were speculating on what the Lord intended to do, suddenly, the 7 golden-haired super scions from the tunnel approached, wielding various weapons. Jill and the others immediately panicked. What were they going to do? "Leon, did your earlier words upset the Lord? Are they going to kill us?" Seeing this, Leon also felt a bit anxious and quickly asked the translator lady who could speak their language. The lady replied coldly. The Lord said, "Since you are unwilling to betray your original Lord and join our territory, then you can only be killed." "Oh, this is a misunderstanding. This is a huge misunderstanding." The translator's words were heard by everyone. In an instant, someone like Jill, who had already been considering joining, jumped up and shouted, "My lord, I am willing to join here." The refugees Leon and Ethan, along with Mia and Ada, wish to join your territory. Should they be accepted as citizens of the territory? Chapter 98. Virus Evolvers, competitors from a certain country. Can we be straightforward? Clearly, each of them has an interest in this matter. Qin Yang quickly incorporated the 4 who had defected first. As for the remaining one, he didn't need to say anything. Those who had come over first would assist in persuading. Sure enough, after a moment of hesitation, a prompt appeared before him. The refugee Leon the Seeker wishes to join your territory. Should they be accepted as citizens of the territory? After incorporating these 5 refugees, Qin Yang checked their profiles. Leon the Seeker, Stamina, 760760. Attributes, Health 150150, Attack 21, Armor 0, Loyalty 3, Sense of Belonging to the Territory LV 0, 100. Talent Ability 1. Seeker, easier to gather useful resources in towns and human settlements. Talent Ability 2. Perfect Virus Receptor, innately possesses strong adaptability to the zombie virus. Skill, Virus Evolver, after injecting a virus improvement agent. Physical attributes significantly enhanced. Dagger Mastery, skilled in using daggers and other short blades. What's going on? This person's base attributes are so high, and they have 2 talent abilities. Qin Yang was astonished by this information. It should be noted that the citizens in his territory, after completing all training and fully consuming the territory's food recipes for a permanent status, had attributes similar to this. Qin Yang then looked at the profiles of the other individuals, which had similar base attributes. Their individual combat abilities were also quite impressive. He soon noticed a common point in their profiles. They all had the talent of Perfect Virus Receptor and the skill Virus Evolver. Virus Improvement Agent? Qin Yang recalled the underground laboratory he had discovered in the morning. That place seemed to be where the virus improvement agents were produced. Do these individuals have a connection to that laboratory? It appeared that these individuals were likely not citizens summoned by competitors from a certain country, but rather natives of this world. After successfully incorporating them, Qin Yang could understand what Leon and the others were saying. However, considering their loyalty was still quite low, He didn't ask about their origins, but focused instead on inquiring about the territory of the competitors from the mentioned country. This question was irrelevant to Leon and Jill. In fact, they both had intentions of retaliating against Jin Jungmin. His main base was located to the west of Raccoon Town, approximately 5 kilometers away. Leon provided detailed information about Jin Jungmin's territory. The number of living people in that territory was not many, around 40, while the rest were guards summoned by the Lord. They were a kind of tall, strong humanoid monster, wrapped in bandages, wielding staff-like weapons, and I felt no vitality from them. Monsters? Bandages? Summon guards? Wait. Why do players from that certain country have so many skills? Qin Yang recalled that while in the tunnel, they had already used the ability to transform into a beast. And there was also that skill that slowed down Ding Dali and the others. Getting slapped by Ding Dali and not dying was clearly another skill. Now there's an additional ability to summon a bandage guardian. This is already the 4th one. Did this guy draw 4 skills in one lottery? Such incredible luck. The protagonist can just be you. In any case, this player's base has been located. It's getting late today, so Qin Yang plans to send someone to eliminate this guy early tomorrow morning. In the real world, at a special operations department in a certain country. It's time for the routine report. A bald staff member arrived early at the leader's office door. After entering, the elderly man in military uniform was watching a live broadcast from another world. Upon seeing the staff member enter, the old man shifted his gaze from the screen. You're here, have a seat. The staff member sat down and began to send some data from the tablet to the computer in front of the old man. Currently, there are only 20 countries' contestants left in the other world. In terms of strength, besides our country's contestants, the players from another country and a certain corrupt nation are quite strong. The old man focused on reviewing the data of the contestant from the other country. Contestant, Bill Wilson, 28 years old, active duty Marine Corps member. A top graduate from a military academy. Initial ability or item speculation. Through a special treasure, grants a powerful ability to one subordinate within his territory. The old man felt this introduction was somewhat vague, so he said to the staff member, "Tell me more about this contestant from the other country." Sure. The staff member nodded and explained, Bill Wilson should currently be the contestant second only to Qin Yang. His territory development, while not as advanced as Qin Yang's, is still quite good, with stone walls already under construction. He has also handled the previous 2 waves of corpses with ease. At the same time, he has eliminated contestants from 9 countries, including those known for diamonds, music, watches, and firearms, and has occupied 3 territories. Regarding Bill's initial ability, that treasure is a list. We speculate that he only needs to record a subordinate's name on the list for that subordinate to gain considerable power. Currently, his list has 2 slots. One effect allows a subordinate to transform into a 4-meter-tall giant, gaining immense destructive power. The other grants a subordinate powerful manufacturing capabilities, arming civilians and enhancing the construction and development speed of the territory, among other benefits. After listening to his subordinate's report, the old man, with a neutral expression, asked, "How does he compare to Qin Yang?" "Not comparable at all." The staff member shook his head without hesitation. "I believe with Qin Yang's current strength, he could easily defeat Bill. Moreover, this gap in strength will only widen as time goes on." "Oh, isn't that evaluation a bit too high?" The old man said this, but his expression clearly relaxed a lot, and he leaned back against the chair. "I just lost my composure a bit earlier. As a researcher, I need to be more rigorous." The staff lowered their heads slightly, adjusted their glasses, and redefined. The future is unpredictable and full of changes. Currently, our country's competitors have a significant advantage. Otherworld, Day 21. Qin Yang started preparing for the attack on the territory of the cosmetic nation early in the morning. Besides incorporating civilians as much as possible, I must eliminate the competitors from the cosmetic nation this time. This is because the next level up requires 3 promotion keys. And right now, Qin Yang only has 1. Killing otherworld players is one of the main ways to obtain them. Before setting off, as usual, let's summon today's civilians first. Chapter 99. The war chariot is heating up. The warriors are unstoppable. Among the 11 civilians summoned today, 7 possess innate abilities, and 3 of them have unique talents. Sukai, innate ability taunt. When speaking, all hostile targets' hatred towards you is 1. Super taunt. When speaking, all hostile targets' hatred towards you is 100. Chinjak. Innate ability parkour, skilled in utilizing the terrain in combat. Physical ability 10, physical evasion 5, clothing durability 10. Parkour king, physical ability 1000, physical evasion 100, clothing durability 1000. Jiangbo, innate ability brewing, expert in brewing alcoholic beverages. Brewing master, brews high-quality beverages. Among these 3 innate abilities, Sukai's is particularly peculiar. What the heck? He has a built-in hatred value. Does this guy have a face that people just can't stand? Qin Yang took a closer look at this new civilian. However, the guy has a decent appearance and a well-proportioned figure, He can only be described as slightly handsome, with nothing particularly hateful about him, according to the literal meaning. This hatred value only appears when he starts talking. Qin Yang tried chatting with Su Kai for a bit. The other party's voice sounded normal. His expression while speaking was normal, and his behavior was also normal. Everything seemed fine. Perhaps the situation was just off. Not finding anything unusual, Qin Yang could only shrug and let Su Kai go find someone to arrange work. Shun Jack's parkour king talent indicates that he is a combat-oriented civilian, and he has good potential for in-depth training. What Qin Yang didn't understand was why this talent also grants clothing a durability of 1000. Is parkour really that hard on clothes? Jiangbo's brewing master is actually quite similar to Chun Saijuan's culinary master, specializing in various types of alcohol brewing, with high-quality beverages providing time-limited bonus effects that can stack with Aunt Saijuan's food. If all civilians can be well-fed and hydrated before the tide of corpses arrives, everyone's state will significantly increase. After 2 days of development, the first batch of firearms has been produced under Engineer Gung's leadership. Qin Yang inspected these version 10 firearms. They have long barrels, with an overall length of about half a meter, resembling the classic Mauser rifle design, referencing the 98K. This is because the research on ammunition technology was completed first. This firearm has skipped the front-loading method like that of muskets and directly transitioned to the modern rear-loading system. The efficiency of loading has improved, but the chamber can only accommodate one bullet. After firing a shot, it is necessary to reload before shooting again. In terms of range, it has high accuracy within 400 meters, and its power does not significantly diminish. Beyond 400 meters, no one in the territory, except for a specific individual, can maintain control due to low production efficiency. The first batch of 10 versions of this firearm produced a total of 10 units, which have now been equipped by Qin Yang to the 10 most skilled civilians in marksmanship within the territory. Additionally, it is worth mentioning that the mechanical factory building unlocked by the LV-3 Command Center was completed yesterday. This building is similar in nature to a workshop. By assigning civilians to it, technical research can be initiated along with the production of corresponding mechanical equipment. The difference is that the research projects here are more specialized, primarily focusing on machinery, and cannot deviate from the existing technological level of the territory. For example, since Qin Yang's territory is still in the steam engine era, the mechanical factory cannot develop products related to the electrical era. Qin Yang assigned a researcher from the workshop to the mechanical factory, and within just 1 day, they achieved considerable research rewards. Using the obtained technological rewards, he had the previously constructed Harmony vehicle from the attack on a neighboring territory upgraded in the mechanical factory. By today, the new version of the Harmony vehicle has been completed. The most significant change in the 20th version of the Harmony vehicle is that its main structure has been upgraded from wood to steel, and it has transitioned from human power to steam boiler power. At first glance, this vehicle has a distinct steampunk characteristic. The heavy steam boiler equipment is mounted at the front, occupying 2/3 of the entire vehicle's area. The gear system made of forged steel forms the vehicle's transmission system, appearing precise and complex. When the vehicle is in motion, the transmission structure produces a rhythmic clacking sound. 6 wheels, each about 1 meter in diameter, are positioned on either side, lifting the vehicle high and providing basic off-road capabilities to traverse complex terrain. A small compartment located behind the steam boiler can accommodate about 10 people. At the same time, this compartment must carry fuel, requiring the occupants to continuously shovel coal into the steam boiler for combustion. The thick smoke generated from the burning coal is expelled through a chimney above the steam boiler. The civilians on this expedition will ride the 20th version of the Harmony vehicle to the territory of a neighboring state located dozens of kilometers away. Next is the adjustment of the expedition personnel list. With the talent sharing effect in place, Qin Yang believes that the territory of a specific individual cannot withstand an assault from 7 super warriors. Therefore, only 7 civilians need to be arranged for this expedition. Ding Dali, Li Shan, and Yang Fei are essential. They form the cornerstone of the team's combat strength and cannot be absent. Additionally, 1 individual will ensure long-range firepower. Another will be used for ambush or retreat, and 1 more will increase speed. Considering that the armored vehicle might need to traverse some wooded terrain, Qin Yang assigned the last spot to the lumberjack Wei Dong. This elite team had taken everything into account, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, they should be invincible. He finally arranged for Leon and Jill to accompany them to guide the elite squad. As the group boarded the Harmony armored vehicle and confidently set off from the western wall of the main base, Qin Yang couldn't help but feel like singing a song. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room of the Summer Nation, upon seeing Qin Yang's elite squad set off in the armored vehicle, the comments flooded in with speculations about what major event they were headed for. Wow. In other territories, civilians either ride horses or simply take bus number 11. But Qin Yang's side has armored vehicles already. Not only had they created armored vehicles, but they also had firearms. Just a moment ago, he saw a group practicing shooting. The technological advancement was astonishing. Compared to Qin Yang's territory, the others seemed to be stuck in a primitive society. What were these people planning to do with guns? Were they going to fight zombies? What zombies? The zombies around here have long been cleared out. I think they're planning to attack the Cosmetic Nation. Are they really going to attack the Cosmetic Nation? I wholeheartedly support that. Qin Yang is awesome. Those folks from the Cosmetic Nation always flaunt online, claiming they're the strongest in the world. I've been unsatisfied with them for a long time, just waiting for their androgynous competitors to be eliminated. Brothers, let's go to the Cosmetic Nation channel and experience the despair of their audience. Haha. Chapter 100, Military Assistance Plan for the Eliminated Nations in the Real World. In the capital city, a gathering of over 50 diplomatic envoys from various countries took place at the United Nations headquarters to discuss military assistance for the eliminated nations. Each of the punished eliminated nations, regardless of their strength, was unable to contain the spread of the zombie virus, and no research on the virus could be initiated. This led to a rapid downfall of major cities within the eliminated nations, with a swift increase in the number of deaths and mutations among the populace. Among the continents, Africa suffered the most. With the last competitor from the Diamond Nation being eliminated by the other side, there were currently no surviving competitors from the entire continent. Consequently, the leaders of the eliminated nations jointly requested the United Nations to persuade the remaining nations to send peacekeeping forces into their territories to eradicate the zombies. After all, the zombies would only attack the citizens of the eliminated nations, and the peacekeeping forces from the surviving nations would face no danger. Now, the proposal to send peacekeeping forces had entered the final voting stage, and the representatives from the surviving nations had completely dropped their facade, revealing their greedy intentions. Among them, the representative from the Cosmetic Nation was the most vocal. In recent years, our nation has been reducing military expenditures, and currently, the number of active military personnel is less than 100,000. We also need to station soldiers on the northern border to prevent any sneak attacks from the neighboring nation. We can participate in the peacekeeping operations, but it would be difficult to mobilize many personnel. The envoy from the nation with the leader often referred to as Three Chubby expressed frustration, stating that their athlete Jiang Minxiu had been eliminated by the country known for its cosmetic enhancements, blaming them for the outcome and questioning their lack of response. However, the envoy from the Cosmetic Nation ignored them completely, appearing indifferent. The expression of the Three Chubby envoy darkened, filled with resentment as they glared at the other envoy, contemplating whether to suggest to their leader the deployment of newly developed tactical nuclear weapons against the Cosmetic Nation. Although such an action would change their current situation, they thought to themselves, if I can't survive, neither will you. Let us perish together. In the eyes of most surviving nations, the envoys from the eliminated countries had no right to sit with them and discuss matters. From the moment their athletes were eliminated, those nations had already sealed their fate of destruction. At that moment, the envoy from Babylon stood up, looking serious, and said that if any nation was willing to send troops to support Babylon, they would offer 50 shares of their annual oil production for 20 years. The Babylonian envoy was perceptive and recognized the self-serving nature of the surviving nations. Without offering corresponding benefits, one should not expect help. The envoy from the Foot Basin Nation sarcastically remarked about the offer of only 50 shares, stating that their country had been focused on developing new energy and had a diminished need for oil. The envoy from the nation often referred to by a particular symbol showed interest, asking if their oil reserves could indeed be extracted for another 20 years. The Babylonian envoy gritted their teeth and increased their offer to 60 shares per year for a validity period of 25 years, pleading for assistance. The envoy from the smaller nation expressed excitement, agreeing to send troops, boasting that their warriors, raised on the sacred waters of the Ganges, were the strongest in the region. The envoy from the Cosmetic Nation scoffed, tapping the table and asking if any other country was willing to make a bid, claiming that their soldiers, descendants of the sun, were far superior to those raised in less favorable conditions. The smaller nation envoy angrily challenged them to repeat that statement. Just as tensions rose between the two, the envoy from the domestic service nation timidly spoke up, expressing their willingness to become a subordinate nation and pleading for any assistance in deploying peacekeeping forces to help them through their crisis. The Foot Basin envoy showed keen interest, suggesting that sending a national guard could suffice, proposing to sign an agreement. The envoy from the Cosmetic Nation immediately interjected, questioning whether the Foot Basin Nation's military strength would be adequate for such a mission, jokingly suggesting they could send powerful warriors instead. The Foot Basin envoy retorted, asserting that their forces were still stronger than the delicate soldiers of the Cosmetic Nation. Meanwhile, the envoy from the prominent nation sighed and shook their head in disappointment, choosing not to engage in the disgraceful behavior of the surviving nations as they divided the spoils of the eliminated. They opted for silence, closing their eyes in contemplation. Just as the envoy from the Cosmetic Nation was about to clash with the envoy from the Basin Nation, a United Nations staff member rushed in from outside, shouting loudly, "Breaking news." All the envoys present stopped their quarrels and turned to look at the staff member. The territory of the Cosmetic Nation's contestant, Jin Jungmin, has been breached by the contestant from the Great Xia Nation. This dreadful news struck like a bolt from the blue, hitting the envoy from the Cosmetic Nation hardest. His arrogant expression froze instantly, maintaining the pose of 1 foot on the table, yet he couldn't move. Meanwhile, the envoy from the Basin Nation, upon hearing this news, had a myriad of expressions flash across his face. He patted the frozen cheek of the envoy from the Cosmetic Nation and sneered, all right. I think you should sit down obediently and show some sincerity in asking for our surviving nation's help." After being slapped on the face, the envoy from the Cosmetic Nation finally reacted. He widened his eyes in disbelief, quickly locking his gaze on the envoy from the Great Xia Nation at the top position. The envoy from the Cosmetic Nation was furious and gritted his teeth, but he didn't know how to start his next words. After all, their nation had fallen from being a high and mighty surviving nation to the ranks of the eliminated. What's wrong? The envoy from the Great Xia Nation, just waking from a nap and still a bit drowsy, noticed everyone's attention was focused on him and looked confused. The envoy from the Cosmetic Nation let out a frustrated grunt, withdrew his foot from the table, straightened his collar and clothes, and walked toward the side. Just when everyone thought he was going to leave the conference room, showing great resolve by refusing military aid from other surviving nations, the situation took a complete turn. The envoy from the Cosmetic Nation walked straight to the envoy from the certain country and suddenly knelt down, bowing and shouting excitedly, "Please, you must assist us." The Cosmetic Nation. Half an hour ago, in another world, the Harmony vehicle was progressing with creaks and groans. Its speed was not fast, slightly slower than horseback, but certainly better than walking. It took over 2 hours to travel from the main base to the outskirts of the Cosmetic Nation's territory in Raccoon Town. Along the way, due to the need to traverse the circular forest, they were often blocked by trees. Fortunately, Qin Yang had the foresight to assign Wei Dong to the expedition team. With Wei Dong clearing the path, the journey went quite smoothly. Finally arrived. Through the fish monster's eyeball, Qin Yang noticed a medium-sized camp ahead of the vehicle. The outer wall had partially upgraded to a stone wall, indicating that their command center had also reached LV3. I wonder if this level of defense can withstand my civilian assault? Chapter 101, The Beaten Tomb Guard. In the Cosmetic Nation's live stream, the audience was completely unaware of what was about to happen. Look, contestant Jin Jungmin has summoned 5 more guards, and it seems his strength has increased significantly. The wall made of piled rocks is solid and reliable. There's no problem for Jin Jungmin to hold off the next wave of undead. I believe that the last time, Jin Jungmin did not actually fail. If he had died then, why hasn't our nation been eliminated? Indeed, based on my speculation, the competitor from the neighboring country must have used some sort of teleportation ability. He likely moved Jin Jungmin away just before he could take action. Your guess is reasonable, and I wholeheartedly agree. At this moment, a viewer from the neighboring country, unable to tolerate the discussion any longer, directly commented, "You little trash from the other nation. Stop your baseless speculations. Our competitor Qin Yang has already sent someone to deal with your competitors. Soon, you won't even be able to keep this live stream running." In response, the viewers from the other nation, lost in their own imagination, expressed disbelief and remained defiant, saying that the competitors from the neighboring country would not return, and that they would fight until dawn, declaring that whoever backs down first would be the loser. Master Lord, something very strange has come outside. In the territory of the other nation, Jin Jungmin, who was preparing to start a new round of sacrificial rituals to summon the tomb guards, received a report from his subordinates. His expression was grim, with strands of his dyed white hair falling over his forehead, and his bloodshot eyes indicated that he was in poor condition. Since receiving the notification that 5 civilians had completely betrayed him yesterday, he sensed that things were about to go awry. These civilians, once captured by the competitor from the neighboring country, would likely sell him out and reveal the location of his territory. Since the competitor from the neighboring country managed to survive this long, they were certainly no fool. If they could easily eliminate an opponent, there would be no need to let them linger. Jin Jungmin felt that the other party would definitely come for him at the first opportunity. Therefore, he needed to prepare for this formidable opponent. Although he had faced defeat outside, that did not mean he had no chances for defense. Within his territory, there were powerful tomb guards. These were undead summons, possessing resilient bodies that could withstand being torn apart by zombies, along with formidable strength and terrifying jumping ability. Against ordinary runners, they could fight 10 at once. After enhancements, they could even take on explosive attackers without issue. However, summoning or enhancing the tomb guards required a bloody sacrifice of a civilian. Jin Jungmin, of course, did not care about the lives of these civilians who could be summoned for free every day. To him, ordinary civilians held little value. He only needed to keep enough for the development of his territory. Each time he conquered a competitor's territory, Jin Jingmin would sacrifice the civilians he had captured to summon and enhance the tomb guards. By the time of his rebirth, he had a total of 50 tomb guards, 20 of which had been enhanced, making them larger and significantly more destructive. Anticipating the imminent danger, Jin Jingmin hurriedly sacrificed the civilians within his territory to summon more tomb guards. If he couldn't even defend his territory, the remaining ordinary civilians would only benefit the competitors from the neighboring country. Rather than waiting for the battle to arrive, it would be better to sacrifice all the ordinary civilians currently present and strengthen the defensive capabilities of my territory as much as possible. Strange things? Jin Jingmin raised his head and cast a fierce gaze at the civilian who reported to him. The person was frightened by this look and stammered, "Why yes. That thing looks like a vehicle, continuously spewing black smoke from the top, and it has a carriage full of people at the back. Is he describing a train?" As a modern person, Jin Jingmin immediately understood what his subordinate was describing, and he couldn't help but be astonished. My civilians still rely on their feet to walk. The representatives from that other country have actually developed such a means of transportation. He then asked his subordinate, "A carriage full of people? How many are there? Did you get a good look?" "Probably less than 10 people," his subordinate replied nervously. "Less than 10 people?" Upon hearing this, Jin Jingmin's mouth involuntarily twitched, revealing an ugly smile. "Ha ha ha. They think they can attack my territory with less than 10 people? This representative from that other country really underestimates me." His territory had over 50 tomb guards. Each tomb guard's combat ability was on par with Jin Jingmin's beast form. He was confident that even if they sent 200 civilians, they wouldn't survive the assault of 50 tomb guards. This wasn't blind confidence. Of the 7 representatives he had defeated, 5 had been dealt with by the tomb guards. It could be said that the tomb guards were Jin Jingmin's true trump card. "I will make them pay a heavy price." Jin Jingmin immediately ordered his subordinate, "Make sure the gates are closed. No one is to be let in." Then, he issued a command to the tomb guards through the summoning interface to march out of the city to confront the enemy. In a warehouse built in a corner of his territory, pairs of blue eyes lit up in the darkness. As the warehouse doors slowly opened, tomb guards, each over 2 meters tall with dog-like heads, their bodies wrapped in white bandages, wielding long-handled staffs and exuding an aura of violence, stepped out from the shadows. They let out beast-like howls, their long legs bending as they gathered strength before leaping high into the air. This jump reached heights of 5 to 6 meters, allowing them to land directly on the roofs of nearby buildings. Standing on the rooftops, these tomb guards continued to leap and move. They quickly crossed the territory and jumped onto the tops of the stone walls. As more tomb guards climbed up, they crouched on the walls, their blue eyes emotionlessly gazing at the strange vehicle parked not far away. Transforming into a falcon, Jin Jingmin circled above the battlefield, personally overseeing the action. Sure enough, they had come to his doorstep. He noticed 7 civilians from that other country disembarking from the peculiar war vehicle, several of whom had familiar faces. "I want you all to come and never return, to die here." After circling once in the air, he issued the attack command to the tomb guards. A towering tomb guardian raised its head and let out a howl towards the sky. Then, with powerful strides, it leaped high from the stone wall, reaching nearly 10 meters in height. In midair, the guardian lifted its staff weapon, preparing to strike down at the 7 civilians below with tremendous force. But at that moment, 7 dazzling beams of golden light instantly connected the 7 individuals on the ground. The person standing directly beneath the staff's attack took a bold step forward, standing tall and raising his right hand towards the sky. With a loud thud, the staff struck him squarely. His body jolted violently, and his feet sank deep into the earth below. Yet, he remained upright, unwavering, grasping the sharpest part of the staff firmly with his outstretched right hand. What? Jin Jingmin, hovering in the air, was nearly thrown off balance, almost falling from the sky. This was impossible. Before he could process the shock for another second, the most powerful tomb guardian was suddenly seized by the glowing civilian, who effortlessly lifted it by its leg and flung it away with one hand. The once mighty guardian had no power to resist, being tossed around like a chick by the civilian. Once it stopped, the civilian raised his foot and crushed the guardian's forehead. The scene was exaggerated, reminiscent of a green giant teaching Loki a lesson. Chapter 102, with unstoppable force. Core of the territory in the live broadcast room of the Cosmetic Nation, the audience watching from the summer country was momentarily silenced. The screen filled with incredulous comments. How could this happen? Jin Jingmin's powerful guardian was so easily defeated? It had no chance to fight back. This situation was heartbreaking and despairing. This is impossible. Our Jin Jingmin is the strongest man in the world. He shouldn't fail here. Face reality. Our nation is facing disaster. After the Cosmetic Nation fell into despair, the summer country audience was exhilarated. Is this the strength of your so-called strongest competitor in the world? Just this? You Cosmetic Nation folks, keep pretending. Why have you stopped? Aren't you claiming to be the strongest in the universe? Come on, call me Grandpa, one by one. The body of the Guardian, with a shattered skull, lay sprawled on the ground, surrounded by a mess of craters. The tomb guardians on the stone wall were enraged by this scene, letting out furious howls. One by one, they leaped down from the wall, pouncing towards the 7 civilians shining with golden light. Undead monsters fear neither death nor retreat, their blue eyes filled only with ruthless slaughter. Just as they were in the air and hadn't yet landed, a series of gunshots rang out. 7 guardians shattered simultaneously, turning into a mass of flesh and blood mid-air, scattering everywhere. The civilians completed a round of firing, lowered their guns, and began to reload. Under the effect of talent sharing, their shooting skills achieved perfect accuracy and a 100-fold critical hit effect. It was effortless to blast apart these tomb guards. As the remaining tomb guards landed and prepared to charge at the 7 civilians, a strange scene unfolded. From the perspective of the tomb guards, the 7 civilians suddenly vanished right before their eyes. The tomb guards halted their advance, stopping in place to look around, emitting questioning howls. This situation again. Watching from the air, Jin Jungmin felt extremely frustrated upon witnessing this. Just yesterday, he had fallen victim to this sudden disappearance ability, and ever since his rebirth, he had been puzzled by it. If it were a stealth-type skill, a person could disappear, but certain phenomena could not be completely concealed. For example, after transforming into a hawk, his senses were significantly enhanced. He could see further and clearer, and even sense the body temperature of living beings. However, these abilities had been ineffective at that moment. The 7 civilians seemed to have evaporated into thin air. Similarly, the undead tomb guards possessed a flesh-sensing ability akin to that of zombies. This ability ignored whether the target was invisible or not. Yet, at this moment, the flesh sensing clearly failed to activate. This situation was utterly perplexing. This ability was practically a bug, an existence that would absolutely affect the fairness of the game. While pondering this, the sound of gunfire rang out again. Another 7 tomb guards were shredded into pieces by bullets. And those 7 civilians, like fleeting shadows, stealthily fired their guns before disappearing once more. Seeing nearly 1/3 of his elite troops wiped out, Jin Jingmin's heart ached, and he quickly ordered the tomb guards to retreat. The tomb guards executed Jin Jingmin's orders without hesitation, abandoning their search and sprinting towards the stone wall. However, the retreat was not smooth. The vanished civilians decisively abandoned their firearms and engaged in close combat with melee weapons. They seemed to flicker, directly appearing on the retreat path of the tomb guards, striking with knives, hammers, or axes, knocking the tomb guards down at a speed reminiscent of a hack-and-slash game. Despite knowing that only 7 people were involved, the speed at which they eliminated the tomb guards made the scene look as if dozens were acting simultaneously. In less than half a minute, the number of tomb guards plummeted from over 40 to fewer than 20. Those 20 managed to jump onto the territory's stone wall, leaving behind over 20 mutilated bodies of their fallen comrades on the ground. Damn it! Jin Jingmin's eyes burned with rage as he ordered the civilians stationed on the stone wall to shoot arrows, intending to cover the entire area in front of the stone wall with indiscriminate attacks. But before the civilians could notch arrows onto their bowstrings, a loud bang echoed. The thick stone wall below was suddenly breached, creating a large hole. A civilian radiating golden light charged forward with his hands over his head, vanishing in an instant. What the hell? The circling hawk was so terrified that its eyes seemed ready to pop out of their sockets. This was a wall made of stone over a meter thick. What on earth was happening? Was it made of iron? Could it really break through? Boom, boom, boom. The initial collision caused by the civilian acted as a catalyst, and soon the sound of impacts echoed against the stone wall. Large human-shaped holes appeared continuously, and the civilians breaking through the wall vanished in an instant. Jin Jingmin felt like he was going crazy. Was this really necessary? At least let the newly built stone wall serve some purpose. This was completely out of the ordinary. Then he saw that the 20 tomb guards he had recalled to his territory were again hunted by the invisible beings. The unique appearance of the tomb guards made them quite conspicuous, leaving them nowhere to escape. Those invisible beings moved with a speed that was almost instantaneous. No matter how far or fast they tried to run, they would be easily caught. Jin Jingmin was in despair, watching as his tomb guards were eliminated one by this group of invisible beings. He felt powerless. If he went down to assist in defending the territory, not only would he be unable to do anything, but he would also be giving away his life for free. At this moment, if the command center were to be directly destroyed by this group, his resurrection skills might also become unusable. There was no other choice. He could only abandon this place for now. Jin Jungmin took one last look at his rapidly falling territory, filled with reluctance. After all, he had lived here for over half a month, and the construction of the territory had taken a lot of effort, so he had developed some feelings for it. I will come back. His mindset at this moment was not much different from that of the repeatedly failing character in a popular animated series. The hawk-shaped Jin Jungmin flapped his wings with all his might and turned to fly southwest from the territory. Your civilian has killed a tomb guard, earning 10 points. Your civilian has killed a tomb guard, earning 10 points. At the main base, Qin Yang kept receiving such notifications. Killing summoned creatures actually earned points? Qin Yang was quite surprised. He thought only eliminating competitors would yield points. Although it was only 10 points per creature, even a mosquito counts as meat. Kill them all. With a command given, the civilians, still under the influence of talent sharing, charged at the tomb guards who were even more ferocious than they were. After a bloody battle, all the tomb guards were eliminated. Following Qin Yang's instructions, the civilians only targeted those tomb guards and spared the living civilians within the territory. However, there weren't many civilians left in the territory, as most had been sacrificed to the tomb guards by Jin Jungmin. In the small square in front of the command center, Qin Yang saw an evil altar painted with blood. Next to the altar was a large pit that had been manually dug, filled with the bodies of civilians that had been disemboweled, their organs exposed, and drained of blood. Ugh, this hellish scene nearly made Qin Yang vomit. Damn it, those scoundrels from that certain country. Are you even human? You are nothing short of a demon. Qin Yang immediately ordered all civilians who had invaded the territory to spare no effort in finding Jin Jungmin. He wanted to execute this demon on the spot to eliminate the threat to the people. However, in the end, he still failed. It seemed that Jin Jungmin had slipped away early, and he could not be found anywhere in the territory. With his anger difficult to vent, Qin Yang ordered his 7 subordinates to demolish the command center. Boom. For these humanoid monsters with 300 times the strength, demolition was an incredibly easy task. They charged back and forth a few times, and the sturdy 3-story stone villa collapsed with a loud crash. At the same time, a notification popped up in front of Qin Yang. You have successfully destroyed the command center of the otherworld player Jin Jungmin and obtained 8 territory cores. Chapter 103. Reinforcing the command center, Jin Jungmin's dilemma. As soon as the command center was destroyed, Jin Jungmin received a notification. Player Jin Jungmin, you have lost your command center. If you do not occupy a new command center before the next wave of undead arrives, you will be automatically eliminated from this game. Oh no, there were less than 2 days until the next wave of undead. How could he occupy a new command center in such a short time? Jin Jungmin felt this was an impossible task. He couldn't help but feel some regret. Initially, in order to save trouble, he would destroy the opponent's command center every time he eliminated a player. Although doing so allowed him to obtain a territory core that could be used to reinforce the command center, the consequence was that there were no backup territories nearby. He could only fly to a further place and hope for a harvest. The hawk in the air let out reluctant cries, maintaining its speed as it continued to fly southwest. Territory core? Upon receiving the notification, Qin Yang quickly checked the relevant introduction. Territory core, obtained by destroying other players' command centers, can be used to reinforce your command center. Wow, this Jin Jungmin, with such limited strength, actually managed to obtain 7 territory cores? Having 7 territory cores meant that Jin Jungmin had destroyed 7 command centers. To destroy 7 command centers indicated that he had defeated 7 otherworld players. So, how weak were those 7 players who were taken down by such a small fry? Qin Yang immediately used 1 territory core. A prompt appeared. You have consumed 1 territory core. Your command center has received 1 reinforcement. Please choose one of the 3 options below to gain. 1. Command center armor value 50. 2. Command center daily gold income 50. 3. Command center summons 1 civilian per day. Did he even need to think about it? Qin Yang directly chose the 3rd option. For him, increasing armor value and daily gold was certainly not as valuable as gaining 1 more civilian. The territory cores he obtained this time totaled 8, which meant he could reinforce the command center 8 times. Here we go again. Qin Yang used another territory core. Please choose one of the 3 options below to gain. 1. Command center storage capacity 100. The command center at level 2 earns 50 coins daily. The level 3 command center can summon 1 civilian each day. Option 1 has changed, but increasing storage capacity is not as useful as armor. Without hesitation, Qin Yang continues to choose option 3. As a result, his main base's command center can now summon 5 civilians daily. Let's continue. Please choose one of the 3 options below to gain. 1. Command center storage capacity 100. 2. Command center daily coin gain 50. 3. Command center armor value 50. The luck for the 3rd enhancement wasn't great, as the option to increase civilian summons was missing. Ultimately, Qin Yang chose to enhance the daily coin gain. He then enhanced 5 more times. Among those, 2 options to increase daily civilian summons appeared again. After completing all 8 enhancements, the command center data for the main base changed as follows. Daily coin gain, 80280. Daily civilian summons, 37. Eliminated players can gain a large number of points and the promotion keys necessary for upgrading the command center. Destroying a command center also yields territorial cores. It seems this apocalypse game encourages players to kill each other. Qin Yang tapped his fingers on the table. Unfortunately, that guy Jin Jingmin got away. Qin Yang had no way of guessing where Jin Jingmin would run off to. He could only have the civilians at the 3 bases stay on guard to prevent being ambushed by that little scoundrel. Then, while exploring the surrounding areas, he would see if he could track this guy down. He wondered how many players were still left in the game. Previously, Qin Yang speculated that the players participating in this game likely came from various countries around the world. If each country selected one player to participate, the total number of participants could reach around 200. Now, the game had been ongoing for 21 days. Qin Yang had already encountered 3 players himself. Players like Jin Jingmin had even eliminated 7 competitors. If the game's setting is confined to the Nora Basin, he should soon encounter players from other countries again. The presence of players poses a danger comparable to a horde of zombies, even more dangerous in some aspects. At least the zombie horde has a predictable pattern and gives warnings before arriving. However, players possess a variety of unpredictable abilities, making them hard to defend against. If he wanted to avoid disaster, he should prepare early. It would be best to scout out the territories of other players first. It's better to confront them openly than to be ambushed from behind. After Jin Jingmin's territory was occupied, the command center was destroyed, rendering the territory useless as a sub-base. Keeping it would not trigger any more zombie hordes, and without them, there would be no additional points to gain. Moreover, the geographical location of Jin Jingmin's base was not ideal. It was very close to the Jia mountain range, which, although easy to defend, was far from the circular forest, making it inconvenient to gather wood. There are no rivers nearby, so water can only be sourced by digging wells, which is very inconvenient for industries that require a large amount of water. Therefore, Qin Yang had the civilians gather the surviving locals and supplies, using transport vehicles to move them back to the main base in batches. My lord, this time we set out with 0 casualties and brought back a total of 17 prisoners, reported Ding Dali as soon as he returned to the main base in the afternoon. He only needed to report the number of captives since Qin Yang would receive notifications about the supplies coming into the territory. Qin Yang nodded and instructed. You all did very well. Treat these prisoners kindly and ask them if they would like to join us. Yes. Ding Dali clasped his fists and turned to leave. Perhaps the loyalty of these prisoners was already low, or maybe they had become homeless refugees due to the destruction of their territory. As soon as they received Qin Yang's offer, they eagerly chose to join. In an instant, notifications about incorporating civilians kept popping up in front of Qin Yang. After he confirmed them in batches, the total population of the territory increased by 17. He wondered if any of these new individuals possessed exceptional talents. Qin Yang opened the profiles of the newly joined civilians to check. Meanwhile, in another direction, Jin Jingmin attempted to fly over the Kia mountain range to reach the outside world, but every time he tried to ascend, he was met with a powerful force that suppressed him. This force was heavy and pressed down on him, preventing him from flapping his wings. He could only descend to make it disappear. With no other choice, since he couldn't get outside, Jin Jingmin had to fly along the Kia mountain range. After 2 hours of flying, he was exhausted and thirsty. Having flown this far, he believed there should be no danger. Although his falcon form lacked combat power, it was unparalleled when it came to fleeing. As he thought this and was about to stop for a break, his enhanced vision allowed him to spot what seemed to be a human encampment 2 kilometers ahead. Wow, I didn't expect to encounter other players' territory so soon. I'm really lucky. Jin Jingmin felt invigorated and did not stop to rest. He flapped his wings and accelerated toward that direction. Chapter 104. The Guide. Surrender among the 17 newly incorporated civilians. 10 possessed special abilities, and 5 of those had unique talents. Chui Jiming, special ability. Rapid growth, shortens the pregnancy cycle of civilians. Luk Xiangquan, special ability. Financial management, earns an additional 10 gold coins daily. Jin Minxiu, special ability. Driver, driving skill, level 3. Gang Zhongyi, special ability. Pathfinding expert, pathfinding level 1. Park Qingyu, special ability. Master painter, painting level 5. What a peculiar set of talents. They can even shorten the pregnancy cycle of civilians? Is this considered accelerated maturation? Will the newborn baby have any problems? Influenced by the concept of free love, several pairs of civilian couples have already emerged in the territory. They are inseparable, sharing meals and living together. It's inevitable that young people, in their impulsiveness, might create life. Qin Yang estimates that there will soon be cases of civilians getting pregnant. This innate ability seems to have come at just the right time. If this ability is amplified 100-fold, the effect should be quite terrifying, right? It's possible that someone could get pregnant today and give birth tomorrow. However, while the pregnancy period has been shortened, eliminating the long and arduous 10 months, the newborn still requires a long time to grow up and cannot immediately transform into useful adults for the territory's construction and defense. In the end, this ability may not be of any use at all and could instead bring some troublesome little ones to the territory. The financial management ability is genuinely impressive. As the command center level increases, the importance of gold coins becomes apparent. In the level 3 training ground, training projects cost dozens to hundreds of gold coins each time. Essentially, Qin Yang spends all the gold coins he earns daily on this. If this ability is amplified 100-fold, the additional amount of gold coins earned should rise to around 1,000 coins per day, right? It's worth noting that even with all 3 bases combined, he currently only earns 860 coins naturally each day. With this ability, the amount of gold coins he can earn daily would double. As for the driving ability, it is currently not very useful. The only vehicle available in the territory, the Harmony vehicle, is slower than a horse. The performance limit of vehicles is fixed, and even the best driver cannot make full use of it. The next ability, the Pathfinder, is quite beneficial. This game does not have a mini-map in the corner or an option to press MTO open the map, whether civilians or player lords. If they venture too far from the territory without marking their path, there is a high chance of getting lost. Therefore, Qin Yang's exploration of the surrounding area has been progressing very slowly. He originally planned to utilize the talent-sharing effect to conduct a thorough exploration of the territory's vicinity before the third wave of zombies arrived. However, due to the issue of getting lost, the plan has been delayed. Now, with the Pathfinder ability, this problem can be effectively resolved. At that time, he will first amplify this civilian's ability and then connect him with Wang Teng, Qi Yuan, Yang Fei, and others. This way, everyone can explore the surrounding environment at an extremely fast pace without getting lost and being unable to return to the territory. Finally, the drawing proficiency ability also plays a significant role in exploring the environment. Since the 7 linked civilians all possess Wang Teng's speed, the exploration process will proceed at a very rapid pace. Qin Yang cannot possibly monitor all civilians' actions through the fish monster's eye. So linking this civilian to the exploration team will empower all civilians with strong drawing abilities. Once they completed their exploration, they would express the general situation discovered through painting, relying on their memories. In this way, Qin Yang would obtain a relatively complete map. Intelligence is a key factor in determining the outcome of a war. With a grasp of the overall map, Qin Yang would gain a significant advantage when facing other players from different realms. He quickly decided on 5 civilians to prioritize for amplification and use today's hundredfold amplification on them. 5 beams of golden light descended from the sky, and the 5 civilians swiftly completed their transformation. Jin Zhengmin circled a few times overhead in the unfamiliar territory, cautiously observing the situation. The defenses here were weak. The command center was only at level 2, and the outer walls were merely thickened wooden walls. 20 or so civilians were either producing or constructing, and he did not see any obvious defensive forces within the territory. Jin Zhengmin noticed the mix of ethnicities among the civilians. There were black, white, and yellow individuals like himself. However, since there were many countries in the real world with diverse ethnicities, he could not determine which country's player's territory this was based solely on that. I don't have time to look for other territories. I can only occupy this command center first. Jin Zhengmin began to slow down and descended towards the ground. Soon, he landed on the roof of the command center, immediately reverting from his beast form back to his original appearance, characterized by his white hair and a somewhat enchanting demeanor. He leaped into the command center, and immediately a prompt appeared asking whether to occupy it. Without hesitation, he chose to occupy. This should be fine, right? Jin Zhengmin opened the system interface to check and found that the prompt instructing him to find a new command center had disappeared. He let out a slight sigh of relief and was about to step outside to announce to the civilians that he was the new lord of this place when a tall, burly figure blocked his way at the entrance. "Who are you? How dare you trespass in our territory?" The other party spoke in a standard international language. Jin Zhengmin, having completed his studies before attending the training camp, could understand it. "Me? Heh, this place has already been occupied by me. If you're sensible, surrender quickly, or I will kill you first and offer your blood as a sacrifice to the Grim Reaper." As soon as Jin Zhengmin finished speaking, a massive hand suddenly appeared before him. Not good. He barely had time to react before the enormous hand grasped his head. However, just before the grip tightened, Jin Zhengmin reflexively transformed into a snake. The sudden reduction in size allowed him to escape the giant hand's grasp. Now free, Jin Zhengmin quickly used a speed adjustment on his opponent, slowing their movements to half. He hurriedly swam toward the outside of the command center. He successfully escaped the narrow confines of the command center, but the burly figure blocking the doorway soon broke free from the slowing effect and followed closely behind. Jin Zhengmin shook his snake body, and 2 wings sprouted from his back, quickly transforming from snake form into falcon form. He flapped his wings and soared into the sky, desperately rushing upwards. However, Behind him came a beastly roar. Then, Jin Jungmin felt himself once again enveloped by a pair of enormous hands. These hands were like a cage. And this time, even transforming would be of no use. As he realized he was about to be crushed by these giant hands, Jin Jungmin, in a panic, shouted in the universal language, "I surrender. I'm willing to be a slave. Please don't kill me." The clasping hands paused. Chapter 105. Clearing Raccoon Town. After Jin Jungmin chose to become a slave, the giant hands immediately stopped. He finally saw his opponent clearly. It was a towering black man, over 2 meters tall. His solid muscles were like blocks of stacked granite, and his dark body resembled a sturdy iron tower made of black clay, strong and formidable. In contrast to his skin color, his eyes and white teeth stood out strikingly. As Jin Jungmin looked over, the man's giant hands gradually shrank and soon returned to their normal size. Is this a player from that certain country? He looks like a humanoid monster. When he became a slave, Jin Jungmin had already learned from the prompts whose territory this was. He immediately regarded the Black Tower as a player from that country. The Black Tower looked down at Jin Jungmin, his face expressionless, and spoke in a deep voice, "My master wants to see you." So it was just a summons for a civilian. Ordinary civilians can possess such powerful combat abilities? Does the player's capability also enhance their subordinates? This reminded Jin Jungmin of the fear he felt when dominated by players from another country, as their methods seemed to involve strengthening ordinary civilians as well. Following the instructions of the Black Giant, Jin Jungmin departed from this territory and continued flying southeast for over an hour. Ahead appeared an even larger player territory. This territory alone covered more than 10,000 square meters, built against the mountains and encompassing a river flowing through the area. Tall, thick stone walls had already been erected around the perimeter, equipped with precision-structured firearms, making the defense stronger than anything Jin Jungmin had ever seen. He questioned whether even his strongest guardians could successfully attack this place without significant risk. In his falcon form, he circled around the territory twice for a more detailed observation. There were a large number of civilians inside. Jin Jungmin estimated there were at least 100 people, representing various ethnicities. These civilians were distributed across different posts, working diligently and systematically managing this vast human territory. At that moment, a command for him to land came from the command center situated halfway up the mountain. As a slave, Jin Jungmin could not defy his master's orders and could only descend in front of the command center, reverting to his human form. "Oh, a friend from the land of cosmetic surgery? Welcome to my big family." The door of the command center opened, and a young man's voice along with the sound of applause came from inside. Jin Jungmin stepped into the command center and saw 3 people standing in the hall on the first floor, 2 men and 1 woman. The man and woman on either side were clearly not the hosts. The man was pouring drinks while the woman was playing the violin. Jin Jungmin looked at the man standing in the center. He was a Caucasian with short golden hair and a ruggedly handsome face typical of certain archetypes. Standing tall at least 180 centimeters, he wore a red and blue outfit with a cape, which, combined with his appearance, made him look remarkably similar to a character from a popular series. "Friend, tell me what makes you unique," Bill Wilson said to Jin Jungmin, flashing a bright smile that hinted at something sinister. After wrapping up matters concerning the territory of the Cosmetic Nation, Qin Yang prepared to clean up Raccoon Town. Raccoon Town was evidently similar to Sheep Village in terms of being a map resource, and capturing it would bring considerable benefits to the territory's development. However, according to intelligence provided by Leon and others, a large number of lickers occupied the central area of Raccoon Town. To capture this place, it was essential to eliminate these threats first. Raccoon Town was significantly larger than Sheep Village, and while the licks were concentrated in the center, they were generally dispersed throughout the area. If they were to be eliminated one by one, their speed and ambush tactics could pose greater danger to civilians. It would be better to lure them all to one location for a concentrated attack. In terms of combat capability, there was no need for concern. With 7 individuals sharing their talents, they could easily handle the entire Raccoon Town and eliminate the lickers. The pressing issue now was how to gather all the lickers in one place. Qin Yang browsed through the civilian interface and finally focused on one civilian. Considering that the talent sharing effect could be reused around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, he had early assigned the task of transporting supplies for the Cosmetic Nation to an ordinary civilian, while the main forces like Ding Dali were dispatched to Raccoon Town. At the same time, he made some adjustments to the lineup of 7 for talent sharing. The lumberjack Wei Dong was replaced by Su Kai, who had just been summoned and possessed a super taunting ability. Su Kai's talent had already been tested, even while staying inside the main base. His words could attract hatred, continuously drawing zombies and monsters towards the base. By that afternoon, the main base had rarely seen a trickle of about 10 zombies and runners. The fish monsters in the river to the east, previously deterred by the skulls of their kind, had unexpectedly emerged from the water today, charging mindlessly towards the main base. Regardless of whether they were zombies or fish monsters, They were discovered and eliminated by civilians on their way to the base. The civilians at the main base have completed all the training modules at level 2 training ground, and their individual strength has improved significantly. They can easily take on fish monsters, not to mention a couple of ghouls or runners. However, the nearby zombies have been cleared out by a certain individual, so the attracted zombies and monsters often have to travel a long distance to approach the main base. As long as they bring this Su-Kai to the town center, it should attract all the lickers as long as they are close enough. Su-Kai rode to Raccoon Town, taking about 2 hours on the way. When he arrived at Raccoon Town, it was just around 2 in the afternoon. As Su-Kai began to communicate with his teammates, there was indeed some commotion in the direction of the town center. First, a large flock of birds was startled and flew up into the sky. Then, figures started appearing on rooftops, walls, and in alleys. A swarm of lickers was rapidly approaching. They flicked their long, crimson tongues and crawled along the ground like lizards, moving swiftly and effortlessly across various terrains. Their hatred for Su-Kai even surpassed their innate sense of flesh detection. Even from a distance, they could accurately find their way here. In just a few minutes, the 7 individuals sent to clear Raccoon Town were surrounded by a large number of lickers. Points galore. At the command center of the main base, the individual's eyes lit up as he licked his lips, issuing orders through the fish monster's eye. It's time to net them in, take them down. At the same time, he activated the talent sharing effect again. Chapter 106. Occupying Raccoon Town, Player Alliance. Your civilians have killed a licker, points 40. Your civilians have killed a licker, points 40. The battle was without suspense. After activating the talent sharing effect, the civilians handled these fast, low-health, mutated zombies with ease. The lickers were completely on the receiving end, being knocked down one by one, their skulls crushed, and then dissolving into puddles of black goo. The notifications for points gained flooded the individual's vision, filling him with satisfaction. In less than 20 minutes, even before the talent sharing effect ended, there was not a single standing licker left in the town center. It felt exhilarating. This wave alone earned me 5,200 points. Adding the original 3,000 points, my total points are close to breaking 10,000. What should I do with so many points? Use them for a lottery? Or spend them in the points store? As he pondered, he opened the points store page. 1. Upgrade your civilian leader's active effect once. 30,000 points. 2. Unlock a new active effect for your civilian leader's skill. 50,000 points. 3. Purchase a promotion key. 1,000 points. The options in the points store increase in price after each purchase, and the price increases are not small. For the first option, he had purchased it twice, and the next purchase would cost 30,000 points. The second option was even scarier. After just one purchase, it had already risen to 50,000 points. After the comparison, Qin Yang felt that his 8k points were insignificant and quickly closed the points mall. The civilians, following Qin Yang's instructions, found the most exquisite and bright house in the center of Raccoon Town. Upon entering the house, a prompt appeared asking whether to occupy it. After choosing to occupy, a long string of information popped up. Raccoon Town, Lumber Town. After occupying and stationing 120 civilians, the following rewards can be obtained daily. Daily increase of 15 civilians summoned. Daily increase of 20 for 100 coins. Daily gain of 20 for 100 units of wood. Daily obtain a technology research reward based on the village's technological level, up to 5 times. The bonus effects after occupying Raccoon Town were similar to those of Sheep Village. However, since a town is of a higher level than a village, its bonus effects were better, and correspondingly, more civilians were required to be stationed here. With the effect of 5 civilians daily, even if it meant reducing defense personnel, he would ensure full occupancy. For Qin Yang, civilians represented productivity, the guarantee of territory development, and the core of defending against zombie hordes. He had to grasp this channel for obtaining civilians firmly. Towns were indeed different. The daily coin income was significantly higher than that of villages. Additional wood? It truly lived up to its name as Lumber Town. Speaking of coins, Qin Yang currently had quite a few channels for acquiring them. In addition to the 440 coins provided daily by the 3 command centers, all civilian houses had been upgraded from LV2 wooden houses to LV3 stone houses. Each stone house could accommodate 6 people, and a fully occupied stone house provided 20 coins daily. With a total of 30 stone houses across his 3 bases, the daily coin income reached 560 coins. Additionally, he had recently recruited Lu Xiangquan, who possessed financial talents, back from the territory of the neighboring nation. After receiving a 100-fold increase, he could provide an income of 1,000 coins daily. Now, considering the daily coin income from Sheep Village and Raccoon Town, Qin Yang's total daily coin income had reached an astonishing 2,500. Earning money was incredibly fast, and he no longer had to scrimp and save to train civilians. he decided to invest heavily in building and upgrading training grounds, aiming to enhance the civilians further before the zombie horde arrived. In the right half of Nora Basin, unlike the left half where large-scale player battles had ended, weaker players had either been eliminated or reduced to slaves of stronger players. The right half was still fiercely contested, and player alliances began to form. The strongest among them were the players from the Corrupt Nation, Foot Basin, and the Third Country, who had allied to deal with the similarly allied players from the Bear Nation and Iron Juice Nation. Ivan Sokolov, a player from the Bear Nation, was initially a reckless warrior, focused solely on fighting without caring for territorial development. However, his ally from the Iron Juice Nation, a Baisai, was skilled in development. The combination of their strengths led to a qualitative improvement in their capabilities, allowing them to withstand the pressure from the players of the three nations. However, the territories of the neighboring nations are not in a geographically advantageous position. They are squeezed into a corner of the Nora Basin, with an endless sea behind them. Before they developed maritime shipping technology, their situation was dire. Opponents were surrounding them, advancing steadily while seeking new allies from the rear. In less than 2 days, the original alliance of 3 nations escalated to 5, adding 2 new players. Everyone wanted to take advantage of the situation and share in the spoils. At this moment, outside the territory, the space-time suddenly distorted, and a group of about 100 runners appeared out of nowhere. They seemed to be controlled, immediately locking onto their target in the territory and rushing towards the outer stone wall. The sound of gunfire erupted from above the wall as bullets rained down. 2 burly civilians, each wielding a Gatling gun, shouted and opened fire on the charging runners. Since the command center upgraded to level 3 and opened the points shop, players had spent a significant amount of points to purchase 2 Gatling guns with unlimited ammunition. Under the overwhelming firepower, despite the runners' evasive maneuvers, many were quickly taken down. By the time the remaining runners charged to the base of the stone wall, fewer than 10 were left. This number posed no threat to the territory. One of the strong men adjusted his aim and unleashed a barrage at the remaining runners, swiftly ending their lives. Bring more of your zombies over. It's not enough to fill my teeth. After the battle at the wall, a bare-chested warrior swaggered over and gave a middle finger to the distance. Meanwhile, several kilometers away from the territory, in a temporary camp, players from 5 nations gathered to discuss how to take down the neighboring nations. The coordination was quite good, but they miscalculated the teleportation distance. If they had pushed a little further, they could have teleported the zombies directly inside the territory. A player from one nation sat comfortably in a large chair, sharing her thoughts while popping a fresh grape into her mouth. She had just coordinated with a player from another nation, using a special ability to teleport the 100 runners directly to the vicinity of the territory. Although the operation had failed, it demonstrated the possibility of capturing the territory. Next time, we just need to advance the troops about 100 meters, she suggested. The player nodded in agreement, but we need to wait for my ability to cool down. After they felt that conquering the territory of a certain large country was a foregone conclusion, the 5 of them shifted the topic of conversation. At this moment, a player from a certain country suddenly spoke up. Speaking of which, do you know about the central city here? Chapter 107, Dividing the Central City. Reverse deduction. The terrain here is circular, with the central city located right at the center. The player from the said country gestured to describe. It's a huge city. But the situation inside is quite dire, with zombies densely packed and dangers lurking everywhere. However, as the saying goes, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. The resources inside are definitely abundant enough to attract everyone. The territory of this player is located in the northeast corner of the Nora Basin, which is a relatively large outlet to the sea. Additionally, the player received an initial reward of Deep Sea Benefactor, granting all summoned civilians the ability to navigate water freely, allowing them to survive and explore the seas at will. Thus, this player has the strongest water combat capability among those present. In fact, everyone here has heard of the central city's existence, but they have refrained from mentioning it actively because they are all calculating their own interests. The player from the said country is quite shrewd. He has no significant advantage in geographical position or land combat. If he wants to get a share of the pie, he must first stir the waters. Therefore, he brought the issue directly to the forefront, making it impossible for the other players to avoid it. Discussing this matter seemed to offer no help to the current situation. The player from another country, Kant, put on a serious face, clearly not wanting to continue this topic. Kant's territory is the closest to the central city. Being near the water gives him an advantage. He has been exploring the central city since the first wave of zombies ended, but due to his insufficient strength, his progress has been quite slow. Now, Kant urgently interrupted Chris's topic, hoping to buy himself some more time to explore the central city. Exclusive possession is the only way to gain maximum benefit. If all players participate, the piece of the cake he can get will definitely be smaller. Conquering the territory of the large country is just a matter of time. The player from the said country smiled and waved his hand, bringing the topic back. There are certainly more people eyeing this place than just us here. I've heard that players from the southwest are also interested in the central city. When mentioning the players from that region, everyone's expressions grew complex. They have been eyeing the central city, and Kant is well aware that their exploration teams have brazenly passed right by his doorstep. The players from that region have always been mysterious. Those present only know that their territory is located in the southwest area, occupying at least 5 command centers. No one knows what their initial rewards are. However, the fact that they can occupy so many command centers indicates that their strength should not be underestimated. During the operation to eliminate the large country, players from another 2 countries had also invited players from that region, but they showed no interest. The player from the said country continued, "No matter who among us occupies the central city, we definitely won't be able to withstand the siege of all other forces. My point is, now that everyone has formed an alliance, why not work together to take down the entire central city?" Day 22 in the other world. Gold 2,500. Wood 400. 20 new civilians have arrived. Should they be summoned immediately? Qin Yang promptly summoned the civilians and, as usual, filtered for those with talents. With the increasing number of civilians summoned daily, it seemed that the appearance probability of common civilians had also increased significantly. Moreover, possibly due to the upgrade of the command center level, the talents of the summoned civilians had become more extravagant. Among the 20 summoned this time, 10 had talents. 4 of these talents were particularly interesting. Chu Hao, talent ability Lucky Guy, Luck 1, Super Lucky Guy, Luck 100. Omu, talent ability Blade Maintenance, Sharpening Blades. Making cold weapons sharp 1, Super Blade Maintenance, Sharpening Blades, making cold weapons sharp 100. Zhang Tianshun, talent ability Reverse Engineering, after dismantling or destroying buildings, tools, and machinery. There is a 10 chance to reverse engineer the corresponding blueprints. Super Reverse Engineering, 100 chance to reverse engineer all related blueprints. Ranwei, talent ability Warehouse Manager, efficiently organizing the warehouse, increasing capacity by 50. Legendary Warehouse Manager, efficiently organizing the warehouse, increasing capacity by 50. Damn, what good is a Lucky Guy for common civilians? He can't help me with the lottery. Qin Yang envied Chu Hao's talent. If he had that talent, wouldn't he get whatever he wanted from the points lottery? At this stage, only a few civilians were equipped with firearms. Most still relied on cold weapons. The talent for blade maintenance came at just the right time. Whether it was the arrowheads and bows or cold weapons like swords and spears, as long as it had a blade, it fell within the scope of this talent ability. Currently, the standard melee weapons for civilians were machetes and daggers forged from high-quality steel. These weapons were already quite sharp, and with Omu's talent ability maintaining them, sharpening them to 100, who knows how sharp they would become. Zhang Tianshuan's talent ability was quite practical. Upon seeing this talent, Qin Yang immediately thought of the energy workshop and virus laboratory located below the Night Demon Cave. If he sent this guy to dismantle these 2 buildings, wouldn't he be able to reverse engineer their blueprints? This way, he could construct such buildings within his territory, saving the trouble of relying on points to obtain them in the future. Lastly, Ranwei's talent ability was a typical example of creating something from nothing. Currently, all the warehouses in Qin Yang's main base had been upgraded to LV3 with a storage capacity of 1,000 units. He had built 10 such warehouses in the western area of his territory, and a capacity of 10,000 in any territory would be more than sufficient to store supplies. However, for the massive amount of stone piled up to the north of the main base, this storage capacity was simply inadequate. With the talent ability of Ranwei, the capacity of these warehouses has been expanded to 6,000 units each, totaling 60,000 for 10 warehouses. However, there is still a long way to go before reaching the storage capacity for the stones in the northern area. After arranging the civilians summoned today, Qin Yang walked out of the command center and began to patrol along the well-paved stone paths of the main base. Soon, he arrived at the training area located in the southern part of the territory. There are 7 training grounds here, all upgraded to LV3, unlocking higher-level training programs. Civilians can advance to the next level of training after completing the first 2 levels. Recently, with a continuous influx of new civilians, either summoned or recruited, the total population across Qin Yang's 3 bases has reached 192. There are too many civilians who need to start training from scratch. Unfortunately, there is only one civilian with training talent, Hu Buiyuan. Even if Hu Buiyuan trains quickly, he won't be able to graduate all civilians before the zombie tide arrives. Qin Yang's plan this time is to utilize the effect of talent sharing to produce 7 Hu Buiyuans. This way, the training speed will increase to 7 times the previous rate, ensuring that all civilians can graduate before the zombie tide hits. Chapter 108. Hunting Monsters. The confidence of the snake turtle civilians who complete all training programs at the LV3 training ground can achieve an average attack power of around 30 points and an average stamina of 550 to 600 points. Their speed, strength, reaction, and overall qualities have significantly improved. Qin Yang tested it, and even Aunt Kaiju, who usually cooks, could easily run 100 meters in 8 seconds, breaking world records and easily surpassing world champion Bob. If they were to face runners in a duel, defeating them would be a piece of cake. Moreover, these civilians are equipped with high-quality gear, at least reinforced 5 times, and their sharp blades and daggers, with a cutting power of 100, make them as effective against zombies as slicing vegetables. Qin Yang used the first talent sharing of the day on the training of civilians. The effect lasted for 20 minutes, with civilians lining up to enter the 7 training grounds. The training speed was so fast it resembled an assembly line, and the civilians quickly transformed from weaklings into powerful elite warriors. After addressing the training aspect, Qin Yang began to focus on the monster hunting plan, one of the plans he formulated after the second wave of the zombie tide. It should have been implemented earlier, but due to the incident involving Jin Jingmin, the action was delayed until now. After calling Tian Ling to the command center, Qin Yang asked her to sense the nearby monsters again. There had been no changes in the nearby monsters. The closest ones were still the fish monsters in the river. These clumsy creatures had been continuously coming to the main base to meet their demise, influenced by Su Kai's taunting talent. The number of fish monsters in the river has sharply decreased, and they have completely lost their ability to cause trouble. The civilians at the main base can now work by the riverside without wearing fish monster eyes. Apart from the fish monsters, the nearest creature is located about 8 kilometers to the east. Su Kai's talent ability weakens with distance, which causes the distant zombies and monsters to approach at a slower pace. The monster to the east was last detected at a distance of 10 kilometers. Since Su Kai was summoned, the monster has moved 2 kilometers closer to the main base. Additionally, monsters in several other locations have also approached to varying degrees. Let's deal with the monster to the east first. After identifying the target, Qin Yang directly selected 30 trained civilians to head to the destination, led by veteran warriors like Ding Dali and Ma Yuan. After observing the previous waves of zombies, he noted some situations. Civilians with the same level of training showed significant differences in combat power depending on their real combat experience. Those with practical experience were much better in terms of skills and mindset compared to those with no experience. Therefore, he wanted to take this opportunity to train the new recruits in batches while hunting the monsters. The team of 30 rode horses for the journey of about 8 kilometers. Thanks to several rounds of breeding by livestock master Jing Cheng, the quality of livestock in the territory has improved significantly. The civilians rode fine horses, which were far superior in speed and endurance compared to the initially poor mounts. After about 40 minutes, the team arrived at their destination. Where was the monster? Using the fish monster eyes, Qin Yang monitored the situation on the battlefield. This was a rocky beach with no vegetation, featuring many jagged rocks resembling sharp claws. For safety, everyone stopped outside the rocky area, and Qi Yuan resumed his old role of scouting. He dismounted and walked steadily through the rocks, observing the surroundings as he advanced. The rocky beach was quite vast, seemingly endless. However, not long after, Qi Yuan felt as if he was being watched. Due to the peculiar nature of his talent ability, this feeling was fleeting. Suddenly, a strange noise came from behind. Qi Yuan turned to see a long snake head had extended to within 5 meters of him. However, because this monster revealed its intent to kill, it triggered an invisibility effect, causing it to overlook Qi Yuan, who was so close. At that moment, it stretched its snake head, its yellow eyes filled with confusion. Qi Yuan was not afraid of the snake-headed monster. Instead of retreating, he moved closer to observe it. Although this creature resembled a snake, a closer inspection revealed it was a combination of turtle and snake. It had a heavy, spiky shell that blended well with the surrounding rocky beach, and beneath the shell were 4 short, thick legs. It appeared to have strong defensive capabilities, but its speed was lacking. Qin Yang commented on this creature. Its hunting method should be ambush, lying in wait to strike. Its snake-like head can extend nearly 5 meters, and it is flexible and fast. Once prey enters its attack range without any defense, it is hard to evade its surprise attack. After understanding the creature's behavior, Qi Yuan returned the same way he came, retreating from the rocky area. The 30-person team then continued their advance into the rocky terrain. Soon, they arrived at the area where the snake turtle was hiding. Upon seeing so many people approach, the snake turtle clearly became intimidated. It retracted its long snake-like head into its thick shell and remained motionless in the pile of rocks, hoping to avoid detection by this fierce group through camouflage. However, its plan fell through. The team stopped less than 10 meters from the snake turtle, just outside its attack range. They spread out in an orderly manner and simultaneously drew their longbows and arrows. The snake turtle felt a sense of impending danger. However, it was now in a dilemma. Hiding was dangerous, but running away might not guarantee safety either. Prepare. Fire. With the leader's command, the new recruits shot arrows at the snake turtle. The arrows clanged against the turtle's hard shell, most bouncing off, with only a few sticking into it. The snake turtle was very confident in its defense and thought smugly, "Humans, your arrows are useless against me. Though I can't defeat you, you won't be able to harm me either, haha." After the first wave of arrows failed to affect the creature, Captain Ding Dolly immediately ordered, "Everyone, switch to special arrows." With a rustling sound, the recruits pulled out arrows with dazzling heads from their quivers and knocked them onto their bows. They didn't even need to aim at such a close distance. The creature was so large that as long as their eyesight was good, they couldn't miss. Whoosh! Another wave of arrows flew toward the snake turtle. The snake turtle tucked its head in and lay flat on the ground, feeling increasingly disdainful, thinking, "Foolish humans. Knowing this is futile, yet still wasting effort. Huh?" The first arrow struck its shell, and the sharp tip penetrated the shell and pierced into the soft flesh of the snake turtle. A piercing pain immediately swept through its body. This is impossible. Chapter 109. Butcher Talent, Spider Monster Lair. Your civilian has killed a level 2 monster, earning 300 points. The individual strength of monsters is much higher than that of zombies. Consequently, the points earned from hunting them are also significantly higher. A level 1 fish monster only gives 50 points, while a level 2 monster can yield 300 points. Qin Yang compared the rewards from killing zombies and realized that he would have to take down at least 50 runners to match the points from just one snake turtle. It seems that hunting higher-level monsters is indeed better, saving time and effort while earning more. Only Qin Yang could speak so casually about hunting monsters. If it were another player, dealing with this creature would not be so easy. Although the creature has a single attack method and moves slowly, its shell provides defense comparable to a stone wall. Once it retracts into its shell, it is virtually impossible to shake it without large-scale weaponry. The arrows used by the civilians in the second round were specially treated, featuring a sharpness rating of 100 designed to penetrate armor. With the right approach, the civilians could easily take down the creature. Monsters differ greatly from zombies. When they die, they do not dissolve into a puddle of black mud like zombies. Instead, they leave behind a corpse. Now, the creature's body lies before the civilians like a small hill. Qin Yang had prepared for this. Earlier, when summoning or recruiting civilians, a talent called Butcher had emerged. There are several civilians in the territory with this talent. The effect of this ability is to increase the efficiency of dismembering animal corpses and to collect some materials and resources from them. After a hundredfold enhancement, this talent can also be applied to monsters, and the dismemberment efficiency is extremely fast, allowing for complete collection of all resources and materials without any loss in the process. In the 30-member expedition team, Qin Yang arranged for 2 civilians with the Butcher talent. A man and a woman approached the creature's corpse, each holding a large and a small knife, both made of high-quality steel and featuring a sharpness rating of 100 designed for armor penetration. One focused on the front half of the creature's body, while the other handled the rear half. After circling the corpse, they began to dismember it with incredible speed, as if they had done this thousands of times before, moving fluidly and efficiently. In less than 5 minutes, the creature's body was reduced to a clean pile of bones. The meat, tendons, and shell materials were neatly categorized and laid out on the ground. A few civilians stayed behind to guard the materials and wait for the transport team from the main base to arrive. After a short rest, the remaining 20 or so members re-equipped and departed, leaving the rocky area behind. They were heading to the next location where monsters were reported to exist to continue their hunt. The next monster was located approximately 10 kilometers to the southeast, in a small forest filled with tall, twisted plants that appeared eerie and strange. Qi Yuan continued to act as the scout, leading the way into this mysterious jungle. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of white spider webs and the sound of rustling footsteps surrounding him. The ground was thickly covered with webs, and white insect eggs were scattered about. Numerous animal corpses bound in webs hung from the branches. After taking only a few steps, Qi Yuan spotted the local monster. It was not hiding at all, but rather perched atop the treetops, a massive spider with 8 long legs. This spider stood nearly 10 meters tall, its legs resembling the twisted trees around it as it lifted its body high into the air. Its body is dark green and it hides among the leaves, making it difficult to detect with the naked eye when it is still. At this moment, this large spider is dragging its hefty abdomen, laying a series of white eggs in the bushes. In addition to this largest spider, there are numerous smaller spider offspring scurrying around in the woods, almost everywhere you look. This forest is the lair of this spider creature. To hunt in the woods, one must face the onslaught of thousands of small spiders, which poses a high risk. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yang instructed Wang Tung to send a message for Su Kai to come and help. Since entering the woods isn't feasible, they would draw these spiders out to kill them instead. After receiving the Lord's order, Su Kai quickly sought out Zheng Cheng for a batch of horses and rushed to the hunting location. An hour later, Su Kai arrived at the destination. He stood about 200 meters away from the woods, not needing to do anything else, but eat a melon and chat with other civilians to trigger his talent ability. Due to the close distance, the taunting effect was immediately evident. One by one, the spider offspring rushed out of the woods, claws bared and running wildly towards Sukai. However, the 200-meter distance between the woods and the civilian encampment became a death trap for these spiders. With a command from Captain Dingdali, the civilians quickly readied their bows and arrows, unleashing wave after wave of arrows at the approaching small spiders. In the open area, there was no way to evade, and the little spiders were instantly knocked down by the arrows, their green bodily fluids mixing with severed limbs flying everywhere. After struggling a bit, their 8 legs quickly retracted together, succumbing to death. Your civilians killed a level 3 monster offspring, gaining 100 points. Your civilians killed a level 3 monster offspring, gaining 50 points. Your civilians killed a level 3 monster offspring, gaining 10 points. Unexpectedly, this large spider turned out to be a level 3 monster, higher than the previously defeated Bear Big and Bear 2, as well as the mysteriously confident snake turtle. Killing its offspring also grants points. Moreover, the number of spider offspring in this forest is astonishing. If they could be completely eliminated, the points gained would be immense. However, the points awarded by these spider offspring seem unstable, likely depending on their size. Killing the largest offspring, roughly the size of a cow, grants about 100 points, while the smallest, about the size of a regular basin, only awards 5 points. The smallest spiders are also the most numerous. Despite this, Qin Yang's long stagnant points bar was rising at a considerable speed. Originally around 9,000 points, in less than 10 minutes, it had already surpassed 10,000. This place is simply perfect for farming points. The large spider continuously produces spider offspring, which are drawn to their deaths by Sukai, providing points. As long as the strength is well controlled, they can sustainably kill monsters without wiping out the spiders entirely. From now on, I can continuously come here to earn points. Qin Yang felt like he had discovered a brilliant way to make money. However, he was getting ahead of himself. Crack, crack, crack. In the distance, 8 long legs sliced through sturdy tree trunks like blades, causing tall trees to fall one after another. It was unclear whether it was due to Sukai's talent or because too many of its offspring had been killed. But the giant spider hiding in the treetops marched out with its blade-like legs, charging towards them. Hey, don't be impulsive. I still plan to keep you for sustainable development, Qin Yang said, helplessly pressing his forehead upon seeing this scene. There was no choice. If this giant spider was uncooperative, his plan to earn points would be ruined. For the safety of the civilians present, he had to painfully give the order, take it down. As soon as the order was given, the civilians immediately focused their fire on the giant spider. Perhaps due to its enormous size, the spider's speed was comparable to that of a certain creature, but it lacked the same level of defense. It hadn't even covered 50 meters before arrows shot by the civilians were embedded all over its body and legs. Dark green fluid spilling everywhere. After reaching 100 meters, it could no longer hold on. Its body, filled with arrows, toppled to the ground, its 8 legs trembling as they curled up, dead. Your civilians have killed a level 3 monster, earning 1,000 points. Its strength was still not as formidable as that creature. A level 3 monster was at this level. However, the points given were indeed substantial. Although Qin Yang said this, he knew deep down that his victory was due to opportunism. In fact, this monster was quite powerful. Unlike the creature that excelled in defense and ambush, this giant spider specialized in rapid reproduction and numerous offspring. If Qin Yang had fought it in the woods just now, the outcome might have been uncertain. Although the primary target was eliminated, there were still a large number of spider offspring in the woods. These were all points. How could he give them up? Qin Yang decided to abandon the plan to hunt the next monster and let the civilians stay and continue slaughtering the spider offspring. Watching his points soar to 12,000 in just half an hour, Qin Yang couldn't help but smile widely. Alright, let's start with 12 draws for level 3. Do you want to spend 12,000 points for 12 draws? After confirming the draw, prompts began to appear before Qin Yang. You won 130 gold coins. You won 160 gold coins. You won 20 units of copper ingots. You won building blueprint, dock. You won 3 civilians. You won 1 lord's treasure. It seemed he got gold coins a bit too often. His luck was truly poor. In this draw, Qin Yang received gold coin rewards 5 times, totaling 670 gold coins. But ironically, what he lacked the least was gold coins. The daily earnings from gold were almost catching up to what he earned from these 5 draws. Then came the material rewards. A total of 4 draws were made, alternating between copper ingots, steel, stone, and wood. While drawing copper ingots and steel was manageable, getting stone was truly a problem as there was no place left to store it. There was already a mountain of stone piled up to the north of the territory. In the remaining 3 draws, 2 rewards were blueprints, one for constructing a dock and the other for a dish in the territory's recipe, the spirit nourishing soup. The function of the dock is naturally to build ships. Currently, The large flatboats produced by a certain craftsman are still navigating in the river east of the main base. These boats cannot be equipped with steam boilers and can only be propelled by human paddling, which not only results in low sailing speeds, but also has very limited carrying capacity. The river to the east connects to the secondary base, which urgently requires a larger, faster ship to improve the efficiency of material transport. The spirit-nourishing soup permanently enhances the user's spirit, but preparing this dish requires 3 rare plants. Upon looking at the names of these 3 rare plants, Qin Yang found he did not recognize any of them. Obtaining monster meat was already quite difficult, and now he needed to find 3 rare plants. The difficulty in crafting these recipes was truly escalating. Finally, this draw also yielded 3 civilians, whom Qin Yang summoned on the spot. Among the new civilians, 2 possessed special abilities. Huadabao, special ability, Cutting Master 3, Legendary Cutting Master 300, Gao Fushuang. Special ability, Charismatic, Charisma with the opposite sex 10, Sea King, Charisma with the opposite sex 1000. What on earth? Cutting well can actually be a special ability? Qin Yang immediately assigned Huadabao to assist Chen Saiju. Just in time, Aunt Saiju was overwhelmed with cooking due to the surge in population in the territory, and having a cutting master to help should greatly improve efficiency. As for the other civilian, just the name alone carried the label of a playboy. There were too many issues to address, and Qin Yang didn't know where to start. He glanced at the tall and handsome young man in front of him, whose looks were almost rivaling his own, and combined with the individual's special ability, he couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Speaking of which, this person's special ability was too likely to draw hate from men, right? No way, he couldn't let him wander around the main base. What if all the girls there were attracted to him? It would be one thing if ordinary female civilians were drawn away. But if even his own Qin Kaiwei and Ni Fu couldn't resist this guy's charm, wouldn't he end up with a green hat? Without hesitation, Qin Yang arranged for Gao Fushuang to go mining at the farthest iron mine from the main base. Snake Turtle Meat 507. Snake Turtle Shell 1. Mother Spider Meat 202. High Elasticity Spider Silk 93. Concentrated Spider Venom 28. As the resources from the 2 monsters were continuously transported back to the main base, prompts kept popping up in front of Qin Yang. Now he had gathered 3 types of monster meat, fulfilling the cooking requirements for the territory's recipe, the Muscle Family Bucket. He immediately issued an order for Chef Chen Saiju to start cooking right away, while waiting for the Muscle King Family Bucket to be ready. Qin Yang received a report from a civilian, saying that Zhang Qilin, who had gone out on an adventure, had returned. Zhang Qilin's special ability allowed him to venture out for 5 days without being monitored, with a 100-fold increase in all attributes. At the end of the adventure, he would definitely bring back a lord's treasure. Qin Yang quickly summoned the cold-faced, taciturn man. The man took off a package from his back and slowly opened it in front of Qin Yang. Qin Yang glanced at the items in the package and couldn't help but frown. It turned out that the lord's treasure Zhang Qilin brought back this time was a weapon, a rugged double-bladed axe. Berserker Axe Quality, Silver Effect, Momentum Slash. Swinging this weapon simultaneously attacks all targets within a 3-meter radius in front of you. This was definitely a melee harvesting weapon. Just imagine, when hordes of zombies were surrounding you, and you wielded this weapon, a casual sweep would take down a large number of zombies. The thrill of this scene was comparable to a game where one strike could deal 999 damage. Qin Yang wondered if the Lord's treasure could be enhanced by a certain individual known for their strengthening abilities. If the enhancement level was high enough, would it increase the attack range? Also, the Lord's treasure should be usable by civilians, right? Qin Yang's mind already pictured Ding Dali wielding the Berserker Axe, spinning it amidst a pile of zombies. Chapter 111. The strongest player in the world first. Let's see if this weapon can be enhanced. Qin Yang had the Berserker Axe taken to the workshop of the individual located in the northern region of the territory. The workshop, though called so, was merely a simple building. There were several such workshops in the main base, relying on the special abilities of the civilians residing within them. The workshop of this individual was next to another's, and these two shared a good relationship, often communicating well. At the entrance of the workshop, upon receiving the Berserker Axe, the individual's gaze immediately became focused. He rubbed his palm back and forth on the broad blade, seemingly pondering ways to enhance the weapon. After observing for a while, he turned and returned to the workshop. Within a minute, Qin Yang received a notification that 10 units of wood, 10 units of stone, and 100 gold coins had been consumed. Truly a treasure-grade weapon, it required such resources for the first enhancement. The workshop door opened, and the individual walked out, handing the enhanced Berserker Axe back to Qin Yang. Berserker Axe 1 Quality, Silver Effect, Momentum Slash. Swinging this weapon simultaneously attacks all targets within a 32-meter radius in front of you. The attack range had increased by 3 meters. Not bad. If the enhancement effects consistently increase the attack range, then after 10 enhancements, It could increase by 3 meters, with a 6-meter buffer. Civilians wielding this weapon would be much safer when attacking zombies. The individual could enhance the same weapon up to 100 times. If 100 enhancements are fully completed, the attack range of this weapon will reach a terrifying 33 meters. It would be invincible. Even standing on the city wall, one could attack the zombies outside, ensuring safety and efficiency. If there were also talent sharing to allow civilians wielding the great axe to gain effects like increased movement speed, attack speed, and critical hits, it would essentially transform into a zombie harvesting machine. By then, not to mention defending against the zombie tide, it seems even counterattacking the horde would be feasible. Just thinking about it made Qin Yang excited. He quickly urged Xiong Chong to continue enhancing the great axe. Sure enough, after the second enhancement, the weapon's attack range increased by another 0.3 meters. But by the time he reached the third enhancement, he hit a wall at the fourth. This was because the first 3 enhancements had completely drained Qin Yang's gold reserves. The fourth enhancement alone required a staggering 4,000 coins, not to mention the increased consumption of other materials. As for the enhancement effects, the total attack range increased by 0.9 meters. Now, the great axe could strike all targets within a 39-meter range directly in front. It seemed that completing 100 enhancements was simply unrealistic. Qin Yang shook his head, lamenting that spending massive amounts of gold and materials for just a 0.3-meter increase in attack range was simply not cost-effective. He felt that enhancing the weapon about 10 times to increase the attack range to 6 meters would be sufficient. A giant, standing 4 meters tall, leaped forward, wrapping its arms tightly around a massive monster that resembled a Tyrannosaurus. This creature stood over 10 meters tall and was over 20 meters long. The 4-meter giant appeared small in comparison. Its large, lizard-like head was fierce and terrifying, with eyes glowing red in rage and a mouth filled with sharp white teeth. After the giant grabbed its neck, the monster thrashed around, trying to shake off its opponent. However, the giant's muscular arms continued to tighten their grip. The monster let out a painful roar and began to charge wildly left and right. The giant took the opportunity to roll over, mounting the monster's back, clamping its legs around it, and began to strike the creature's head with both fists. With a resounding punch, the unarmored part of the monster's head was instantly mangled. The creature stumbled in its frenzied charge, nearly losing its balance and falling to the ground. The giant let out a loud roar and struck down with a second punch. In the real world, a live stream was showcasing the giant battling the monster. The comments flooded in. What is that? A Tyrannosaurus? Oh my gosh. The other world is truly dangerous, with such prehistoric rulers that were already extinct. With Bill's strength, dealing with such a monster would be a piece of cake. According to international authoritative evaluations, our Bill has become the top player in the world. Amazing, Bill. You are truly the pride of our nation. I heard that the players from another country are also very strong. But can they be stronger than our Bill? The players from that nation are foolish and insignificant. Not worth worrying about. I think Bill should pay more attention to the situation over in the area of the Northern Bear, on a hillside far away from the battlefield. There is an unobstructed view of the situation below. A player dressed in a red and blue tight-fitting suit, named Bill Wilson, is comfortably lounging on a deck chair, with his subordinate, Jin Jingmin, standing beside him with his hands down. Bill is enjoying some fresh fruit while watching the distant fight. Do you think Michael can defeat that level 3 monster? He suddenly asked Jin Jingmin. Jin Jingmin, visibly shocked by the battle unfolding ahead, recalled his own experience with a powerful level 2 monster before becoming a slave. It had taken the entire territory's tomb guards to finally take it down. Now, Bill has only sent one subordinate to face a level 3 monster on equal terms. In comparison, Jin Jingmin felt that if Bill wanted to eliminate him, it would be as easy as squashing an ant. Judging by the battle's progress, it seems that Michael's victory is just a matter of time. Respectfully lowering his head, Jin Jingmin carefully answered Bill's question. After joining Bill's territory for a day, he had gained some understanding of the place. Bill Wilson's influence is vast, with 5 bases in total, each guarded by a formidable subordinate. These are called heroes by Bill, all summoned commoners. Jin Jingmin had encountered 2 of these heroes. One of them is Michael Anderson, the black man currently in front of him, who had captured Jin Jingmin. He possesses the ability to transform into a giant, has exceptional close combat skills, and is resilient with strong defenses, responsible for guarding one of Bill's northern bases. The other is a white man named Norton Johnson. He is a robot whose abilities are somewhat similar to those of a transformer. In combat mode, he turns into 3 powerful machine gun turrets, primarily guarding Bill's main base. As for Bill Wilson himself, Jin Jungmin speculates that he also possesses immense power, though it has not been revealed. He is very curious about Bill's capabilities and had once secretly tried to use a copying skill on him, which failed. This indicates that Bill's initial reward is not a skill but a powerful lordly treasure. Now, witnessing Bill's strength, Jin Jingmin is also calculating in his mind. He wonders how Bill compares to players from a certain region and thinks he should advise him to attack their territories. With this in mind, Jin Jingmin Du Dong Kai Ko Chen Soadal, Master. I believe the presence of players from that region poses a constant threat, and we should find their territory early and eliminate them. After becoming a slave, Jin Jingmin had fully disclosed his experiences to Bill. However, Bill seems somewhat arrogant, believing that players from that region are not a concern, attributing Jin Jingmin's potential defeat to his own lack of skill rather than the strength of the opponents. Indeed, upon hearing Jin Jingmin's suggestion, Bill merely responded with his signature cheerful yet slightly sinister smile. The expression seemed to say, "Do you think I don't know what you're planning? My friend, I think you must have been psychologically affected by players from that certain region." He reached out and patted Jin Jingmin's shoulder, reassuring him, "Don't worry, here with me. I can guarantee that you won't be in any danger." However, Jin Jingmin wanted to say a couple more things, but at that moment, the battlefield had yielded results. The giant Michael had smashed the level 3 monster, standing bloodied on top of the creature's head, pounding his broad chest like a gorilla demonstrating its strength. On the 23rd day in the other world, the special dish muscle feast bucket had finally been freshly prepared after a whole night of cooking. Qin Yang became the first taster of this unique delicacy. Chapter 112. The effects of food supplementation early in the morning in the main base cafeteria. A rich aroma wafted through the air. The commoners who woke up early couldn't help but swallow at the scent. "Here it comes." Chen Kaijun placed a large bowl of meat in front of Qin Yang. "Please enjoy, my lord." Eating something so greasy in the morning felt a bit nauseating. Qin Yang observed the large bowl of meat before him. It was actually a platter of monster meat, with 3 types of monster meat distinctly arranged, each corresponding to a different cooking method. The bear monster meat was presented in fist-sized chunks, prepared in a braised style, looking red and glistening with fatty oil. The snake turtle meat was sliced and grilled, sprinkled with seasoning, emitting the most intense aroma. The spider monster meat was in strips, with visible tendon-like fibers on the surface, fried after being coated in flour. After examining the food for a few seconds, an introduction about the dish popped up. Muscle feast bucket, after consumption, permanently grants the following 3 effects. 1. Significant increase in strength, double the strength, attack power of 20, stamina of 200. 2. Muscles become more resilient, gains 10 points of armor value. 3. Acquires LV1 crisis warning skill. Each person can only consume it once. What surprised Qin Yang the most about this food's effects was the increase in armor value. According to what Qin Yang understood, the armor value is not something that can be inherently possessed. After all, humans do not have a high defense shell like turtles. It can only be increased through external means, such as wearing heavy armor. Currently, all combat-ready commoners in the territory have a piece of lightweight steel plate armor, which can increase armor value by about 10 points. The second effect provided by the muscle feast bucket essentially means that a person can have the equivalent of lightweight steel plate armor even when bare-chested. If they were to wear armor on top of that, it would amount to a total of 20 points of armor value. Such substantial defense would likely withstand attacks from ordinary runners, significantly enhancing the survival rate of the commoners. Qin Yang first picked up a piece of bear monster meat and put it in his mouth. The flavor was rich, somewhat resembling braised beef, but with a more chewy texture, delicious. He chewed and chewed until his jaws ached, finally swallowing the piece of meat. He then tried some spider meat, which tasted a bit like crab sticks, but lacked the fresh flavor. The snake turtle meat had the worst texture of the 3. Perhaps it was due to the tough skin and thick flesh, making it quite dry. After tasting all 3 types of meat, he immediately felt waves of heat surging within him. This heat flowed through his veins to his limbs, continuously improving his frail physique. He felt his skin becoming hot, his muscles tightening, and greasy sweat pouring from his body. This state lasted for about 10 minutes. Once the heat gradually subsided, he opened his attribute panel to take a look. Lord, Qin Yang. Attributes. Physical value 500500, attack power 11, armor 10. Skills. Fishing LV1, 14300, crisis warning LV1, 0100. This attribute finally looked less glaring. With 11 points in attack and 10 in armor, Qin Yang felt that he could tidy himself up and head to the battlefield to fight zombies. There was still plenty of monster meat left, so he asked Chen Saijiu to prepare more to distribute to the other civilians in the base. Since he gained such a significant boost from eating the monster meat, the other civilians would surely become stronger as well. Unfortunately, each person could only eat this special meal once. The 3rd wave of the zombie tide was set to break out tomorrow. After the monster meat feast, Qin Yang returned to the command center, following his usual routine of taking inventory before the zombie tide arrived. After the 2nd wave, all 3 of his bases underwent large-scale renovations and expansions. Each base now had 3 layers of stone walls built around them, especially the outer walls of the main base, each stretching over 100 meters. Naturally, there needed to be enough defensive devices placed on these walls. At the main base, Qin Yang set up 10 crossbows on the eastern, southern, and western walls, while the other bases had more than 5 crossbows on each wall as well. Just operating these crossbows required a large number of civilians. Fortunately, the population of his territory had surpassed 200, unlike the previous 2 times when manpower was scarce. In addition to the crossbows, traps also needed to be set up outside the stone walls. Moreover, Qin Yang specifically arranged large pendulum traps vertically along the first stone wall. If any zombies managed to charge to this position, they would be knocked away by the pendulum. After taking stock of the defensive facilities, Qin Yang carefully arranged the deployment of defense personnel. Among them, Ding Dali and other main combat forces were still sent to the most high-risk number 1 subbase. At the number 2 subbase, after 6 days of preparation, the surrendered player from a certain romantic country, Lu'er, had painted over 100 oil-painted warriors, significantly boosting the defensive power of the number 2 subbase. However, to be safe, Qin Yang also dispatched a considerable number of combat civilians to assist in the defense. In contrast, the main base, with its tall walls, numerous traps, and ample facilities, has the fewest number of civilians among the 3 bases. All civilians are to stop their production work early and prepare for the incoming horde. After giving the order to Wang Tung to relay it, Qin Yang let out a breath. There shouldn't be any issues now. Chapter 113. Exploration. Hope of the players from the Iron Juice Nation Qin Yang began mass-producing the Muscle Family Bucket at the main base. Whether for resisting the 3rd wave of the horde or for daily monster hunting, having higher combat capabilities among the civilians is definitely better. He planned to strengthen a portion of the civilians with this special food before the horde arrives. Thus, he used the first talent sharing of the day on Chen Saiju, allowing him to replicate her 6 times, increasing the cooking efficiency. By noon, the civilians who had gone out to work started returning to the base one after another. In the afternoon, they would stay in the base to prepare and wouldn't need to go out to work anymore. The small spiders in the spider nest had not all been eliminated yet, and after this wave of the horde passes, someone will still need to be sent to finish the job. The demand for timber resources is currently low, but some should still be kept on hand. Qin Yang knew that a large portion of the forest on the west side of the main base had already been stripped bare. Due to the high efficiency of logging, the effect of the reforestation technology reward had become negligible. Repairing the stone walls mainly requires stone, which is not a concern as there is plenty of it in the main base to use freely. Recently, Qin Yang had constructed and upgraded all necessary buildings requiring stone across the 3 bases. He also transported a significant amount of stone to subbases 1 and 2 as reserves. However, looking around the northern area, it was still filled with heaps of stone. This has severely occupied the already limited construction space in Qin Yang's territory. There is simply too much to use up. If only the game had a trading feature that would allow me to exchange excess resources. After carelessly mining stones that one time, Qin Yang has since become more conservative in gathering or resources and no longer dares to use talent sharing on the miners. He has 3 ore smelting facilities lined up by the river in the west, operating nonstop to refine the ore into metal ingots for reserve, digesting the ore stockpile. Nevertheless, the collection of ore resources remains in a state of oversupply. Currently, the 5 newly expanded level 3 warehouses are also completely filled. With this resource reserve, it seems upgrading the command center shouldn't be a problem now. After all, the upgrade time for any building has been compressed to 1 second due to the civilians' talent abilities. The only thing lacking is the promotion key. Qin Yang currently has 1 promotion key, but upgrading the command center to level 4 requires 3. In the point shop, the first purchase of a promotion key costs 1,000 points. Qin Yang conveniently had 1,000 points on hand, so he directly bought one. After that purchase, the price for the next promotion key jumped to 3,000 points. I can't afford that, farewell. It seems the upgrade of the command center will have to wait until after the horde. Qin Yang somewhat regretted spending all 12,000 points on the lottery yesterday. He initially thought that participating in the lottery was the fastest way to enhance his combat power, but he didn't expect his luck to be poor, receiving mostly unwanted items. After the talent sharing effect had cooled down, Qin Yang noticed that there was still time left. So he decided to send some civilians for an extensive exploration of the Nora Basin. The 7 of you are to head in 7 different directions. In the command center, 7 civilians stood in front of Qin Yang. They were the ones who needed to be bound for this talent sharing. They were Wang Tung, Qi Yuan, Jiang Zhanghe, Park Qingyu, Gao Fei, Yang Fei, and Yang Shi. Jiang Zhanghe's talent, Pathfinding Expert, ensures that the civilians can remember the way back home and not get lost after venturing far. Yang Shi's Scholar talent has a photographic memory effect, allowing the civilians to remember key factors along the way, such as terrain, player territories, and resource gathering points. Coupled with Park Qingyu's Master Painter talent, they could record this information through drawings and piece together a comprehensive map of the Nora Basin. As for Wang Tung, Qi Yuan, Yang Fei, and Gao Fei. Their roles mainly involve providing support in terms of movement speed, physical endurance, and stealth. It's worth mentioning Gao Fei, the new civilian who was summoned today. Gao Fei. Talent ability. Jump, jump height 0, 5 meters, jump distance 1 meter, rocket jump, jump height 50 meters, jump distance 100 meters. Qin Yang had thought about conducting a major exploration as soon as the talent sharing effect was unlocked, but it had been postponed due to several unresolved issues. The main problem was how to deal with the terrain factors along the exploration path. Although the Nora Basin is predominantly grassland, it also features hills, forests, rivers, and other environments. With Wang Teng and Yang Fei bound, they could ignore stamina limits and move at high speed for extended periods. But once they encountered obstacles like hills or rivers, the exploration team would be at a loss. Now, with Gao Fei's jumping ability, they could bypass unfavorable terrains by jumping. The duration of the talent sharing is 20 minutes, so I suggest you explore for only 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, regardless of the exploration results, everyone must return immediately. If the talent sharing ends and they have not returned to the main base, the combined effects of the talents will disappear, and the civilians might get lost or encounter dangers, which would be a significant loss. Additionally, after returning to the territory, the civilians need some time to record their findings through drawings. Therefore, Qin Yang specifically reserved 10 minutes for this. After giving a few more instructions, Qin Yang raised his hand and activated the talent sharing. Golden light appeared, quickly connecting the 7 civilians together. They all clasped their fists in farewell to Qin Yang and then vanished from their spots, heading off in 7 different directions. Hopefully, everything goes smoothly. Qin Yang took a deep breath, turned around, and returned to the command center to wait. At this moment, in the eastern half of the Nora Basin, 5 allied players leveraged the lightning warfare capabilities of a certain player to teleport a large wave of zombies and clones once again. The distance of this teleportation was calculated precisely, allowing all forces to breach the stone walls built by another player and invade the territory. This sudden assault indeed caught the latter by surprise. Although the infinite ammunition Gatling gun had fierce firepower, when the situation became chaotic with friend and foe indistinguishable, the armed civilians immediately fell into hesitation. The player from the latter territory, Ivan Sokolov, was ruthless and immediately ordered indiscriminate attacks, even at the cost of civilian lives to defend against this wave of assault. However, the opportunity was fleeting. The zombies and clones that entered the territory had already bitten and killed many unarmed civilians before Ivan could make a decision. The allied players continued to send more zombies and clones to attack from the front, and with the internal and external coordination, the territory of the latter was on the brink of collapse, just a step away from falling. The player from another territory who allied with the latter, Abasai, was also anxious. His initial ability, named Heart to Heart, allowed him to form an alliance with a player from another realm. Once allied, neither party could actively dissolve the pact unless one of them died, nor could they betray each other. Furthermore, the allied parties could exchange resources, conduct technological exchanges among civilians, and gain a special support skill. When needed, they could use this support to teleport civilians from their own territories to assist each other, with limitations on the number and time of teleportation. Initially, the player from the latter territory took advantage of their advanced weaponry to slaughter zombies and invade other players' territories. Abasai was one of the invaded players. However, due to the uniqueness of his initial ability, he caught the attention of the latter player. Under coercion and temptation, Abasai had no choice but to establish a pact with them. Initially, their partnership, with one on the inside and the other on the outside, was quite effective in resisting the zombie tide and developing their territories. Unfortunately, Ivan Sokolov was not a compliant individual. Relying on his advanced weaponry, he caused trouble everywhere, ultimately inciting public outrage. Players from the territories that had suffered losses, including others, decided to form alliances just like the latter and the player from Abasai's territory. With the intent of kicking a man when he is down, players from other territories also joined the alliance. With 5 players, each possessing different abilities, and through sincere cooperation, Ivan Sokolov could hardly withstand the pressure. When the nest is overturned, how can the eggs remain intact? If Ivan could not hold on, then Abasai, who was in a symbiotic relationship with him, would also face misfortune. Now, Abasai could only watch helplessly as the territory of the latter was breached. Due to Ivan's dominance, Abasai's territory mainly handled logistical production and other affairs. Although his territory was surrounded by high stone walls, there were no defensive facilities, and the civilians lacked combat capabilities. In front of the 5 allied players, Abasai's territory was like a fish on a chopping block, at their mercy. Before long, a large number of zombies and doppelgangers would come to attack his territory. Abasai felt utterly helpless and could only wait for death. In his desperation, he knelt down to pray to the divine. "O Lord, please protect your people from this calamity." Just as he finished praying, Abasai received a notification that his ally had died, and the alliance effect was automatically dissolved. Oh no. Abasai clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with anger. That fool, Ivan Sokolov. If it weren't for his arrogance and recklessness, I wouldn't have been dragged into this situation. Indeed, the other countries in this world are unreliable. Only the Great Xia Nation is our most dependable partner. In the real world, the Iron Juice Nation and the Great Xia Nation have been allies. The people of both nations have weathered storms together, sharing mutual trust and development for decades. The citizens of Iron Juice Nation hold the Great Xia Nation in high esteem and respect, and they trust and are friendly towards the people of Xia. Abasai feels the same way. Unfortunately, the only alliance slot he had was forced to be given to a player from the Bear Nation from the very beginning. He had no opportunity to seek out players from the Great Xia Nation and was unsure if there were even any players from Xia participating in this other world. Soon, the coalition of players from 5 nations arrived less than a kilometer from Abasai's territory. Abasai noticed the helpless gazes of the civilians looking at him and let out a long sigh. He treated his subordinates very well, and the loyalty of these civilians was quite high, with many reaching a loyalty of 100. Abasai couldn't bear to see them harmed. He recalled that defeated players had the option of either dying or becoming slaves to other players. Only by doing so could he protect all the civilians here. Abasai secretly decided that when the enemy attacked, he would immediately surrender. Just then, a notification suddenly popped up in front of him. Player Qin Yang's civilian detected. Chapter 114. The sudden alliance request. Abasai's eyes widened in shock. Oh, my God. What am I seeing? Player Qin Yang's civilian. Qin Yang is a name from the Xia Nation. This is definitely it. Abasai was knowledgeable about the Xia Nation. Not only understanding its history and culture, but also being able to speak several dialects, and even write in its script. The divine has shown mercy. He was on the verge of tears from joy. If it weren't for divine intervention, how could it be such a coincidence that he discovered a civilian from the Xia Nation at this critical moment? The appearance of this notification indicated that the civilian was nearby. Abasai suddenly stood up, left the command center, and scanned his territory. His territory wasn't large, primarily consisting of farmland, smelting facilities, and other production facilities, all clearly visible. Over there. Abasai's gaze locked onto a figure appearing on the stone wall to the east, not far away. The figure lingered on the stone wall for a few seconds, not giving Abasai a chance to approach and greet them, and then suddenly disappeared. Disappeared? But that was enough. Abasai's surprise faded from his face, replaced by a glimmer of hope. He quickly opened the territory interface and found his initial ability, liver and gallbladder shared. With this ability, he could establish an alliance contract regardless of distance. As long as he had contact with anything in the other party's territory, Abasai could find that player on the ability page and send an alliance request. Please, you must accept it. Using the characters of his homeland, Abasai briefly explained his situation in the alliance request, and his wording was very sincere. After sending it, he knelt down again with a devout expression. Thank you for the protection. Meanwhile, Qin Yang lay down on a recliner in the command center, just picking up a fantasy web novel written by a commoner with the writing talent, when a notification suddenly popped up in front of him. Otherworld player Abasai Abdullah Alvi has sent you an alliance request. Do you accept? What is going on? Qin Yang quickly sat up. Players can form alliances? He opened the system interface and carefully checked, but found no content related to alliances. Could forming an alliance be the other party's ability? Qin Yang read the notification again and noticed a drop-down expansion page next to it. Curious. He clicked to view. Dear player from the Summer Kingdom, I am a player from the Iron Juice Kingdom. Our countries have been friendly for generations, and I hold the Summer Kingdom and you in high esteem. Please accept my alliance request, so that this friendship can continue in this cold and ruthless otherworld. Iron Juice Kingdom player? Qin Yang raised an eyebrow. He had some understanding of the Iron Juice Kingdom. This country was one of the Summer Kingdom's oldest allies, always ready to offer assistance whenever disasters struck the Summer Kingdom, often mobilizing all its resources to help. Similarly, when the Iron Juice Kingdom faced difficulties, it often received aid from its big brother, the Summer Kingdom. It was said that the citizens of the Iron Juice Kingdom held great admiration for the Summer Kingdom and treated its people with respect and friendliness. What would happen after the alliance? The drop-down interface also contained explanations related to alliances, and Qin Yang spent some time carefully reading through them. After forming an alliance, betrayal was not an option, and remote support could be provided. It seemed quite promising. However, adhering to a cautious principle to guard against deceit, Qin Yang did not fully trust the text in the request and did not accept it. 10 minutes passed quickly. The 7 commoners who had gone out to explore returned to the main base one after another, bringing back all the information they had gathered. Chapter 115. Crystal Cluster Oil? Player Territory. The 7 members of the exploration team returned in succession. They did not report to Qin Yang immediately, but instead took the time to record their observations along the way through drawings. It should be noted that the territory already had the technology for paper manufacturing, a research reward from occupying Raccoon Town. The technology was first applied in the field of novels, allowing a talented commoner named Qin Yang to update his writing daily. Reading novels has become one of his main leisure activities. 10 minutes later, the talent-sharing effect ended, and the commoners submitted their works. Qin Yang glanced at the thick stack of papers he had received, nodded slightly, and allowed the commoners to take a break. He then picked up the top sheet of paper. This paper was the assignment submitted by a commoner named Yang Fei, who was responsible for the northwest direction of the main base and had drawn a total of 3 pictures. The first picture marked the location of a copper ore collection point about 15 kilometers northwest of the main base. The second picture illustrated a sheer cliff in the mountains, extending into the distance as far as the eye could see. This should be the Jia mountain range mentioned by Xiongchang and Lian. The Jia mountain range isolates the Nora Basin from the outside world, making the Nora Basin the last pure land in this world. Continuing to the third picture, it depicted a gap in the mountain range, approximately 100 meters long, shrouded in a thick light curtain that obscured the situation behind it. Qin Yang called Yang Fei over to inquire about it, and learned that this light curtain had a blocking effect. Whether one tried to crash into it, or jumped over, they would be repelled by the curtain. The entrance to the outside world was indeed sealed off, confirming that the Nora Basin was a closed gaming area. Earlier, Lian and others had already informed Qin Yang of the situation, and now Yang Fei's investigation had confirmed it. Lian and others were searching for a way back to the outside world, and suspected that this blockade was related to player lords like Qin Yang. Qin Yang agreed with this speculation. The survival time of players is recorded. Could the condition to open the gap be that we must survive for a certain number of days? This is just one possibility. Another could be that players like Qin Yang must determine the victor within the Nora Basin first. It might be a game similar to Battle Royale, where over 200 players randomly drop in, compete for survival, and the last one standing wins a ticket to the outside world. But hasn't the outside world already fallen to zombies and monsters? Why would anyone want to go outside? If I win, wouldn't it be better to stay here as a local ruler? Qin Yang couldn't understand the rules of this apocalyptic game, so he continued to pick up the next drawing record. This record was from a commoner named Yang Shi, who explored the northern direction of the main base and drew a total of 5 pictures. The first picture illustrated an iron ore collection point located less than 10 kilometers from the main base. The next picture depicted a coal collection point, marked just under 2 kilometers from the iron ore point. There were so many collection points in the north. Qin Yang showed a look of surprise. I really haven't sent anyone to explore this direction thoroughly. Although the second subbase is located north of the main base, the commoners travel to the second subbase by boat, which is more convenient. This has led to the neglect of exploration on land. Currently, the reserves of iron, ore, and coal within the territory are in surplus, making these 2 collection points temporarily unnecessary. Qin Yang continued to flip through the pages. The third illustration by Yang Shi depicted a monster lying on the ground, sound asleep. This creature resembled a large, furry dog with 3 heads, standing about 5 or 6 meters tall, with nostrils exhaling flames. What is this? A hellhound? It looks quite formidable, and it's unclear what level of monster it is. Judging by the marked location, this large dog-like monster is situated less than 10 kilometers north of the second outpost. This poses a significant safety hazard for the second outpost. Although the monster is currently in a dormant state, no one can guarantee when it might awaken. What if it wakes up and attacks the second outpost? They need to come up with a way to eliminate it quickly, or at the very least, lure it further away. Yang Shi's fourth illustration depicted a cluster of fiery red crystals. Unlike ordinary crystals that are found underground or in caves, these were growing on the surface. Through inquiries with Yang Shi, Qin Yang learned that these fiery red crystals seemed to create a high-temperature environment, making the area within a dozen meters around them barren and so hot that it could cook food directly on a metal plate. This also appeared to be a resource collection point. However, due to the high temperatures released by the crystal cluster, miners could get burned if they attempted to collect them without protective measures. Without specific information, collecting them would be of little use. Qin Yang shook his head and looked at Yang Shi's fifth illustration. The fifth illustration, like the last one from Yang Fei, depicted the endless, sprawling Jia mountain range, which likely represents the boundary of the Nora Basin. After gaining a general understanding of the northern environmental conditions, Qin Yang turned to the third set of illustrations. This set was created by the new civilian Gao Fei, who was exploring the southwest direction of the main base. The first illustration depicted a resource collection point, which was a pool of thick black water. The area wasn't large, but the center of the black water occasionally spouted more black water. Could this be oil? Is wild oil like this? Qin Yang had never seen oil in its unexploited state. To verify this, they could only send a civilian to live stream it and wait for the game prompts to provide information. This pool of black water was located about 10 kilometers southwest of the main base. In Gao Fei's second illustration, there was a similar crystal cluster collection point, but this time the crystals emitted a pure black hue instead of fiery red. Furthermore, this crystal cluster was growing in the center of a river, with dozens of sharp points protruding from the water's surface. The marked location for this crystal cluster was about 10 kilometers south of the first outpost. In Gao Fei's third illustration, some distinct objects finally appeared. It was a player territory surrounded by stone walls, with some farmland distributed around the perimeter. The farmers working the fields appeared to be foreigners, with various skin tones. The marked location was about 30 kilometers from the main base. Chapter 116. The Alliance request is real. If Kim Jong-min is alive, is it possible he escaped to this place? This remains uncertain, as Gao Fei only explored the general area and did not enter the player territory for a detailed inspection. With the enemy still alive, Qin Yang found it hard to feel secure. Who knows when he might suddenly pop out and take a bite? Not just Kim Jong-min, who escaped, but all player territories in the Nora Basin are competitors. The game's elimination rule rewards players with points and keys for promotion, making it difficult for players to band together and establish friendly cooperative relations. Those who have survived until now must be very aware of this reward system, to avoid the situation where he considers someone a friend while they intend to eliminate him. Qin Yang felt there was no need to think about peaceful development or friendly cooperation when facing players. A direct strike is the answer. Currently, the enemy knows his position while he remains in the dark. If he doesn't seize the opportunity to take the initiative, he might end up in trouble when the enemy discovers the location of his territory. Therefore, he decided to send civilians to actively strike and flatten this territory once the current wave of corpses ended. Next, Qin Yang reviewed the exploration records of Jiang Zhangyi, Park Qingsu, and Shi Yuan one by one. These three explored the northeast, west, and south directions, respectively. The resource collection points in the northeast were relatively few, as it was quite remote. However, there was surprisingly a dragon lurking there. Is that a monster? It looks quite strong. Fortunately, it is far from my territory. To the west, there were actually two player territories, a significant threat. I need to find time to eliminate them quickly. To the south, this must be the central city that Xiongchang mentioned, right? As the former capital of the Nora Kingdom, it indeed looks quite imposing. But the number of zombies inside is truly high. Damn, there are several player territories to the south as well. It seems there are quite a few players with the strength to survive until now, though their territory development doesn't seem to match mine. Whose territory is this? Its scale should be second only to mine. What the heck? There are actually 3 machine gun turrets on the city wall. How is that built? I have just developed firearms. Is the technological advantage so evident? With this speed of technological development, if they manage to produce advanced weapons ahead of time, it would be game over. No, this territory cannot be left alone. It must be taken seriously. After reviewing the drawings from these 3, only one record remains. This drawing record comes from Wang Tong, consisting of 6 images, exploring the southeast direction of the main base. The first image recorded a crystal cluster collection point, and surprisingly, this crystal cluster was accompanied by electric currents, making it impossible to approach. Qin Yang vaguely grasped the characteristic of these crystal clusters. It seems these crystals are related to elements. These are not elements like hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, or boron. Instead, they are the 5 elemental forces like metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The fiery red high-temperature crystal I saw for the first time should be of the fire element, while the jet-black crystal cluster growing in the middle of the river represents the water element. Now, this one crackling with electricity must be the lightning element? So, what would be the purpose of extracting these elemental crystals? Are they for developing special weapons? Or perhaps for transforming the human body to grant elemental abilities? Qin Yang couldn't help but become more curious about these crystal clusters. Wang Tang's second image also recorded the central city. According to his exploration direction, it indeed passed through the central city area. However, Wang Ting chose not to enter the city but to take a detour. After the central city, there was the third image. In this image, a player's territory appeared, surrounded by a large number of zombies, including some explosive runners and screamers. Whose territory is this? How could it be surrounded by zombies without being overrun? Qin Yang was quite curious about this, but Wang Ting only recorded a rough overview. There wasn't enough time to learn more details in a hurried exploration. Then came the fourth image. This image depicted a battle, with 2 armies besieging a player's territory and advancing towards another territory. These 2 armies were quite strange. One was made up of zombies while the other consisted entirely of individuals resembling a certain nationality. This phenomenon should be a result of player abilities. Could the former be summoning a horde of corpses? The latter likely involves something akin to cloning or shadow duplication, right? Next, the 5th image depicted the territory being attacked by the zombie army and the army of duplicates. This territory was small, with few civilians, and the people appeared to be from a Central Asian region. Qin Yang called Wang Tong over to inquire about the situation in the 4th and 5th images. The player's territory was surrounded by armies and felt very dangerous. Wang Tong frowned as he recalled, "There's something very strange. I actually saw some familiar characters within this territory. Familiar characters? Wang Ting nodded, pointing at the novel on Qin Yang's desk, which had been translated into a certain country's characters to avoid disrupting reading. Just like the text in this book. Huh. Qin Yang was quite surprised. Why would there be characters from that country in a foreign player's territory? Wasn't it said that the language and script of that country are the hardest to master, and no foreigners are willing to learn it? Qin Yang asked Wang Ting. Do you remember how those characters were written? Wang Ting shook his head. I don't remember. Once the talent sharing ended, I immediately forgot a lot of things. That is frustrating. Why would a foreign player write in that country's script in their territory? Could this foreigner be familiar with that country? What are they trying to do? Did they know of my existence beforehand? Or are there other players from that country in this alternate world? The likelihood of this is quite low. In contrast, Qin Yang feels that the foreign players in this territory are more likely to be from a certain friendly country. How much do they love our culture? Even after crossing into another world, they still remember to connect with our language? Wait a minute. There is indeed such a country in the real world. It has maintained a friendly relationship with us for decades. Whenever we face difficulties, they spare no effort to provide help. Their people are full of admiration and respect for us, treating our people with warmth, respect, and friendliness. That country. Thinking of this, Qin Yang immediately recalled the alliance request he received about 10 minutes ago. The sender of this request was indeed a player from that country. Wow, this is something. This alliance request is very likely genuine, not some trap. The player from that country is currently surrounded by external threats and is in urgent need of help. Chapter 117. I changed my mind. I won't surrender. I was thinking too far ahead. Qin Yang slapped his cheeks to quickly calm himself down. Should I unconditionally help the player from that country just because of our national friendship? Just because they love our culture and can write some of our language? Should I completely trust them and form an alliance? Making such a decision would be too hasty, wouldn't it? Who knows if these appearances are just a facade? The relationships between players from different worlds are primarily competitive, and only secondarily are they compatriots from the same world. If I act according to the rules of the real world, the consequences would just lead to self-destruction. For Qin Yang, he only needs to be responsible for himself right now. What he needs to consider is how to survive better in this new world, rather than worrying about the relationships from before crossing over. I should think about what benefits an alliance would bring. Only mutual benefits are practical. A solid and lasting relationship can only be built on mutual gain. With this in mind, he revisited the drawings recorded by Wang Ting. That country is geographically located by the sea, which is a good outlet for maritime activities. Qin Yang recalled that he seemed to have a territory recipe called whale meat stew, one of the required materials being the meat of a bowhead whale. This ingredient can only be obtained from the ocean. Furthermore, occupying a seaport would allow for the development of maritime ventures and the exploitation of ocean resources, creating an additional channel for resource acquisition. He had even won a dock building in the last lottery, which could come in handy. Although my goal is to be a peaceful lord, the current conditions do not allow me to do so. The zombie tide occurs every 7 days and will continuously increase in intensity. Player forces are eyeing each other, and an attack could happen at any moment. To survive in this new world, Qin Yang cannot afford to stop progressing. The zombie tide is part of the game rules, which he cannot change. However, the issue of other players can be resolved by simply eliminating them from the game. In the eastern half of the Nora Basin, there are still quite a few player factions, which are relatively close to the territory of the Iron Nation players. If I want to eliminate them, starting from my current position is too far away and offers no advantage. The location of the Iron Nation is right behind these player territories. If I could launch an attack directly from the Iron Nation's territory and fight backed by it, the advantage would be significant. Additionally, the alliance request mentioned that allied nations can teleport to each other. This completely eliminates the possibility of being ambushed by other players while sending troops to the Iron Nation, making it both safe and efficient. At that time, attacking from 2 directions would create a situation of encirclement, making it easy to deal with the player factions in the eastern half. From a strategic perspective, forming an alliance with the Iron Nation players is quite beneficial. Moreover, it has been clearly stated in the alliance request that neither party can betray each other or unilaterally dissolve the alliance. This alleviates any concerns Qin Yang might have about being stabbed in the back by his partner. Currently, the Iron Nation is under siege from other players. And once I ally with the Iron Nation players, it would mean I am also opposing other players. However, this isn't something to worry too much about, as even without an alliance, Qin Yang would eventually encounter and engage with other players. After weighing the pros and cons multiple times, Qin Yang ultimately decided to ally with the Iron Nation players. He reopened the alliance request and selected confirm at the end of the request. As soon as he accepted the request, a text chat interface popped up in front of him. A message quickly appeared in the chat. Thank goodness, Qin Yang. You finally accepted my alliance request. In the eastern half of the Nora Basin, the zombie and clone coalition is already at the gates. The player from the neighboring nation is trying to persuade them to surrender using curry-flavored rhetoric. Meanwhile, the alliance request sent to the players of another nation has received no response, leaving him to wonder if they are unwilling to ally with him. The flicker of hope that had just ignited in his heart gradually extinguished. He stood in front of the command center, fists clenched, his face filled with despair and resentment. He did not blame the players from that nation, understanding their concerns and rationalizing that it was normal for them not to accept the alliance. After all, this is a different world, and the relationships from the real world cannot continue here. It seems that surrender is the only path left for me. With a heavy sigh, he walked slowly towards the stone wall. Upon reaching the top of the wall, the guards looked over at him with expressions of confusion, fear, hesitation, and unwillingness. Put down your weapons, we can't hold this position. This territory was merely responsible for logistics, and the stone wall had no defensive facilities at all. The civilians on the wall were hastily gathered, trembling with their bows and arrows, unable to shoot and defend the territory. The loyalty of the civilians here was high, and upon hearing their lord's command, they all put down their weapons. Abasai approached the edge of the stone wall, took a deep breath, and shouted down to the players from the neighboring region, I choose to surrender. I am willing to be your slave. Please do not harm my civilians. Haha, you should have done this earlier. The players below displayed smug smiles, preparing to withdraw their avatar army. Suddenly, a voice came from above the stone wall. Wait. The neighboring region's player was puzzled. Abasai's expression was a mix of doubt and surprise. After a brief moment, these complex emotions transformed into joy. I take it back. I won't surrender. While shouting, Abasai raised both hands and slowly showed 2 middle fingers to the player from the neighboring region. F you, a bunch of invading scoundrels. I won't surrender even if I die. Come and bite me if you dare. The neighboring region's player was left speechless. Meanwhile, players from the distant regions were equally confused. What is going on? Has this player from the neighboring region lost his mind? Didn't he just propose to surrender and become a slave? Has he decided he doesn't want to live anymore? Before the allied players from the 5 regions could figure out the situation, a sharp arrow suddenly flew from the stone wall and accurately struck the forehead of the neighboring region's player, Neymarin. His expression froze instantly. In the next moment, with a loud bang, smoke erupted around him, and he vanished into thin air. The arrow had hit one of Neymarin's avatars. However, following the first arrow, a barrage of arrows began to rain down from behind the stone wall, targeting the zombies and avatars in front. Chapter 118, Reinforcements, Easy Escape, Alliance Established. Player Abasai Abdullah Alvi has become your ally. You have gained the special ability, Reinforcement. A text chat interface popped up in Qin Yang's view. A message rapidly appeared. Thank goodness, Qin Yang, you finally accepted my alliance request. Oh, this ability is quite advanced. It even allows for instant messaging. Since Abasai had sent the message in the local language, it indicated that he could understand it. Thus, Qin Yang replied in the same language. What is the situation on your side? Abasai responded, I just surrendered, and now you want to ally with me? He quickly added, I didn't mean to. I was desperate to protect my civilians, so I had no choice. Qin Yang remained noncommittal. Oh? Abasai continued, I've taken it back. I even scolded the other party to their face, which completely enraged them. No one wants to be a slave. Please believe me. Qin Yang said, no more chit-chat. Tell me what you need me to do. Abasai hurriedly replied, I don't know how strong your military is, but can you spare some manpower to come to my territory? I already have a level 3 stone wall here, but I'm lacking defensive facilities. Qin Yang, stop. Just tell me about the situation on the other side, and I'll see how many people we need to send. Oh. Abasai quickly briefed him on the zombies and the clone coalition surrounding the stone wall. Qin Yang scoffed, saying, is that all? Not much, huh? Got it, just wait. Abasai thought to himself, the number of zombies and clones combined exceeds 300, and that's not considered a lot? That Ivan guy has to use infinite bullets with a Gatling gun to deal with them for a long time. Is this ally from the summer country reliable? Just as this doubt crossed his mind, Abasai slapped himself. What am I thinking? How can I casually doubt the esteemed ally from the summer country? People from the summer country are nothing like those from certain other nations who tend to be arrogant. They are humble and honest. Virtues that have been passed down for 5,000 years. Since Qin Yang said it's fine, then it is. On the other side, after finishing the chat with Abasai, Qin Yang checked the newly acquired special ability, Support. Consume a certain amount of resources or gold to perform a teleportation aimed at an ally's territory. Only civilians can be teleported, and the more resources and gold consumed, the more people can be teleported and the longer the teleportation lasts. Oh, so I can initiate teleportation just by consuming resources? Qin Yang's eyes lit up, and he immediately looked towards the northern area of the territory. There were piles of stone that seemed never-ending. He decided to use this skill right away. Immediately, a deployment interface popped up in front of him. There were 2 entries in this interface. The first was the number of people to be teleported, and the second was how long they could stay at the destination. Yes, The teleportation through this support ability is only a temporary arrival, not a permanent stay at the destination. The more resources and gold invested for the arrival time, the longer they can stay at the destination. Qin Yang first adjusted the number of people for teleportation. He set the required resources to stone and chose to teleport 50 people. Then he adjusted the arrival time. Since he was just going to help his ally in a pinch and the opponent's forces weren't that many, it shouldn't take too long. Even if one round wasn't enough, he could always teleport again. After all, the support skill solely relies on resources or gold to activate, with no cooldown time limit. So he set the arrival time to 10 minutes. Then he clicked to calculate the consumption. Resources required for this support: 5,000 units of stone. What? Just for 50 people and a 10-minute stay? It's this expensive. If it weren't for the fact that he had a large stockpile of nearly 1,000,000 units of stone, he really couldn't afford this teleportation ability. Well, this expense will be noted down to the ally from the Iron Juice country, and after helping him out, he could calculate it back with interest. After thinking this through, Qin Yang selected 50 trained civilians within his territory for the teleportation list, and then confirmed the teleportation. A number of glowing orbs, each accompanied by lightning, appeared in front of the command center's small square, totaling more than 50. As the orbs dissipated, 50 civilians of various appearances revealed themselves. Each was fully armed, wearing identical leather armor that provided adequate protection without hindering movement. Among them, 30 wielded longbows that emitted a faint green light, indicating they were not ordinary items. They carried quivers on their backs, filled to the brim with arrows, some of which gleamed with a dazzling sharpness. The other 20 held rifles. Although these guns appeared somewhat outdated, they were indeed firearms, significantly more powerful than bows. This alone left a Baisai in shock. My goodness, the allies from the Summer Nation have actually developed firearm technology. Although a Baisai's former ally, Ivan from the Bear Nation, possessed 2 Gatling guns, those were rewards drawn from an initial lottery and did not truly reflect the technological advancement of their territory. In a Baisai's own territory, civilians did not even have complete equipment for bows. Among the players a Baisai knew, none had been able to develop firearms. Everyone was still in the cold weapon era, while the allies from the Summer Nation had leapfrogged into a new age. Before a Baisai could recover from his astonishment, the 50 warriors who had teleported from the allied nation initiated their attack. One of the archers shot an arrow with exceptional precision, hitting a player avatar from a neighboring nation several dozen meters away. Then, without hesitation, the others began firing as well. Arrows rained down, swiftly enveloping the enemies outside the city wall. In just one wave of attacks, the zombies fell like cut wheat, and the avatars of the enemy nation dissipated into white smoke. The 20 rifle-wielding warriors soon joined the fray. The sound of gunfire rang out, matching the speed of the arrows and taking down enemies. After just 3 rounds of attacks, the zombies and avatars outside the stone wall were utterly routed, leaving only a handful that their controlling players hurriedly withdrew. Thus, the siege on the Iron Juice Nation's territory was easily and smoothly lifted. Chapter 119, Pause the Attack. First, defend against the zombie tide in the real world. The Summer Nation's livestream was buzzing with activity as Qin Yang made significant moves. Viewers were urged to rush to the Iron Juice Nation's livestream. What was going on? Why were Qin Yang's subordinates appearing in the territory of the Iron Juice Nation's players? Didn't you see? They just teleported over. It seems teleportation is a skill of the Iron Juice Nation's players? But wait, weren't the Iron Juice Nation players closely aligned with those from the Bear Nation? Village Internet. The Bear Nation players were eliminated a few hours ago, and now their livestream has also been shut down. As a wave of viewers from the Summer Nation poured in, the originally sparse audience of the Iron Juice Nation's livestream surged to over 100 million. The supporting civilians from the Summer Nation began to showcase their prowess, quickly driving back the zombies and avatars that were besieging a Baisai's territory. This scene made the audience from the Iron Nation feel invigorated. When Ivan was eliminated, I thought our Iron Nation was finished. I never expected that the one who ultimately helped us would be a player from the Great Xia Nation. A Baisai survived, and he's truly lucky. No, it's our Iron Nation that's fortunate. The strength of the players from the Great Xia Nation is indeed formidable. We can always trust them. Choosing to ally and build a good relationship with the Great Xia Nation is the best decision our Iron Nation has made in a century. Praise the Great Xia Nation. Praise the player Qin Yang from the Xia Nation. Seeing the audience from the Iron Nation so highly praise the Great Xia Nation, the visiting spectators from the Xia Nation felt honored. On behalf of my country, I thank the Iron Nation folks for their trust. Brothers from the Iron Nation, do not fear. As long as your brothers from the Xia Nation are here, your country will never face trouble. Long live the friendship between the Xia and Iron Nations. Meanwhile, the command center of the allied players from the Corrupt Nation, the Third Nation, and the Foot Basin was located in a temporary tent 5 kilometers west of the Iron Nation players' territory. Damn it, who is this Qin Yang? All of my 200 avatars are dead. When did that guy from the Iron Nation latch onto a new ally? This battle plan is quite foolish. 15 avatars of Nimue Khan displayed expressions of either anger or fear. Some were banging on the table, some were pacing back and forth, and others were cursing. The command center was in chaos. Although Nimue Khan often made some bewildering decisions, like having his avatars stack on top of each other or dance, the fact that he had survived this long indicated he wasn't foolish. Nimue understood that in this other world, no one could be trusted, so he acted with great caution. Only by skillfully utilizing his initial ability to create avatars and hiding his true self among them, making it difficult for others to distinguish between real and fake, could he find some sense of security. Even when commanding the battle against the Iron Nation players, he brought along 14 avatars. Could you send your avatars out? It's making my head spin. Meanwhile, a player from the Teutonic Nation, who had been pushed into a corner by Nimue's avatars, frowned and rubbed his temples in distress. The Teutonic player, Kant, was a middle-aged man with thinning hair, a stern expression, and a serious demeanor. After making a sarcastic remark about Nimue Khan, he glanced over at the player from the Kangaroo Nation sitting not far away. I contributed the most to the attack on the territory of the Bear Nation. The Gatling gun with infinite bullets we captured should belong to me. Hearing this, Chris, a player from the Kangaroo Nation, smiled and replied. There was no rule at the beginning stating who contributed the most would get the spoils. Chris was a tall, young-looking Caucasian with blonde hair and blue eyes. His smile appeared friendly, yet his demeanor gave off a sense of greed and cunning. Chris was indeed a crafty individual. After the Zombie and Avatar Coalition invaded the Bear Nation's territory, he secretly sent his troops into the Bear Nation's land via a river running through it, intercepting those two Gatling guns with infinite bullets. A player from a certain country, named Bo Duo Jie, sat atop the back of a creature resembling a white-furred wolf and spoke up. In the recent battles, I suffered significant losses. I should receive one of the two weapons we captured as compensation. Another player, from a neighboring country, immediately replied, That's right, my losses were considerable too. We should split these two weapons equally. The Gatling gun, with its endless bullets, posed the greatest threat to both Bo Duo Jie and the neighboring player. Even if they couldn't obtain it, they would find a way to destroy it. There's no need to create tension over such trivial matters, said a player from another region. After surviving for over 20 days in this alternate world, his appearance had changed dramatically compared to when he first arrived. Cloaked in a large robe that concealed his face, he now looked enormous, sitting like a small mountain. What we should focus on is that suddenly appearing army, he continued. Among those present, he was the least concerned about the Gatling gun. He had privately received one from Chris, which was why he stepped in to shift the conversation. If he guessed correctly, this Qin Yang should be from a certain country. A player from another region suppressed his anger and shared his thoughts. We've encountered players from that certain country. Their archers are incredibly accurate. The neighboring player pondered for a moment and said, They have guns too. Bo Duo Jie sounded incredulous. Although those firearms looked quite primitive, it was indeed a significant technological advancement. Chris glanced at the others and continued. However, it seems this army is not very numerous, and we haven't really engaged in a serious offensive this time, have we? The most challenging opponent has been eliminated, and the 5 allied players thought it would be easy to take down the logistics-focused country. They only sent 200 zombies and 200 clones, without even having the other player use a blitz attack skill. If everyone worked together as they did against the previous opponent, they believed this sudden reinforcement from the other country wouldn't be a major issue. As the third wave of zombies approached, the player from the aforementioned region said in a low voice, We can't fight against the zombie tide while simultaneously organizing another attack on the logistics-focused country. The player agreed. That's right. I think we should pause our attack and deal with this wave of zombies first. Don't forget, we need to handle the zombie tide, and the logistics-focused country will have to deal with it too. The neighboring player chuckled. Maybe he won't withstand the zombie tide and will be eliminated, allowing us to win without a single loss. The other 4 players exchanged looks of disbelief at this remark. Fool. If a player is eliminated by the zombie tide, there will be no rewards. All our efforts would be wasted. Therefore, the player from the logistics-focused country must not be eliminated by the zombie tide. If necessary, the 5 allied players will have to send troops to help defend his territory. Chapter 120. The game rules must not be broken. The arriving civilians repelled the coalition forces with overwhelming force. Abasai was stunned by the scene. The 50 civilian fighters were all ranged units, and their shooting accuracy was astonishingly high, with arrows hitting their targets almost every time. Moreover, their firing rate was quite fast. By the time the opposing players reacted, about half of the coalition's zombies and clones had already been cleared out. By the time they began to retreat, 2/3 of their forces were gone. Is this really the elite from the territory of that nation? Abasai felt his blood boil. Even when he had previously clung to the players from another nation, he had never witnessed such a devastating battle. The kill efficiency of these fighters even surpassed that of Ivan with a Gatling gun. So strong. Abasai felt ignited, believing that by aligning with Qin Yang, the safety issue in this foreign realm was no longer a concern. He crossed his chest and sincerely said, "The Almighty must have heard my prayers. Praise be to the Almighty. Praise be to Qin Yang." In less than 10 minutes, the battle came to an end. The defenders won a decisive victory. Abasai avoided becoming a slave or being eliminated. Qin Yang gained a new ally and laid down a strategic plan in the eastern half of the Nora Basin. He also received a small wave of points as a reward for eliminating zombies and clones. A win-win outcome. At this moment, in the chat interface, Abasai ally, "On behalf of all the civilians in my territory, I thank you." Abasai spoke very sincerely. "Your strength is undoubtedly formidable. So much so that I don't even know how to express my sincerity to you. Please let me know what you need most right now. I will mobilize all the civilians in my territory to do whatever it takes to help." Oh, quite aware of gratitude. Qin Yang couldn't help but have a somewhat favorable impression of this ally when he had teleported the civilians over. He had also observed the situation in Abasai's territory through the fish monster's eyeball carried by the civilians. The level of development couldn't be compared to his own territory, but it was decent enough. The necessary civil facilities were quite complete, but there was a serious lack of military defense structures. Moreover, the civilians didn't seem to have undergone much combat training. Many couldn't even hold about steady. With such defensive capabilities, how would they defend against the third wave of zombies? Qin Yang sent this question in the chat interface. Abasai awkwardly replied, "We can only do our best to defend as much as possible," implying that he felt bad for troubling his ally once again. Qin Yang bluntly pointed out, "What are you going to defend with, an egg?" Abasai was taken aback. "An egg? Can a chicken egg deal with zombies?" Qin Yang, speechless. Abasai, feeling wronged, said, "Ally Qin Yang, did I say something wrong? I want to apologize to you." Qin Yang, "Sigh, forget it. Since I've helped, I might as well help to the end. This ally may be weak, but he is still somewhat useful to me, so I'll treat that place as my third sub-base." Qin Yang plans to send a team for support when the time comes. Fortunately, Abasai's territory is backed by the sea, which helps to reduce the pressure from the undead tide on one front, making it a relatively defensible stronghold. Given his current military strength, it should not be a problem to help him hold it. In a conference room of a special operations department in a certain country, many high-ranking officials are gathered, with several people smoking, creating a hazy atmosphere. An intelligence officer stands up to report. Since the participating players were eliminated by players from a certain country, military movements within the borders of another nation have been frequent, gathering towards the southern border. This is indeed characteristic of that nation. The downfall of this nation has become a foregone conclusion. Their actions are merely an attempt to drag others down with them. It's troubling that, in the worst-case scenario, even contestants from a neighboring country have been eliminated today. It seems that a new world war is inevitable, and this time, the outcome will lead to the destruction of the entire world. Our country can no longer adhere to a passive defense policy. To maintain national security, we should take the initiative when conditions are appropriate. At this moment, the elderly man in military uniform sitting at the head of the table tapped the table to signal for silence. He expressed, "I believe the situation may not develop as you think." A knowing expression appeared on his face. Upon hearing his words, the officials in the conference room immediately began to discuss fervently. "Oh, how can you be so sure? Are you suggesting we should just sit and wait? The nuclear arsenal of that neighboring nation is second only to another major powers. If they lose their rationality, the result would be catastrophic. While everything is still calm, we should take action. But what can we do? Perhaps we could, under the guise of protection, relocate some citizens from the eliminated nations into our territory? Those not of our race will surely have different intentions. That may be better than the world ending and everyone perishing together." As the discussion intensified, the elderly man had no choice but to stand up and clap his hands. His demeanor was calm, showing no signs of panic as if a disaster were imminent. Once the noise subsided, he slowly asked, "Have any of you noticed a logical issue regarding the otherworldly game?" "A logical issue?" Confusion appeared on the faces of the officials present. "Yes," the elderly man nodded and continued. "The game stipulates that players receive a resource or technology reward for successfully defending against a wave of undead. But if the country behind the players is destroyed due to real-world warfare, how will these rewards be distributed? Based on the reward and punishment mechanisms from previous rounds, this game places great emphasis on rules. If rewards cannot be distributed, does that not mean the game rules are being violated?" The elderly man scanned everyone present and concluded, "Perhaps there is some insurance mechanism in this game, like a firewall in a computer, that can isolate some negative situations for this world during the gameplay. The existence of this insurance mechanism is to prevent the game rules from being broken. I personally believe that a situation like the destruction of the real world is unlikely to happen. If you don't believe me, how about we make a bet?" Chapter 121. The power of Qin Yang in modern warfare. The cultivation of certain advanced technologies is the last resort and can only be used as a deterrent. This is a trigger. Whichever country uses it first will set off a chain reaction, leading all countries with similar technologies to engage in a competitive race. It's one thing for certain countries to be restless, but even those with the second largest stockpiles of such technologies are like a ticking bomb. When the punishment from the third wave of undead is unleashed, those countries will certainly not sit idly by as their nations face destruction. Given the nature of their people, no one can guarantee that they won't entertain the idea of mutual destruction. The Elder is not treating a potential world war lightly. If a race to cultivate these technologies does break out, the only outcome awaiting this world is annihilation. In the face of an impending crisis, any preparations made now would be meaningless. No country can remain aloof and unscathed. What the Elder is truly betting on is that this mysterious game will not stand by and watch the destruction of humanity. If the world is destroyed, then what meaning do the penalties and rewards after each wave of undead hold? Since the game system can conjure resources and technological rewards out of thin air, it should also be able to prevent countries from engaging in such cultivation. Qin Yang used a support skill once again, teleporting comrades like Jin Jian, Claude, Yu Ding, and Hu Buiyuan to a base IS territory. Seeing Qin Yang teleporting defense personnel so early, a base I was quite puzzled. The teleportation of civilians to the target territory is temporary, and the amount of resources consumed determines the duration of the teleportation, with at least 6 hours until the third wave of undead arrives. Consuming resources for just 10 minutes of teleportation is already considerable. The resource consumption for 6 hours of teleportation is an astronomical figure that a Beisai can hardly imagine. So he asked Qin Yang via the chat interface what his plan was. Qin Yang replied, "Your territory lacks defensive facilities and civilians lack combat training, right? I'm sending people to help with construction and training." A Beisai responded, "But both construction and training require a lot of time. It probably can't be completed before the wave arrives, right?" Qin Yang replied, "Since I'm doing this, it means I have a way to solve this problem." He was too lazy to explain to a Beisai, who would understand in due time, and added, "Are you trying to teach me how to work?" A Beisai quickly replied, "I wouldn't dare. I'll gather all the civilians right away." Qin Yang is now the protector of a Beisai's territory, the elder brother. As a qualified younger brother, a Beisai naturally follows whatever his elder brother says. After forming an alliance, a Beisai voluntarily opened his territory's warehouse to his ally, allowing Qin Yang to freely access the resources stockpiled there. However, resources cannot be transferred to Qin Yang's territory through teleportation. The two bases are at least hundreds of kilometers apart. It would be more convenient for Qin Yang to send people to mine the resources himself rather than going through the trouble of transportation. He glanced at a Beisai's warehouse, which was filled with stones, wood, and metal ores. Although this guy's territory was not developing well, his resource reserves were quite rich. A Beisai's territory originally depended on the territory of another nation for survival. The two had clear divisions of labor, with the players from that nation responsible for combat, while a Beisai handled production and construction. His territory essentially served as a logistics warehouse, storing all the materials needed for the development of both territories. How could the resources not be abundant? Since he had his own resource reserves, things became much easier. Qin Yang remotely assigned construction tasks to Jin Jian and others, and arranged for Hu Bo to train a Beisai civilians. A Beisai was very curious to see how Qin Yang's civilians would perform and stood aside to watch. The next moment, he witnessed a miracle. Jin Jian transformed into a whirlwind, completing the construction of a giant crossbow in just 1 second. WTF. How could it be done so quickly? What did he do? Am I seeing things? A Beisai was stunned, thinking there was something wrong with his vision, and hurriedly rubbed his eyes. It was really done, but it was just a blink of an eye. This must be Qin Yang's lord ability, right? A Beisai quickly figured out the situation and revealed a look of realization. No wonder Qin Yang was not worried about time, as his civilians could build at lightning speed. Before a Beisai could recover from his shock, he suddenly received a barrage of notifications. Your civilian Cafe Lu has completed training. Your civilian Jia Si has completed training. Your civilian Yu Eastview has completed training. What the hell? How long has it been since training started? It was completed so quickly? A Beisai was repeatedly astonished and hurriedly opened his territory interface to check. All his civilians had been trained. Some projects in the level 1 training ground had instantly reached the highest level. The combat power of these civilians had significantly improved, with their attack power exceeding 10 points. And they had mastered skills such as archer training and sliding, which were not available in a Beisai's territory and were clearly skills from Qin Yang's domain. His civilians were no longer the inexperienced ones who could barely hold a bow. Since he was assisting a Beisai in training civilians, all the training costs were charged to a Beisai. Civilian training is tied to gold, and with such rapid training, a Beisai's gold reserves were quickly depleted. He originally had 2,000 gold coins saved up, but now he had less than 100 left. The efficiency was truly astonishing. A Beisai gained a new understanding of Qin Yang's initial abilities. His lord ability must maximize certain behaviors of civilians, including construction, training, and gathering. Qin Yang was truly impressive. Abasai felt grateful for having allied with Qin Yang, while also feeling a bit sour inside. Why is it that, as a player, I couldn't draw such abilities? Soon, the arrival time came to an end. A few commoners dispatched from elsewhere left Abasai's territory, enveloped in light. In just under 10 minutes of arrival, Abasai's territory underwent significant changes. First, 3 bed crossbows were erected on the 3 stone walls. It wasn't that he didn't want to build more, but rather that there weren't enough hands on his side. Over 60 commoners in the territory had completed the training content for the level 1 training ground. Time was tight, and conditions were limited, so they could only achieve this much. Despite the temporary improvements, Qin Yang believed it would still be challenging for Abasai to withstand the third wave of the undead. The defensive power of Abasai's territory was equivalent to Qin Yang's level during the first wave of the undead. It might even be weaker. Considering Qin Yang's commoners were all exceptionally capable, the waves of undead were progressively increasing in strength, with special types like the Charge and Shrieker emerging in the second wave. Who knew what strange undead would appear in the third wave? It seemed he would have to send some people over to assist. On the 24th day, just past midnight, flickering portals appeared all over the Nora Basin. A large number of shepherds, their bodies oozing pus and emitting green mist, stumbled out of the portals first. After finding their direction, they began moving toward the player's territory, their speed noticeably faster than in the previous 2 instances. Shortly after the shepherds began their movement, more portals appeared. From the flickering blue portals, a large number of runners charged out. They surveyed their new environment with monstrous expressions and were quickly attracted by the gas left behind by the shepherds. The runners let out beast-like roars and began to run at an incredible speed. As the runners exited the portal, towering figures began to emerge from the blue light. Twisted-faced, deformed chargers supported themselves with their sturdy right arms and streamed out of the portal. They roared mightily, seemingly showcasing their power, and then accelerated, causing the ground to tremble beneath their movements. Following the chargers, some crimson figures known as lickers crawled out of the portal. They flicked their long tongues, crouched low, and crawled like lizards, even faster than the runners acting as the vanguard. Right behind the lickers were the stingers, with long necks and mouths that split to the back of their ears. They had no speed advantage and soon lagged behind due to their staggering steps. However, stingers excelled in ranged attacks, making speed a secondary concern for them. Lastly, the shriekers emerged from the portal, walking while emitting their signature whimpering cries. The number of these special zombies is minimal. They serve as leaders within the zombie group, not needing to charge into battle themselves, but instead emitting sounds from the rear to incite the zombies into a frenzy. By the time dawn breaks, the tide of corpses is already close to the 3 major bases. The leading shepherd initiates a suicide charge first. Compared to the previous 2 waves of shepherds, the third wave is not only faster but also shows some flesh nodules on their bodies, distributed like hard rocks on their shoulders and chests. Before the shepherd can charge a few steps, Gu Zhong, who possesses exceptional long-range sniping skills, is the first to open fire. As one of the ace members of the long-range output team, Gu Zhong is among the first to switch to the new Model 10 rifles. With a sharp crack, he pulls the trigger, and the bullet shoots out, heading towards a shepherd several kilometers away. After taking this shot, Gu Zhong doesn't even check if he hit. He simply tosses the rifle to Zhuijing beside him and seamlessly jumps onto a nearby crossbow. Aiming the crossbow, he fires. With a loud bang, the crossbow shudders as the long arrow cuts through the air with fierce momentum. By the time Gu Zhong dismounts from the crossbow, Zhuijing has already reloaded his rifle with bullets, and he raises the gun to shoot again at the shepherds rushing towards the southern main base. Due to Gu Zhong's sniping, the shepherds fall before they even get close, disrupting their guiding role. The subsequent runners and other zombies only manage to reach this position, gathering and falling into a state of confusion. This situation causes Qin Yang some frustration. With the zombies no longer charging, the southern stone wall quickly loses its threat. However, Qin Yang's plan to earn points by hunting zombies becomes quite inconvenient. Without the guiding shepherds, they still retain their instinctual sense. Now, it's not ideal to go out and hunt these zombies, so Qin Yang can only temporarily set them aside. Since the southern stone wall no longer poses a danger, he assigns all the civilians stationed there to other directions. Notably, as the area of the main base expands, Qin Yang aims to encircle the river on the east side, erecting 3 stone walls across the riverbank. Thus, the defensive focus of the main base shifts from just the west and south to include the east as well. The northern region, relying on the river and a mountain of stones as a barrier, is currently safe from zombie attacks, so there is no need for concern. In Qin Yang's territory, everyone is a soldier. Although a significant number of civilians have been dispersed, there are still more personnel stationed at subbases 1 and 2 than at the main base itself. The defensive force remaining at the main base is more than sufficient to handle the third wave of the zombie tide. With the shepherds on both the east and west successfully eliminated not far from the main base, their guiding task is completed. The subsequent runners, bombers, and lickers begin to charge frantically towards the main base. Bang, bang, bang. The crossbows on the stone wall began to fire in quick succession. Thanks to the repeated upgrades by the engineers, the arrows had undergone a qualitative leap in power compared to the second wave of the zombie tide. Even the heavily armored charges would lose their offensive capability after taking an arrow from the crossbow. After a round of crossbow fire, the dense horde of zombies had been forced back, creating several breaches. The scattered zombies had not yet managed to regroup before they found themselves in the trap area around the main base. The barbed wire traps spread across the surface hindered the zombies' movement, turning them into easy targets. The civilians on the stone wall immediately seized the opportunity, using bows, crossbows, catapults, and pendulum traps to their fullest extent. Under this fierce assault, the zombies were quickly and massively harvested. The originally dense horde soon became sparse and scattered. The later arrivals, such as the spikers and shriekers, barely had time to unleash their abilities before being met with arrows and bullets from afar, ultimately dissolving into pools of black mud, contributing a significant amount of points to Qin. The number of zombies in the third wave was not as high as in the second wave, but the composition of the zombie lineup had been upgraded. After observing the battle conditions at the three bases, Qin concluded that the difficulty of the third wave had certainly increased compared to the second wave. However, this was mainly true for other players. For Qin three bases, the composition of the zombie lineup was actually less threatening than simply doubling the number of zombies. Both the first and second subbases had defended comfortably this time. The first subbase, as before, was garrisoned by elite troops within Qin's territory, and it had the largest number of civilians among the three bases, reaching 80 people. Additionally, they were well prepared in terms of defensive facilities, having built 3 stone walls along with crossbows, catapults, traps, and everything was constructed according to the specifications of the main base. Defending against this wave of zombies had become a piece of cake for the first subbase. The second subbase required even less effort. Unlike the hurried response to the second wave, this time they had ample preparation time, and the slave Lu'ir had painted over 100 oil painting warriors. These fearless oil painting warriors, paired with the oil painting walls, made it incredibly easy to fend off the zombie tide. As the zombie wave seemed to be under control, Qin began to consider assisting the player Abasai from the Iron Juice Nation with their defense. Chapter 123, The Divine Descends Abasai's Territory. Despite receiving support from Qin, the defensive pressure here was still quite immense. Bang! The crossbow trembled violently as an arrow flew toward a shepherd that had approached within 300 meters. The shepherd reacted swiftly, abruptly tilting its body during the charge, narrowly dodging the arrow, and continued to rush forward. A large amount of green gas spread along its path, leading the subsequent wave of zombies. Another miss. Damn it. Abasai on the stone wall slammed a stone pillar in frustration. The pillar was fine, but he grimaced in pain. Although the civilians under his command had completed the training content of the first-level training ground, it was inevitable that they would struggle with their mindset and experience on the battlefield for the first time. The other 2 crossbows on the stone wall also fired in succession. It was only on the third arrow that they finally managed to bring the shepherd down. At this point, its position was less than 100 meters from the stone wall. Moreover, the arrow did not hit a vital spot, and the air vent on the shepherd's back continued to produce green mist. In 3 directions of the territory, more than 10 shepherds appeared, and taking down just one was utterly useless. The remaining shepherds charged forward, delivering green mist to the base of the stone wall. Quick, kill them. Abasai frantically commanded the civilians to shoot at the shepherds clamoring at the foot of the wall. However, before the civilians could complete their task, a rumbling sensation shook the ground. Abasai glanced up in horror towards the distance. He saw a massive horde of zombies rushing towards them, darkening the horizon. They moved incredibly fast, closing the distance of several dozen meters in just a few seconds. How many of them are there? What should we do? Abasai was completely panicked. Although he had witnessed a zombie tide before, he had never defended against one himself. His territory had relied on a player from a certain country to defend against the previous 2 zombie tides. After all, the Gatling gun with unlimited bullets was too powerful. The first 2 waves of zombies were relatively weak, and that player had no problem defending 2 territories alone. With almost 0 command ability, Abasai had no choice but to let the defending civilians attack freely. The civilians either operated the crossbows or drew their bows to shoot at the approaching zombies. After a chaotic and panicked assault, they barely managed to take down a few zombies. The fastest runners had already charged to the base of the stone wall, clawing and screeching. My God, this is beyond human capability. Looking at those fierce and cruel faces, Abasai broke into a cold sweat. More and more runners gathered at the foot of the stone wall, with later arrivals stepping on the bodies of those in front, beginning to form a human ladder. Quick! stopped them from climbing the wall. Abasai stepped back 2 paces but then realized that if this stone wall could not hold, not only would the defending civilians die, but he would have nowhere to escape. He quickly found a wooden stick and moved forward to defend alongside the civilians. However, the bodies of these zombies were incredibly tough. When Abasai struck one with all his might, not only did he fail to knock it down, but his hands also went numb from the recoil. Lord, watch out. A nearby civilian saw a zombie climbing the stone wall rushing towards Abasai. He quickly lunged forward, using his body to shield Abasai from the runner's attack. That civilian was no match for the frenzied zombie and was instantly bitten to a bloody pulp. Abasai wanted to pull the zombie away, but it was futile. This evil creature was immensely strong. He could only anxiously shout to the other civilians, "Someone help, quickly save him." But the other civilians were struggling to protect themselves and had no time to pay attention to the situation here. Abasai watched helplessly as a loyal and brave civilian was bitten to death by zombies, a deep despair etched on his face. Just at that critical moment, 7 blue orbs of electric light suddenly appeared on the stone wall. The orbs expanded rapidly, forming the shape of a door. Slowly, 7 human figures emerged from within the door. Reinforcements had finally arrived. Abasai was nearly overwhelmed with joy. However, when he saw that only 7 civilians had come to assist, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of confusion. Why were there so few reinforcements? The number of zombies in the tide had exceeded 1,000, and among them were some powerful special zombies. Abasai felt that even 200 civilians might not be enough to hold the line. However, the 7 civilians offered no explanations to Abasai. One of them, a lanky man wielding a large double-bladed axe, pointed at the zombies on the stone wall and instructed the others, "Let's deal with those on the wall first." The others nodded in agreement. And then it seemed as if they had activated some kind of combination technique. Brilliant golden light burst forth from their bodies, rapidly extending towards their companions. The golden light intertwined, instantly linking the 7 civilians together. A dazzling golden glow illuminated their bodies, their hair standing on end, and their eyes radiating golden light, creating a scene akin to divine beings descending from the heavens. Abasai stood by, utterly stunned. WTF? What is this? Is this a transformation into super science? In the next moment, the 7 super science scattered and launched an attack on the zombies climbing the stone wall. Some picked up bows and arrows, while others took up firearms for ranged attacks. A few unsheathed their knives for close combat against the zombies. Each of them displayed remarkable precision and extraordinary destructive power. Any zombie hit by bullets, arrows, or blades would either have its head blown off or be decapitated, all falling instantly. The leader, the civilian with the double-bladed axe, saw that the danger on the stone wall had been neutralized and continued to issue orders. "Everyone, follow me down and let's deal with those special zombies behind." "Understood. No problem." Everyone was eager to engage. Just as Abasai was puzzled about how they would descend from the wall, he saw the man with the double-bladed axe slightly bend down, gather strength in his legs, and leap into the air. In an instant, he soared several dozen meters high, as if he had the ability to fly, crossing over a distance of hundreds of meters and landing among the group of spike zombies at the rear like a meteor. "This is too strong." Abasai was astonished, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. The remaining 6 super scions followed their leader, leaping off the stone wall like rockets, landing amidst the tide of zombies below. A miraculous scene unfolded as the 7 left the stone wall. All the zombies that were besieging the stone wall suddenly changed direction, charging towards the location of the 7 individuals as if they had caught a whiff of meat. In this support operation, Qin Yang did not send a large number of civilians to the territory. If too many were dispatched, there wouldn't be enough manpower left in his own territory. Therefore, the best way to support the allied territory was to send the minimum number of people while maximizing the defensive effect. He decided to send 7 people and directly use the talent-sharing effect. Since the 3 major bases were all relatively relaxed in their defense this round, the current defensive strength was more than enough to deal with these zombies. Using talent-sharing felt like using a cannon to shoot at mosquitoes. Even if any unexpected situation arose, Qin Yang could use the home guard to boost the morale of the civilians or have the civilian Lu Yinyun sing a song. There were always more solutions than problems. He then planned the list of 7 supporters. First were Ding Dali, Yang Fei, and Li Shan, the classic trio that couldn't be missing. Then, he included Wang Teng and Gao Fei. Since manpower was limited, they would rely on speed to make up for this shortcoming. Although Wang Teng could run at lightning speed on flat ground, he had a critical flaw. He couldn't have any obstacles in his path. Moving at high speed among the horde made it easy to get blocked by zombies, wasting a shared quota. Therefore, Qin Yang arranged for Gao Fei to join in. This way, they could jump over obstacles during their movement. For the last 2 spots, one went to Peng Shun, who had a 100-fold critical strike talent, to enhance output and ensure that even when facing tough and heavily armored enemies, the civilians could still achieve one-hit kills. The other spot went to Sukai, who had a super taunt talent to gather the scattered zombies. Now that they had just teleported into the territory, this lineup was like a sharp dagger, plunging straight into the center of the horde, achieving quite a good effect. Ding Dolly found himself among the spikers at the rear of the horde. The spikers, preparing to shoot spikes at the guards on the stone wall, were all drawn to this unpredictable human. They howled and shifted their attack targets to Ding Dolly. Dozens of spikers swelled their throats in unison, and their huge mouths opened wide, revealing long mouthparts that shot out saliva-coated spikes at an almost imperceptible speed. These spikes struck Ding Dolly's body, producing a series of clinking sounds and even sparking. However, the spike attacks could not breach the formidable defense provided by the Superstone talent. All the spikes were deflected, their sharp tips either bent or broken, as if they had hit solid rock. A pile of spikes fell around Ding Dolly, who, unharmed, twisted his neck and shook his shoulders, looking as if he was warming up. Then, he picked up the enormous double-bladed battle axe with one hand. It's my turn now. Ding Dolly swung his massive battle axe in a wide arc, delivering a crescent-shaped horizontal strike. The blade immediately burst forth with a sharp light, extending nearly a meter ahead, slicing through the spiked attackers as if they were wheat being harvested. After retracting the axe, Ding Dolly changed direction and continued to swing, causing another wave of spiked attackers to be cleaved in two. The other 6 civilians, who shared the same talent, were also busy, primarily targeting the special zombies within the horde. Li Shan, with his impressive chest muscles, actively struck his fist against the thick arm of a charging attacker, shattering it completely. Peng Shun unleashed the speed of his technique, wielding a reinforced, razor-sharp steel machete as he plunged into the crowd of lickers, toppling them to the ground with ease, as if slicing through vegetables. Gao Fei made a small leap into the last row of screamers, wielding a machete in each hand, swiftly dispatching the few remaining screamers. Thanks to the shared super taunt ability, as long as the 7 civilians remained on the battlefield, the surrounding zombies would continuously swarm towards them. There was no need to worry about any stragglers attacking a base-sized territory, nor did they need to actively seek out new targets, as the zombies would willingly present themselves for slaughter. Additionally, the talent granted them near unlimited stamina. As long as the shared effect persisted, they could slice their way from one end of the battlefield to the other without issue. On the stone wall, a Baisai was stunned. One wave of shock followed another. These 7 civilians were terrifying. This was not defense. It was a one-sided hunt for zombies. The runners, the powerful chargers, and the cunning lickers that a Baisai found so fearsome had become as fragile as paper in front of these 7 shining civilians, crumbling at a mere touch. It was astonishing how these civilians possessed the ability to attract all the zombies surrounding the stone wall, leaving it eerily empty save for a few incapacitated zombies, posing virtually no threat to the territory. For the civilians guarding the wall, the zombie tide had effectively ended early. In the distance, the horde was visibly being devoured by the 7 civilians at an astonishing speed. A Baisai felt his blood boil with excitement, almost wanting to jump down with a weapon and join these godlike supporters in exterminating the zombies. But thinking of his struggles even against a single runner, he restrained that impulse. He no longer merely felt fortunate to have allied with Qin Yang. He now believed that being able to ally with him was the greatest blessing of his life, a sign of divine mercy and grace. He silently vowed to cling tightly to Qin Yang, to follow his lead closely, obey his commands, and fulfill the duties expected of a subordinate. In the Iron Nation's live broadcast room, the few viewers were also on fire with excitement. The strength of the Summer Nation-esque contestants was beyond comprehension. Can 7 people really hold off this wave of zombies? This is an achievement that no other country could accomplish. I believe the top player ranking in the world should have a player from our country in the first position, instead of one from that other nation. These 7 extraordinary individuals are nothing short of divine. With the help of our players, those competing from our region are truly fortunate. The battle outside their territory lasted only about 10 minutes before it concluded. The zombies on the battlefield were mostly eliminated by the 7 players who shared their abilities, leaving only a few incapacitated ones behind. Besides helping allies fend off the 3rd wave of zombies, our player also earned a considerable amount of points here. Chapter 125. Scoring points from zombie waves is thrilling. Kill a spike caster, points, 40. Kill a charge caster, points, 50. Kill a runner, points, 10. Kill a screamer, points, 50. The notifications for points earned flashed continuously before our player's eyes. Indeed, scoring points from the zombie waves is exhilarating. He couldn't stop smiling. Unlike the tense atmosphere of the first 2 waves, the 3rd wave felt like a gift. Moreover, the zombies that appeared in the first 2 waves had their point rewards slightly increased in the 3rd wave. For instance, the runner's points increased from 8 to 10, while the charge caster and screamer's points rose from 40 to 50. Now, the total points he earned from 3 bases have exceeded 30,000. The number of zombies in the distance remains unchanged, continuously charging towards the stone wall, indicating that this will last for some time. Ironically, it is the players from another region who are finishing their zombie waves the fastest. The 7 individuals sharing their abilities are incredibly powerful, while others defend against the waves. They actively hunt the zombies. With their strong abilities and perfect synergy, killing zombies is incredibly smooth and effortless, especially the player wielding the Berserker Axe, who single-handedly took down nearly half of the zombies. As the points from this wave of zombies continuously flowed into his score, by the time the arrival time for the 7 players was nearing its end, there were no standing zombies left in their territory. It was good enough to secure the main points. The remaining incapacitated zombies could be handled by their own team. At this moment, he checked his points, which had reached 60,210. Wow. This support wave directly earned him nearly 30,000 points. This also made him realize the potential score earnings from this wave. With 3 bases available for scoring, and including the support for his allies, he estimated that he could ultimately earn around 120,000 points. His final score from the second wave was just under 30,000, and it came with considerable risk. The third wave was defended easily, yet the final score was absurdly high, nearly 4 times that of the second wave. Excited, Qin Yang also analyzed the reasons behind the explosive increase in points this time. The amount of points earned mainly depends on the ratio of special zombies in the zombie wave. Although the second wave had a massive number of zombies, the majority were runners, which provided the least points, only 8 points each, with nearly 1,000 of them. The number of runners in the third wave was reduced by more than half, but the types of special zombies increased to 4, and their numbers also rose significantly. The special zombies alone contributed more than 2/3 of the total points this time. Qin Yang also discovered a pattern in the zombie waves. Each wave introduces 2 new types of special zombies. The second wave featured the Charge and the Wailer, while this wave introduced the Impaler and the Licker. The addition of these new special zombies would continuously enhance the intensity of the waves. To cope with the increasingly intense zombie attacks, players must not stop developing their strength. After each wave, they must enhance their abilities as much as possible, or they risk being eliminated by the zombies. At this moment, outside the command center, the light orbs flickered, signaling the end of the arrival time. The civilians who supported Abasai returned to the main base. They had only spent about 10 minutes in Abasai's territory, and the effective talent sharing had not yet ended, leaving each civilian glowing like a super scion. To make the most of this talent sharing, Qin Yang had already prepared and sent these 7 individuals to the west side of the main base. In the west, due to the early death of the shepherd, a wave of zombies was still aimlessly wandering around. With so many points, how should I spend them wisely? Seeing everything under control and with no concerns about the current wave, Qin Yang happily opened his points panel. It had only been a little while, and his points had already risen to 73,020. He directly accessed the point shop interface. When the points are abundant, upgrading the civilian leader's skills is the priority. 1. Upgrade your civilian leader's active effect once. 30,000 points. 2. Unlock a new active effect for your civilian leader's skill. 50,000 points. 3. Purchase a promotion key. 3,000 points. He decided to buy option 1 first. The utility of the talent sharing effect is undoubted. Aside from a slight reduction in the number of civilians that can be linked each time and a longer cooldown time, there are no other drawbacks. After spending 30,000 points, 2 choices popped up, one to enhance the linking effect and the other to enhance talent sharing. He chose the latter. Active effect 4. People's cohesion. Designate up to 12 civilians, linking them to share their respective talent abilities. Duration, 30 minutes. Cooldown, 6 hours. The number of linked individuals directly increased by 5. Additionally, the duration was extended. Most importantly, the cooldown time was shortened. Now it can be used up to 4 times a day. It is worth mentioning that after enhancing effect 4 once, the cooldown was refreshed, and it was now ready to be used at any time. Qin Yang felt that if he continued to strengthen his skills like this, would it be possible to reduce the cooldown time to just over 10 minutes? Or even just a few seconds? That would mean he could maintain the Super Scion state indefinitely, making him invincible. However, when he saw the next purchase price for option 1, he immediately dismissed this unrealistic idea. Option 1 required 60,000 points. Well, he still had over 40,000 points left, but it was impossible to continue strengthening the skills. He was still a bit short on points to buy a new skill, and it seemed that only option 3 was available for purchase. The promotion key was an essential item for upgrading the command center. Upgrading to a level 4 command center required 3 promotion keys, but currently, Qin Yang only had 2. The first thing to do after the zombie tide ended was to start upgrading the command center. Hunting other players to obtain promotion keys seemed a bit too troublesome. It cost only 3,000 points, so he decided to buy it directly. Qin Yang placed the order on the spot and gathered his 3 promotion keys. Now he just had to wait for the zombie tide to end. Chapter 126. The interceptor. Only after the command center reached level 3 and the points mall was unlocked could the value of points be greatly realized. Consuming points to enhance the initial rewards from the lottery, whether it's Lord treasures or abilities, could rapidly increase personal or territory strength. This was already known by the surviving players. The demand for points had become unprecedentedly strong. The best way to earn points was to fend off the zombie tide. No matter how hard you worked to kill zombies in the wild, it wouldn't compare to the points earned from a wave of zombies. Therefore, as long as players opened up an additional subbase, it was equivalent to experiencing another zombie tide, providing another channel for earning points. However, not everyone could open a subbase. It was linked to their own strength. If one's strength was inadequate, recklessly opening a subbase would lead to insufficient manpower and difficulty in managing both ends. At that time, not only would the subbase be unable to hold, but there was a risk that even the main base could be invaded by zombies, ultimately leading to elimination. Among the alliance of 5 countries, Corrupted Country, a country, Teutonic Country, Foot Basin Country, and Kangaroo Country, a country, Teutonic Country, and Foot Basin Country had established subbases due to their unique capabilities. Although players from Corrupted Country were strong, they were only strong in the personal strength of Beloit, with the overall defensive capability of their territory being quite average. This led to Bell being exhausted every time during the zombie tide. However, things were looking up now, as he received a gift from Chris, a player from Kangaroo Country, which was an infinite bullet Gatling gun obtained from the eliminated player Ivan Sokolov. This territorial treasure filled in his weaknesses, making the defense against the zombie tide much easier. Additionally, the third wave of the zombie tide emphasized coordination among special zombies, significantly reducing the overall number of zombies. This situation was very favorable for Beloit. He was not afraid of special zombies. Even the fierce charges from the explosive zombies were no match for him. Therefore, he had already secured victory early on. Without the pressure from the zombie tide, Bell's mind immediately became more active. Perhaps I can seize the opportunity and occupy the territory of the player from a certain country before others react. I could also take over the horde of corpses there and earn some points. Bell felt that with a weapon in hand, he had a great chance to succeed. So, he left some remaining zombies to defend the territory's civilians and prepared to head alone to the other player's land. Bell's large body, hidden beneath his robe, shifted slightly, and 2 bulges suddenly appeared on his back. These bulges grew larger, and in an instant, a pair of hairless wings unfolded behind him. He flapped his wings vigorously, creating a strong gust of wind. With the wings propelling him, Bell slowly ascended into the air and flew towards his destination. Bell's initial ability was to evolve through consumption, allowing him to devour any living target, including animals, insects, monsters, and even zombies. After consumption, he could enhance his basic attributes and had a chance to gain abilities from the consumed target. For example, the ability to grow a pair of flesh wings on his back came from a level 3 bat monster. Flapping his wings, he quickly reached a point less than 5 kilometers from the territory. It was completely empty, with not a single zombie in sight. Bell felt puzzled. Logically, he should have been able to see the horde of corpses at this distance. Not to mention that there should be groups of zombies charging towards the territory. But now, there wasn't even a trace of them. Could they have been taken by someone else? Bell's mind flashed to certain players from another region. With their abilities, they were the most likely to pull off such a feat. It couldn't have happened so quickly unless they had collaborated with someone else. The rapid transport of troops could bring an army here in an instant, making it highly mobile. Did his allies avoid him and secretly engage in underhanded tactics? Bell's expression darkened, and a flicker of anger crossed his eyes. To avoid alerting anyone, he descended from the air and chose to proceed on foot. The way remained empty, with no zombies in sight. After walking for a short distance, Bell suddenly sensed something and stopped. Not far away, a player from another region was walking across the river towards him. "It's you." Bell suppressed his anger. He could guess the intention of the player, which should be similar to his own. He also knew that given the player's strength, it was impossible to defend against the horde while simultaneously earning points here. So, he must have just arrived. Sure enough, the player asked a series of questions. What happened? Why can't we see a single zombie here? Where's the horde? Did the territory of the other player get eliminated before the horde even appeared? I can't answer that, Bell replied solemnly. We can only find out by going over. The two then set off together. Soon, they arrived at the territory, where the horde had seemingly ended. Bell and Chris both showed expressions of disbelief. They saw some civilians at the outskirts of the Abayside territory, still dealing the final blows to the undead that had not yet died. The ground was a mess, with puddles of black sludge that had not yet dried. It was clear that a great battle had erupted here not long ago, with countless zombies having perished. This is impossible. Chris's face turned grim. With his Gatling gun that had unlimited bullets, he thought that even if he couldn't score all the points here, he could at least earn a decent amount. Even if other allied players discovered he came here to farm points. He could brush it off by claiming he was assisting in defending the territory. Thus, he hurried over here without finishing off the zombie tide in his own territory. However, the scene before him completely derailed his plans. Could there be other forces eyeing this area? The ability of a certain player from a neighboring region was to convert zombies and monsters into his subordinates. Another player had the ability to create clones. If these two were the ones dealing with the zombie tide here, it would definitely show some clues. And there would absolutely be no civilians dealing the final blows to the zombies. Could it be players from another region? Chris agreed with Bell's thoughts and immediately recalled the players from another region who had previously refused to ally with them. It was not impossible. Although Bell didn't know much about their abilities, he knew that they controlled at least 5 bases. As mentioned before, those who lacked strength could not establish sub-bases. This player not only established a sub-base, but opened for it once. This alone indicated his formidable strength. Perhaps he had the ability to raid this area and intercept the zombie tide. However, this player had long known that Bell and the others were attacking the Abasai territory. His previous attitude had been one of disdain. Moreover, his forces were located in the southwest of another region's territory, making the distance considerable. Not to mention that there were territories belonging to other players in between. Without teleportation abilities, seizing this territory would yield him no benefits. Bell suddenly recalled the archers who had appeared unexpectedly in the Abasai territory and repelled the coalition forces. Those trained soldiers came from a player faction known as Qin Yang. He added, there could be others involved, such as the player Qin Yang from another region. Chapter 127. Internal Conflict. Bill's tactics. The name Qin Yang was known to Bell and Chris from their last siege on the Abasai territory. Due to the uniqueness of the surname Qin, his nationality could almost be determined to be from another region. Although Qin Yang easily repelled their zombie and clone coalition, the 5 allied players did not pay much attention to him. After all, Qin Yang was just one person, possibly accompanied by a useless player from another region. Could he really outmatch their 5-person alliance? The reason for their earlier failure was that they underestimated him, treating the other player as an easy target. Everyone was holding back. Bo Duo Jie only sent out 100 of the weakest runners, and Kant didn't even use group teleportation. If everyone could take this seriously and work together, flattening this place would be a piece of cake. But now, Bell and Chris had completely overturned their previous understanding of the mysterious player, Qin Yang. Qin Yang was very strong. He cleared the hordes of corpses here faster than Bell, who had a Gatling gun. Moreover, Qin Yang himself was also a player. While he was clearing the corpses, his own territory was also under attack from the horde. Such multitasking was impossible without a solid foundation of strength. It seemed that Qin Yang's team had already retreated. Chris glanced at Bell, his tone carrying a hint of provocation. Perhaps now was the best opportunity to take this place. Do you want me to be the one to stick my neck out? Humph, sly little man. Bell was not someone who acted without thinking. He wasn't fooled and simply replied, it's also possible that it's all a trap. Whoever goes in first will be the first to die. Chris immediately suggested. Then why don't we let someone else take this opportunity? I think the players from a certain country would be very suitable. With that thought in mind, a sinister smile crept onto Bell's lips. The two of them quickly withdrew. Not long after, at Kant's territory, the horde of corpses had entered a heated phase. The stone walls were surrounded by frenzied runners, either clawing at the walls or forming human pyramids to try and climb over. However, the warriors under Kant had great mobility. Thanks to his initial ability, Blitzkrieg, which allowed for a cooldown of only 10 seconds in his territory, with no limit on the number of teleportations. Thus, despite the average strength of Kant's defensive civilians, their retreats and counterattacks were very timely. Often, just as a few zombies climbed the walls, a flash of light would appear, and dozens of civilians would teleport next to them, launching a flurry of punches and kicks. When the spikers outside the walls locked onto their targets and were about to attack, another flash of light would occur, and these civilians would be teleported to the next needed position to continue their assault on the climbing zombies. With this extreme mobility, Kant managed to hold back the horde's advance. However, as time passed and the bruisers swung their robust arms, the stone walls became riddled with cracks and holes. Their armor value reduced by 2/3, nearing the point of being toppled by the horde. Kant watched anxiously but still did not plan to seek help from allies. The points from the horde belonged to him. He did not want to hand them over to anyone. Just hold on a little longer. But seeing the still massive number of zombies outside the walls, Kant knew that his persistence was merely delaying the inevitable. Just then, perhaps a slight flaw appeared in Kant's mobile defense. The originally wandering lickers suddenly launched an attack, their red figures darting swiftly among the dense mass of runners. Their sharp-clawed limbs clung to the runner's body and swiftly climbed up toward the stone wall. Damn it! Kant was taken aback and quickly activated his skill, teleporting dozens of civilians to block the path of the devourers. However, these devourers were significantly stronger than the runners. As soon as the two sides made contact, several civilians at the front screamed in agony as their bodies were torn apart by the devourers' massive claws, with even their internal organs spilling out. Not only could they not withstand the frontal assault, but the Devourer's mobility was also far beyond that of the runners. They could use their sharp claws to embed into the wall, then crawl along it, bypassing the defenders on the stone wall and starting an offensive into the territory. It's over. Kant watched helplessly as a dozen Devourers breached the territory, and he could do nothing. Although the cooldown for the lightning strike ability was short, it still had a 10-second interval. At that moment, he was caught in the crucial cooldown period. The Devourers that entered the territory had already begun attacking non-combatants, slaughtering several civilians in mere seconds like wolves among sheep. Kant's heart was bleeding. These were all his hard-earned resources. Just then, he noticed that the cooldown for lightning strike had completed. He was about to dispatch personnel to defend the interior of the territory. But at that critical moment, a strange large bird suddenly swooped down from the sky. Kant, leave the zombies outside to us. You just need to send people to clean up the zombies that entered the territory. Chris, a player from a certain country, was dropped by the large bird. As soon as he landed, he pulled out a Gatling gun with infinite bullets from his personal inventory, smiled at Kant, and began firing at the zombies outside the stone wall. The large bird then flew straight to the back of the zombie horde and, upon landing, also pulled out a Gatling gun to focus on the shriekers and spikers over there. Chris? Bell? The sudden arrival of reinforcements stunned Kant for a moment. But he quickly regained his composure. Instead of feeling grateful for Chris and Bell's assistance, he was filled with anger, especially upon seeing the infinite bullet Gatling gun in Chris's hands. Kant's eyes were practically ablaze with fury. Damn, Chris, you despicable thief. That weapon was supposed to belong to me. If I had that weapon, how could I be so helpless against this wave of zombies? He then noticed the Gatling gun in Bell's hands. That cunning Chris. Kant's cheek muscles twitched in anger as he gritted his teeth. However, he still retained some rationality, knowing that now was not the time to demand his spoils back from Chris. The Devourers that had breached the territory had already killed over 10 of his civilians, and if he didn't curb them, even his command center would be dismantled. Suppressing his rage, Kant activated his skill and teleported the defenders on the stone wall to surround and beat down the Devourers. To the south of the Nora Basin, the main base of the players from a certain country, 3 automatic firearms set up on a stone wall continuously roar, aiming and shooting at the zombies below. Each of these 3 firearms has different functions. The one on the left is a sniper rifle, with a slower firing rate, long range, and great power, capable of blowing zombies apart with each shot. It mainly targets special zombies in the horde, focusing on eliminating runners and screamers. The middle one is a shotgun, with an average firing rate and short range, but high damage. When it hits a target, it can shred the weak runners and send stronger boomers flying. The one on the right is a machine gun, with a very fast firing rate but relatively lower power, primarily responsible for sweeping away incoming runners and blocking their advance. The 3 automatic firearms continuously adjust their positions on the stone wall, searching for the best angles to attack. Shell casings fall like rain, transforming into a crystalline liquid upon hitting the ground, crawling back to the 3 firearms. Under such overwhelming firepower, the zombie horde is unable to make any significant progress. Zombies are often torn to pieces by bullets before they can even reach the stone wall, or their heads are blown off by the sniper rifle. Soon, the horde on this side has been largely cleared out. The 3 automatic firearms immediately detach from the stone wall and morph in midair into the shape of a man. This man has a hard and cold face. One eye is mechanical, glowing with a dangerous red light, and his body has a metallic sheen. He hovers in midair, mechanically turning to glance at the stone wall on the other side of the territory. Over there, zombies have begun to climb the wall. The cold-faced man immediately flies in that direction, automatically disassembling into 3 parts in the air. The components of those 3 parts clatter and transform, reassembling into 3 powerful firearms. The sound of gunfire echoes, and a large number of climbing runners are swept away. At this moment, on a lookout tower far from the surrounding wall, Bill Wilson, dressed in a red and blue tight suit, is leaning on the edge of the lookout tower, observing the 3 automatic firearms defending the stone wall. A slave named Jin Jung-min, with a head of white hair and an androgynous appearance, stands beside him, attending to him. Bill's face is filled with strong confidence as he turns to Jin Jung-min and says, "I'm planning to send Michael to attack the territory of the players from the neighboring country. What do you think?" Jin Jung-min is taken aback. Now? Surprised, right? Bill reveals his signature charming smile. "I guess the players from that country will also be very surprised. Don't they have an idiom that means to catch someone off guard?" Jin Jung-min thinks Bill is a madman. They are still resisting the zombie horde. Can't they wait until they fend it off before launching an attack? Aren't they afraid of any lapses in defense that might let the horde breach their territory? However, Jin Jung-min soon realizes the ruthlessness of Bill's strategy. At this moment, everyone is focused on resisting the zombie horde, including player Qin Yang from the neighboring country. Perhaps Qin Yang's strength is just enough to hold off the horde. If Michael suddenly attacks now, Qin Yang would definitely struggle to cope with the pressure. Michael would become the last straw that breaks the camel's back. No, given Michael's stature, this should be a massive stone. This way, Bill can gain the maximum benefit at the minimum cost. What a clever move. Chapter 128. Everyone has their own agenda, coming to deliver? With the help of Bell and Chris, Khan's territory was ultimately defended. However, Khan only gained less than 5,000 points from this wave of undead. Khan, we are all allies. You don't need to thank us. Chris, resting his hand on the Gatling gun, smiled and patted Khan on the shoulder, saying, if you have any further needs in this regard, just feel free to mention it. Khan suppressed his anger, his expression quite grim. He realized he had fallen into a very awkward position. Among the allies, his strength had already dropped to the last place. If it weren't for Chris intercepting a Gatling gun, they could have taken turns occupying that spot. In this other world, the one with the bigger fist has more say. Undoubtedly, Khan's prestige, voice, and even control over the undead were gradually diminishing. In this round, Bell and Chris were snatching points. In the next round, perhaps other allies would come as well. If this continued, he felt he would eventually become a slave to the players. However, he couldn't actively withdraw from this alliance, because if he lost even this layer of ally relationship, he would immediately become the target of everyone. At that moment, a bird-like monster carrying a character from the neighboring country arrived above Khan's territory. Shortly after, another player from a different nation also arrived late. It seemed everyone had already agreed. Once their own territory's undead defense was secured, they immediately rushed over to Khan's territory. The implication was clear. The players from the neighboring country had not yet been eliminated, and these so-called allies had already chosen their next target for elimination. Has it already ended? The latecomer murmured, looking somewhat unwilling. Damn, does it have to be so obvious? Khan roared inwardly. Well, everyone is here now. So it's time to discuss how to deal with the players from the neighboring country. Bell, being strong himself and now having an additional Gatling gun, subtly hinted at wanting to take the lead of this small 5-person team. He then shared what he had seen in the neighboring territory, combining it with his speculations with Chris, and told the other three. The players from Xia country shouldn't be underestimated. I think we should send someone in to scout first. Bell glanced at the characters from the neighboring country and then at Kant. His intention was clear. He wanted Kant to use a group teleportation spell to send the undead minions of the character or the duplicates of the other player into the territory of another player. If the defensive forces that Qin Yang supported were still present, they would definitely swarm out to eliminate the undead and duplicates. Sorry. The defense against the undead wave has consumed too much, and I no longer have extra troops for other places. The latecomer refused on the spot. The character from the neighboring country nodded and said, I'm the same. No one is a fool. After experiencing a situation where their hard-won victory was snatched away, the rift in this alliance grew larger. Despite having remaining forces, both Bodo Jie and Nima Urin were reluctant to make sacrifices in vain. Now, both Bodo Jie and Nima Urin were wary of Bayer and Kuli Si, who had clearly aligned themselves together. Kangda, on the other hand, had become so weak that he was almost reduced to a mere pawn. The members of this small group had their own agendas, and the distance to part ways was not far off. The 5 who could not reach an agreement had to part ways unhappily, temporarily abandoning their plans for a Baysized territory. At this point, no one actively wanted to seize the area. Firstly, the situation of Qin Yang's army inside was still unclear. Secondly, whoever occupied the area first would become the common enemy of the other 4. In the end, due to this strange balance of power, a Baysized territory unexpectedly regained a long-lost sense of safety and peace. Meanwhile, the 5 allied players whose plans had stalled began to shift their focus to the central city of Nora Basin. Michael. The northern base of Bill Wilson was bustling with activity at this time. The civilians, who did not need to defend against the zombie tide, gathered in the square in front of the command center, fervently shouting the name Michael Anderson. Michael was their hero, their guardian, selflessly protecting this base and preventing the zombie tide and monsters from invading. As the civilians continued to shout, faint white light points emerged from their bodies. These light points floated up, flying into the air, out of the territory's city walls, and finally landing on the body of a 4-meter-tall giant engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the zombie tide. After receiving these light points, the muscles on the giant's body visibly swelled. He raised his fists high and struck the ground heavily. With a loud rumble, the ground shook violently, cracking with numerous fissures, and many zombies fell into the crevices. After clearing out part of the zombies in this area, the giant took a step forward, accompanied by the thunderous tremors of the ground, and began moving in another direction. At that moment, a falcon flew down from the sky. After circling above the giant's head, the falcon landed on his shoulder, manifesting the appearance of Jin Zhengmin. The master has issued an order for you to head north immediately and attack the territory of the player Qin Yang from Xia country. I will guide you. The giant, with a stiff expression, glanced at Jin Zhengmin and silently nodded slowly. He then abandoned the plan to clear out another wave of zombies. As the remaining zombies could be dealt with by the civilians in the territory, the giant slightly bent down, his muscles tensed in preparation. Then, with a powerful leap, he jumped to a height of several dozen meters, covering a distance of over 100 meters. Upon landing, the ground shook violently, leaving behind a sizable crater. Without stopping, the giant leaped again. Relying on this continuous jumping, the giant quickly made his way and soon reached the northwestern region of the Nora Basin. Ahead, a player territory emerged at the edge of the woods. My lord, there is something happening at the #1 sub-base. Inside the main base, a civilian wearing a fish monster head, tasked with monitoring the situation at the 2 sub-bases for Qin, reported the situation immediately. A strange giant is coming from the south of the #1 sub-base. Oh, a giant? Is it a monster? Qin interest was piqued. I just upgraded my skills, and now a monster comes to me? Chapter 129. Our hero has fallen. A player territory hidden among the trees appeared ahead. Jin Zhengmin slowed down and landed on the giant's shoulder. It should be over there. The giant fell silent, stopped jumping, and began to run quickly on the ground. Each of its steps caused the ground to tremble. Once it entered the woods, the path it took looked as if it had been flattened by a steamroller, with many tall and sturdy trees knocked down or broken. Has the zombie tide ended here? Jin Zhengmin saw no zombies along the way. However, he could see some signs of trampling, indicating that a zombie tide had occurred. The most likely reason for their absence now was that Qin had dealt with them. Did he finish off the zombie tide so quickly? How long has it been since the outbreak? Not even half a day. It was so fast that it felt as if the zombie tide had never happened. During his stay at Bill's base, Jin Zhengmin had witnessed Bill hunting monsters. And today he saw Bill fend off a zombie tide, which gave him a better understanding of Bill's strength. Even someone as strong as Bill needed several hours to clear a zombie tide. Was Qin from Xia country really strong enough to rival Bill? While he was pondering, Michael had already arrived outside the stone walls of this base. Michael flexed his muscles, his black skin reflecting a metallic sheen, and the temperature of his body seemed high, producing a lot of steam. He crouched down, his back slightly arched, legs pulled back, and took a starting position. With a whoosh, the giant expelled a large amount of white gas from its mouth. It charged forward, crashing into the stone wall like a raging heavy tank. Facing such an onslaught, the defenders at this base seemed to have given up resisting. With a whoosh, a solitary arrow flew from the direction of the stone wall. The arrow flew over 100 meters, accurately heading toward the charging giant Michael. A warning signal suddenly appeared in Michael's mind. As the arrow got closer, the warning intensified. However, with his increasing speed, he could no longer stop or slow down. In the blink of an eye, the arrow was right in front of Michael, its tip glimmering ominously, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. But in the next second, with a puff, the arrow accurately struck Michael's forehead, smoothly penetrating his skull and pinning itself into the ground behind him, disappearing from view. Michael's eyes widened, resembling copper bells. The cement-like expression on his face rarely showed any sign of shock, and that expression was forever fixed on him. His massive body quickly lost balance and began to tilt. The tremendous inertia threw the corpse into the air, rolling across the ground and displacing a large amount of dirt. Once the inertia faded, the body lay motionless, rapidly shrinking like a deflated balloon, ultimately taking on the appearance of a certain character. You have killed the civilian player Michael Anderson. Is that it? This giant-like creature had such little strength? It couldn't withstand a single shot from an arrow that combined 100 attack power, a 300-fold strength increase, guaranteed hits, a 100-fold critical strike, and a sharpness of 100? Inside the main base, Qin, who had been watching the battle through the head of a fish-like creature, raised an eyebrow and displayed an expression of boredom. Useless. What a waste to be this big. Wait a minute, Michael Anderson? Who the hell is that? This big guy isn't a local monster, but a civilian from another player? Damn it. How dare you come here and act recklessly? Isn't this a freebie? Your civilian Michael Anderson was killed by Qin civilian, Bill Wilson, who was casually supporting his head while watching several civilian girls perform pole dancing in the command center, suddenly looked up. His relaxed expression turned serious in an instant. Dead. Michael is actually dead. Bill slammed his palm onto the table beside him, making a loud crash as the damage exceeded the table's limits, shattering it to pieces. Qin felt quite helpless. He took out a scroll-like Lord treasure from his personal inventory and opened it. It displayed a list, and at that moment, the name Michael Anderson, previously second on the list, had vanished. Damn. Bill gritted his teeth, tightening his grip on the parchment, veins bulging on his forehead. After a moment, he took a deep breath, gradually calming down, releasing the parchment, and murmuring Qin name. In the northern base protected by Michael Anderson, the entire base was engulfed in silence. The faces of the civilians were filled with desolation and confusion. The moment Michael died, they sensed it. In an instant, with their faith shattered, they felt the world around them lose its color, despair washing over them like a tide. Oh God! Michael, he is dead. Our hero has fallen. Our home has lost its guardian. We will inevitably become food for zombies and monsters. Who can save us? No, even without Michael, we still have the Lord. The Lord will definitely not abandon us. Yes, the Lord's power surpasses Michael's. He is the strongest being in this world. As long as the Lord is here, we will be safe. With Michael's fall, the civilians in this territory immediately shifted their faith to their Lord, Bill Wilson. The white light spots continuously emerging from them slowly flew out of the territory, heading southward. Outside the first sub-base, Jin Jung-min, in his falcon form, circled in the air. His exceptional vision allowed him to clearly see the moment Michael fell. Jin Jung-min was left dumbfounded. It was simply too bizarre. Above the outermost stone wall in Qin Yang's territory, there were 12 civilians shimmering with golden light. Just now, one of those civilians casually shot an arrow at Michael. Just one arrow. The incredibly powerful Michael was pierced through the head and died. This was outrageous. It was absurdly powerful. The 12 civilians on the stone wall hadn't even come down. It was as easy as swatting a fly while chatting. Qin Yang's strength had reached such a level. Jin Jung-min felt not only shock, but also fear. Perhaps even Bill was not a match for Qin Yang. Should I have prepared earlier? The falcon circled in the air and began to fly south. But at that moment, suddenly, a strong sense of danger surged in Jin Jung-min's heart, and the hairs all over his body stood on end. A severe sense of crisis came from behind. How could this be? Just as this thought crossed Jin Jung-min's mind, a sharp pain enveloped him, and in an instant, he completely lost consciousness. Chapter 130. Everyone is lucky. The cosmetic country is eliminated. Your civilian has killed the player Jin Jung-min from the cosmetic country. You have eliminated a player, earning 10,000 points, and received 3 promotion keys. What happened to Jin Jung-min? Why did he suddenly die? Qin Yang, sitting in the command center, was abruptly struck by this unexpected joy. What? I've been looking for this guy for so long without results? And now he got hit by a lucky shot? What is going on? Qin Yang put on the fish monster head again and scanned the situation at the first sub-base. Oh, so that is how it is. No wonder. Among the 12 people he had bound, Qin Yang recognized a familiar face, civilian Chu Hao, with the talent ability of Lucky King, Luck 100. He had randomly selected these 12 people to share talents, not expecting to bind this guy too. Under the effect of talent sharing, all 12 civilians were Lucky Kings, each with Luck 100. With such luck, it was already absurdly strong. Then, a civilian accidentally shot an arrow, which just happened to hit Jin Jung-min, who was circling in the air. It seems that from now on, Chu Hao must have a place in the shared list of these 12 people. Qin Yang was delighted and looked back at the rewards for killing Jin Jung-min. This time, the points reward reached a staggering 10,000 points. And he also received 3 promotion keys? Damn it. If I had known I could get 3 promotion keys right away, I wouldn't have wasted 3,000 points on a purchase earlier. This hefty amount of points made Qin Yang smile broadly. However, why is there such a significant difference in rewards for killing players like Wan Shixiang and Kim Jong-min? Could it be that as survival time increases, the rewards for killing players also gradually increase? Qin Yang stroked his chin and suddenly thought of another possibility. It could also be that the reward is related to the level of the player's command centers. The higher the level of the command center, the greater the rewards after a player is killed. This seems quite plausible. At that time, Wan Shixiang's command center was only level 1, while Kim Jong-min had upgraded his command center to level 3, placing their strengths on completely different levels. Speaking of which, hunting players is indeed the best way to earn points. A weak player like Kim Jong-min, who could be taken down with a single hit, is worth as much as 250 zombies. Even a fool would make that choice. Alright, the next target is this Bill Wilson. This person seems to be not much stronger than Kim Jong-min. By the way, why are there no points awarded for killing civilians? Qin Yang thought of the black giant that was taken down with a single arrow earlier. With such a size and presence, if it were a local monster, it should be worth at least 2,000 points, right? The third wave of zombies came to an end quickly for Qin Yang. After the civilians dealt with all the remaining zombies, he finally checked his points. The final score was 106,577, even after spending 33,000 points earlier. Adding the 10,000 points from Kim Jong-min, the total points earned in this round exceeded 130,000. What a profit! Without further ado, Qin Yang directly opened the points shop and spent 60,000 points to upgrade the effect of the civilian leader to level 4. Active effect 4. People's cohesion. Designate up to 20 civilians, linking them together to share their respective talent abilities. Duration, 40 minutes. Cooldown, 4 hours. Awesome. This time, the number of skill bindings increased by 8 people, meaning 20 civilians accounted for 1/10 of the total population of Qin Yang's 3 main bases. If this ability could be upgraded further, it might really achieve talent sharing among all civilians. However, after the upgrade, The next purchase for option 1 increased to a full 120,000 points. A mere 120,000 is just the matter of one wave of zombies. Now, Qin Yang had seen enough of the world. His points flow in the store had exceeded several 100,000. For him, 120,000 points was no longer an unimaginable number. With nearly 50,000 points remaining, he didn't have enough to buy a new effect. Option 2 required 50,000 points, and he was still about 10,000 short. As for option 3, he would never buy it again, since he could earn points by hunting players and had a general idea of where some players were located. There was no need to waste points on this option. He decided to save the points for when his command center reached level 4, and then try his luck with the level 4 draw. In the real world, in a live broadcast room, from the perspective of Jin Jingmin, audiences from both the country in question and Xia country were focused on this battle. The barrage of comments from both sides nearly took over the live stream, as the player became a slave to the country in question and lost their voice. The viewers from the other country shrank back in the corner, trembling. Oh my gosh, I can't believe the strongest player under Bill was defeated just like that. The gap in strength is too vast. It feels like the Xia country players are using cheats. Cheating. The Xia country players must be cheating. Why isn't there a report button in this game? Damn it. Bill was too careless. He should have taken action himself and dealt a fatal blow to that player from Xia country. The complaints from the viewers of the country in question did not sit well with the Xia country audience. How is this cheating? Does this otherworldly game even allow for cheating? Stupid players from the country in question. Luck is part of skill after all. It's well known that the country in question has double standards. If their players had won, who knows how they would have mocked us from Xia country. I can't wait for Qin Yang to eliminate the player from the country in question. I'm eager to see a real-life version of a zombie apocalypse. Just as the conversation was flowing, the live stream suddenly cut out. The audience was puzzled and unable to send comments to inquire. However, it didn't take long for some viewers to react, as this situation had occurred before. Soon, in the Xia country live stream, comments flooded in. Good news, amazing news. The player from the other country has been eliminated. Not only in the Xia country live stream, but all the remaining players' streams were spreading this latest news. The viewers from the other country, who were already trembling, were now completely despondent. It's over. Our country will follow the fate of other eliminated nations and face the punishment of this otherworldly game, completely succumbing to the invasion of zombies. Chapter 131. You are seeking your own death in the other world. At the main base command center, Bill Wilson was acting so arrogantly, daring to come knocking. I certainly couldn't let this slide. Just when the effective talent sharing hadn't ended, the 12 little golden figures at base 1 were idle and needed to be put to use. Qin Yang promptly took out the map drawn by the civilians and studied it. It seemed there was no one like Bill Wilson among the player forces in the east. The player from the Iron Country, Abasai, had introduced the situation in the east to Qin Yang. He already knew the 5 allied players and had a rough understanding of their abilities. They should be located to the south. According to the map, aside from the players in the east, there were only a few player territories remaining in the south. He then ordered the civilians to march south and instructed them. This operation will last for 10 minutes. When the time is up, do not linger and return immediately. The duration of the talent sharing effect was 30 minutes. To prevent exceeding the time limit, which would cause the civilians to lose their bonuses and fall into danger, Qin Yang always set a time limit for their actions in advance. After receiving the order, the 12 golden figures immediately jumped down from the stone wall of base 1 and swiftly moved towards the southern part of the Nora Basin. In less than a minute, they arrived at the territory guarded by Michael. Qin Yang lightly commanded, demolish the command center here. Yes. The 12 golden figures instantly vanished from their spot. The next second, as if bombs had exploded, 12 holes were blasted into the stone wall surrounding the territory. The 12 figures chose to charge through with their bodies, forcibly breaking through the stone wall and entering the territory. The civilians here were currently immersed in the sorrow of having lost their faith and their guardian. When they saw 12 shining figures burst through the wall, they were all stunned in fear. Who are you? Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Where is our guardian Michael? Oh no. I forgot Michael has already sacrificed himself. What do they want to do here? They headed towards the command center. At this moment, a burly white man with broad shoulders and a sturdy build picked up a lumberjack's axe, rolled up his sleeves, and shouted, "Everyone, grab your weapons and follow me. Let's deal with these bastards." Before he could finish his sentence, a loud crash was heard as one of the golden attackers seemed unable to stop and crashed into a stone house, collapsing it. The civilians exchanged glances, silenced by fear. The burly man swallowed hard, put down the lumberjack's axe, and found himself unable to utter the words to rally his comrades. The radiant attackers paid no attention to the civilians and charged directly towards the command center in the center of the territory. Another loud crash resonated. A sturdy 3-story stone house collapsed in the blink of an eye. You have successfully destroyed the command center of the Otherworld player Bill Wilson and obtained a territory core. After acquiring a territory core, Qin Yang immediately used it to enhance the main base command center. Please choose one of the following 3 options. 1. Command center storage capacity 100. 2. Command center earns 50 gold daily. 3. Command center summons 1 civilian daily. He chose option 3 without hesitation. Qin Yang glanced at the time. Only 5 minutes had passed. This revenge was finally fulfilled. He was contemplating how to win over the civilians here when suddenly, with a loud bang, a blond man in a red and blue tight suit descended from the sky, shattering the ground. You are seeking death, the blond man snarled. His expression fierce as he spoke through gritted teeth. He stepped forward, exuding a powerful aura. Soon, red veins appeared at the corners of his eyes, and his eyes turned completely crimson. Suddenly, 2 scorching red beams shot out from his eyes, accurately hitting a civilian who was glowing with golden light. The civilian was blasted back several meters, crashing into a pile of rubble. As the rays of heat from Bill's eyes retracted, he immediately turned to look at another civilian. In the next moment, he appeared before his opponent in a flash, delivering a powerful punch that sent the other flying. Not far away, someone shot an arrow at Bill. But without even looking, he caught the arrow with one hand and snapped it with a flick of his thumb. Bill bent slightly to gather strength and then shot forward, knocking down an opponent nearby, pushing them to the ground and dragging them forward for several meters, kicking up a large cloud of dirt. What the heck? What is this guy? How is he so strong? Inside the main base, Qin Yang, who was observing with a fish monster headgear, suddenly sat up straight. This guy has both heat rays and teleportation. Is he cosplaying as a superhero? Finally, someone with real strength has shown up. Not just some weaklings who can't even withstand a single arrow. This is interesting. Qin Yang checked the time. Luckily, there were still about 10 minutes of talent sharing left. 12 people, 10 minutes. They should be able to deal with this guy, right? He snapped his fingers and ordered through the fish monster head. You guys play with him for a few minutes. Bill descended upon the sub-base like a god, demonstrating his might by repelling 3 incredibly powerful golden warriors. The scene was witnessed by the civilians in the territory, who all raised their hands and cheered excitedly. It's the Lord. The Lord is here to save us. We're saved. Lord, quickly defeat these invaders. The Lord is invincible. No one can withstand his iron fists. Haha. These invaders are in for bad luck. They will soon regret this action. How dare they invade our territory? These invaders 1T have a good end. In the real world, the live stream was filled with comments celebrating the moment. Bill has finally made his move. He must teach this arrogant enemy a lesson, so they know the consequences of their actions. Haha, those underlings of the enemy are no match for Bill. Indeed, our side is the strongest, whether in the real world or in another realm. Let us take down these 12 golden warriors first, then flatten the enemy's territory. Well done, Bill. You are the hero of our side. Wait, those golden warriors seem to be getting back up again. In the other world, golden light pierced through the ruins. As a man who had been knocked out by Bill pushed aside the stone slab that had fallen on him and stood up again amidst the debris. He shook off the dust, glanced at a minor wound on his shoulder, which was visibly healing at an astonishing speed. Bill, not far away, saw this and couldn't help but furrow his brows, his expression turning grave. The heat ray is one of Bill's strongest attacks, and even a level 3 monster cannot withstand it directly. But now, this ability has failed to kill this shiny golden human. What is going on with these people? Why are they so ridiculously strong? In the brief moment of distraction, Bill suddenly noticed that several golden figures had circled behind him at a terrifying speed. Meanwhile, a few people in front were also approaching him at the right time. He realized he was surrounded by these 12 golden figures. Danger. Chapter 132. Low damage but highly insulting. Bill Wilson's initial reward was the hero list. This was a lordly treasure. Its initial effect was to provide 3 superhero slots and select humans within the territory, including Bill himself, to enter the list, granting them extraordinary powers. However, the list would not randomly designate targets as superheroes. It depended on the popularity value of the targets within the territory. Only the 3 individuals with the highest popularity could enter the list. Additionally, the level of popularity would determine their ranking on the list. The higher the rank, the stronger the power. As the Lord, Bill inherently possessed popularity, which is why he was the first to be selected for the hero list and maintained the first position. The powers granted by the hero list were akin to a superhuman lineage, though the actual effects were not as exaggerated as that of a superhero. Bill received a red and blue spandex battlesuit, immense strength, a robust physique, flight ability, supersonic speed, and the capability to emit scorching rays from his eyes. As the number of commoners in the territory increased, Bill's popularity also rose, and correspondingly, the powers he gained from the hero list enhanced as well. By now, Bill's physical body was nearly impervious to blades and bullets. His flight ability was supersonic, his movement speed was almost like teleportation, and the power of his scorching rays had become quite terrifying. Moreover, if he fought on his home turf, these powers would receive significant boosts. With such strength, Bill navigated the other world smoothly. He could easily handle hordes of undead and monsters that were challenging for other players. As time went on, the other two rankings on the list were unlocked in succession. The second ranked was Michael Anderson, a black man. His ability was gigantification, somewhat similar to the Hulk, though in reality, it was not as powerful. With strong subordinates, Bill immediately began to expand his territory. Nearby players fell victim to his invasions. Some were eliminated on the spot, while others became Bill's slaves. The greatest benefit of opening submines was to gain more points during the undead waves. Consequently, Bill soon accumulated enough points to upgrade his hero list. With each upgrade, the number of superhero slots on the list increased by 1. After 2 upgrades, Bill had 5 superheroes, including himself. His territorial map also expanded to 5 areas. He thought he could now dominate the other world and become the king of this realm. However, he unexpectedly encountered Qin Yang's overpowered commoner and the terrifying talent sharing. Bang! A dull thud echoed as one golden figure was kicked away by Bill's sweeping leg, crashing into 2 stone houses nearby. At the same time, another 11 individuals took the opportunity to approach, some closing in with speed comparable to Bill's, wielding sharp blades to attack him, while others loitered several meters away, either shooting at him or firing arrows. As the saying goes, 2 fists can't fight against 4 hands. Moreover, Bill now had to deal with 24 hands. After knocking one attacker away with his forehead, he was struck on the back by another's blade. It hurt. Bill's body trembled slightly, and a small cut appeared on his back from the blade. This is impossible. My invincible defense was actually breached by a knife? He was shocked and found it hard to believe. Turning around, he threw a punch at the assailant. The opponent was caught off guard and was sent flying by Bill's punch, but quickly got up as if nothing happened and charged at him again. In that brief moment, several arrows were already stuck in Bill's body, while bullets, presumably more powerful, were deflected off his steel physique, unable to harm him at all. What is going on? Bill felt the muscles in his shoulder twitch, and the small wound on his back healed rapidly. He grasped one of the arrows on him, and, gritting his teeth, pulled it out. There was something off about this arrow. Just as Bill caught a glimpse of the razor-sharp tip, another attacker rushed at him and wrapped his arms around him. Bill noticed that the opponent was exerting tremendous strength, which was surprisingly excessive. This power is incredible. Although the strength of these attackers was formidable, it still fell short against Bill. His arm muscles bulged as he forcefully broke free, making the assailant let go. In that brief moment, more attackers surged in from both sides, grabbing Bill's arms. With a loud shout, Bill's eyes suddenly turned red, and a searing beam shot out, sending the one holding his left arm flying. However, after one was sent away, a second, third, and fourth attacker followed suit, launching themselves at Bill. Soon, Bill was overwhelmed and pinned to the ground by 7 or 8 attackers, rendered immobile. His proud strength might have been enough to handle 1 or 2. But now the numbers had multiplied several times, leaving Bill with no means to fight back. "Let me go?" Bill roared, continuously firing searing beams at the attackers holding him down until one of them grabbed his head and applied a strong hold. Bill screamed in a frenzy. But it was futile. At that moment, a shining blade slashed down towards Bill's chest. Once again, he felt pain, knowing his steel body had been breached. Yet, it was only a minor wound, costing him just 1 health point. And within a second, his robust physique's self-healing ability allowed him to instantly recover that single point of health. Observing this, while Bill appeared frantic on the surface, he felt a sigh of relief internally. The situation was dire, but at least I won die. What the heck? The guy's skin is so tough? Even my sharp 100-grade knife can't do anything to him? In the main command center, Qin Yang saw that the civilian-s machete was not only ineffective against Bill, but had also dulled upon contact. He was quite surprised. However, Qin Yang quickly had a new idea and immediately ordered, "Since we can't eliminate him, just give him a good beating for now." "Yes," X-12 immediately responded, unleashing fists containing 300 times the strength, an attack power of 100, and various critical hit abilities, raining down on Bill's face and body. Damn, this attack isn't very damaging. But the humiliation is off the charts, and Bill was furious to the point of exploding. However, with his hands and feet bound, he could only seethe in rage. On the other side, Qin Yang watched with great interest. "Haha, good job. Everyone, hit him harder, and I'll reward you with extra chicken legs when you come back." Just beating him up isn't enough. Where else can I find such a durable punching bag? Starting today, I'll send 12 people every day at a fixed time to beat him up. Chapter 133, Mind, chase after him. Legs. No, you don't want to. In the territory, seeing Bill being pinned down and beaten by 12 golden figures, the civilians belonging to Bill displayed looks of disbelief. Some were wide-eyed, others covered their faces, unable to bear to watch. Is the Lord really being beaten? This must be fake. I must be hallucinating. This is terrible. The Lord seems to have no strength to fight back. Oh my. If even the Lord can't protect this place, will we all be killed by the invaders? I thought the Lord was the strongest in this world, but it seems not. The strongest are these golden figures. It's so despairing, I can't bear to watch. Lord, you must hold on. In the real world, in the live broadcast room. Oh my gosh. Unbelievable. Bill is actually completely at a disadvantage. How embarrassing to be beaten down like this. If I were Bill, I would find a block of frozen tofu to smash myself with. Damn. The sly players from the rival country rely on their numbers. If they have the ability, they should challenge Bill one-on-one. The gap in strength is just too vast. I don't know if there are any players left who can stop the players from the rival country. In this game, the players from the rival country have already secured victory through dishonorable cheating methods. I believe in Bill. He must still have some trump cards left. Everything happening now must be part of Bill's act. The viewers from the rival country lurking in the live broadcast room jumped out, bouncing around. Trash. I thought the players from the rival country were impressive. Turns out they can't withstand a round of beating from my classmate Qin Yang. Is that it? The number one player among the top 10, and that's their strength? Ha ha ha. Your Bill is about to be beaten into a pig's head. Classmate Qin Yang, you should stop. If you keep going, something serious will happen. If you beat him to death this quickly, there will be no one left to fight next time. So satisfying. I've been unhappy with the rival country for a long time. I hope Bill can be eliminated right away. It's about time. Qin Yang had been keeping an eye on the duration of the talent sharing. With less than 5 minutes left until it ended, he realized that this guy was tough. Hitting him would only slightly dent his confidence and pride. But it was impossible to take him down completely. Understanding this situation, Qin Yang ordered the 12 civilians to retreat. The highly loyal civilians obeyed Qin Yang's commands without hesitation. They quickly released Bill and withdrew, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Without any restraints, Bill sprang up from the ground with a loud, frantic scream. His enhanced vision, thanks to his strong physique, allowed him to clearly see the 12 golden figures swiftly retreating from the area, heading north. With his supersonic flying ability and near-instantaneous ground movement speed, Bill could easily chase after these golden figures. However, his legs felt as if they were rooted to the ground. His mind urged him to pursue, but his feet refused to move. It wasn't until the golden figures completely vanished from his sight that Bill finally relaxed his tense body. He looked quite disheveled, his combat suit covered in dust, and his neatly styled golden hair was now a mess. Turning around, Bill noticed several civilians slowly approaching him. Their expressions varied. Some were worried, some frightened, others skeptical, and a few disappointed. The scene of him being pinned down moments ago had been witnessed by these civilians, significantly affecting his image in their eyes. Instinctively, Bill pulled out the hero leaderboard to check. Sure enough, his popularity had dropped. Although the decline wasn't substantial, Bill could clearly feel a part of his power slipping away. Damn it! A surge of anger welled up inside him, and he wanted to vent it, but couldn't find a suitable target. So he stomped his foot on the hard stone pavement, shattering it into pieces. After a brief release of frustration, Bill took a deep breath and looked up at the civilians before him, flashing his signature charming smile. You all should come back to the main base with me. It can offer you a better life and more security. The key to popularity lay in the people. Bill's extensive expansion of his sub-bases was simply to gain more territorial population, gather their support, and extract popularity points. As long as these civilians remained safe, any drop in popularity could eventually be recovered over time. Next, Bill planned to spend some time increasing the population in his territory to gain more popularity points. Only by doing so could his abilities grow. Through the recent battle, Bill felt that his overall strength surpassed that of a golden figure. The main reason for his humiliating defeat lay in being outnumbered. His attacks could penetrate the defenses of the golden figures and inflict some damage. But their powerful recovery abilities meant that those injuries would quickly heal. As long as my strength increases even a little, I can completely eliminate these people before they fully recover from their injuries. Bill is quite confident about this. Qin Yang, it won't be long before I come to settle the score with you. That thick-skinned fool, didn't he even chase after me? What a coward. At the main base command center, Qin Yang instructed the 12 civilians lying in ambush along the way to continue their return. To be safe, he took precautions against Bill after retreating, fearing that this guy would come after him once he broke free from his restraints. He specifically had the civilians hide behind some bushes after retreating a distance, waiting for the right moment. However, it seems Bill might have been intimidated and had no intention of pursuing. There were at least over 50 civilians in that territory, and it was indeed a pity that he couldn't take them all in. With the command center destroyed, the development of that territory has been halted, essentially marking it as a dead base. Aside from the many surviving civilians, it holds no value for Qin Yang. I wonder how Bill will deal with those surviving civilians. Bill's strength is not weak. He should be in control of more than one base. Qin Yang recalled that the hand-drawn map indicated there were multiple player territories to the south of the Nora Basin. Perhaps all these bases are under Bill's control. It's getting late today, and since the talent sharing will take some time to cool down, I guess I can let him off for now. Starting tomorrow, I'll arrange for some people to visit him in turns, hehe. Chapter 134, Technology Supplement Package, Nuclear Development, Command Center Upgrade Successful. Armor Value, 400. Storage Capacity, 300. Daily Civilian Summons, 1. Daily Gold Acquisition, 100. Unlocked New Building, Technology Research Center. Unlocked LV 4 points lottery. Inside the main base, after dealing with Bill's situation, Qin Yang immediately upgraded the command center. With the talent ability of the civilian Yu Ding, the long upgrade process took just 1 second. Qin Yang assessed the upgraded command center. First, the area of the command center has significantly expanded. It has doubled from about 200 square meters to over 400 square meters. To achieve this, Qin Yang had cleared out some surrounding buildings before upgrading the command center. If the level 3 command center resembled a typical standalone stone villa, the level 4 command center has transformed into a luxurious villa with strong characteristics of the Summer Nation. Its exterior is no longer made solely of stone and wood. It now includes copper and iron decorations, giving it a more luxurious feel rather than a simple one. The structure remains 3 stories tall, with a narrower top and a wider base, appearing more complex in design. Various traditional architectural elements unique to the Summer Nation, such as flying eaves, round door openings, and scenic walls, have been incorporated. Outside the main structure, there are gardens, pavilions, rockeries, ponds, and winding bridges, making the entire command center look ancient and elegant, blending luxury with a hint of restraint. It feels like living in a historical site. Qin Yang scratched his head and stepped into his new house. After touring the place with his hands behind his back, he was quite satisfied and felt like a little prince living in ancient times. Living alone felt a bit too spacious. He thought he should find a few commoners to serve as attendants. At that moment, Enai Fu and Qin Kaiwei walked over. My lord. They both greeted with a bow. Come on in. Qin Yang waved his hand, wrapping an arm around each of them as they walked to the pavilion to sit for a while, with one girl on each leg. He took a couple of bites of the berries that the girls had peeled for him, sweet and sour. Life felt truly wonderful, akin to the playboys of ancient noble families. He then checked the rewards he had received after leveling up. The armor value of the command center had increased by 400 points, now reaching 670 points, significantly enhancing its defensive capability. The increase in gold coins had little significance for Qin Yang now, as the command center's gold income only accounted for a small portion of his daily earnings. With the warehouse manager talent held by Ran Wei, he was also well stocked on building materials. Additionally, with the upgrade of the main base command center, the number of commoners he could summon daily had increased to 22. This increase in population would greatly boost the development speed of his territory. Finally, Qin Yang looked at the newly unlocked building. Technology Research Center? He checked the description of the building. The Technology Research Center upgrades the workshop into a Technology R&D center, providing more refined research direction choices. More refined research directions? This explanation was quite vague, and Qin Yang didn't fully understand its meaning. He looked over the upgrade options for the workshop and found that there was no 4th level. To continue upgrading, he had to transform the workshop into the Technology R&D center first. Since there were plenty of building materials in the territory, Qin Yang immediately assigned Jin Jian to handle the task. Within 5 minutes, Wang Teng came to report that the workshop had been transformed into the Technology R&D center. When Qin Yang opened the Technology Research interface again, he noticed some significant changes. He had to station commoners in order to start selecting research directions. Moreover, the Level 1 Research Center could only accommodate 3 commoners. This setting felt a bit strange. Qin Yang promptly assigned the idle commoner Yang Shi to the center. 1 commoner has been stationed in the research center. Please choose one of the following 3 research directions to pursue. 1. Agriculture. 2. Or smelting. 3. Military. The first 2 options didn't seem very necessary, so he chose military research to strengthen the territory's power. He selected the 3rd option for Yang Shi. After being stationed, Yang Shi began researching in the military direction. However, this would take some time, and Qin Yang could only wait patiently. About an hour later, a prompt appeared before Qin Yang. Technical Research Experience 5, additional 1,000 experience points gained. Military Technology Research upgraded to LV1. You have received a technology reward. With the upgrade of the building, the experience points required for technological research have been reshuffled. Now, Level 1 requires only 1,000 experience points. However, at Level 2, this requirement suddenly jumps to 3,000 points. The further you go in research, the experience points needed will certainly be massive. Let us see what this technology reward is. Qin Yang chooses to extract the reward. Receive technology reward, shell research. Wow, last time it was bullet research. And now it's shell research. This is a big step towards widespread truth. Qin Yang is overjoyed and arranges for Fan Rue to be stationed at the research center. Among the 3 research directions presented this time, Qin Yang chooses one related to or collection. as the last Otherworld player completed the zombie wave resistance. This round of the zombie wave came to an end. In the real world, this round of the zombie wave has ended, starting to settle rewards and penalties. When this banner popped up in the live broadcast room, the audience cheered once again. Oh, Qin Yang is invincible, the strongest player. The zombie wave here has long ended, all because the players from other countries were too slow. Most of the Otherworld players have been eliminated, leaving fewer than 10 in the live broadcast room. I'm an audience member from a certain country, and thanks to Qin Yang, we managed to survive. Praise Qin Yang. Praise our country. Speaking of which, among the surviving players, only one from another country, Bill, is somewhat noteworthy. But what is the use? He just a punching bag for Qin Yang, right? I wonder what rewards will be obtained this time. My father's cancer was cured by the national developed Qin Yang No. 3 cancer drug. No one can oppose me praising Qin Yang as a national hero, right? What is his name? Qin Yang. That is my father. At this moment, a fireworks effect rises in the center of the screen. Bang! The fireworks burst, and the scene is very beautiful. Following that, a new banner announcement pops up. Congratulations to the players from our country for successfully resisting the zombie wave. The Doomsday Tower Defense game has rewarded the players from our country with one technology supplement pack for nuclear energy development. Chapter 135. The Eastern Dragon is about to soar. Outbound tourism is booming. After the rewards were issued, the live broadcast room's comments quickly started to discuss. Technology supplement pack? Is this finally a technology reward? This time, the rewards distributed in the live broadcast room are indeed closely following the trending topics. Nuclear energy is currently the hottest research direction. Our country is also considered a leader in nuclear energy research worldwide. However, there is still enormous potential for development in this field. Since this reward is related to science and technology, the specific details are not visible to the audience in the live broadcast room, and they can only speculate around the nuclear energy direction. I wonder if the technology from this supplement pack can handle seawater desalination projects? Maybe it can produce 4th or even 5th generation nuclear weapons. If controllable nuclear fusion can be realized, wouldn't that mean we could create nuclear-powered rockets? The aerospace industry in our country is sure to surpass that of a certain nation. If nuclear power plants can be widely adopted, then the day when our citizens can pay just a penny for a kilowatt-hour of electricity won't be far off. No matter what, Qin Yang has made another significant contribution. It's definitely right to praise him. Today, the highest academy of science in our country has gathered many prominent figures from the scientific community across various disciplines. They received a mandatory summons from the national authorities to witness the opening ceremony of a technological supplement package. While queuing to enter the venue, many researchers expressed impatience. Why am I being forced to come here? The time of a scientist is extremely valuable. What does some ridiculous otherworldly game have to do with me? Let me return to my laboratory. What? Technical rewards from the game? Are you unable to distinguish between fantasy and reality? Or do you think I'm a fool? If the technical rewards don't satisfy me, I will definitely file a complaint. Once seated in the venue, the host was Huang Shaoqi, a distinguished figure in our country's scientific community and a recipient of a prestigious physics award. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the septuagenarian Huang, being a researcher himself, understood the value of scientist time and got straight to the point. Now, let's open the technological supplement package 1 by our otherworldly player, Qin Yang. Huang Shaoqi used a remote control to operate the screen, projecting a desktop. After multiple decryption steps, he finally opened a folder containing around 10 different subfiles, each with titles that were complex and difficult to understand. However, while they might seem obscure to the average person, the reactions from the distinguished attendees were completely different. Soon, the prominent figures in the scientific community began to discuss fervently. Is this formula real? This is something I never considered. It can be achieved by just meeting these few conditions? How is that possible? It can't be that simple. I spent 5 years just finding a hint of direction. The XXX principle has long been proven impossible. How can it be brought up again? Isn't this a waste of time? Next, the staff indicated for these distinguished scientists to pick up the tablets on the table to review more detailed information. Some of them, a bit impatient, complied. But after just a few minutes, some became engrossed. Some began to sketch on the table with their fingers. Others slapped their foreheads, their faces filled with astonishment. The chatter in the venue grew louder. Wow, this formula might actually be real. How could I not think of this algorithm? The person who wrote this formula is truly talented. Upon careful calculation, it does seem like only a few conditions are missing to achieve this technology. My goodness. According to the information provided, the XXX principle might indeed be possible. I have been researching in the field for half my life, and after seeing this material, I feel that I am not suited for this area of research at all. Incredible. This tech supplement is truly invaluable. With this information, our country's nuclear energy research is bound to make significant breakthroughs. Why bother with our own research? You can just copy the content from these materials. I want to know who provided these materials. Any of these documents could cause a huge stir internationally. Who knows? It might even win the next prestigious award. The venue began to stir, with many researchers leaving their seats and rushing to the front, shouting for Huang Shaoqi to reveal the identity of the person who wrote these materials. They wanted to humbly seek guidance from that person. They would even be willing to be their students. Everyone, please calm down, Huang Shaoqi said, looking at the excited figures in the scientific community, his expression quite complex. When he first saw these materials, his reaction was not much better than theirs. The information in this supplement was truly shocking. It addressed the main issues currently troubling our country's nuclear energy development. Any scholar engaged in nuclear research would find it hard to remain composed upon seeing this document. Our country's technology is about to take a big leap forward. The Eastern Dragon may once again soar in the world because of this small text supplement. Huang Shaoqi suppressed his anticipation and excitement, looking at the scholars below, and said with trembling lips, "The provider of this supplement is surnamed Qin and given name Yang. He is currently in another world, representing our country in a survival game." After the rewards for the winners were distributed, a new banner appeared in the live stream announcing the punishment for the losers. A total of 1,000 runners, 300 chargers, 300 stingers, 200 lickers, and 100 screamers will randomly appear in the territories of all eliminated contestants, including those eliminated in the first 2 rounds. As soon as this banner was released, the comments exploded, even more intensely than for the rewards. This is terrifying. The punishment is increasing in severity each time, and I don't think any country can withstand it this round. My brother joined the international peacekeeping forces and went to a long-distance running country in another continent, where there are basically no survivors left. It's filled with zombies. At times like this, I can't help but feel grateful to have been born and raised in my country. I heard that many artists who recently acquired foreign citizenship applied to return to our country, but all were rejected by the authorities. Good riddance. Since they chose to leave, they should not come back. They can contribute their efforts to the zombies abroad. I heard that zombies don't bite people from our country. It's a hot spot for travel. Thanks for the invitation. I'm in a tropical destination. Here, apart from zombies, it's all people from my country, huh? We've taken over the place. My brother is so impressive. Did he take any pictures with the zombies? Haha, what are you afraid of? Everyone should travel. Our nationality is a strong support for us, and Qin Yang is also a strong backing for our country. Chapter 136. The final madness in the half hour before the rewards and punishments were announced. In a certain country, the leader, with a prominent belly, walked into a secret chamber. Several high-ranking military officers in the chamber stood up to greet him. The leader took a deep breath, his face full of sorrow. He said solemnly, "Comrades, punishment is about to arrive. Our country has reached its final moment." A general immediately spoke up. "Leader, the country cannot perish like this. We should request assistance from our neighboring country to help us deal with the zombies." Before he finished speaking, another general sneered. "That neighboring country? Humph. Are you sure this approach isn't inviting disaster?" The first general retorted, "Besides that country, is there a better option? Don't forget, another major power has also failed in this round." Foolish. At this moment, a third general pounded the table excitedly. "Have you all forgotten the hard years of war? Have you bent your backs and started to bow to neighboring countries? Comrades, we fought hard to reclaim our country from the invaders. If we return to being occupied and manipulated, I would rather choose national demise." This speech ignited the passion of many, and several people immediately voiced their support. Seeking help is equivalent to national demise, and a humiliating one at that. The leader's expression was stern. "Since we are bound to perish either way, I would rather choose to fight to the death. Yes, we must not let those who once invaded us have it easy." Some generals began to echo this sentiment. "For us now, a collective downfall would be the most perfect ending." The leader scanned the crowd and said, "The nuclear weapons have been deployed, but we lack effective means of transportation to impose sanctions on the distant target." One general nodded. "Then we can only strike closer targets." Although this action seems somewhat redundant, as the players from that country have already been eliminated, for them, national demise is an inevitable trend. As the leader said this, he straightened his back. But doing this would feel satisfying. The leader's proposal received unanimous approval from all the generals. Within the neighboring country, since the first wave of zombies, defensive fortifications against nuclear attacks had been rapidly constructed. Some major cities, which were likely targets, began building numerous air raid shelters, stockpiling supplies, and constructing large resettlement camps far from potential nuclear strike zones. By the time the third wave of zombies began, these facilities were nearly completed. As the rewards and punishments were about to be announced, citizens in major cities had begun to evacuate to these defensive facilities. The internet and public opinion channels were tightly controlled by the state. Although the public sensed something, there were no large-scale riots. In a special operations department of the neighboring country, an elderly officer in military uniform had already received intelligence from his subordinates before the punishment began. "Sigh. It seems we have indeed chosen the worst path. The elderly man stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the dazzling city lights outside, his brow furrowed. After taking a drag from a cigarette, he picked up the phone on his desk and said to the other end, "Prepare for action, strike all marked locations." Once the punishments and rewards were issued, the desperate leader entered the password and pressed the button. Generally speaking, activating such a weapon is not that simple. The password is divided into several parts, each held by different individuals. Only when everyone agrees can it be entered, even if the password is successfully inputted. Multiple individuals must press buttons from different directions during the activation, with various checks like fingerprints and iris scans. Only if all steps are completed smoothly can the ultimate weapon be launched. However, in this country, the process is not so complicated. The launch authority of the ultimate weapon is entirely in the hands of the leader. It's overworld. The launch site was far from the leader's location, but he felt the intense vibration as the ultimate weapon shot out of the launch silo. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. The air felt hot and thick. Behind the leader stood the most powerful figures in the nation, once as steady as a mountain, now pale-faced, sweating, and trembling fingers. Just seconds ago, they witnessed the beginning of the end of the world. However, what these individuals did not know was that they had launched fewer than 10 nuclear warheads towards a neighboring country. Yet above their own country, there were no less than 100 nuclear warheads. Moreover, above several countries with nuclear capabilities, there were vast numbers of nuclear warheads. Among them, the number was highest above certain prominent nations. World peace has always been a facade. War has been brewing secretly, just waiting for a small motive to ignite it all. Commander, nuclear warheads. Many nuclear warheads are coming towards us. At a military monitoring center, a staff member rushed in, his face pale, trembling legs barely holding him up. But his commander sat calmly in a chair, flipping through a thick book. Don't panic. You should know the power of a nuclear explosion. It's useless to run anywhere. It's better to sit down and do what you most want to do right now. The staff member, although aware of the truth in his commander's words, could not remain as composed. What did he most want to do? He hesitated for a moment, then pulled out a photo from his pocket, showing a smiling family of 3. As the dense nuclear warheads reached the detonation altitude over a major eastern city, they suddenly began to sway and wobble like kites with broken strings. Ding 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 ding. They quickly exceeded the optimal detonation height, falling like raindrops and ultimately crashing to the ground and buildings, producing a series of collision sounds. Not only is it the case in Shanghai City, but other cities in the country that have suffered nuclear strikes are experiencing the same situation. It's not just this country. Similar occurrences have been reported in other nations as well. The nuclear bombs didn't explode? Chapter 137, The Fourth Wave of Beasts. Breaking the fast just a second ago, the whole world was engulfed in despair and fear over the impending apocalypse. In the next moment, the malfunctioning nuclear bombs unexpectedly brought hope back to this world. This wave of nuclear bomb exchanges left humanity in a state of confusion. In the Special Operations Department of the country, when the news of the nuclear bomb failures came through, everyone in the conference room breathed a sigh of relief. It seems we VE won the gamble. The seriousness on the old man's face relaxed. Next, it would depend on Qin Yang's performance. In Shanghai City, all the nuclear bombs that fell within the city were recovered by the military. However, the news of the nuclear bomb exchange spread rapidly, reported by major mainstream media, and discussions filled online forums. It's unbelievable. In my own yard, 4 nuclear bombs fell. My car was damaged by a nuclear bomb. Can I claim insurance for this? I've seen rain, snow, and hail, but this is the first time I've seen a rain of nuclear bombs. It's said that the country over there received the most nuclear bombs. Experts estimate that these bombs could flatten it dozens of times over. Who told them to stir up trouble everywhere, always considering themselves the world's number 1? Now they've been outsmarted. Sharp-minded individuals immediately connected the global failure of the nuclear bombs to the otherworld game. This must be the doing of that otherworld game system. If it can create something out of nothing, it means it can modify certain world rules. How terrifying. I can't help but wonder what kind of entity is behind this game system. Perhaps the creator of this game is akin to a deity, a creator, a god of creation. Currently, Qin Yang is in a leading position in the otherworld. As long as he maintains this, our country will eventually become the most powerful nation on Blue Star. Survival days, 25. Attention. On the 31st day, the 4th wave of beasts will erupt. After the 3rd wave of corpses ended, the arrival time of the next wave was immediately updated. The 4th wave is the wave of beasts. A hint of confusion flashed across Qin Yang's face, but he quickly realized. It shouldn't be ordinary wild animals, but rather monsters from this world. From the information gathered, it's understood that this world contains 2 dangerous elements, zombies and monsters. Since the first 3 waves were zombies, it's reasonable that the 4th wave would feature monsters. Generally, individual monsters are stronger than zombies, which means the difficulty of defending against a monster wave will be greater than that of a corpse wave. Moreover, monsters have a grading system. The highest level of monster Qin Yang has encountered so far is the level 3 mother spider he defeated earlier. Whether it's a corpse wave or a monster wave, the difficulty always escalates with each round. Since this wave of monsters is scheduled to appear now, it indicates that the monsters in this round are either stronger than zombies or more numerous than the corpse wave. Unknown factors make Qin Yang pay more attention to the fourth wave of monster tides. It seems that during these 7 days, he needs to focus on developing his territory and spend less time on fishing. Next, Qin Yang checked the upgrade requirements for the next level command center. Resource conditions: 3,000 wood, 3,000 stone, 3,000 steel, 3,000 copper ingots, 3,000 iron ingots, 1,000 oil. Additional conditions: 1. Total population of the territory reaches 200. 2. 6 promotion keys. 3. Energy reserves reach 200. First, there's the basic material consumption. Upgrading to level 5 adds a requirement for oil. It seems there was a detection of a site in the southwest, but a typical mining site probably can't extract oil. This will definitely require a lottery or technological research to obtain new buildings. Additionally, upgrading to level 5 has 3 extra conditions. There's also a certain demand for the population of the territory. However, reaching 200 population shouldn't be too difficult for the currently surviving players' territories. Next, the requirement for promotion keys has doubled in quantity compared to upgrading from level 3 to level 4. Finally, there's the condition of energy reserves. Currently, Qin Yang's territory only utilizes steam energy, which is mostly produced and consumed on-site, such as steam boilers next to factories, steam engines on vehicles and ships, all powered by workers shoveling coal. The concept of energy reserves hasn't been established yet. However, there is something linked to energy reserves that Qin Yang thought of: the energy workshop discovered in the Night Demon Cave. This building can generate and store electrical energy, which is certainly one of the main types of energy. Well, he had previously summoned a civilian with reverse deduction talent. Now he could have him work on reverse engineering the blueprints for the energy workshop. Speaking of civilians, today's batch hasn't been summoned yet. Qin Yang immediately chose to summon them. The command center at the main base quickly produced 9 new civilians. Other sub-bases, including the occupied Raccoon Town and Sheep Village, also summoned a number of civilians. Qin Yang checked the profiles of the newly arrived civilians, filtering out those with newly appeared or particularly unique talents. Yang Bo. Talent ability mechanical worker, gains an additional 10 research experience points when stationed at a machine factory. Legendary mechanical worker, gains an additional 1,000 research experience points when stationed at a machine factory. Liang Wu. Talent ability beast hunter, deals an additional 10 physical damage to large-sized creatures. Beast slayer, deals an additional 1,000 physical damage to large-sized creatures. Guan Liangkai. Talent ability foreman, when leading up to 10 civilians in production work, efficiency increases by 5. Gold medal foreman, when leading up to 1,000 civilians in production work, efficiency increases by 500. Gu Qilan. Talent ability dancer, skilled in various dance performances. Every time civilians watch Gu Qilan's dance performance, there's a 10 chance of increasing territorial belonging. Dance king, skilled in various dance performances. Every time civilians watch Gu Qilan's dance performance, they gain a sense of territorial belonging of 1,000. Ding Qingfu. Innate ability captain, can navigate ships at sea, possesses rich maritime experience, storm resistance 10, sailing speed 1. Legendary captain, can navigate ships at sea, possesses legendary level maritime experience, storm resistance 1,000, sailing speed 100. Zhao Jiao. Innate ability endure hunger, can survive on 1 meal a day. If 2 meals are consumed, all attributes increase by 20. If 3 meals are consumed, all attributes increase by 50. A maximum of 3 meals can be eaten in 1 day. Fasting, can survive on just water. If 1 meal is consumed in a day, all attributes increase by 200. If 2 meals are consumed, 500. If 3 meals are consumed, 800. A maximum of 3 meals can be eaten in 1 day. Chapter 138 Lottery, Dimensional Crystals. The legendary mechanic ability is perfectly aligned with the mechanic factory building. The mechanic factory at the main base was constructed right after it was unlocked, and has completed 10 technological developments so far. Now that the command center has been upgraded to level 4, this building is also in a state ready for further upgrades. The research results of the mechanic factory are mainly physical entities, such as mining machines, efficient looms, machines for manufacturing gun parts, etc. Unlike workshops, which may offer a variety of rewards including technologies, policies, and territorial recipes, the Beast Slayer ability is specifically designed for dealing with monsters. Among the zombies that have appeared so far, the largest type, the Charger, is only about 2 meters tall. However, among the monsters Qin Yang has encountered, apart from the fish monster, creatures like the snake turtle and the breeding spider are at least 5 meters tall. The legendary foreman ability is somewhat redundant at the main base. This place is abundant in talent, with collection and production efficiency long exceeding needs. Qin Yang plans to send this person to the other two sub-bases. The Dance King ability is mainly used to refresh civilians' sense of territorial belonging. If this ability is paired with Aunt Kai Ju's delicious food and Sister Lu Yinyun's battle songs, new civilians will be treated to a full set upon arrival, directly maxing out their loyalty and raising their sense of territorial belonging to level 1. The legendary captain ability is very useful for developing maritime ventures. Coincidentally, the territory of a certain ally is backed by the sea. First, a shipyard will be established there, and then at an appropriate time, this captain will be sent out to explore the ocean. As for the last ability of fasting, why call it fasting? It would be much more accurate to call it food person. Food person, food soul, get stronger by eating. If this person's ability is shared, will all civilians with shared abilities have to eat something before they can engage in battle? Just imagining that scene is quite amusing. Next, Qin Yang took another look at the level 4 lottery interface. The level 4 lottery requires 2,000 points for one draw. Qin Yang glanced at his current points. For 6577. Let us draw some prizes first. Just hoarding points to upgrade skills isn't enough. The territory needs some development too. He directly consumed 20,000 points for 10 consecutive draws. You won 200 coins. You won the building blueprint for the large bathhouse. You won the building blueprint for the alloy workshop. You won 105 units of steel. You won the Lord's treasure, dimensional crystal. This time luck was on his side. It was a great harvest. Out of the 10 draws, he only received coins twice. He got building blueprints twice and a territory recipe once. The other 4 times yielded various advanced resources, including copper ingots, iron ingots, and steel. Most fortunately, this 10 consecutive draws even produced a piece of Lord's treasure. Qin Yang first checked this Lord's treasure. Dimensional crystal, golden level Lord's treasure, consumable. Packages a command center and stores it in dimensional space for easy transport and relocation. Cooldown time, 7 days. Wow, this is a good item. Why didn't it come sooner? Qin Yang immediately realized the value of this Lord's treasure. If he could relocate the command center, he could move the command centers of other players he had occupied closer to his main base. This way, he could quickly expand the base size without spreading his manpower too thin due to the long distance between 2 bases. Additionally, having 2 command centers could attract double the zombie tide, which would be very helpful for defending against the horde and farming points from it. He planned to move the sub-bases 1 and 2 over, but the cooldown time was quite frustrating, as it happened to coincide with a wave of zombies. Next, Qin Yang checked the 2 building blueprints. Large bathhouse. Build a bathhouse that can accommodate 50 people. Civilians entering can achieve cleanliness, joy, and an enhanced sense of belonging to the territory. This seems like an entertainment facility. Since there aren't many fun things in the territory, building one would allow the Lord to enjoy a bath occasionally. Alloy workshop. Research and manufacture special alloys that can be used to reinforce buildings or make tools. It looks like a building of the same type as a mechanical factory. He wondered if the two could complement each other. In any case, every building has its purpose. Now that the conditions in the territory are sufficient, he planned to construct all the buildings that could be built. Bill Wilson stood atop the stone wall, watching as civilians lined up below, slowly entering the territory. These civilians had migrated from the northern territories that had lost their command centers. They were grateful to be able to live in the main base after losing their homes. Bill also gained quite a bit of popularity from this. He treated the civilians fairly well. The main base had all the necessary facilities, providing them with shelter and food, and they often received help from heroes. At that moment, Bill noticed some commotion at the city gate. It turned out that an injured civilian had collapsed and couldn't move. Healthy civilians had already come forward to help. But Bill didn't want to miss this great opportunity to gain popularity. He jumped down from the stone wall and floated in front of the injured person, asking with concern, "Are you okay, my lord?" The man was taken aback and a bit excited to see the Lord personally coming to inquire about him. "No, I'm fine." Bill stepped forward to help the injured person up and said with a smile, "We have the best treatment resources here. I will have the Goddess of Life come personally to treat you." The Goddess of Life was a hero under Bill, ranked 4th on the hero list, with the ability to draw life energy from nature and use it to heal injuries. In daily life, commoners inevitably get hurt, so healing abilities are highly valued among them. People are very grateful to her after receiving her treatment. This has led to a rapid increase in the popularity of the Goddess of Life, and she is now trending towards surpassing the 3rd-ranked hero. "Thank you, my lord," the injured man said, overwhelmed with gratitude. Bill noticed a slight increase in his popularity and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. The loss of popularity from the earlier defeat had mostly been restored. With so many new inhabitants in the territory, Bill thought his popularity should rise even faster now. He felt that it wouldn't be long before he would have the strength to settle accounts with Qin Yang. Just then, a total of 20 golden lights approached at an incredible speed. With his extraordinary eyesight, Bill quickly caught sight of the specific forms of these golden lights. They were humans glowing with golden light, and he recognized the first few. Those were the ones who had previously pinned him down and beaten him. His expression instantly changed, and he couldn't help but curse. Damn it. Chapter 139. Bill at the end of his rope this time. Bill was backed by the main base and felt a bit bolder. The main base not only had the fourth-ranked hero, the goddess of life, but also another hero, Norton Johnson, who had risen to the second place after Michael's death. He was the one who could transform into 3 firearms. Although the number of golden light individuals had increased significantly, Bill didn't want to back down, especially with over 100 people from the main base watching. This time, I want you to come and not go back, he shouted through gritted teeth, slamming the ground with a bang, causing it to crack, and transformed into a phantom, lunging at one of the golden light individuals. However, Bill missed. The golden light individual dodged to the side with a speed just slightly faster than his, successfully avoiding Bill's attack. At the same time, this person reached out and pressed both hands on Bill's shoulders, still shocked from his attack being evaded. Bill was startled when someone suddenly grabbed his shoulders, causing him to shudder 3 times. Turning stiffly, Bill made eye contact with the golden light individual, who gave him a meaningful smile. Before Bill could react, a dozen or so golden light individuals teleported close to him, quickly restraining his hands, feet, and body. Bill shouted in panic, "Wait." But before he could finish, a fist the size of a large pot came crashing down, silencing him immediately. The familiar scene of being surrounded and beaten unfolded once again. Bill was pinned to the ground, taking turns being beaten by several attackers, screaming in agony. This time, he felt the pain was even worse. He felt as if his once strong body was as fragile as paper. Each punch and kick from his opponents caused significant indentations on his body. His ribs were on the verge of breaking, and the extent of his wounds had increased considerably. With his physique, it would take at least 2 seconds to recover to his former state. Within less than 2 minutes, Bill was already bruised and battered. At that moment, the hero who had gone out to hunt monsters, the Transformer Norton Johnson, returned to the main base. He immediately joined the fight to support Bill, who was taking a beating. With a series of mechanical sounds, Norton transformed in midair, splitting into 3 powerful firearms. Bullets rained down like a storm, crazily pouring towards the attackers. The firepower impacted the attackers, creating a flurry of sparks. Although the attackers were shaken by the barrage, they were not broken. In just a few seconds, one of the attackers wielding a bow and arrow vanished from the area of fire, drawing back his bow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows shot out in quick succession, precisely hitting the 3 gun barrels that Norton had transformed into. The intense firepower suddenly ceased. Zzzzz. Faulty currents sparked from the 3 firearms. Norton's mechanical body trembled and began to fall to the ground, smoking as it descended. Even Michael Anderson, ranked second among heroes and known for his formidable physique, could not withstand the power of the attacker's arrow. Norton, who was already not good at defense, had no chance of enduring it. After a round of confrontation, this hero fell. Half an hour later, after the 20 attackers dismantled the command center of Bill's main base, they left, abandoning the severely beaten Bill on the ground. Damn it. Thugs. Robbers. Beasts. Bill exclaimed, blood covering his head and face, looking utterly disheveled. His fingers dug deep into the ground, his teeth nearly grinding to pieces. He felt that a significant portion of his extraordinary power had drained away. Checking his popularity, he found it had plummeted. The life goddess, who was originally ranked 4th, was now nearly catching up to him. His extraordinary hearing allowed him to pick up whispers from the civilians in the main base. The Lord got beaten again. Yeah, just yesterday he was beaten, and now again. The Lord is so unfortunate. Is this the price of being a hero? With Norton dead, I don't want to be a hero anymore. I don't want to be on the hero list. It leads to death. The command center here has been destroyed. Where do we go from here? Our safety is no longer guaranteed. How about we leave together? At this moment, the goddess of life, who had been hiding among the crowd due to her lack of combat ability, walked over to Bill's side. She placed her hand on him, transferring the life energy stored within her to help heal his wounds. Once he recovered, Bill stood up, his gaze sharp as he swept over the murmuring civilians and commanded, "Everyone, abandon this base and follow me to the eastern outpost." The civilians looked numb, their eyes no longer filled with the admiration and trust they once had for him. Bill noticed this and felt a pang in his heart. "You bunch of bastards. I have protected you and nearly helped each one of you. Now, after just a minor setback, you lose faith in me and even consider betraying me. You truly are a bunch of ungrateful wretches." A sense of loneliness and desolation welled up in Bill's heart, and he let out a long sigh. Are heroes always lonely? Do they all have to face such fates? He then clenched his fists, a fiery anger igniting in his eyes. No, I must break this situation. If this continues, the next time those golden beings come, it will be my end. They seem stronger than yesterday. After calming down, Bill recalled the force with which the golden beings had struck him and their speed in dodging his attacks. Indeed, they had improved significantly since yesterday. Could it be that every time they hit me, they gain an enhancement in their attributes? Although he was reluctant to admit it, Bill realized that relying solely on his own strength would not be enough to deal with those bandit-like golden beings. I must find some allies. A glimmer of thought sparkled in Bill's azure eyes. He remembered that some players from territories in the eastern region had approached him for cooperation before the third wave of the undead outbreak. A group of 5 allied players had visited his territory, seeking his help to deal with players from another region. However, the arrogant Bill deemed them too self-serving. Moreover, the distance to that region was too far, with the influence of those 5 players in between. Helping them attack their opponents would not provide him with much benefit. So he rejected their alliance proposal. Now, Bill found himself nearly at the end of his rope. Those 5 players, no matter how self-serving they were, could still provide some combat strength. Even if he used them as cannon fodder, it would at least buy him a few days to catch his breath. Having made up his mind, Bill immediately set off. He soared into the sky, flying alone towards the eastern region. Chapter 140, Magnetite and Spy Training. You have successfully destroyed the command center of the otherworldly player Bill Wilson and obtained 6 territory cores. Wow, this place must be Bill's main base. He has amassed 6 territory cores. This guy has clearly been conquering other players' forces. Qin Yang used all 6 territory cores he obtained on his own main base. As a result, he gained daily summoning of 3 civilians and daily gold income of 200. Bill had been beaten much worse today than yesterday. Qin Yang has been live-streaming Bill's beating through the fish monster's eyeball. He noticed that Bill's resistance this time was far less intense than the last. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight back, but rather that he simply lacked the strength to do so. The main reason for this phenomenon was that Qin Yang had included the new recruit Zhao Jiao among the 20 members for this expedition. With the talent sharing among the 20 members, they had a hearty lunch before setting off, which increased all attributes by 500. Qin Yang felt that he was just one step away from taking down Bill. If he went over again after dinner, with an increase to 800 in all attributes, Bill would likely be unable to withstand it. In addition to sending talent-sharing civilians to give Bill a massage and loosen his bones, Qin Yang had also assigned multiple tasks today. For example, he dispatched a construction team to the territory of Ally Abasai to assist in building a dock and several fishermen's huts, extracting any necessary building materials from the Allies' warehouse. He also sent Wang Tong, carrying a golden-level Lord's treasure, the dimensional crystal, to base number 2 to pack up the command center and relocate the civilians. Why relocate base number 2 first? According to the civilians' reconnaissance, there were no other player forces to the north of the main base. Moreover, the resources around base No. 2 were relatively scarce, and the land was rather barren, making collection and planting much less smooth than at base number 1. Additionally, each wave of monsters required troops to be allocated for defense. It would be better to move it to the main base for unified development and defense. The monster hunting plans in the surrounding area were also proceeding in an orderly manner. So far, they had dealt with 7 monsters of various sizes, earning a good amount of points and materials. Just then, a notification popped up in front of Qin Yang. Or collection research upgraded to LV1. You have received a technology reward. After arranging Fan Rue at the Technology Research Center last night, and following a night and morning of research, the ore collection project he was in charge of finally leveled up. Qin Yang claimed the reward. Your technology reward, Magnetite Collection. Magnetite Collection. When collecting iron ore, there is a certain chance of also collecting accompanying magnetite. Being at the pinnacle of ordinary knowledge during high school, Qin Yang was relatively familiar with magnetite. Besides being used to make compasses, it was also one of the main materials for developing electrical technology. He wondered if constructing an energy workshop would require it. Qin Yang recalled that he hadn't assigned anyone to reverse engineer the building blueprint for the energy workshop in the Night Demon Cave yet. Sigh. With a larger territory and more people, there were so many tasks that it was hard to keep up. He glanced back at his busy secretaries, and Qin. It seemed he needed to hire a few more secretaries, preferably young ones, as young people are physically stronger and can withstand work pressure. In addition to the research on or collection, the Technology Research Center was also conducting military technology research. The military technology research was led by Yang Shi and was progressing quickly, having already reached LV3 in research level. Recently, 2 technology research and development awards were obtained, and Qin Yang's attention was drawn to a technology award called Espionage Training. Espionage Training trains civilians to become spies, mastering the ability to conceal their identities. This introduction only provides a general overview, and to understand the specifics, a civilian must complete the training first. However, this espionage training requires a higher-level training facility. So before that, Qin Yang needs to upgrade the training ground. Upgrading the training ground requires not only the appropriate building materials, but also an additional condition that the number of trained civilians reaches more than 50. Qin Yang had long surpassed this requirement, as his territory had trained a total of 210 individuals. After dispatching Yu Ding to handle the upgrade of the training ground, Qin Yang noticed that the training interface had been updated. In addition to the basic training being upgraded by one level, several combat skills had also been added. Qin Yang found the espionage training option in the training interface. Espionage training trains civilians to become spies, allowing them to conceal their true identities and join other factions to engage in espionage activities. When there is no corresponding identification ability, the civilian's true identity cannot be revealed. Concealing identity? Qin Yang had some doubts about this. His main opponents were player lords. If spies were truly trained, they would definitely be sent to the player's territories. Players have access to the game system, and as soon as they recruit a civilian, they can view all the details in the civilian interface. The ability to conceal identity might be useful for indigenous people in this world, but it should be ineffective against players. Qin Yang thought to himself, since his strength could easily overpower Bill, why go through the trouble of sending spies to his territory? He felt it was unnecessary and decided to put the espionage training on hold for the time being. In the Abasai territory, a fairly large dock had been built along the coast. The primary function of the dock was to construct ships, which were categorized into large, medium, and small vessels. The larger the ship, the farther it could travel at sea, while small ships could only operate in nearshore fishing activities. Due to the temporary effectiveness of Abasai's allies' teleportation ability, Qin Yang was unable to send expedition personnel via teleportation, which was not something that could be completed in just 10 or 20 minutes. With no other option, Qin Yang used his talent-sharing ability to send several civilians, including Ding Chengfu, who had the legendary captain talent, and Gung Gong, who had shipbuilding skills, along with 10 ordinary civilians without any talents who would become crew members under Ding Chengfu in the future, to the Abasai territory. Through talent sharing, Gung Gong and others' manufacturing abilities were shared, allowing all civilians sent to the Abasai territory to participate in shipbuilding with high efficiency. Soon, a two-masted sailing ship, approximately 40 meters long, appeared in the dock. This ship was entirely made of wood, with a double-layer structure that could accommodate 30 people. Additionally, Gung Gong and others installed a steam boiler on the ship, adding steam-powered functionality to increase speed and endurance. 4 sliding ballistae were also built for defense against ocean monsters. Once everything was ready, Ding Chengfu boarded the large ship with 10 crew members. Set sail. Chapter 141. Cannon fodder. Bill first arrived in the territory of a certain leader. The other party assumed Bill was there to seize territory, surrounding the command center with all the zombies and monsters. They even dispatched their fastest monster to seek help from allies. There was no need for alarm. Bill casually walked into the command center, swatting aside any monsters and zombies that dared to attack him. He took a seat belonging to the leader and arrogantly stated, "I'm here with no ill intentions, just looking to discuss a collaboration." The leader gritted her teeth, aware of Bill's strength. The distance between them was less than 10 meters, and it wouldn't take a second for him to come over and snap her neck. The army of zombies and monsters at her command was no match for Bill. She didn't dare act recklessly and had already resigned herself to the idea of becoming Bill's subordinate. Upon hearing Bill's words, the leader expressed her confusion. Collaboration? Previously, before their attack on a certain country, they had actively sought Bill's help to increase their chances of success. However, Bill had refused without a second thought, showing clear disdain for them. She didn't expect that now he would come seeking an alliance. "You can't make decisions alone. Let us wait for your allies to arrive before discussing this." Bill, feeling at home, picked up some snacks from a nearby table and began eating. Shortly after, a player with massive wings, accompanied by Chris, arrived. A few minutes later, another player brought along 15 indistinguishable allies, arriving at the leader's territory as well. Bill then explained his intentions to the 5 individuals present. He didn't mention how he had been beaten by a certain individual, fearing that such information would cause embarrassment. He even worried that revealing the truth might scare his weaker allies. So, he had prepared a statement beforehand, saying he had encountered a powerful monster that he couldn't handle alone and needed assistance. He proposed that any rewards from their venture would be shared equally among the 5 allies. After all, these individuals were merely tools for Bill, meant to distract from the attacks of a certain individual and buy him some time. The cannon fodder would soon perish, and there was no need for them to know the full reality. After listening to Bill's description, the 5 allies exchanged glances without speaking. No matter how softly they spoke, Bill's extraordinary hearing would pick it up. They merely communicated through their eyes, understanding each other's intentions. A player from a certain nation, towering over Bill, stepped forward and spoke in a deep voice. "We can form an alliance, but you must first help us with something." Bill was somewhat surprised that the other party would make a request, but still asked, "Oh, what is it?" Bill replied, "We encountered some trouble while attacking the territory of the player from a certain country. With our group's strength of 5, we can't handle it. If you can help us take that territory, then we will be allies." Bill thought it was a trivial matter. He sneered and casually said, "Such a small issue is a piece of cake for me." However, inwardly, he disdainfully thought, "What a bunch of useless people." gathering 5 of them, yet unable to take down a player's territory. They deserve to be cannon fodder. Without hesitation, he decided to take action. People from that region are generally arrogant and proud, and Bill was no exception. He didn't even bother to ask what was unusual about the player's territory. Before encountering Qin Yang, Bill's conquest had been smooth sailing. His heroes could easily flatten every player's territory without him needing to intervene. After a brief moment, once he learned the direction of the player's territory, Bill left a remark and stood up to leave the command center. Upon stepping outside, he suddenly soared into the sky, rapidly heading eastward. His strength was indeed impressive. Just sitting over there, I can feel his aura, Namalkan exclaimed. The player from another region, Chris, agreed, saying, none of us can match him in a one-on-one fight. If he knew we considered him expendable, would he unleash his wrath on us? Bada Ji trembled, her lips quivering, her face showing some concern. Who cares? As long as the people here don't spill the beans. He won't know the truth. Bell shot a warning glance at everyone, then led the way outside. Let's go, we'll follow and see what is going on. The Teutonic player, Kant, walked last, his eyes flickering with resentment. The night wind howled. Bill quickly arrived at a bay-sized territory. He hovered in the air like a deity, looking down at the land below. His extraordinary vision allowed him to see everything clearly, even in the dark. He noticed the construction of a double-layered wall. If it couldn't withstand the onslaught of the undead, building more stone walls would be pointless. There was even a dock built against the sea. Were they trying to obtain resources from the ocean? Foolish. The dangers of the sea are far greater than those on land. Since those people wanted to occupy this place, he decided not to destroy the command center here. As Bill shifted his gaze, a crimson hue quickly flickered at the corner of his eye. His pupils turned red, and 2 beams of heat rays shot out, sweeping through the air and directly collapsing an outer stone wall. Boom. Debris flew, and the civilians standing on the wall screamed as they were blasted away. Bill valued civilians significantly because they were the best soil for replenishing his vitality. Thus, he held back during the attack, only destroying buildings and sparing lives. He intended to apply continuous pressure on the local lord by destroying structures, forcing them to surrender and become slaves. In the distance, Bell and others stood by, watching in awe as Bill's powerful heat ray collapsed the stone wall, leaving the 5 of them in astonishment. Chris, with a complex expression, said, such an attack is truly fearsome. Bodo also nodded. With just this one move, he could wipe out all my armies by himself. So what are we waiting for? Let us quickly ally with him, Neymar exclaimed eagerly. Someone like him can only be a friend, not an opponent, he added. Something felt off. Bell, with a hint of doubt in his voice, said, there should be combat units in this territory. Why haven't we seen any resistance? He recalled the archers who had repelled the zombie army and the 3rd wave of zombies that had been cleared in an instant. Just then, Chris suddenly pointed ahead and shouted, look, there is something shiny over there. Hearing this, everyone squinted into the distance. They saw a dozen humans glowing with golden light appearing out of nowhere, jumping high like grasshoppers. Bill, who was in the air, seemed to want to escape. But he was a moment too slow and was caught by the ankle of one of the glowing individuals. Then more and more golden figures grabbed hold of Bill. He struggled to rise higher, but before he could ascend a few meters, he was pulled down to the ground by the golden figures with a flurry of punches and kicks. No! A piercing scream echoed far and wide. Chapter 142. All players unite against Qin Yang to beat Bill twice in a single day was something Qin Yang had never anticipated. That night, he had planned to wash up and go to bed. Suddenly, he received an urgent distress signal from a base eye. He immediately organized 20 people to teleport to a base-sized territory and activated the talent-sharing effect. After seeing the invaders through the fish monster's eye, Qin Yang was extremely shocked. What a coincidence. Just this morning, he had given Bill a good beating, and now Bill dared to come back and cause trouble? Well, the civilians had just finished their dinner, and Zhao Jiao's fasting talent was maxed out, giving everyone an 8-fold boost in all attributes. Bill, oh Bill, you're going to stay here today? Bill was also frustrated. He thought he could easily destroy this territory of low-level players with just a snap of his fingers. However, after using the heat ray to damage a stone wall, he was met with 20 beams of light descending at the entrance of the command center. The moment he saw the light beams, Bill instinctively felt a familiar and ominous premonition. Sure enough, as the light dimmed, the figures of 20 humans appeared within the glow. Bill was instantly petrified. What the hell? How could it be them again? What a coincidence. Are they still not gone? The visitors were none other than the 20 golden figures sent by Qin Yang, who had beaten Bill up yesterday afternoon and this morning. The fear dominated by the golden figures instantly engulfed him. Bill hurriedly tried to ascend and escape, but he was a moment too slow. Just as he ascended a few meters, he felt someone grasping his ankle. FCK, let go of me. Bill was in a panic, as if caught by some terrifying presence, and kicked down hard. However, the one grabbing his ankle reacted quickly, dodging Bill's attack and swiftly climbing up his thigh. Then, A punch landed squarely on Bill's eye socket. Bill let out a muffled groan as his body leaned back. The force of that punch felt as heavy as being hit by a truck, making it hard for him to breathe. As Bill's body fell backward, a golden figure jumped up to his height. With both fists clenched, it delivered a hammering blow to Bill's stomach, bending him into a U shape and causing him to plummet rapidly to the ground. During his fall, Bill was kicked and tossed around like a soccer ball, the sound of impacts echoing continuously. Finally, with a powerful kick from one of the golden figures, Bill was sent flying several meters away, crashing through a stone wall and landing on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dirt. In the live broadcast room of a certain country, despair spread wildly. I couldn't bear to watch any longer. Bill was going to be beaten to death. Please, do something. Are we just going to watch Bill get killed? Are zombies and the apocalypse about to descend upon this country? It's so frustrating. If I were the one in another world, I could definitely twist that pig's head from the other country and stuff it where the sun doesn't shine. Oh my god. I just got my green card for this country last year. Is it too late to go back? We can't give up. If all the surviving players unite to resist the players from the other country, we still have a chance at victory. In the live broadcast room of the other country, the atmosphere was completely opposite. Sheen is amazing. They cheered. He*s getting beaten up again. And I remember this Bill just got beaten up earlier today. Wow. This time it seems worse than last time. Qin Yang was already invincible in this world. Haha. Let us eliminate all these people and end this game. By the way, if all the foreigners fall and only our country remains, wouldn't the entire planet belong to us? The others would be desperate, right? Now that even nuclear weapons are useless, how can they fight back? Will they send troops to attack us? Or should they deal with the zombie threat first? Sigh. The world order is about to change. Bill lay on his back on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He looked utterly disheveled, with a bruised and swollen face and several broken ribs. He had 7 or 8 arrows sticking out of him, with various bloody wounds visible on his body. He noticed that his recovery speed had slowed significantly. The extraordinary physical abilities he possessed were clearly not enough. Checking his popularity, he found that there was no loss. His supporters were still in his eastern territory, several dozen kilometers away, unable to see the battle happening here. That meant the opponents had become stronger again. One by one, golden figures descended around Bill, surrounding him. Is today really my day of doom? Bill's chest heaved violently as he struggled to rise from the ground, unwilling to accept his fate. His red and blue combat suit was caked with dirt, and his bright red cloak hung limply, symbolizing its owner's loss of confidence and spirit. A figure radiating golden light quickly teleported in front of Bill. He raised his fist, ready to strike. Ah! Bill cried out, summoning all his strength to cross his arms in front of him, attempting to block the blow. To his surprise, the punch never came down. Bill quickly realized something was off and opened his eyes to check. Why had the figure stopped moving? The golden figure had retracted his attack, standing still in place, motionless. The golden light around him remained, but it was now mixed with a faint pink energy. This extra pink energy seemed to have some magical power, restraining the golden figure's movements. Bill, being close, keenly observed the golden figure's facial expressions. They were quite complex, shifting from pain and struggle to confusion and fear. What was happening? Bill scanned the other golden figures around him. There were a total of 20, with 15 of them caught in this strange state of paralysis, their facial expressions continuously changing. The remaining 5 appeared to be trying to wake their companions, but their calls and strikes were ineffective. These 15 were completely immobilized and unable to participate in the upcoming battle. At that moment, Bill heard the sound of wings flapping from above. A large, half-human, half-monster creature with a pair of fleshy wings descended beside him, appearing to shield him. The creature approached and extended a hand to Bill, whispering to clarify his confusion. It seems the mental strength of these golden figures isn't very strong. The charm ability of Bo Duo Jie is quite effective against them. However, with her current power, she can only control 15 at most, so we'll have to deal with the remaining 5 ourselves. Can you still fight? This statement instantly reignited hope within Bill. He grasped the creature's sturdy arm and leaped up from the ground. Turning to look behind him, he saw numerous portals opening in the sky, facilitated by Kong Da's group teleportation ability. Countless zombies, monsters, clones of Nima Urhan, and the civilian army led by Chris were continuously pouring through the portals, arriving on the battlefield. In that moment, Bill felt invigorated once more. His blood surged with excitement, and he couldn't help but shout the classic rallying cry, Avengers, assemble! Chapter 143, Equal Strength, what the heck? Why is everyone frozen? In the command center, Qin Yang, wearing a fish monster skull, slammed his hand on the nearby table in frustration. The table was in a critical state with 50 health points left. 2 legs broken from the impact, and it had toppled over. This was a product crafted by a skilled artisan, known for its sturdiness and durability. He quickly checked the status of the immobilized civilians. In their status bar, a new negative effect appeared. Charmed, mind in chaos, unable to act, duration unknown. What is this? Where did such a powerful limiting skill come from? Qin Yang adjusted his mindset and calmed down a bit. He continued to observe the situation through the head of the fish monster. This ability seemed to have only affected 15 civilians, indicating a limitation on the number it could affect. He wondered if they could wake up on their own or break free from this negative state. Qin Yang directed the 5 civilians who weren't affected to help their companions escape. However, no matter how much they shouted, touched, or even attacked, it was completely ineffective. This ability was too powerful. Fortunately, although these civilians were under the charm effect, the talent-sharing effect on them had not been lifted. They were immobilized but still impervious to damage, ensuring their safety and preventing them from being eliminated by the opponent during the charm period. Qin Yang was starting to struggle to understand the direction of this battle. All he could do was hope that the duration of this negative state was shorter than that of the talent-sharing effect. At that moment, the situation on the battlefield changed. The half-human, half-monster Bell descended from the sky, and behind him, portals began to open continuously. Waves of zombies, low-level monsters, and clones of a certain figure surged out from the portals. The situation began to tilt in Bell's favor. He became invigorated and shouted a classic rallying cry for Avengers. Assemble. Wait. That's out of character. You're clearly cosplaying a superhero from one franchise, but shouting slogans from another. It's like pouring Coca-Cola into a Pepsi can. Qin Yang felt an urge to vent his frustration. Fortunately, he still had 5 people who could move freely. Without needing his orders, the remaining 5 talent-sharing civilians rushed forward to fend off the attacks. Little Brother Abasai's territory was a nail driven deep into the opponent's rear. Only by connecting this place with the main base could they more easily devour the remaining player forces in the Nora Basin. Moreover, this territory was connected to the ocean, and talents like Ding Qingfu had just set out on an adventure at sea. They couldn't possibly wait for them to return before everyone could land, right? Therefore, this territory must be defended and absolutely not abandoned unless absolutely necessary. With reinforcements, Bell became active again. New grudges and old scores. He wanted to settle them all at once. He charged over at high speed, engaging in a fistfight with one of the Golden Light beings. Both sides exchanged blows and separated, neither gaining much from the encounter. Bell was weakened due to a severe drop in popularity, while Qin Yang's Golden Light being was feeling a bit hungry after an early dinner, and the effects of fasting were starting to wane. The other 4 Golden Light beings saw the situation and rushed over to offer assistance. At that moment, the half-human, half-monster being dove down, grabbing one of the golden figures and lifting it into the darkened sky. Creak, 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 just twist off the head and it can be eaten. This phrase was his catchphrase, something he always said when using his devouring ability. His flesh wings flapped continuously as he ascended, gaining altitude. With a massive hand pressing down on the golden figure's head, his muscular arm swelled. He squeezed down hard, seemingly trying to crush the target's skull. But it was useless. The opponent's head was as hard as granite and couldn't be budged at all. Feeling quite embarrassed, he quickly switched to another attack method. Grasping the opponent with his left hand, he pulled back his right fist and unleashed a powerful punch aimed at the target's head. Die! With a loud bang. The opponent retaliated with a punch that struck him back, causing the muscles in his arm to ripple and all the bones to shatter. Roar! He let out a pained, beastly roar, releasing his grip on the opponent, who began to plummet from the sky. I'll make you fall to your death. But after breaking free, it was as if the opponent had escaped gravity, slowly floating in midair as if descending at an extremely slow pace. What strange abilities! He marveled. Maintaining his form in the air while enduring the pain, he ripped off his damaged arm. The muscles in his shoulder swelled, and a new, sticky, robust arm grew back. Meanwhile, the floating golden figure was not idle, taking advantage of the time while he was recovering. It had already unstrapped a firearm from its back and began aiming at him. A sudden, terrifying sense of crisis made every hair on his body stand on end. He sensed that this shot would definitely cause him significant harm, and he shouted loudly, causing his muscles to swell rapidly, maximizing the enhancement of his half-human, half-monster body. Bang! The gun fired. Despite his best efforts to dodge, a wound the size of a bowl appeared on his abdomen, blood spraying into the air. This injury was manageable for him, and to prevent the opponent from taking a second shot, he quickly launched an attack, closing in on the foe. I'm going to swallow you whole. His head began to tremble, his face contorted into a monstrous form, his eyes turning green, and fine hair sprouting all over his face, transforming his head into a large bat-like shape. His mouth split open like a snake, stretching back to his ears, with rows of sharp, white teeth growing wildly. With his flesh wings flapping, he darted towards the opponent, using his claws and fangs to tear at them. Even so, he struggled to break through the opponent's defenses. The two became entangled in the air. From time to time, he would lose an arm or a leg to the opponent's attacks, but he would quickly regenerate, thanks to the resilience of his body. He managed to hold his ground against the powerful golden figure. On the ground, his companion's situation was not much better than his. Facing 4 golden figures alone, he was still finding it very challenging. Compared to being surrounded and beaten by 20 enemies without any ability to fight back, things are already much better. Bill glared, and 2 scorching rays shot out, knocking away a nearby enemy. He immediately turned to engage another approaching foe, delivering a powerful punch that created a wave of force radiating outward. However, he was soon slashed in the back by a 3rd enemy, leaving a wound over 10 centimeters long. Bill screamed in a frenzy, charging at the enemy who had hurt him, but was swiftly kicked in the face by a 4th opponent, sending him flying. Overall, his combat situation remained quite chaotic, but at least he hadn't completely fallen behind. Moreover, due to the decline in the enemy's condition, Bill's resilient body had started to recover, preventing him from sustaining severe injuries. However, this state wouldn't last much longer. In the sky, Bell and Bill on the ground faced a dire situation. If either side suffered a defeat, it would pose a fatal threat to the other. I can hold on for maybe 10 to 20 more minutes, Bill thought to himself while enduring the blows. Damn it, if I hadn't lost my strength, I would have already won this battle. Now, he could only hope that the combined forces of his 4 allies could quickly take control of the territory before them. Chapter 144. Waiting for a turnaround. 15 enemies were restricted by the abilities of another ally, while the remaining 5 were stalled by the ongoing battle. Neymar's 15 clones took turns saying a word, eventually forming a complete sentence. This manner of speaking was quite laborious for those listening nearby. This territory should have little defense left. Neymar's initial ability was to create clones. Initially, he could summon 50 clones daily, each inheriting 20 attributes from his main body. After upgrades from the point shop, he could now summon 100 clones a day, each inheriting 40 attributes. As of now, Neymar had 1,000 clones. He originally had 1,500, but nearly 500 were lost defending against waves of enemies and during subsequent assaults on a nearby territory. The function of clones is significant. They can engage in production tasks or serve as combat forces. Moreover, clones do not require food and can rest when exhausted before continuing their work. In developing the territory, the impact of clones is far greater than that of ordinary civilians. As a result, Neymarin had upgraded the command center to level 3 early on. Additionally, since clones inherit 40 attributes from Neymarin, enhancing their combat power only requires strengthening himself. He continuously trained and searched for recipes to improve his territory. Through training and proper nutrition, Neymarin finally managed to boost his attack power to over 10 points, with his stamina reaching 600. This translates to each clone possessing 4 attack points and 240 stamina, comparable to ordinary civilians just summoned. This alone is not enough. Naimul Khan has early on built numerous blacksmith shops in his territory and vigorously developed cold weapon forging techniques, producing a large number of weapons and armor. He then distributed the standard equipment to his avatars, further enhancing their attack power and armor value. As a result, Naimul Khan has assembled a powerful army of avatars. With this army, he has defended against hordes of the undead, hunted wandering zombies and monsters in the wild, and continuously fought to sustain himself, allowing him to stand out among over 200 players and survive until now. This attack on the territory of Abasai is primarily led by Naimul Khan's army of avatars. The coalition of zombies and monsters under Bodu Jie suffered considerable losses in the previous wave of undead. Moreover, her speed in inciting zombies cannot keep pace with the speed of Naimul Khan's avatars. Thus, their troop sizes are not even on the same level. Attack. With Naimul Khan's indistinguishable command between his main body and avatars, 300 vanguard avatars launched an assault on the territory of Abasai from 3 directions. They either carried grappling hooks or worked together to hoist wooden ladders, charging towards the outer stone walls with loud shouts. Simultaneously, 600 archers in the rear fired arrows to provide cover for these vanguard avatars climbing the walls. This method of siege, while primitive, is also the most practical. Typically, the total population of a player's territory at this time would not exceed 100 people, making it very hard to withstand an assault with over 9 times the troop strength. Seeing the army of avatars mixed with some zombies and monsters charging towards them, the defenders on the stone wall immediately ordered the civilians to attack. The crossbows installed on the stone wall fired continuously, launching thick arrows into the ranks of the avatar army, with a single arrow capable of eliminating nearly 10 avatars. This is not because the avatars are too fragile, but because the crossbows, supported by Qin Yang and improved multiple times, are extremely powerful. After 1 round of firing, Naimul Khan's vanguard directly eliminated over 50 avatars. However, due to the covering fire from the opposing archers, several defending civilians also fell, with dozens more injured. Taking advantage of the time it took to reload the crossbows, the remaining vanguard reached the base of the stone wall, starting to throw grappling hooks and set up ladders. With blades clenched in their mouths, They aggressively climbed the ladders and grappling hooks, beginning to scale the walls. At the same time, 400 archers in the distance began to push closer to the stone wall while providing cover. The defenders on the wall were unable to operate the crossbows for a second round of volley fire and were gradually being pushed back by the arrows. The situation has begun to show a one-sided trend. Naimul Khan estimated that he would be able to chew through this tough nut and breach the territory, capturing the command center in less than 20 minutes. In the real world, in a live broadcast room, the Allies' involvement, the control of the golden-lighted figure, and the sudden turn of the battle have given the desperate viewers a glimmer of hope. Although it has been somewhat difficult, Bill has held up under pressure. Well done, Bill. Let's show everyone the resilience of the people from that country. It must be admitted that Qin Yang from Xia country is a formidable opponent. But victory will ultimately belong to us. Haha, when the zombies invade Xia, no nation will be able to stop our country from dominating the world. The decaying kingdom truly lives up to being our great partner. We should have united long ago to resist the players from Xia. I never expected Botaki's abilities to be so formidable. I thought she would be eliminated early. The players from the third nation are also impressive. It seems this territory is about to be captured by them. Yes, let's first join forces to eliminate the players from Xia. And then we can compete fairly among ourselves. Meanwhile, in the live stream of Xia, the audience is filled with a mix of complex emotions. There is anger, confusion, disdain, and worry. Damn, the players from that certain country are so shameless. Calling for backup when they can't win? What's going on with Qin Yang's trump card? Why are 15 of them just standing there frozen? It looks like they're possessed. I always thought the third nation had many clones. But I didn't realize it was to this extent. He practically formed an army. Seriously, this guy Bei has eaten himself into becoming a monster. I never expected the decaying kingdom and the island nation to have some tricks up their sleeves. With so many people ganging up on Qin Yang alone, it seems he's in big trouble this time. More importantly, most players have already been eliminated. Even if Qin Yang wants to find allies now, there's no one left. The players from the decaying kingdom and the island nation are so foolish. Do they really think they can defeat that certain country after eliminating Qin Yang? What should we do? Could Qin Yang be eliminated? I don't think we need to worry too much. Haven't you noticed that these golden figures have been fighting for so long without any issue? This territory belongs to the little brother from the Iron Alliance, not Qin Yang's main base. Qin Yang's strength is still fully intact, waiting for Qin to turn the tables in this tough situation. Chapter 145. The missing invisible man. At this moment, in the main base's command center, Qin Yang observed the battlefield through the fish monster's head, feeling somewhat frustrated. Sigh, if only I could get in touch with Qi Yuan. I would have taken care of these clowns long ago. Qi Yuan's innate ability, Invisible Man, allows him to be completely overlooked by hostile targets. If this ability could be added to the shared talent pool, figures like Bill and others wouldn't stand a chance. They might as well surrender immediately. After thoroughly defeating Bill yesterday, Qin Yang no longer saw him as a worthy opponent. Whether Qi Yuan's ability was added to the shared pool or not didn't matter. The outcome would still be the same. Another beating for Bill. So, early this morning, Qin Yang sent Qi Yuan to the northeastern part of the Nora Basin. From previous explorations, they knew that a powerful dragon-like monster resided in the northeastern region of the Nora Basin, surrounded by many draconic subspecies. Qin Yang dispatched Qi Yuan there not only to gather detailed information on the monster's strength for future hunting, but also to search for eggs of the four-winged draconic subspecies, a key ingredient in the territory's recipe for whale meat stewed with eggs. However, as soon as Qi Yuan stepped into the dragon monster's territory, he immediately went missing. Even the fish monster's eye was shrouded in a strange shadow, unable to see the situation on Qi Yuan's side. The civilian interface displayed that Qi Yuan was in a sealed and locked state. Whether Qin Yang tried to contact him or grant him a talent-sharing quota, it all appeared ineffective. Qin Yang couldn't understand what was going on. However, he could see through the civilian interface that Qi Yuan's status was healthy, so there should be no immediate danger to his life. The dragon looked quite powerful, undoubtedly the boss guarding this novice area. Qi Yuan's disconnection might be related to this monster's abilities. Qin Yang originally planned to send some people over to investigate the next day. But before that, Bill and others launched a night raid on his ally Abaisai's territory. Just as Qin Yang was struggling with the tense battle situation, a help message from Abaisai popped up in the ally chat interface. Abaisai urged, "Big brother, the enemy is attacking my stone wall. Please send more troops to support." Qin Yang wondered, "Didn't I help you build quite a few defensive structures? Can't you hold them off?" Abaisai replied, "Well, big brother, your weapons are indeed powerful, but I don't have enough manpower to utilize them. Useless." Qin Yang took a glance at Abaisai's territory through the fish monster's eye. He saw that a third of Neymar Khan's vanguard troops had already climbed the stone wall and were exchanging blows with Abaisai's defending civilians. With Qin Yang's help, Abaisai's civilians had at least maxed out all training projects at the level 2 training ground. Their average attack power exceeded 15 points, and their stamina was as high as 600. Although they were outnumbered, they were elite. One of Neymar Khan's clones was no match for 5 of them. However, as more clones climbed the stone wall and joined the battle, quantity overwhelmed quality. The defending civilians could no longer hold their ground and were being pushed back, with many casualties already occurring. There was really no way to deal with this guy. Qin Yang shrugged and waved his hand, directly pulling 50 armed elite civilians from the main base. He then used the teleportation skill among allies again. Haha, my clone army is unstoppable. Meanwhile, Neymar Khan, seeing his vanguard troops occupy the stone wall, was dancing with excitement. It looked like this territory was his now. Allies were all competitors. But now these competitors were either held back by the powerful golden light beings or lacked the strength to compete with Neymar Khan for this territory. Neymar Khan believed this territory was practically his. He ordered the archers in the back to abandon fire suppression and quickly scale the wall to join the vanguard in storming the territory to seize the command center. On top of the stone wall, Neymar Khan's clones would vanish in a puff of white smoke upon death, as Abay-sized civilians fought to the death within just 10 minutes. The once dense clones became significantly sparser, with a large number of weapons and armor scattered on the ground. However, correspondingly, Abay-sized civilians also suffered losses of 7 or 8 men. He originally had around 50 civilians, but now 2/3 of them have been killed or injured. The remaining civilians leaned against the stone wall, exhausted. As the second wave of doppelgangers climbed the wall, several civilians showed expressions of despair. Out of fear, they could barely hold onto their weapons, let alone fight. At that moment, Lord Abasai bravely stepped forward and shouted excitedly, "Everyone, hold on. Our allies will send troops for reinforcement soon." The remaining civilians looked at each other, their eyes filled with doubt. Allies? Hadn't they already sent 20 golden figures for reinforcement? Were there more? A Basai shout was heard by Neymar Khan outside the stone wall, and his 15 indistinguishable doppelgangers all wore mocking smiles. More reinforcements? What a joke. Those 20 golden figures were clearly the entire strength of the players from a certain country. I don't believe he can send any more formidable warriors. Otherwise, what fairness would this game have? Neymar Khan was sure that those 20 nearly invincible golden figures were all the combat power Qin Yang had. Otherwise, the disparity in strength would be too great, severely violating the principles of fairness and justice in the game. In Neymar Khan's view, just one player from a certain country could single-handedly defeat his doppelganger army, and a single golden figure could match that player in strength, even showing signs of surpassing them. So, calculating that, 20 golden figures would likely flatten Neymar Khan with ease. This gap in strength was already very significant. If Qin Yang had any other trump cards, it could only mean that the game system had lost all credibility. Was Qin Yang the game system's favorite child? Furthermore, even if Qin Yang still had the capacity to send support here, starting to dispatch reinforcements now seemed a bit too late, right? Wouldn't it take some time to travel? By the time the reinforcements arrived from afar, this territory would already belong to Neymar Khan. Therefore, Neymar Khan believed that Abasai's words were nothing but lies to stabilize morale, similar to a false promise of reinforcements. But just a second later, Neymar Khan suddenly noticed that his doppelgangers were decreasing at a terrifying speed. In just a few seconds, nearly 50 doppelgangers had vanished. What the heck? What is going on? Neymar Khan was startled, breaking out in a cold sweat, his heart nearly skipping a beat. Were there really reinforcements? Chapter 146, Retreat. Weakness. Neymar Khan quickly looked towards the stone wall. He immediately saw many fully armed warriors with firearms appearing abruptly above the wall. This group formed a neat formation, raising their guns and aiming at his doppelgangers. Bang, bang, bang. In just one round of fire, nearly 50 doppelgangers disappeared into smoke, their weapons and armor clattering to the ground. The doppelgangers, equipped with weapons and armor, had their flimsy armor crumple under the bullets as if made of paper. On the contrary, the armor worn by the opponent was not only aesthetically pleasing, but its defensive capabilities were as tough as a city wall. When clones shot arrows at the opponent, the arrows hit their mark, but were deflected by the armor, causing no damage at all. What frightened him even more was the close combat ability of this group of reinforcements. They seemed to have mastered many powerful combat skills. One of them sprinted a couple of steps and executed a sliding tackle to evade a clone's attack. During the slide, he swung a gleaming machete, cutting down all the clones in his path into smoke. Another grabbed a clone and performed a clean shoulder throw, tossing the clone into a group of others. All the clones collapsed at a touch. This single shoulder throw scattered nearly 10 clones. Even more impressive, one individual charged like a bull, pushing all the clones he encountered against the stone wall, smashing them with his head. Their attack power was astonishing. The clones were utterly overwhelmed and could not withstand the assault. In less than a minute, more than half of the clones on the stone wall were eliminated. He was in a state of despair. Damn, having 20 powerful allies was one thing, but to have such a formidable elite force at their disposal was outrageous. What fairness could there be in this game? It was confirmed. The player from Xia country, Qin Yang, was indeed favored by the game system. Watching his clones disappear like firecrackers, he was nearly in tears. My goodness, my elite troops. In this attack on the territory, he had nearly brought out all his forces. Just moments ago, encouraged by the favorable situation, he had ordered all his troops to ascend the stone wall. Who would have thought reinforcements from Xia country would arrive so suddenly? His clone army was caught off guard by these fierce warriors, leading to nearly 600 deaths in a single charge. The remaining 200 clones, under his urgent orders, retreated in panic. Even so, over 100 clones were killed during the retreat. By the time the clones reached a safe position, fewer than 100 remained. Hurry, retreat. He was completely terrified and quickly led the remaining clones back to the territory previously occupied by the Allied forces. In just this skirmish, his vast military strength was nearly depleted. His power among the Allies plummeted, almost to the level of his rival. In the real world, the live stream from a certain country displayed viewers expressing their disdain for the underperforming player. What is this? How could he lose so miserably? The players from another country were simply too weak. Why collaborate with such foolishness? What a great opportunity, wasted at the hands of a poor player. However, I think the players from that country are not entirely to blame. The reinforcements from Qin Yang of Xia country are not to be underestimated. 6 players allied against Qin Yang from Xia country could not even compete? Is the strength of the players from Xia country too overwhelming? Now to say he didn't cheat. I don't believe it at all. What does it matter whether you believe it or not? Their next wave of attack might just eliminate our player. Oh God, I beg you to sanction the players from that region. The situation in their live stream is completely opposite to ours. Wow. Qin Dad really turned the tide. I told you, you can always trust Qin Dad. This battle was truly exhilarating. Qin Yang almost single-handedly defeated 6 players. This game is already over. Qin Yang is undoubtedly the strongest player, and the champion is definitely from our region. The defeat of Neymar directly established the failure of the coalition's night raid. Seeing that her charm effect was about to end, the other player didn't hesitate to abandon her allies and retreat. They can't even handle such a small thing. Useless. Bill's face was twisted with rage. He had endured the attacks from 4 golden players and taken the most vicious hits just to give Neymar a chance. But he didn't expect that the other player would lose so completely. This meant all his suffering was in vain. In just 2 days, Bill had endured 3 brutal beatings. His physical injuries could still heal, but the trauma in his heart was irreparable. Another player who took a beating was the one from that region. With his strength, enduring the attack from a golden player was already very challenging. His limbs were broken and healed, only to be broken again, suffering immensely. Such a huge sacrifice ended up resulting in Neymar's great defeat, which nearly made him spit out blood on the spot. He silently vowed to destroy Neymar's territory and turn that player into a slave to compensate for this loss. The 2 of them endured the attacks from the golden players, heavily injured but unwilling to fight back, only focusing on fleeing into the distance. On the side of the golden players, after more than half an hour of fierce battle, the effect of shared abilities was nearing its end. Pursuing a desperate enemy is unwise. Qin Yang steadied himself, making all the golden players give up their pursuit and teleporting them back to the main base. Now, these players should be able to calm down for a while, right? However, even if the opponents calm down, Qin Yang won't. The harassment tactics must continue. Every day, he sends someone to knock on Bill's door, not allowing him to stop getting beaten. Then he teleports forces to another player's territory, continuously harassing the other players to limit their development. As Qin Yang contemplated the strategy to completely eliminate these 6 players, he reviewed the battle just fought. The main difficulty lay in that ability to control 15 players. It was truly a headache. It was precisely because of this ability that the forces Qin Yang dispatched were significantly weakened. This led to a strange balance where both sides were evenly matched. Without that ability, in the battle just now, even if those 6 players weren't eliminated, they would have become Qin Yang's slaves. The civilians affected by that ability all looked mentally unstable. This powerful group control ability seems to lean towards the mental aspect. Qin Yang is quite familiar with his civilians. With an average attack power of 40, a stamina value of 1,000, built-in 10 points of armor, and various combat skills, these civilians can easily take on 10 opponents in physical combat, much like Master Yi. However, in terms of mental capabilities, due to a lack of relevant training and supplements, everyone remains in a primitive state. This becomes the biggest weakness of the civilians. When faced with mental attacks this time, everyone turned into a dazed state, losing all combat abilities. If this weakness is not addressed, the next time they encounter opponents like Bill, the outcome will be the same as today. A thoughtful expression crossed Qin Yang's face. I need to think of a way to enhance the civilians' mental strength. Chapter 147. Basic artillery research and new territory planning. The training ground does not provide training for mental strength. The only method Qin Yang has at hand to enhance the civilians' mental strength involves dietary supplements. In his territory's recipe book, there are two types of food that can boost mental strength. One is the spirit-nourishing soup, which significantly enhances mental strength after consumption. However, the main ingredients are three plants marked as rare. Qin Yang does not recognize any of them, and he has no idea where to find them. Clearly, the difficulty of preparing this food is very high. The other dish is whale meat stew with eggs, which can enhance both mental strength and physical condition. There is no need to worry about the cooking method. He can just leave it to the culinary expert, Aunt Kaiju. The challenge lies in obtaining the ingredients. The eggs of the four-winged subdragon and the meat of the giant horned whale are the two ingredients, and at least there are some leads on how to acquire them. The former can be sought in the territory of the monster where Qi Yuan went missing, while the latter is definitely sourced from the ocean. One of the reasons Qin Yang sent Ding Qingfu out to sea was to search for the giant horned whale. However, the vastness of the ocean makes the probability of encountering a giant horned whale extremely low. This task also requires a great deal of luck to accomplish. Luck? Speaking of luck, it seems this can be artificially enhanced, right? Qin Yang immediately thought of Chu Hao's luck-boosting talent. That's it. Using this ability to enhance luck could increase the probability of encountering the targets. Although Ding Qingfu is currently far overseas, this does not affect the binding of the talent-sharing effect. Qin Yang quickly made a plan. He could draw on the talent sharing once a day specifically to provide Ding Qingfu with a boost in luck. If he still can't find it after that, then he would have to give up on this shortcut of dietary supplements. On the 26th day of the other world, the number of civilians Qin Yang could summon has reached 25. After completing the summoning, he checked the profiles of these civilians as usual, but did not find any intriguing talent abilities. However, there was a talent in the field of technical research. After assigning these two individuals to the Technology Research Center, Qin Yang chose an energy research direction for him. Then, he casually checked the Technology Research and Development Center and noticed that 3 technology awards had been obtained, 2 for mining and 1 for military. After extracting the rewards, you have obtained the Technology Award, Oil Extraction. You have obtained the Technology Award, Oil Refining. You have obtained the Technology Award, Basic Artillery Development. The first 2 technology awards, as the names imply, enabled Qin Yang's territory to have the capability to extract and utilize oil. The third technology award allowed the commoners to master the technology for manufacturing artillery, which perfectly complemented the previously obtained ammunition development. With the ability to produce artillery, the defensive means of Qin Yang's territory would be even more enriched. Artillery should be considered a higher-level siege weapon, and with this, the less effective siege weapons could be phased out. The history of weapon development is essentially a process of upgrading and phasing out. Currently, the defensive weapons that Qin Yang possessed included crossbows suitable for pinpoint attacks, akin to large sniper rifles. The siege weapons and the newly developed basic artillery were area of effect firepower, perfectly suited to deal with hordes of zombies charging together. Next, Qin Yang immediately set about launching the rescue operation for Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan had gone missing as soon as he entered the territory of that monster, and sending commoners to explore again might lead to the same result. If no information was uncovered and personnel were lost, it would be a significant loss. However, he could send some non-human entities. Qin Yang thought of the oil-painting warriors. They were fearless of death and required almost no resources to produce. Aside from their extreme fear of water, they had no other weaknesses. However, these warriors had now fallen to a secondary tier in combat capability, roughly equivalent to commoners who had completed level 3 training. Moreover, players who became slaves would have their points transferred to their masters. No points meant they could no longer upgrade their initial abilities. Consequently, the strength of these oil-painting warriors was fixed at this level. As the strength of the zombies and monsters attacking the territory continued to rise, the oil-painting warriors would eventually have to exit the stage. Qin Yang decided to make the most of their last moments of usefulness before they became entirely ineffective. He summoned 200 oil-painting warriors, instructed them to carry a fish monster's eyeball, and head northeast. However, the 2 locations were dozens of kilometers apart, and they might encounter zombies and monsters along the way. Qin Yang estimated that it would take at least 2 days for the oil-painting warriors to reach their destination. After finalizing the rescue plan for Qi Yuan, Qin Yang selected 20 commoners, shared his talents with them, and sent them south. Bill had occupied 5 territories, and even though Qin Yang had taken 2 from him earlier, he still had 3 left. Thus, the Golden Light Warriors quickly found a medium-sized territory in the south. However, to Qin Yang's surprise, it seemed that Bill had anticipated that Qin Yang would strike again and had already evacuated all the commoners from that area. He had also arranged for players from another region to assist in the battle. The combat did not hold much suspense. Qin Yang's Golden Light Warriors still held the upper hand. However, Boda J's control ability remained quite disturbing, as he immediately restricted 15 individuals upon taking action. Ultimately, After Bill and Bai Yi endured another half-hour of beatings, Qin Yang dismantled the command center of this territory and obtained 3 territory cores. By noon, he headed to the second sub-base, utilizing dimensional crystals to package and return with Wang Tung from the command center. Qin Yang arranged this command center in the eastern area of the territory, planning to build the base around the 2 command centers in the future. Once the civilians from the second sub-base relocated, housing would definitely be tight. After some consideration, Qin Yang decided to plan a new residential area for civilians, positioning it near the new command center. With the upgrade of the main base command center, civilian housing could also be upgraded to level 4. Level 4 residences are more spacious and luxurious than level 3, with a richer variety of building materials, including not only wood and stone but also metal materials. The design transformed into a quaint villa with a yard. This type of residence did not increase the number of civilians it could accommodate, as each house could still only house 6 people. However, the daily gold coin output increased from 20 to 30. Additionally, there was an extra effect. If the civilians living in the house were related by blood or formed a family unit, the gold coin output would increase by an additional 10 coins. Currently, the total population of the territory reached 264, including Qin Yang and Lu Air. And excluding the 2 other command centers that could also house civilians, at least 40 houses were needed to trigger the additional effect of 10 gold coins. Even more housing would be required. Chapter 148, Survival of the Fittest. Time rewinds to last night. Namarin hurriedly returned to his territory with the remaining clones. His territory was relatively close to another country, located in a valley in the northeastern direction of the Nora Basin. This area was scattered with numerous red crystal clusters, continuously radiating heat, raising the temperature in the valley to nearly 40 degrees Celsius. Moreover, there were no rivers nearby. Civilians could only rely on wells for water. However, not every terrain is suitable for well construction. Within Namarin's vast territory, only 2 wells had been dug, making water scarcity a major obstacle to the territory's development. Previously, with the presence of clones, Namarin could send many of them to fetch water from rivers several kilometers away. But now, to conquer another territory, he had depleted all his clones. Without labor to transport water, the nearly 100 remaining civilians had to rely solely on the 2 wells for survival. Drought quickly engulfed the area, causing many civilians to suffer from heat stroke and fainting due to lack of water. However, upon returning to his territory, Namarin not only ignored the civilians' plight, but also closed the city gates and frantically sent clones to attack the civilians. The clones are not particularly strong, but when equipped with weapons and armor, eliminating these unarmed and weak civilians poses no challenge. As a result, screams echoed throughout the territory. The civilians, with nowhere to escape, felt nothing but despair and disbelief on their faces. The enemies, zombies, and monsters had not been able to take their lives. Yet they never expected that their lives would be threatened by their own lord. Even if I die, I will never become your slave. The clones of Namarin revealed a frenzied and ruthless expression, mercilessly wielding their blades against their own people. Ever since his defeat, he realized that disaster was approaching. In the brutal law of the forest, once a hunter is injured and weakened, their identity immediately shifts to that of prey. At that time, former allies would show their fangs. Stop. At that moment, a commanding voice thundered above Namarin's territory. Bill, who had recovered from his injuries, hovered in the air like a deity, coldly surveying the territory below. Here he comes. The clones of Namarin began to chatter. Bill Wilson, you really arrived quickly. I heard your power comes from the civilians. The more civilians there are, the stronger you become? You must need civilians, but I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I won't let you benefit from this. I will kill them all so that you get nothing. Then I will go find the players from the neighboring country to surrender. I've come to understand that the players from that country are the strongest in this game. Ha ha ha. The tide has turned. None of you can match the players from that country. You will all eventually die at the hands of Qin Yang. The sound of flapping wings was heard beside Bill. As the player from the neighboring country, Bell, arrived just a moment too late. This guy has completely gone mad. Bell's deep voice was filled with coldness. He might really betray us and defect. It's best to take him out here. Bill said nothing. His next action spoke volumes. Suddenly, a crimson nerve surged in the corner of Bill's eye, and his pupils accumulated scorching energy. With a roar, 2 scorching rays were unleashed, targeting the clone below. The moment the clone of Namarin touched the rays, it disintegrated completely. Beside him, Bell let out a beast-like shriek and dove into Namarin's territory, sprouting 2 extra arms from his back, with sharp claws extending from his fingers, tearing apart the clones he encountered in close combat. In less than 5 minutes, the remaining clones of Namarin were slaughtered by the 2. This is the last one. It should be your true self, you madman. Bell pounced on Namarin's final clone, stepping on its head and revealing a triumphant smile. He and Bill had already agreed on their strategy. They would compete fairly against Namarin. Whoever captured and killed his true self first would claim the reward. Please, let me go? I surrender. I'm willing to be your slave. The clone pinned under Belle's foot pleaded in panic. Too late. Belle sneered, pressing down hard and crushing the head of the Nimmelhand beneath him with a single stomp. Squelch. As the head burst apart, the Nimmelhand below dissolved into a puff of smoke. This last clone was also a fake. What? Belle's eyes widened in shock, and he let out a roar of frustration. Where? Where is he? Show yourself. He frantically scanned his surroundings, searching for his elusive prey. But within the territory, aside from the barely surviving civilians, not a single clone remained. Clearly, the real Nimmelhand was never here. Bill descended slowly beside Belle, his tone calm as he said, as agreed, the person is yours, but the command center of this territory, along with all the civilians, belong to me. You knew all along that the last clone wasn't real? Belle realized something and turned to confront Bill loudly. Humph. Bill merely snorted coldly, disdaining to respond. Roar. Belle's face swelled abruptly, morphing into the form of a bat's head. It seemed he was so enraged that he was considering attacking Bill. But Bill showed no fear, hovering in the air with his arms crossed, watching the other with a faint, mocking smile. It was as if he hoped Belle would make a move, giving him a legitimate reason to claim Belle's head and seize his territory in the process. At the critical moment, Belle's remaining human rationality overcame his madness. He calmed down, his massive bat head shrinking back into the grotesque half-human, half-monster form. Then, like a thug trying to save face, he spat out, I'll find him sooner or later, before flapping his fleshy wings and flying off into the sky, leaving the area. After watching his companion depart, Bill turned and unleashed a scorching ray, obliterating the command center not far away. Once he received the prompt confirming the capture of Nimmelhand's territory, he floated upward, hovering before the now masterless refugees. Slowly, he spread his arms wide in a gesture of embrace. Bill closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then opened them, flashing his signature smile at the refugees below. In a clear, resonant voice, he declared, Suffering people, congratulations. You have been granted the opportunity to follow me and become my subjects. Come with me, and I will lead you out of misery. Let everyone live a life of happiness. Chapter 149. This is truly a divine territory by the river to the east. 2 steamboats equipped with steam boilers carried over 70 civilians from sub-base number 2, arriving at the eastern port of the main base. The former player from a certain nation, now a slave named Lewel Hugo, stepped onto the deck and gazed into the distance at the magnificent player territory. Is this the otherworldly Lingdeep built by the player from a certain country who defeated me? The first thing that caught his eye were the fields scattered near the riverbank. Though their area was not extensive, even Lewel, an incompetent lord, could estimate that the crops grown on such limited land would struggle to support even 10 civilians. Lure was about to shift his gaze when he suddenly noticed that the recently sown fields were sprouting an astonishing number of young crops at a visible speed. What was going on? They grew this fast. What surprised Lure even more was that these crops seemed to be growing at a terrifying rate, almost as if they had been stimulated. Within less than a minute, all the young crops matured, their color rapidly changing from green to golden yellow. The fields were planted with rice. Was this a joke? How could the growth of food be so fast? Would this territory never run out of food? Lure was already shocked to the point of being speechless, but what happened next completely shattered his worldview. Once the crops matured, several villagers brought over a steam-powered harvester and quickly began to harvest the crops. At this moment, Lure noticed something unusual. Despite the fact that only a few small plots of land had been cultivated, the villagers managed to harvest several heaps of rice reaching over 5 meters in height. This was simply impossible. Lure was utterly bewildered. The steamboat docked at the port. Lure, as a slave, followed the villagers off the boat and exited the port. They walked along the neatly paved stone road, passing through those miraculous fields, and began to head deeper into the territory. The area beyond the fields was a residential zone for the villagers. Lure observed that the houses here not only occupied a larger area and had more complete facilities, but their designs were also more unique, having upgraded from bare stone houses to small villas adorned with decorations reminiscent of a certain country-esque style. The villagers living there all wore happy smiles. Would I be assigned to such a house? Coming from the real world, Lure found himself yearning for this life after seeing those villas. As they continued walking, they arrived at an intersection. To his surprise, there was a milk tea shop with a red sign, and several wooden dolls shaped like snowmen stood at its entrance. WTF? Lure was astonished. How could there be a milk tea shop in another world? Just as he hesitated whether to go in and take a look, a burly man rushed out from the shop, carrying a tray full of drinks. He distributed beverages to passing villagers while singing in a loud voice. You love me. I love you, sweet as honey. Lure was completely taken aback by this catchy tune. He instinctively took a drink and had a sip. Wow. Lure's eyes widened. The flavor was something he had never tasted before. After drinking this beverage, not only did his mood become pleasant and joyful, but he also felt more alert and energized than ever. The refreshing effect of this drink was far more effective than black coffee. He felt a surge of inspiration flooding his mind. Luer couldn't help but feel an itch to find a place to paint. However, this civilian team from the second outpost still needed to head to the command center to wait for the local lord to assign tasks and accommodations. He had to suppress his impulse and continue following the group. After passing a milk tea shop and walking a distance down the street, they arrived at a small square in front of the command center. Here, Luer was taken by the civilians to a place resembling a cafeteria for a warm welcome. The delicious food prepared by Aunt Kaiju once again captured Luer's heart. This truly was a heavenly territory. While licking the remnants of food from the bowl, Luer thought to himself, if I were a civilian here, being able to enjoy such delicacies every day, I wouldn't want to leave even if it meant death. After tasting the delicious food, Luer finally met the lord of the area, who was none other than the player from the Summer Kingdom who had defeated him. Qin. To his surprise, Qin was so young. Seeing that Qin was merely a teenager of 17 or 18, Luer was taken aback. Luer had witnessed the dangers of this other world. Even with players possessing special abilities as support, establishing a foothold amidst endless zombies and powerful monsters was no easy feat. Moreover, building a territory and managing a considerable number of civilians was also a challenging task, testing the management skills of the player lord. Civilians wouldn't simply become loyal to a lord for a meal and a place to stay. Not understanding Qin innate abilities, Luer had already regarded him as a genius in leadership and management. This will be your new home from now on. Everyone must work together to protect our new home. Lord Qin stood on a platform in the small square and addressed the newly arrived civilians. Well, you've arrived just in time. We are currently constructing the city walls, and your first task will be to assist in building them. All right, off you go to work. Disperse. After the meeting, Luer and the other civilians were taken to the stone wall area on the west side of the territory. The stone wall here could already be described as a city wall. This was a level 4 steel structure stone wall, with significantly enhanced armor value compared to the level 3 stone wall. The city wall stood over 20 meters high and nearly 10 meters thick. There was ample space on the wall to set up steam-powered rail carts for transporting ammunition and supplies. Additionally, more defensive measures had been established on the wall. Besides the ancient crossbows, Luer was astonished to see several modern cannons. Many technicians were gathered around the cannons, occasionally operating them to test their performance. Watching the shells explode and create large craters hundreds of meters away, Luer covered his buzzing ears and felt his heart pounding in his chest. Yet he felt increasingly at ease. Being a slave in such a powerful territory didn't seem so bad after all. Chapter 150, Four-Winged Subdragon. Egg Thief Day 27 in the Other World. After 2 days of arduous travel, the army of painters heading to rescue Qi Yuan has arrived in the northeastern region of the Nora Valley. This is a narrow valley with sparse vegetation and rugged rocks. Tian Ling's monster perception had detected a significant number of monsters gathering in this area, making it one of the most concentrated regions for monsters within the entire Nora Valley. Why did the civilians who first explored this place not go missing in such a bizarre manner like Qi Yuan? Qin thought carefully and believed that the civilians who explored here might have only observed from a distance. This is similar to explorers passing by a player's territory without entering to take a look. The powerful monsters lurking here might not have noticed the passing explorers at all. The painter army began to delve deeper into the valley. They shouldered their firearms, arranged in formation, and marched with synchronized steps. Their stiff and dazed gazes were fixed ahead, completely oblivious to the perilous environment surrounding them. Qin noticed several traces of monsters appearing on the cliffs on both sides. Most of these monsters resembled lizards, quickly crawling on all fours. They regarded the painter army as prey, eyeing the painter soldiers covetously, but wary of the numbers on the other side. They could only follow the painters, waiting for an opportunity to strike. After the painter army had walked about 1 kilometer in the valley, one of the monsters could no longer contain itself and launched an attack. A monster with a crocodile head, standing 5 meters tall and covered in dark green scales, fell from the sky into the midst of the painter army. The monster roared, sweeping its claw and sending several painters flying. The painters who were not attacked immediately opened fire in retaliation. However, the bullets striking the monster's body were completely blocked by its hard scales, inflicting no damage at all. With a sweep of its thick tail, another group of painter soldiers was sent flying. This monster was at least level 3. Encountering a monster of this caliber, the fighting capability of the painters was severely lacking. Qin was well prepared for this. When the crocodile-headed monster sent another wave of painter soldiers flying, some painters located in the latter half of the formation began to charge at the crocodile monster in a suicidal rush. Many of them had explosives strapped to their waists. These crude explosives were modified from cannon ammunition by Qin, and their power was significantly less than the original shells. The greatest advantage of the painters was their fearlessness. Each one was a qualified suicide squad. The crocodile-headed monster seemed to sense the approaching danger, but it was unclear how that danger would manifest. Seeing the bombers rush towards it, it quickly changed direction, intending to eliminate these individuals first. However, as soon as the two sides made contact, a loud explosion erupted, and one of the monster's thick arms was blown off. The monster let out a painful scream and stumbled back a few steps before falling to the ground. The blood that gushed out splattered onto the surrounding painters, instantly dissolving them. As the monster was toppled by the explosion, more bombers took the opportunity to pounce on the monster, detonating the explosives strapped to them. The loud explosions continued to resonate, and the formidable monster was instantly blown to a bloody pulp. Killed a level 3 monster, points earned, 1500. The stronger the monster, the higher the point reward. Qin Yang nodded in satisfaction, but upon seeing the mangled monster carcass, he couldn't help but shake his head in regret. What a pity about this monster's body. If only it could be disassembled and brought back to the territory, it could be used to cook various attribute-enhanced meals. The special dish could provide different attribute boosts depending on the ingredients used. However, the new version of the dish could only be consumed once by each civilian. After defeating this powerful level 3 monster, the oil painting soldiers had initially established their authority in this monster valley. Qin Yang noticed the lurking monsters on both sides of the valley became more cautious. Many weaker monsters chose to retreat, prioritizing their lives. Meanwhile, over 30 oil painting soldiers had been lost in the battle. The monsters' physical attacks were unable to destroy the oil painting soldiers. Those who fell were melted away by the monster's blood splashed onto them. After reorganizing the oil painting army, Qin Yang ordered them to advance deeper into the valley. After marching for over 10 minutes, they came across a relatively open area. This area was dotted with numerous naturally formed stone pillars, many of which had bird nests. From a distance, Qin Yang could see that the nests contained many white eggs, each the size of a basketball, looking quite nutritious. At the top of the pillars, several creatures with 2 pairs of wings were circling. They had bird-like heads with feathered wings, but their bodies resembled lizards, appearing rather mismatched. Could this be the 4-winged subdragon I have been searching for? Upon seeing the creatures, Qin Yang immediately thought of one of the monsters he had been desperately seeking, and his interest was piqued. Regardless of whether they were the ones or not, he decided to get their eggs first. Ingredients are always useful, and he certainly didn't want to miss this opportunity. Thus, Qin Yang dispatched a dozen oil painting soldiers to climb the stone pillars and steal the eggs from the nests. However, as soon as the soldiers approached the pillars, the strange birds circling above emitted sharp cries and swooped down towards the ground with their 4 wings flapping. Fire! Fire! At Qin Yang's command, the remaining oil painting soldiers immediately raised their firearms. The sound of gunfire erupted. The descending 4-winged subdragons were suppressed by the firepower, their feathers flying everywhere, and in pain. They had to ascend once more. While providing fire cover, they continued to steal the eggs. Qin Yang kept giving orders to the oil painting soldiers, instructing over 100 of them to split into groups and take turns shooting to fend off the diving 4-winged subdragons. Meanwhile, the soldiers tasked with stealing the eggs had successfully climbed the pillars, and as they reached out to touch the bird eggs, a prompt appeared for Qin Yang. 4-winged subdragon egg, ingredient, delicious taste, highly nutritious. Got it. He instructed the oil painting soldiers to pack the large bird eggs into their spacious pockets. Next, there would be talented civilians coming here to transport all the stolen eggs back to the main base. Seeing the eggs being brazenly taken by the oil painting soldiers, the 4-winged dragon in the sky was thoroughly enraged. They emitted anxious cries and began to dive down recklessly to attack these despicable egg thieves. Chapter 151. Come here to seek death? Qin Yang initially planned to take a little and leave a little for sustainable development. However, these 4-winged dragons did not seem cooperative. There was no choice but to eliminate them all. The 4-winged dragons were clearly only at the level of second-tier monsters. Their attack methods were nothing but rapid dives to peck with their sharp beaks and scratch with their pointed claws. The oil painting soldiers were armed with ranged weapons, giving them an advantage against these flying units. Moreover, there were only around 20 to 30 4-winged dragons here, while the number of oil painting soldiers exceeded them by 56 times. After a round of shooting, 3 4-winged dragons were directly killed, and more than 5 were injured. The oil painting soldiers only lost fewer than 10. In just one encounter, nearly 1/3 of the 4-winged dragons were either killed or injured, while the oil painting soldiers maintained a clear advantage. However, to protect their eggs, this group of 4-winged dragons was determined to fight back. They circled around the mouth of the canyon and then desperately dove down again. What awaited them was another round of shooting. This time, for more 4-winged dragons fell from the sky with cries, turning into Qin Yang's points. After 2 rounds of attacks, the remaining 4-winged dragons were finally scared off. They completely lost their fighting spirit and fled in a panic. Once they flew out of the range of the oil painting soldiers, they perched on some raised rock walls. continuously issuing warning cries to their opponents. Well, seeing how pitiful you all look, I'll generously leave a few for you. Qin Yang did not immediately send civilians to collect the eggs. The latter half of the canyon had not been fully explored yet, and until he found Qi Yuan and clarified the reason for Qi Yuan's disappearance, he believed it was best not to easily send civilians here. So, after the oil-painting soldiers tidied up, they continued their journey deeper into the valley. After nearly 2 days of trekking, Naimal Khan, who had successfully escaped, reached the northwestern area of the Nora Basin. After the command center was destroyed by Bill, Naimal Khan lost contact with the civilians. Most of the functions in the system interface had been lost, leaving only the ability to use the initial skill of duplication. Naimal Khan had previously upgraded his duplication ability in the point shop, increasing the number of duplicates he could create daily from 50 to 100. After a day had passed, Naimal Khan, who initially escaped with only 15 duplicates, had now assembled a duplicate force of over 100. Damn Bill Wilson. Damn Beloit. I only regret not killing a few more civilians before escaping, which all ended up benefiting that bastard Bill. I know all about your situations. Once I join the territory of the players from that country, I'll definitely come to settle scores with you at the first opportunity. Speaking of which, the players from that country should accept my request to become a slave, right? Although we've killed civilians in that territory before, why wouldn't they accept me? My ability to create duplicates is so powerful. Having one more of me is like having an extra army. In this alternate world, it will be like adding wings to a tiger. I didn't expect that after losing their command center, players would only have 5 days to live. I should be able to find the territory of the players from that country within this time frame, right? With over 100 duplicates on the move. They were whispering to each other in a split-minded manner. Their words were filled with hatred towards certain individuals and longing for revenge. Suddenly, a small patrol team appeared ahead. Who are they? After shouting a warning, the patrol quickly drew their bows and guns, aiming at the duplicates of Namarin. Don't shoot. Don't fire arrows. Namarin hurriedly shouted in a strong accent, raising his hands above his head along with all his duplicates. Seeing that the patrol did not lower their guard, Namarin thought they might not understand his language. After racking his brain, he finally remembered a phrase in the language of that country. Taijun, we are one of you. He had learned this line from a drama imported from that country and had looked it up online to understand its meaning. It was something to say when wanting to surrender in a dangerous situation. However, as soon as he said this, the patrol opened fire and launched an attack. The leader angrily responded, "What did you say? I see you all as enemies. Shoot. Eliminate them all." In the ensuing battle, Namarin had no power to fight back, and half of his duplicates were quickly taken down. To make matters worse, the patrol was on horseback, moving much faster than Namarin. Fighting was impossible, and escaping was futile. Namarin was in great pain. Who would have thought? I might die here? Just as Namarin fell into despair, a knight galloped up from behind. He seemed to bring orders, and after negotiating with the patrol, the chase came to a halt. At this point, only about 20 of Namarin's duplicates remained. The patrol began escorting Namarin northwest, and after about an hour, they finally arrived at a large player territory. Is this the territory of the players from that country? Their strength is indeed formidable. The number of civilians here is much greater than in my territory. Have they conquered many player territories as well? The walls are so high. My siege equipment can't even reach the top of the walls. If I can join here, not only will my safety be guaranteed, but revenge will also be easily achievable. It seems that seeking refuge with the players from that country was a very wise choice. More than 20 duplicates whispered to each other, their faces barely concealing their excitement. However, the patrol stopped at the city gate and did not proceed further. Why aren't we moving forward? What are we doing just standing here? I have a bad feeling about this. The clones looked around anxiously, worry etched on their faces. At that moment, they noticed a young person from a certain country appearing above the city gate. This young man said something, and a girl standing next to him shouted in fluent language toward the lower area. Players from another country? Are you tired of living? Come here to die? Nima Urhin quickly explained, the powerful player from that country. Qin Yang, I came here to seek your protection and become your servant. Become my servant? Above the city gate. Upon hearing the translation, Qin Yang showed a puzzled expression. What on earth does this person want? It looks strange. Well, he probably won't cause any trouble on my turf, so let us hear his reasoning first. Chapter 152, Leverage, Settlements. And Bet's Nima Urhin's clones spoke all at once, explaining their reasons for coming here. That despicable individual, Bill Wilson, and Beloit. They are the ones who caused me to end up in this situation. I swear I will make them pay dearly. Above the city gate, Qin Yang yawned out of boredom. Seeing Nima Urhin rambling on, as if he could talk all day, Qin Yang raised his hand to interrupt. Dude, you're way too noisy, and your reasoning doesn't convince me. Someone, take him down and deal with him. The translator next to him diligently conveyed this message to Nima Urhin. WEF. Nima Urhin was so scared that he quickly shut his mouth. But then he realized that if he said nothing, Qin Yang might really kill him. So he hurriedly pulled out his bargaining chip for survival. I know all the intel about Bill and the others. Nima Erhin was sweating, his expression tense. Speaking hurriedly, I'm willing to use this information in exchange for my life. The translator relayed these two sentences completely to Qin Yang. Qin Yang frowned slightly, then nodded. Okay, tell me everything you know in detail. Nima Erhin was immediately overjoyed, thinking that he had succeeded halfway in his plan to join Qin Yang's territory. He didn't dare hold back and immediately revealed all the abilities, territory locations, and development statuses of Bill, Bell, and others. Above the city gate, Qin Yang rested his chin on his hand, listening with interest to Nima Erhin's report. Oh, so Bill's abilities are related to civilians. No wonder he values them so much, willing to take hits himself to protect them. The one limiting me to 15 golden individuals is actually Bell's skill. By the way, that name sounds a bit familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere. Group teleportation? That ability sounds a bit useless. But if it's a large-scale battle, it could be very powerful. I need to start being cautious about their ambushes. The abilities of the players from another country are quite suitable for ocean development. If I have a group of civilians who can move freely underwater, finding giant whales won't be a challenge at all. Nima Erhin spoke incessantly for nearly half an hour, finally conveying all the intelligence he knew to Qin Yang. My lord, this is all the information I have. He believed that becoming Qin Yang's subordinate was a done deal, even changing how he addressed him, his attitude excessively respectful. All right, Qin Yang nodded, feeling that this intelligence was somewhat valuable. However, that did not mean he would accept Nima Erhin. He stood up from his seat, turned, and walked straight to the edge of the city wall, resting his hands on the stone wall and looking down at Nima Erhin from a high vantage point. I'll consider this information as a means to offset your initial attack on my subordinate's territory. But your crimes are not limited to just this one. His casual tone made it sound like a friendly exchange between old acquaintances. Yet, to Nima Erhin's ears, it caused his heart to skip a beat, and the joy on his face instantly faded. My lord, I truly came here to seek refuge. Nima Erhin tried to plead. I know, I understand. Qin Yang smiled and gestured for him to calm down. Just the other day, you assembled an army of over 1,000 to attack my subordinate's territory. That's quite a significant matter. We should calculate it properly. This statement was delivered slowly and lightly, but it brought considerable psychological pressure to Nima Erhin. At that time, I didn't know that territory was related to you. If I had known in advance, even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I wouldn't have dared to attack. Nima Erhin stammered in explanation. Enough of the unnecessary talk. Just tell me, what other bargaining chips do you have to exchange for this crime? Qin Yang adopted a business-like tone. Nima Erhin was sweating profusely. The territory had already been occupied by another party, and the command center had been destroyed. Even the civilians had been taken over. The information about his former allies was his greatest leverage for coming here. But he realized that Qin Yang was dissecting the previous attack on a base-sized territory, item by item. Nima Erhin had no leverage left to offset this crime. Damn it, he clearly just promised not to kill me. Now that Qin Yang had his leverage, it seemed he was ready to turn against him. A liar. It's true that none of the players who can participate in this game and survive to this point are good people, Nima Erhin thought resentfully. However, Qin Yang's patience was limited. Seeing that Nima Erhin was slow to respond, he prompted, Hey, are you daydreaming? Do you have any bargaining chips left? If not, I'm going to hold you accountable. To Nima Erhin, those words felt like the final judgment. No, I don't want to die. Nima Erhin was unwilling. He had just barely escaped from one danger. He thought this place would be his last hope. But he never expected that he was merely jumping from the tiger's den into the wolf's lair, and this player from the Xia Kingdom was no pushover. So, are the friendly, warm, and peace-loving virtues of the people of this country all fake? Are they all just for show? Namarin clenched his fists and began to urgently think about the possibility of escaping from here. Unfortunately, there were no less than 50 archers on the city wall opposite him, along with numerous crossbows, cannons, and other defensive facilities. Who knows where these cannons came from? Has the technological level of the players from this country reached such heights? Not to mention the patrol soldiers just outside the city gate, less than 20 meters away from Namarin. They could easily take down several clones with their strength. Namarin felt that the chance of slipping away from under their noses was virtually zero. He couldn't help but regret not having prepared a backup plan. For instance, like when he was attacked by the previous invaders, he could have left clones in the territory while his main body secretly escaped far away. Thinking about this now was pointless. Convincing the other party not to kill him would be difficult. He could only find another way to maneuver. After taking a few deep breaths, a thought crossed his mind. Just before the leader issued the order to attack, he shouted, Wait a minute, my lord. You can't blame me entirely for attacking your allies' territory. I was coerced by them and had no choice but to comply. If you execute me for this reason, I would find it very unfair. Well, your sense of fairness is your own business. As long as I find it fair, that's enough. Bring him here. The leader completely dismissed this line of reasoning and raised his hand to call for someone again. Wait, I have a way to make everything fair. Oh. The leader became somewhat interested. With nothing else to do, he wanted to see what Namarin was up to. Seeing that his tactic had succeeded, Namarin quickly explained. I can bet with you, my lord. I currently have 29 clones, and including my main body, that makes 30. You can attack me. But please don't use area attacks to cover all my clones. You can only take them out one by one. It's like a blind box lottery at an amusement park, thrilling and exciting. Namarin's expression took on a hint of madness. He felt he was walking on the edge of a knife. My lord, you have a total of 3 chances, with a probability of 1 in 30, which is still quite good. What do you think? Are you interested in placing a bet with me? Chapter 153. The guaranteed third round. The leader found this world incredibly boring. No electronic devices, no games, no anime, no movies. His only source of entertainment was women, and more women. It was too monotonous. He was so bored that he found Namarin's game quite interesting. After all, no matter what, he was confident that he would win in the end. Gambling. That sounded quite fun. This statement from the leader was like music to Namarin's ears. Yes, he agreed. Namarin couldn't help but smile, feeling that his plan had succeeded halfway. He never expected that the player from the neighboring country, who seemed like a clever young man, would agree to such a request filled with traps. This was undoubtedly a foolish decision made in a moment of impulsiveness, showcasing his youth and lack of social experience. He would regret it. Namarin scorned Qin Yang mercilessly in his heart. Before traveling to this other world, he was a mediocre actor juggling multiple roles, which is the high emotional intelligence way of saying it. The low emotional intelligence truth is that he was essentially a street performer. Namarin's various roles included dancer, street magician, singer, and more. Magicians are the best at deception. Don't be fooled by a seemingly high probability of 1 in 30. Under Namarin's magical skills and constant psychological suggestions, that probability would shrink to less than 1%, or even less than 1 in 1,000. In Namarin's eyes, Qin Yang had no chance of winning. Even if given 3 opportunities, 10 or 20, it wouldn't matter. All right, esteemed lord, to make the game more interesting, I will now start to mix up all the positions of my clones. Namarin had his clone say this word by word to enhance the confusion. Great. Qin Yang accepted eagerly. He took the bow and arrows handed to him by a civilian, knocked an arrow, and began to aim, but his target kept changing, as if he was hesitating about which one to shoot. Namarin was flamboyantly mixing up the positions of his clones. Some were walking and singing, others were dancing with neck twists, and some were doing continuous backflips. The scene was lively, almost like a circus. Once the movement ended, Namarin signaled for the game to begin. Everything is completely mixed up. Where will the real one be? Qin Yang aimed at this one, then that one, his expression full of hesitation. Fool. No matter where you aim, you can't hit me. Namarin watched this scene with a sense of pride. Forget it. I'm too lazy to choose. I'll just shoot randomly. Qin Yang seemed to give up, directly aiming at a clone that was doing a backflip and shot an arrow. Whoosh. Thud. The backflipping clone was hit and exploded into a cloud of white mist. Missed. That's the first chance gone. Namarin's clone immediately announced excitedly. Oh, I missed. No problem. I just thought that one was too eye-catching. Qin Yang pouted and tossed the bow and arrows to Ding Dali, saying, You take the second shot. Namarin immediately started to mix up the standing order of his clones again. A few seconds later, he signaled for the second round to begin. On the city wall, Ding Dali stepped forward, knocked an arrow, aimed for a few seconds, and then shot. Whoosh. Boom. The arrow made a violent sound as it sliced through the air, traveling like a cannonball for dozens of meters. It hit one of the clones and, with its momentum, went on to pierce through 5 more behind it. WTF? Namarin broke out in a cold sweat. Is this an arrow that a person can shoot? Is it really that powerful? Piercing through 6 targets at once. This operation is quite impressive. It's too dangerous. Fortunately, I wasn't standing in that line. Namarin felt a bit unsettled. So far, he had lost 7 clones, and in the last round, 6 incorrect answers had been eliminated. The accuracy of this game had gone from 1 in 30 to 1 in 23. If in the final chance, Qin Yang still had this skinny civilian shoot, he might really get hit. Thinking of this, Namarin quickly instructed his clones to spread out in a line facing the city wall. Surely, it wouldn't be able to pierce through 6 again. Oh, but this is getting a bit tricky. Qin Yang took the bow and arrow from Ding Dali's hands, showing a troubled expression. A 1 in 23 chance is indeed quite difficult. Of course, if it were that simple, I wouldn't have volunteered to play this game. You fool, Namarin thought sarcastically. This was the last chance. As long as he survived this round, he could become a servant of the players from the summer country and join this powerful territory. Why was he so happy about becoming a servant? Being someone else's servant is certainly not a good outcome, but it's at least better than being left out, caught, and eliminated by Bill and others, or being disqualified by the game system for exceeding the time limit. If you die, you lose everything. Only by staying alive can you have a chance to turn the tables. My lord, it's the final round. Please start. Namarin announced eagerly. Then I'll let someone else take the shot. Qin Yang nodded and waved to the side. Hey, you. Come here. Yes, you come over. A very ordinary-looking male civilian walked up to Qin Yang. This last round is up to you. Qin Yang gave a mysterious smile and placed the bow and arrow in the civilian's hands. Just relax and shoot an arrow casually. The civilian nervously took the bow and arrow, hesitated a few times while aiming, and finally locked onto the direction. What the heck? Is this a coincidence? Namarin, hiding in the corner, turned pale when he saw where the civilian was aiming. Right at his position. No way. Whether it's a coincidence or not, I must avoid it. Namarin quickly instructed all his clones to move, weaving back and forth. The stationary target instantly became a moving target, greatly increasing the difficulty. Although this already violated the game rules, Namarin couldn't care less about that for the sake of survival. What the heck? That's quite sneaky, but it doesn't matter. Qin Yang had already lost interest and signaled the one responsible for this round, Chu Hao, to finish quickly, with the Lord urging him. Chu Hao didn't even bother to aim, and simply shot the arrow directly. Whoosh. Namarin, who was moving left and right among the clones, widened his eyes in terror. But the next second, the arrow flying toward him accurately pierced through his skull, with a series of explosions resembling fireworks. The 22 clones present burst into clouds of white smoke. Chapter 154. The High Roller Infiltrating the Enemy. Your civilian has killed player Namarin from a certain country. You have eliminated a player, earning 10,000 points, and received 3 promotion keys. Ah, a perfect hit. Qin Yang cheered, then lost interest and told the surrounding civilians. The circus is over. Disperse and go about your business. It was the first time he had witnessed such behavior of voluntarily giving away kills. It was hard not to accept it. In fact, from the moment he saw Namarin, Qin Yang had no intention of letting go of this points gift pack. There was absolutely no need to take Namarin as a slave. This guy was weak, and his clones were utterly useless. What did it matter if there were many? If they encountered a slightly stronger monster, a mere breath could turn these clones to ashes. To spend resources to train Namarin to enhance the clone's abilities? Was that a sensible thought? Such a lack of grudges? This guy had done quite a number on the civilians when attacking the territory of a certain little brother. Even if Namarin offered enough chips to offset Qin Yang's second charge against him, Qin Yang would still find an excuse to eliminate him. However, to Qin Yang's surprise, this guy had quite the imagination and even came up with a reasonable way for Qin Yang to take him down. So what could Qin Yang say? Just play along. If Namarin wanted to make a fool of Qin Yang was not opposed to the idea either. The rewards for killing players were the highest. Not only did he earn 10,000 points, but more importantly, he also got 3 promotion keys, which indirectly saved Qin Yang at least 30,000 points. Currently, Qin Yang had accumulated 6 promotion keys, successfully meeting one of the requirements to upgrade his command center by 5 levels. Qin Yang then checked his points. With the 10,000 points contributed by Namarin and the frequent hunting of surrounding monsters recently, his points had reached 47,895. He was close to accumulating 50,000 points. How should he spend this next batch of points? Qin Yang opened the points shop for a look. The next upgrade required 120,000 points, which meant it was impossible to upgrade before the next wave of corpses surged. The other 2 options, purchasing a promotion key for 7,000 points, was unnecessary. That left only option 2, which unlocked a new effect for the civilian leader ability. This option was exactly 50,000 points. He decided that once he had enough points, he would immediately buy the new effect. After planning out the next use of his points, Qin Yang began analyzing the possibilities of dealing with players like Bill Wilson. Although he had done this analysis a few times before, the limited information at hand made it hard to draw any conclusions. Now, Namarin had laid out all the intelligence related to Bill Wilson and others. However, this foolish player might very well hold back some information. Either modify some key parts of the intelligence, mislead me with false information, and let me fight with Bill until both sides are severely injured. Qin Yang pinched his chin and listed all the intelligence provided by Neymar on a blank sheet of paper. Then he researched it line by line, looking for possibilities to exploit. If he could deal with Bodokeo first, the battle could end immediately. But Qin Yang knew that this major flaw was something Bill and his team were definitely more aware of. Therefore, in the following engagements, Bodokeo would surely be under tight protection from the opposing side. This female player might not even appear in Qin Yang's line of sight. Trying to exploit this flaw might succeed, but the success rate would likely be very low. If he took a piecemeal approach, such as first picking off the less significant players from the opposing team, like the Teutonic player Kant and the Australian player Chris, he believed Bill would be quite pleased to see him do that. According to Neymar's explanation, Bill's strength relied on the trust of the civilians. Having enhanced the civilians' sense of belonging to their territory, Qin Yang had a lot of experience in this. This was not an overnight process. It required some time to ferment. By focusing his energy on dealing with other players, he would be giving Bill the time to develop. Once Bill gained more trust from the civilians and his strength increased, he might have the capability to deal with Qin Yang's talent-sharing civilians. No, he couldn't give his opponent the chance to develop. He should find a quicker solution. The quickest method would be to charge in recklessly. But unfortunately, this simple and direct method was blocked. At that moment, Qin Yang had a flash of inspiration and slapped his forehead. It doesn't have to be a quick solution. I can also slow down Bill's development. A plan immediately took shape in his mind. Bill valued civilians very highly. He might even care for them more than the Lord himself. So if he sent civilians to Bill's territory, he probably wouldn't refuse, right? That afternoon, in the southern Nora Basin, a ragged but handsome young man approached outside Bill Wilson's territory, shouting help. The magic apprentice Anna Woodson, ranked 4th on the hero list and responsible for guarding this side of the stone wall, immediately noticed the approaching young man. She called out to stop him. However, for some reason, from the moment she saw him, she developed a huge fondness for this young man. Anna instantly dropped all her guard and, without reporting to the Lord first, took it upon herself to bring the young man into the territory. Bill learned about this incident only after receiving a system notification regarding the recruitment of vagrants. When he curiously found this vagrant named Rich Handsome, he discovered that the guy was already surrounded by a dozen female civilians, including Anna, who was ranked 4th on Bill's hero list. Meanwhile, at a distance, many male civilians were eyeing the new arrival with envy and various expressions of displeasure. What was going on? The newcomer seems to be quite popular with the women. Huh? Damn it, Lily, whom I've had a crush on for so long, is also attracted to him. I want to take this guy down. I admit I'm feeling jealous. Why can't I be as popular with women as he is? What on earth is attractive about this pretty boy? My arm is thicker than his thigh. Yeah, a soft guy like him could never bring real joy to a woman. The Lord must do something about this situation. I really don't want to be single. Chapter 155. Imagination required. 5th place on the hero list, my lord. Please let this handsome and wealthy man become part of our territory. The magic apprentice Anna Woodson hurriedly approached Bill with this request upon his arrival. Handsome and wealthy?